Chapter 447c, 3-in-1, lazy to make a title, literally that's what the author wrote. Chapter 447c, 3-in-1, lazy to make a title, literally that's what the author wrote. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tang Tian suddenly releasing some sword technique made him feel suspicious, but that was Tang Tian's secret, and he did not have any intention on inquiring. But for Tang Tian to dare use the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique, it shook him to his core. Although these were 2 points, but he was truly dauntless. Even Yen Yonglai, who was famously hailed as the brave man in the past, would definitely not dare to use whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique. So fierce. It was the first time Liang Feng felt immense respect. Previously, him wanting to rely on Tang Tian was more because of circumstances and consideration, but at that moment, the respect he had for Tang Tian was the most instinctive respect from a martial artist to another. With the courage and all-out effort, his prospects were certainly limitless. Ursa Major Constellation's future was extremely bright. Liang Feng was suddenly confident of the future. It was truly the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique. Tang Tian was in so much pain he was frowning, he could feel his consciousness rapidly becoming blurry, he knew he was going to sink into slumber. His mouth suddenly smiled. Fool, you better enjoy it. Tang Tian slowly regained consciousness, the unbearable pain came from the deepest part of his spirit flame, transmitting to every corner of his body. The heart-wrenching wail spread across the entire Bear Egg. The new Bear Head City was flourishing more and more after every passing day. Its position was situation about 50 li from Bear Egg. The law and order in Bear Head City was good, with its citizens all the original citizens of the old Bear Head City. To control the process, Long Shou-jing brought a few gold-ranked martial artists, barged into the dishonest families, pulled the leader of the family out directly, causing all the rest to keep quiet out of fear. Long Shou-jing was responsible for the operations of Bear Head City. Following the injection of the workforce from Fairy Commerce Alliance, the new Bear Head City was full of life, and the market also became more prosperous. The remaining martial artists were all martial artists who trained to work, and with regards to how to use them, the Fairy Commerce Alliance had plenty of experience. But recently, the most discussed topic was the Bear King. Of course, many Ursa Major Constellation martial artists were not willing to use that name. Following the rumors emerging and spreading of Tang Tian's follies, they all liked to call Tang Tian stupid Big Bear King. There were a few carefree people in the tea house drinking tea and discussing. Hee, how many days has it been? An old man sipped on his tea and asked without raising his head. The miserable wails from the Bear Egg could be heard. The matter of the stupid master using the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique was spread across the entire Bear Head City, forming the most favorite discussion in the tea houses. The 6th day. Another old man said. Although the stupid master is foolish, but with that effort, he is still quite strong. The whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique, how many years has it been since someone used that? It has been so many years, but we have to wait and see, to be able to endure through it. That is a real man. Yes, wait and see. If he truly is able to endure through it, the seat of Bear King, he will definitely be able to take it. Old Meow, what do you mean by that? Could it be, you have so quickly forgotten about Master Yonglai? Last name he, don't use that tone to speak to me. Whoever is the Bear King, to this old man here, is just like that. I do not have a lot of capabilities, but I am convinced by a true man. If the foolish king is able to endure through this, Master Yonglai's lose to him cannot be argued. It isn't much to lose under a true hero, that is convincing enough. The people around him nodded their heads, yes. In a private room upstairs, 3 ordinary clothed martial artists sat together. The discussion below could be clearly heard by them. 2 male 1 female, the 3 martial artists sat across each other. Whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique, that Tang Tian truly wants to die. The coarse eyebrow bald man said, he looked to be simple and straightforward. Could it be that he knows we want to take action? And using this method to protect himself? Impossible. The lady was dressed in white, her complexion was beautiful, but her expression was cold. We cannot look down on him, he is also the new Bear King. If he got this information, why hasn't he taken action? Furthermore, he has Liang Feng. That's right. The middle-aged scholar sitting opposite the lady spoke, that means he used it himself. Whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique, how many years has it been since someone used it? Such a fierce character, if we don't get rid of him now, we will have ourselves a big enemy in the future. How do we do that? The bald man snorted, the entire Ursa Major Constellation star power is converging at his body and circulating there. How many layers of sword aura is that? You're a swordsman, you tell me. The middle-aged scholar had a helpless look, the sword auras around him is at least 60 m thick. The bald man waved his hand. That distance, we should not even bother, anyway my spirit domain is definitely unable to defend against it, but... The white-robed lady exposed surprise, 60 m thick. How can the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique be so dense? If I did not remember correct, the last strongest whirlpool swords was only 15 m dense. No, the middle-aged scholar shook his head. It was 21 m, 700 years ago the crazy sword Saint Lin Xiaoguang. The three of them were quiet for a while, all of them had a feeling of unease. After a while, the middle-aged scholar laughed bitterly. Seems like we can only hope for him to be smashed. The bald man sneered, don't dream about it, I can hear his wails even from 20 li away. The three of them were quiet again, none of them knew what to say. At the bear egg. Ah. Tang Tian's scream resonated inside the entire bear egg. All of the lupus martial artists were all seated on the ropes training with all their might. Lu Zhongguang's shouts kept coming. Listen! Listen! How courageous is that howl is? All of you, focus, your lupus king, is being so courageous, that anger, what reason do you all have to skive? Whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique, publicly known as the most cruel way to temper the spirit, your lupus king is taking on that pain which is far worse than yours. Yours are all just an itch. Wrong. It cannot even be compared to an itch. Feel the shame, let your blood boil, train, only by training with all your might, training like crazy, by continuously training, can all of you have the right to live up to your lupus king. Lu Zhongguang seemed to have transformed into a werewolf, jumping up and down the ropes, supervising and checking along the way, continuously shouting. Adrian stood at one of the entrance, looking at the densely packed lupus martial artists. He asked without turning, what's the star power concentration, but... Xiao looked at the number, and said calmly, already nearing 40%, the rise in the past few days has been huge, it seems like the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique has increased the star power concentration. It's normal. Adrian nodded his head, he was experienced, and could tell with one look. Previously, the gathering of star power was done by the desolate bare bone, but the suction power was not strong. The vortex formed by the whirlpool swords has made the convergence even more obvious. All the star power is gathering here, so the star power outside will definitely decline. Xiao was surprised. That also means, this rise is only temporary? Yes, so let Zhongguang be more anxious. Once this time has passed, it will be hard to encounter it again in the future. Adrian instructed. Adrian glanced at the lupus martial artists around, and said suddenly, no need. They are all already doing it with everything they have. In truth, although the lupus martial artists' talents are average, they are extremely diligent. I have traveled to so many constellations, but never seen this before. Xiao exposed a look of admiration. All the lupus martial artists were truly hardworking and endured the hardships. All of them only had a footing of 1.5 m long, such an extremely difficult training environment. If they were in other places, the students would be complaining, requesting for a quiet training room, request to pay more and obtain better conditions to train. But the lupus martial artists, none of them were angry, all of them sat on their ropes for an entire day. If they were hungry, they ate biscuits, if they were thirsty, they drank water from their water canteens. Without stopping for rest or sleep, Xiao had only seen some crazy training schedule like that before. Every academy, there would be a few who had such crazy training style, which was not surprising. But for 1 million people to do that, such a scene, the impact that it brought, was incomparable. Truly a group of terrifying people. They were all extremely quiet, other than silently training, very few exchanged words. But every time they opened their eyes, it would expose their fervor for training. Xiao could always feel a formless pressure. The formless pressure had caused his heart to shudder. Such crazy training, even the most ordinary of talent, would be able to hold substantial power. And when the 1 million of them formed together, how terrifying would that be? And, they have one, even more terrifying leader. Xiao's gaze landed at the center, the figure that was enveloped with layers of sword light. The miserable screams never stopped, but Xiao's face did not have any look of ridicule, but of respect. He was finally convinced that being defeated by that man was not humiliating at all. Teacher, how long will that last? Xiao could not resist to ask. Hard to say. Adrian's gaze also landed on Tang Tian, but the shortest would also be about 1 month. 1 month. Xiao's eyes dilated. Such torture, to be able to hold on for a month, was he able to endure on? Adrian glanced at Tang Tian for a second, then retracted his gaze. Let us do our work. 40% star power concentration, it already is comparable to the ecliptic grade constellation's standard. In 1 month, if we do not produce anything, that is truly embarrassing. Xiao was startled, but also started to nod. Teacher is right. Teaching a student was definitely not easy. Different people had different specialties and growth. And a good teacher would be able to teach in line with every individual student. Adrian had plenty of experience, but when he knew he had to groom 1 million people, the first thing he did was to choose teachers out of the lupus martial artists. It was very convenient, he only needed to choose the trustworthy elders. He basically did not need to worry about them disobeying orders. All the lupus martial artists' compliancy was so good that Adrian felt that it was ridiculous. Whatever you wanted them to do, they would do it without asking for a discount, and never asked why. If it was in his average day, Adrian would dislike such students, but facing such a huge number of them, and with such a short time, his heart was filled with joy. He had prepared a few simple tests, and then he separated the lupus martial artists into a few large categories, and then formulated different training programs. Out of the lupus martial artists, he had no confidence on how many strong martial artists or saints would appear. But he had sufficient confidence to raise their standards by 2 levels. He was not the least bit arrogant, only people with education and experience could do such a thing. The lupus people were truly persevering and hardworking. So what he could do was to shorten the process. To raise 2 levels. Adrian himself felt choked. It was as though he was watching a wolf tide engulfing the entire heavens road. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 448, Long Shou Jing's Anticipation. Chapter 448, Long Shou Jing's Anticipation. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tang Tian could clearly experience every thread of pain. That was the most cruel part about the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique. Not only would it not allow the martial artist to faint, it would make the martial artist experience the continuous flow of sword aura tempering the martial spirit, making the martial artist feel even more sensitive to it. The pain experienced by the spirit and soul was extremely deep. And, what was worse, was that the surrounding outside sound would cut through the dense whirlpool swords and enter his ear. Listen! Listen! The courageous howls. Lu Zhongguang's voice caused Tang Tian to want to kick his face. Listening to that asshole. Courageous what, asshole? I don't want it. Why don't you be courageous? That was not the worst part. Uncle Bing had a cigarette in his mouth, standing near Tang Tian's whirlpool swords. He puffed out smoke and said, "Indeed, the sound of nature. He is definitely feeling really good." Ling Su said earnestly and confidently. Envy could be heard in his words. "Do you want to feel good?" Bing glanced at Ling Su. Ling Su replied righteously, "This little brother will not take away the good stuff." They then heard rustling sounds. Both of them turned to look, only to see Crane quietly using his sword, writing a word admire. As expected of an aristocratic disciple. Uncle Bing praised, "It is such an important memory, we truly must leave something behind." Uncle Bing knelt down, taking the cigarette from his mouth. He slowly wrote on the floor, "You go 1,000 miles, your voice is loud and clear, you are endless, you are emotional, who are you? You are electric, you are light. You're the only lunatic." Ling Su scratched his head. Everyone was writing, but he was not, making him look slightly lower grade, so he awkwardly took up his silver spear and wrote down unevenly, "A true warrior has the courage to wail miserably in his life. Such a pity." Uncle Bing stood up, flicking the cigarette. "If we could sell tickets for this, we could definitely earn a lot. I'm off." Crane took the lead and flew along a rope. He had many matters in his hands and was extremely busy, but after hearing Tang Tian's howls for half an hour, he was once again brimming with hope. Truly, we are so lucky lately. Crane was free and easy, gracefully flying out. Every day going to hear Tang Tian's cries and howls became the best way to soothe everyone's feelings. Tang Tian finally understood the darkness of human nature. "All of those assholes, you all just wait and see, once I am out." Tang Tian howled, and cursed with all his might in his mind. Yaya came out from nowhere, sneakily running closer towards Tang Tian. Hearing his wails, it became excited. Its small hands patted its chest, shouting out loud "ah." But its voice was overpowered by Tang Tian's powerful wails, and could not be heard at all. Yaya stopped making sounds, and suddenly sped off, disappearing. After a while, it snuck the bronze mountain goat, turtle and squirrel over. There were 4 different sized drums on the mountain goat, small cymbals on the turtle, and the blur and expressionless squirrel used its 2 hands, holding onto the cymbals and crashing with them. A complete set of percussion instruments. Yaya took out 2 clubs from nowhere, with an eager look on its face. "Ah! Aha!" Tang Tian screamed. "Dong dong chang! Dong dong chang!" Yaya jumped about with its short arms and legs, waving the wooden clubs in its hands. "Ah! Dong 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 chang!" Yaya immediately became high, immersed in its own excitement. It was like an overly excited flea, jumping here and there between the drums and cymbals, the frequency of hitting the drums extremely fast. Every time it used a lot of its strength to hit, puffing its cheeks. Lu Zhongguang was stunned, Xiu was stunned, Adrian was stunned. All the martial artists present were equally stunned. The rhythm between the two of them was so coordinated. The world is hopeless. Tian realized in shame, he was actually involuntarily screaming while following Ya's rhythm. Such beautiful art. Long Shojing listened to the sounds from the bear egg and thought he had not heard such an arrogant drum performance that was filled with pure energy and enthusiasm for a long time. Although there were flaws in its technique, but it was like a crazy beast, hitting the drums with no restraint, perfectly synchronizing with the heart-wrenching screams. The Draco martial artists beside him all started nodding their head. Prince Shojing's artistic background was profound. To be able to earn his compliments, the attainments of the other party must be as profound. There truly were crouching tiger hidden dragons by the Bear King's side. To actually have a tempo expert, everyone must have used that technique to soothe the master's pain. Music can make people relax. Everyone was respectful. Towards Tian, the conflicted view they had on him had gradually turned into respect. To have the courage to use the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique, such a person was a true warrior. Furthermore, as a constellation master, to be so decisive and strict on himself, it was worth revering. If you have to say, everyone still had some other thoughts about him, but currently, everyone was convinced by him. Although they were outside not in the palace, but they had heard of many things, extremely clear of the crafty plots, but they were after all martial artists. Martial artists would forever respect strong martial artists. Following such a boss, their future was bright. What made them happier was that when Prince Shojing met the master, he was instantly put to work. This cleared the hesitations of the Draco constellation martial artists. And there was space allocated in the most core area of the Bear Egg to Draco constellation, to their citizens. That was an irresistible lure. 40% star power concentration. The clans and families had all chosen their most talented and promising youths to head towards Ursa Major constellation, all their sons and nephews amongst them. In the entire Draco constellation, people had already started to accept Ursa Major constellation. Prince Shojing was able to enter Tian's inner circle, and that was extremely important to them. Under the excitement, everyone poured in all their efforts. Have you checked into it? Long Shojing asked gently. A Draco martial artist replied, through the distance of interaction, we have roughly judged out their strength, they should be saints. Although they have worn disguises, but there are still traces and clues from their disguise. After checking, we have found out who they are. The three of them are saints from Cetus constellation. The bald man is Fist Saint Do Yong, the middle-aged scholar is Sword Saint He Yuming, and the white-clothed lady is Zither Saint by CC. Cetus constellation. Long Shojing muttered, pondering it, got it. Long Shojing did not have any reaction for a while. The Draco constellation martial artists just looked at each other. The three of them had spent a lot of effort to clearly find out about the three people, and thought that what they did was a great achievement, but the prince actually just replied with got it and nothing else, causing them to be at a loss. Your Highness, all these people definitely are having evil thoughts against you. If we leave it as it is, I am afraid. A Draco martial artist advised. Long Shojing's gaze landed on the few of them, and asked, do you all have the confidence to beat them? No, they hesitated before replying, but if Saint Liang Feng made a move, I think we might have a chance. Might have a chance, how much of a chance do you think we have? Although Long Shojing's tone was indifferent, but it revealed a bit of pressure. 40. The Draco martial artist stammered. Long Shojing shook his head, then you guys have to pay for the deaths and injuries of at least 6 men. How many gold-ranked martial artists do we still have in Draco constellation? Only 6. Half-step gold-ranked martial artists? Less than 30 people, and that is the last line of power for Draco constellation. Everyone was silent. I understand your thoughts. But, why haven't they made a move after so long? Simple, the whirlpool swords are truly too dense, they are unable to find a chance to strike. Long Shojing said gently, this is Ursa Major constellation, we have our home ground advantage, and also the Saint treasure. When the master completes his tempering, what chance do they still have? But, Long Shojing sighed, he was one who lived a simple life and did not like the scramble for power. If not for not wanting to see Draco constellation destroyed, why would he take on such responsibilities? He had initially planned to become a good puppet after going to Ursa Major constellation, since he was no different than a puppet. But he did not expect that Tian would not give him the chance to withdraw, and immediately gave him a pile of things to do. To Draco constellation, everything was now on him. He had become the representative of Draco constellation, and his position had immediately become an important direct link between the two constellations. He had no routes of retreat at all. All of his men were impatiently trying to achieve something, to seize the opportunity to strengthen the position of Draco constellation, and Long Shojing could understand them. Don't worry about it. Long Shojing consoled them, and said gently, in this period of time, they will not have any chance. What you all must do is work hard to raise your own level. Say Liang Feng has an absolute position, but does not represent Draco constellation. If you guys want to do something, there are only two routes for you. One is to become a saint yourself. The other is to earnestly groom the new generation. This war will not end in just a few years. He saw the worries on their faces. Long Shoujing could not help but sigh again. Everything was set in place, so they might as well do it better. So he continued in a serious tone, the talents of Ursa Major constellation are maintained well, but they are in conflict with the current master, while Lupus constellation does not have so many talents, and Andromeda constellation has still not recovered. To us, this is an extremely rare opportunity. Get the families to bring their own talents over, and do not just fill for the numbers, if not they will regret in the future, and they cannot blame other people for it. The few of them rejoiced, as expected of the prince, he was sharp. As long as they stood their ground, the future position of Draco constellation would naturally not be low. Your Highness, you can rest easy, we will definitely bring the best people of Draco constellation over. Seeing the fatigue growing on Long Shoujing's face, they immediately left. After they left, the room was quiet and peaceful once again. Long Shoujing laughed bitterly. Wanting to be an idle person was not so easy after all. But he was also not randomly throwing ideas. Draco constellation has maintained their might for the past few years, and the reason was because their internal affairs were outstanding. They did not have the trade like Andromeda constellation, not as good at fighting as Ursa Major constellation. Draco constellation did not have many advantageous natural resources, and were able to be in their position today was because of the talented people as the core internal affairs, who control and improve the grooming of future generations. What would the future Ursa Major constellation be like? Long Shoujing was suddenly very excited for the future. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 449, Scorpio Awakens. Chapter 449, Scorpio Awakens. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering Technique, as expected of the godlike young lad. Sima Zhao's soft maroon hair blew gently with the wind above the carriage roof was very big, yet he was completely oblivious of it. By his side, Zhou Zijun sat cross-legged, his shoulder-length hair being blown by the wind. His pale white face made him look extremely sick. Zhou Zijun had a sense of self-ridicule. Swordsmen do not even dare to use the tempering spirit method, but it was actually used by a close-quarters combat expert. Hey, senior brother, don't feel so inferior, not everyone is crazy. Sima Zhao consoled. Zhou Zijun smiled, then closed his eyes. Suddenly, a few black dots appeared in the distant sky. His eyes opened, gaze as sharp as a sword. With one look, he could tell that they were his scouts. His heart jumped. Rongda's actions was the crucial part of the plan. He knew that his junior apprentice brother had planned for a long time for it. He had already begun a mental sketch of the plan, long before he was sent to the remote constellations. His gaze landed on his junior apprentice brother's face. Sima Zhao had also noticed the quickly approaching scouts. His rather immature face actually showed a still silence, like a clear and deep pond, serene and without any ripples. The scouts nimbly landed on the carriage, their expressions enthusiastic. Master, everything is in order. The strong happy feeling surged in his mind, causing Zhou Zijun to expose a smile that was extremely difficult to come by. Once the next step was completed, the plan would be more than 50% completed. Sima Zhao revealed a joyous face. You guys have worked hard, victory is right in front of us, we absolutely cannot relax, get everyone to focus, after we win we will celebrate. Yes. The scout replied enthusiastically, his morale was soaring high. He turned, and like a big bird, he soared far away. Like that, you can rest easy. Zhou Zijun laughed, he was feeling very happy. If they win the next battle, junior apprentice brother's position will soar, and no one will be able to stop him. He had spent countless effort on the plan, and earning the victory would be his greatest reward. Sima Zhao's gaze landed far out, the fervent look in his eyes slowly getting stronger. Under the soft and messy maroon hair that looked like a bird's nest, the childish face had a faint sense of a tyrannical aura. The carriage's speed was extremely fast. After 3 days, they landed deep inside the mountains. Rongda came up. How is it? Sima Zhao asked. The 13 camps have already been eliminated, no survivors, and we did not alarm anyone. Rongda said straightforwardly. Sim Zhao then asked, what about casualties? Rongda said solemnly, we have 22 dead. Sima Zhao patted Rongda's broad shoulder, did you find the place? Yes, we found it. Rongda walked to the front to act as point. After a while, the few of them reached an extremely deep cave, with a dense mist lingering around the entrance. Such a strong death aura. Zhou Zijun subconsciously held onto his sword hilt. the dense death aura that was emitting from the inside made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Angered soul spirit seal, no wonder Noon could not find it. Sima Xiao muttered. Rongda spoke up, what's inside? When the words came out, he immediately regretted. The mission was already extremely secretive. He was very clear on how his master saw the big picture. If the outside world knew about his plans, there would be a huge uproar. For the sake of not having the plan leak out, he had killed every single person in the 13 camps. Inside the cave was Scorpio Constellation's area. Sima Xiao chuckled and said, Scorpio Magatama. Dondrear, a Magatama is a curved, comma-shaped bead. Scorpio Magatama. Rongdu was stunned, his face slowly changed, his voice trembling. The impact of the two words on him were too huge, causing him to become blank. Only after a long while he regained his senses. Scorpio Magatama. That was Scorpio Constellation's Saint Treasure. Scorpio Master's collapse was due to the Saint Treasure Scorpio Magatama disappearing from the constellation, leading Scorpio Constellation to walk the road of decline. But, no matter how Scorpio Constellation declined, it was still an ecliptic palace constellation. Many people thought that Scorpio Constellation would become like the Ophiuchus constellation, falling from the ecliptic palaces to the equatorial halls. Instead, Scorpio Constellation persevered on and protected its position as the ecliptic palace constellation. When Rongdu received his mission, he was already heavily suspicious that it actually had something to do with Scorpio Constellation. If their movements were exposed, it would immediately lead to an intense retaliation by Scorpio Constellation. A dying camel will still be bigger than a horse. The clan union's current strength could not be compared to Scorpio Constellation, and his master would immediately be caught up in a dangerous situation. But Rongdu knew that Sima Xiao was usually far-sighted, and to give such orders, he most likely had prepared earlier. And with such a resolute personality, upon giving such orders, he would never waver. Rongdu did not utter a word, and brought his army quietly into Scorpio Constellation. He quickly realized that his master had had ample preparations. The troops garrisoned at the Starry Door were already bribed, and their route of march was already meticulously planned out. They traveled on off-tracks that people rarely took, deep into the mountains and forests, which had no signs of human habitations, avoiding specific areas with powerful star beasts' territories. The entire army got to their destination more scared than injured. The battles afterwards were not surprising. To the army, all the bases were basically defenseless, other than them not expecting the base citizens to retaliate so fiercely, leading to them suffering some deaths and injuries. The entire process of wiping them out went smoothly. He quickly found the key goal of the mission, and at that point in time, he was sure that there was something incredible inside to make Master be so willing to brave through so much just to get to it. But, he had never thought that it would actually be Scorpio Magatama. Master's goal was actually Scorpio Constellation. Rongda's old and experienced face finally revealed changes, looking at Sima Xiao with shock. He was always somewhat respectful of Sima Xiao. He had great foresight, his methods were efficient and ruthless, was frank when dealing with people, and was a worthy person to be loyal to. Sima Xiao had quietly gained control of the Sima family, and quietly gained the support of many elders in the clan elders meeting, secretly controlling the clan union. And he could stand his ground against the opinions of others, pushing for the clan union's spirit generals to merge with martial techniques, devising a string of methods to develop the army. He was clearly master material. But the clan union's composition was complicated, the organization was lax, many factions and families existed, thus a natural weakness. Rongda's judgment on Sima Xiao was that he was a pure tyrant. He had finally understood, Sima Xiao's ambitions were much bigger than he thought. Master Kuei, take a look at this. Sima Xiao looked at the extremely ordinary old man beside him and said. Rongda's pupils constricted. The old man was a stranger whom he had never seen before, but the name Master Kuei was something he had heard before. Master Kuei, clan union's most powerful spirit tempering specialist. The merging and devouring of spirit generals required many techniques and knowledge, just like a blood meridian specialist, just that a spirit tempering specialist was a unique profession solely belonging to the clan union. Clan union's strongest union generals were all made by Master Kuei. This is a good place. Master Kuei stood by the cave entrance and observed, somewhat excitedly, such a heavy, angry and deathly aura. There are definitely powerful spirit generals inside. Sima Xiao said solemnly, Scorpio Master's collapse was due to internal strife. He died in his palace, with his loyal guard's protection. His wife took the Magatama and escaped out of the palace during the night, fleeing for over thousands of li, before the Magatama disappeared. Seeing this cave today, I finally understood that all the guards had died and became spirits, while the Magatama was sealed. To seal a saint treasure, inside here, there is definitely a saint-level spirit general. And to not have disappeared even after tens of thousands of years, and for the deadly chi to remain so heavy, this cave is far from normal. In the Three Big Armies generation, this was an important passageway for Scorpio constellation. After experiencing the intense and tragic war, it was said that this cave was actually filled to the brim with blood. The death chi in here was too heavy, and thus sealed and given up. Master Kuei became even more excited, his face flushed red. Good place. Good place. A place filled with blood from war, saint-level spirit general, there isn't a better place than this. I have to trouble Master Kuei. Sima Xiao bowed and said. Kuei will do his best. Master Kuei's expression turned solemn, he carefully retrieved out a test tube, inside it was some weird mist. Master, please drop a bit of blood. Hearing that, Sima Xiao cut his finger, and dripped a bit of blood into the test tube. Upon interacting with the mist, it produced an intense reaction, as countless blood traces splurged out. After a while, the blood traces converged to form a thumb-sized figure. The blood wound to become a body, vaguely resembling a human shape. This drop of spirit-devouring embryo was our latest invention, obtained from the merging of the fiercest spirits of spirit cards. Its devouring spirit capability is 1,000 times stronger than any Union General's. Do not look down on this drop of spirit-devouring embryo. We have spent 3 unique cards, 10 purple gold cards, and countless other gold cards on it. Upon talking about subjects related to his profession, Master Kuei's expression became stern and confident. He turned the test tube over, the blood coagulated a mini-person, like a water drop, dropped into the cave filled with mist. Yi Zhaoge gradually opened his eyes, which were tranquil and deep, without any sense of evil tendencies. His face had a beard that was thick like steel wires, his hair was in a mess, scars and bruises covering his entire body, dressed in shabby clothes, yet his body was leaking with a sense of tranquility. He bowed respectfully to the wooden hut. I'm going. Taking the sword by his side, he stood up, and without hesitation, he left. Just as he was pushing the courtyard door, the martial artist who was respectfully guarding the place saw Yi Zhaoge, and was stunned for a few seconds. Was that the god killer Yi Zhaoge? He was so serene, as though he had changed into a different person. After a while, he awoke from his daze, and immediately welcomed, Master Yi. Yi Zhaoge looked over, causing the martial artist to feel his entire body tensing up, his heart unable to resist, overwhelmed with shock. He recognized power, and suddenly bit his tongue, the pain causing him to be more focused. Ignoring the blood-stained mouth, he lowered his head and said respectfully, it is an emergency crisis. The clan elders have hoped that after Master's closed-door cultivation, you will immediately join in the meeting. Yi Zhaoge owed, and said, lead the way. The martial artist felt the pressure in the area disappearing, and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Just as everyone was still discussing Ursa Major constellation, explosive news swept across various constellations. Scorpio constellation's star power concentration was suddenly rising substantially. Everyone understood what that meant. There was only one possibility, a Saint Treasure was born. Scorpio constellation's Saint Treasure, after so many years, had finally reconnected with Scorpio constellation. When the news spread, it caused an uproar. All the current news suddenly paled in comparison, as everyone's focus was on Scorpio constellation. Scorpio constellation was an established dynasty constellation, the last winner of the Three Big Armies generation. Although it had declined for a long time, it was not like Ophiuchus constellation. Scorpio constellation had never dropped from the ecliptic palaces. A dying camel would always be bigger than a horse. After accumulating for so long, it was not the same. Scorpio constellation's reason for decline was because of the disappearance of its Saint Treasure. Scorpio constellation martial techniques, compared to the other constellations, were maintained rather perfectly. As soon as Scorpio constellation could find its Saint Treasure, it would immediately be revived. The past generations of Scorpio martial artists had spent countless amounts of effort to search everywhere, high and low, but it was all in vain. They did not care who became their master, as they were more affected that they did not even have a master. Scorpio constellation's silence continued for so long. Until today, Scorpio constellation's star power concentration suddenly soared by 7%. Scorpio constellation experienced a momentary shock, then immediately got caught up in an unprecedented party. While Heaven's Road fell into an unprecedented silence. Everyone had forgotten them for too long, but no one forgot. They used to be a dynasty constellation, an ecliptic palace constellation that declined due to losing its Saint Treasure. It was an extremely dangerous and terrifying constellation. And today, it had awakened. The situation immediately became complicated, the elements were already so unstable, and the future had become even more a blur. The influence of the matter was too huge. Even Honorable Marshal Group and Leo Constellation, who were intoxicated in battle, had chosen to call for a halt. The entire Heaven's Road had stopped breathing, waiting for the Scorpio Master to reveal himself. Three Spirits City. Bing looked at the video in front of him, satisfyingly puffing out a smoke ring, and then mumbling to himself, Scorpio, my old enemy, this has become even more interesting. He was feeling bored recently. The student army had already scattered, the students had once again returned back to Sky Marshal Wolf Academy. He had placed high hopes on the students. The battle was just to let them experience warfare. Although they had displayed great improvements, to Bing they still needed to practice. But the students did not go back to Lupus Constellation, because the current Sky Marshal Wolf Academy was moved to Bear Egg. The Bear Egg was currently overpopulated. Even Tang's Lupus army was currently gathered inside Bear Egg for special training. Ta Dun's Andromeda army had also quietly entered Bear Egg for special training. There was only one subject for Bear Egg, special training. Tang Tian's Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering Technique had caused the star power concentration in Bear Egg to instantly break through to 40%. No one would miss this chance. Bing carefully analyzed the situation, brazenly brought the whole army to move to the Bear Egg for special training. All these armies were lacking in the true power aspect. Of course, to Bing, the armies were all cannon fodder, but to be able to bring up their true power by 2 levels, that would promote them to elite cannon fodder. If placed in Lupus Constellation with a pathetic 1% star power concentration, to upgrade their true power levels by 2, the cost of it would undoubtedly be astonishing. But Bear Egg with over 40% star power concentration, as long as they were not skiving, it would not be a problem. That was why the 12 ecliptic palaces far surpassed the other constellations. They held denser star power concentration, and could therefore attract even more talented martial artists. The population of the 12 ecliptic palaces was not much, and the expensive fee of using the star power was something no ordinary person could do. They were the peak of a pyramid, and all the lower tier constellation levels would always lose by giving talents away. The most outstanding martial artists, the best training environments. How could the 12 ecliptic palaces not be strong? But Bing did not have a trace of fear against the 12 ecliptic palaces. The current generation of people did not have any idea of the chaotic world and the true heavens road great war. But Bing, who had survived through the most intensive times, was very clear of what was most important. The population. Of all the constellations under Tang Tian, Bing viewed most heavily upon the most barren Lupus constellation, because Lupus constellation held the largest population. In case a long and drawn-out war was projected, everyone would be fighting with the capability of producing blood in men. The 12 ecliptic palaces constellations walked the path of elite troops, but once they were exhausted, replenishing them would be difficult. In peaceful times, they could still rely on their superiority to attract talents and geniuses from other constellations. But in wartime, the population movement of every constellation would be strictly regulated, and at that time, the 12 ecliptic palaces would face the predicament of insufficient manpower. Any military general with some standard would be able to see that, but no one cared, because no one believed that a war would last for so long. How many years could they fight? Only Bing, who had personally experienced it, had secretly made preparations. History would always repeat itself. In this period of time, the other constellations could not grasp the real situation in Ursa Major constellation. Adding along Tang Tian's Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering Technique, which induced even more fear, instead earned them a well-deserved peace. If they did not grasp the crucial time to raise their strength, they would not live so easily in the days to come. Tang Tian's Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering Technique caused Bing to be shocked. Bing had always been supportive of Tang Tian's self-oppressive attitude. To encourage morale, all of the martial artists who would come to the Bear Egg to train would be brought to Tang Tian in the name of finding happiness. Oh, no, in the name of finding the push. Bing was like a patient hunter, calmly and patiently waiting for their strength to increase. But the armies were not the only ones giving their all. In the mechanical weapons laboratory, the lights were completely lit, everyone was dirty from head to toe, eyes filled with blood-red veins, piles and piles of discarded components were everywhere, metal fragments all over, to the point that there was practically no place to stand. Countless mechanical engineers were in corners, having found places to sleep, falling in deep and comfortable sleep. Suddenly, a person in the corner screamed, "Success! I succeeded!" Bang! The entire mechanical weapons laboratory burst into an uproar, all the mechanical engineers flooded in from every corner. A pure and sparkling crystal had a finger-sized spirit general floating on it. Silei's face was joyous. She had asked for the Dragon Crystal Spirit Core ores. It was an extremely rare metal, a special product of Draco constellation. When Silei was researching materials, she had discovered an astonishing feature of the Dragon Crystal Spirit Core ore. The Dragon Crystal Spirit Core ore could seal spirit generals. When 400 Dragon Crystal Spirit Core ores were sent to the Mechanical Weapons Laboratory, the entire Mechanical Weapons Laboratory became like a spring, researching regardless of day or night. Very quickly, many new discoveries were made. Other than sealing spirit generals, after refining the Dragon Crystal Spirit Core ores, it could still nourish the spirit general, allowing the spirit generals to become even more pure and stronger. This discovery caused all the mechanical engineers inside the entire workshop to go crazy. This indicated that, upon success, they could create mechanical spirit weapons with growth attributes. Of course, when they were refining with the Dragon Crystal Spirit Core ores, they came across a problem. They were unable to completely refine out a perfect Dragon Crystal Spirit Core ore. The more refined the Dragon Crystal Spirit Core ore was, the stronger the Spirit General they could seal. And today, they have finally completely refined out a Dragon Crystal Spirit Core ore. A new generation of mechanical spirit weapons was on the verge of being born. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 450, Silei's Past. Chapter 450, Silei's Past. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Someone came knocking on the door. Bing bit on his cigarette, blocked by the lingering smoke. He observed the man opposite him quietly. The middle-aged man was around 40 years of age, his clothes looked to be expensive with an unusual aura, nonchalantly drinking tea, being very carefree. By his side was a beautiful lady, whose strength was definitely not weak. I said, "Do not disturb me at this time." "Are all of you treating my words as the wind now?" Silei's roar came from outside the door. She was obviously displeased, close to a fit of rage. Bing noticed the flash of disdain across the pretty girl's face behind the middle-aged man. "Oh, this seems to be interesting." Silei charged inside and roared, "Poker face, you're dead if you don't give me an explanation." Her voice came to a stop abruptly. "Xiao Lei." The middle-aged man grinned, putting down his teacup. "Why? Don't you recognize second uncle?" Silei's face darkened. "Why are you here?" "I was coincidentally running errands in the area, so I came to see you. Your father misses you very much and hopes that you can go back to visit him." The middle-aged man smiled kindly and gently. Silei sneered, "I was kicked out of my family when I was 12, and have already drawn a line between all of you. You're not welcome here, you can get lost now." The middle-aged man's face darkened, and the pretty lady behind him could not hold back any longer and scolded, "Impudent. A slut kicked out of the family still has the guts to speak conceited nonsense." The chi around her body released with a bang, causing the temperature in the room to drop. Silei suddenly smiled and said, "Duan Mu, slap her." Duan Mu was already filled with shock when the lady scolded Silei. Did the lady's brain get slammed by a door? She actually had the guts to scold big sister Silei. Her courage is respectable. When he heard Silei's words, he suddenly quivered. After hanging in the base for a long time, he had roughly grasped her temperaments and character. Big sister is angry. If I do not give this damned woman a few slaps today. Duan Mu shuddered. Without thinking, Duan Mu's figure flashed and appeared like a ghost beside the lady. The lady's anger turned to laughter. In her eyes, Silei's status was at rock bottom. To even dare spout conceited words to slap her, the killing intent in her mind pervaded, and she started to make her move. Whoosh, a palm pierced through the smoke, and held onto the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man raged, "Little brat, you dare." Without much effort, Bing pulled the middle-aged man over to him. Biting on the cigarette, he slapped the middle-aged man's face a couple of times. A wise man submits to circumstances. To dare call out little brat now is not a good idea. The pretty lady was shocked. Her attention was entirely focused on Duan Mu. Never did she expect that the spirit general would suddenly make his move. With her master captured, her situation immediately sank to become passive. She screamed, "You are all crazy." Pa. The loud slapping noise interrupted her scream. Bing had already given the middle-aged man several slaps. The middle-aged man's dignified face was swollen like a pig's head, causing him to shiver in anger. Never had he came across such a humiliating experience. TSK, a pig-like slave, will only drag the master down. Bing tapped the middle-aged man's swollen cheeks, giving his heartfelt message. He raised his head suddenly, giving the pretty lady an astonished look. "Your master is humiliated, how can you not have any expression?" The lady was both alarmed and angry. She charged at Bing without a care in the world. Duan Mu's figure shuddered and blocked the lady. Bing lamented to the middle-aged man, "Your subordinate doesn't have any tenderness towards you at all." Pa. Another few slaps, hitting the middle-aged man out of his soul. The pretty lady stopped abruptly. She shivered in anger, but she knew if she struggled, her master would receive more humiliation. She allowed Duan Mu to tie her up. With bitter resentment in her eyes, she clenched her teeth and said, "You will all regret it." "Thanks for your concern." Bing bit on the cigarette and gave a mock bow. Both were tightly tied. The man with flushed red cheeks was made to stand at the corner. Bing flicked the ashes and spoke to Silei, "Do you want to have a go?" Silei looked at Bing, "Do you know who they are?" "Don't know." Bing answered nonchalantly, "Of course, it isn't too late for you to say it now." "Oh, you're trying to tell me the consequence?" Don't bother about such cliches, they are obviously here to ask a favor, tsk, it's already not bad that I didn't slice them and feed them to dogs. If Crazy Tang was here, they would already be minced meat, my actions are considered way too kind. They are a big powerhouse. Sai Lei bit her lip, with complicated feelings, she knew Bing was standing up for her, but... Bing laughed out loud, are they bigger than Honorable Marshal Group? Sai Lei froze, followed by a laugh, not that big. The hazed look on her face dissipated, that's true, since everyone did not even bother with Honorable Marshal Group, why would they even put that evil and despicable family in their eyes? You are our mechanical grandmaster engineer, how long has it been since one came out? Hey, we are still depending on you to earn big money. To actually come to me and seek a favor. Hee. Bing's last hee was filled with killing intent, he walked to the two people and blew smoke in their faces, the last guys that dared to do it, were all beaten by me till they cried for their mothers. Too bad Crazy Tang was not here, oh, what would he do? Oh, he would have hung you too, that uneducated fellow loves that. No, I would have to inculcate higher goals into him, but... Sire, why do you disgrace me, what is your purpose? Make it clear. The middle-aged man asked in a lowered voice. His scheming was profound, he calmed down from his rage, immediately realized that Bing's sudden outburst of rage with no warning most probably had deeper meaning. In a battle between subordinates, any person in a certain level would not hit like that, it was too inferior. Reason? Bing glanced at the middle-aged man in admiration, the reason is simple, to let Sai Lei vent her anger. The middle-aged man's expression froze. All your companion's feelings have to be taken care of. Even though I don't know the conflicts between you two, but it's obvious that we are helping her. Bing chuckled and said, she is our mechanical grandmaster engineer, let her vent her anger, allowing her to be in a good mood, having efficiency that is off the charts, we can then earn money. Brother, it's hard to earn money these few years, Even so, sire, you are too careless. The middle-aged man said in a low voice, although Sai Lei has a little accomplishment in mechanical techniques, but the Han family's strength is not something a small master mechanic can compare to. If Sire is willing to hand over Sai Lei over to the Han family can definitely pay a reward that Sire is happy with. Bing frivolously spat out a smoke ring, blinking at Sai Lei, oh, he is a tyrant. Sai Lei replied with an expressionlessly, Taurus Constellation's Yifan family, one of the prominent families in their long history, and definitely a tyrant. Sounds powerful. Bing's face was taken for surprise. The pretty lady's face revealed a look of arrogance, the middle-aged man steadied much more, but still subconsciously straightened his waist and back. Then these two will be able to be exchanged for quite a huge ransom. Both of them froze again, they suddenly felt cold all over head to toe, they just noticed, Bing's passionate gaze seemed like he was going to swallow them. A sneer flashed on Sai Lei's face, exchanging them for 1.8 billion shouldn't be a problem. Bing's excitement suddenly dropped, he said lazily, only so little, looks like the status of these two aren't that high. But, no matter how small the mosquito, it's still flesh, let's just do it. The middle-aged man's face warped, once again humiliated, in the end, he could not control himself and shouted, Sai Lei, in the end the blood flowing in your body is still the Yifan's family, not appreciating the grace of birth is one thing, you still dare treat your elders like that. Pa! One loud slap interrupted the middle-aged man. Sai Lei said in an ice-cold tone, make it clear, whose elder are you? 12 years old, in just the second year of my mom's passing, all of you kicked me out of the family. I had no identity, if I had not met Master, I would have died on the streets. Why? Now you have become my elder? Sai Lei suddenly shouted, Duan Mu. Duan Mu quivered, yes boss. Hang them up. Sai Lei said fiercely. Yes. Duan Mu immediately dragged the two people outside. Sai Lei, how dare you? The middle-aged man was both shocked and angry. The Yifan family will not let you off. The lady screamed. Without saying further, Duan Mu knocked the two unconscious, I can never be dragged along into such troubles, can never. Silence, the room slid into silence. Sai Lei's anger slowly dissipated, noticing that Bing has stared at her with weird look for half a day, thinking of Poker Face's loyal gesture earlier, she exclaimed, speak you mind. TSK, hang, Sai Lei, your taste is so close to Crazy Tang, is he truly bringing down everyone's taste? Bing touched his chin and teased. Sai Lei sat up, we have totally pissed the Yifan family off, do you know Yifan family's nickname in Taurus Constellation? The gangster family, their revenge has always been unscrupulous. Ha, Xiao Sai Lei, if you're comparing on who is more of a gangster, not many people can beat us. Bing laughed out loud. I am serious. Sai Lei said softly, Yifan family's strength is stronger than your imagination. Their foundations in the spirit region are profound. Bing laughed again, no problem, I know. This way please. The martial artist leading the way said politely. Hua Chenyun looked up and down, sizing up, nodding subconsciously. 3 Spirit City base's scale was grand, way past his imagination. His gaze landed on the training ground. Under the bright lights, the lively training grounds, there were many mechanical weapons in the process of training. Oh, not mechanical weapons, mechanical spirit weapons. He stopped for a while, stopping to watch them. The martial artist leading the way did not urge him, as he waited patiently at the side. As expected of the mechanical spirit weapons, Hua Chenyun to be able to come to a verdict so quickly, this brand new type of mechanical weapons, as compared to the traditional ones, were much stronger. Recalling that the mechanical spirit weapons were created by a mechanical grandmaster engineer called Sai Lei, and Sai Lei was a woman, Hua Chenyun's heart was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Suddenly, he noticed that inside the training grounds was a man and a woman dangling, and he could not help but ask in surprise, that is? The martial artist who was leading the way took a glance, and snorted. Rumors say that they are from the Yifan family, said to be Miss Sai Lei's elder. Miss Sai Lei is truly pitiful, to be chased out of the house at the age of 12, almost starved to death, but now that she has become famous, these dogshit's playthings have run to her. Seeing the two people, the martial artist's eyes was filled with unkindness. Yifan family. Sai Lei was actually from the Yifan family. Hua Chenyun suddenly realized that the matter was not going to be so easy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 451, Bing's backing in Jing House request. Chapter 451, Bing's backing in Jing House request. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Although Hua Chenyun came from a huge backing, but how could Bing place all his hopes entirely on him? He already had other dependents, which was the unique grade spirit card in his hands. He had 5 unique grade spirit cards with him. From Draco Constellation, he had obtained 10 unique grade spirit card. Han Bingning, Liang Qiu, Emoli, Sima Xiang Shan, Duan Mu, Qi Guang were all given 1, and that left him with 4. Unique grade spirit card were of no use to Tang. Tian, Ling Su and Crane had their own inheritances, and Jing Hao was determined to create his own sword Dao. The remaining 4 cards landed in Bing's hands, adding on the previous, Thunder Radiance Hammer, that was not used. Bing had a total of 5 unique great spirit card. If a constellation's inheritance was the main pillar of the master, then the unique martial techniques were the apex of the peaks of different branches. The rise of the constellation inheritance depended on the growth of star power, allowing them to be fundamentally profound, and also allowed them to experience improvements and growth of generations and generations of martial artists. From another way of saying, the constellation inheritance was the product of the wisdom of the organization. That was its advantage, but it was also a limitation, because its growth path was unable to go against the attributes of the star power. Constellations would always be controlled by people. The natural resource of excellent star power was also used by countless people. With so many martial artists in the world, there were bound to be some brilliant ones, geniuses filled with strange and wonderful ideas, although they do not have the abundant star power as a start, but at the same time, they were not restricted, and could freely use their talents. In their hands, all sorts of unfathomable things were born, something that was worth being called martial techniques. Those were unique martial techniques. These talents would dazzle in any generation. Even those masters with the absolute influence and power, facing such geniuses, could not be arrogant and had to show respect. All these geniuses left behind their unique grade spirit cards, and other than their surprising martial techniques, they also left their martial spirits. They were either eccentric, or ruthless, or gloomy, but their arrogance and firmness would all be preserved. To be hailed as an outstanding talent in life, and a mighty spirit in death. Marvelous people who died, their spirits would also be marvelous. Number 07 Army Barracks was being renovated. The capabilities of the Spirit Hall were completely recovered, causing Bing to be even more confident. In front of the bronze door of the Spirit Hall, other than Tang Yi and Tang Zhou, there was also a free and easy white-robed figure, young Master Magic Flute. Magic Flute was curious throughout the journey, as the Southern Cross Army and his generation were also very distant. Who's first? Bing's gaze landed on the 3 of them. Me. Tang Yi took half a step forward. Bing was quiet for a moment, and said, "In here, I worry most for you. If you continue to upgrade, you will need a unique grade spirit card. But if it fails, you will become ashes." Bing still had things to say. Of the 3, Tang Yi's foundation was the worst, and had the highest probability of failure. This subordinate understands. Tang Yi replied quickly, and entered the Spirit Hall without turning back. The bronze door gradually closed. Bing's face was hesitant and blank. Since Tang Yi had already entered, there was no way of retreat. Of the 5 unique grade spirit cards, he chose the weakest. It was a 1-star unique spirit general card. He placed the Spirit General card on the bronze door, giving rise to a burst of smoke. Inside the smoke, a vague, violent and ruthless figure roared, once in a while its gaze passing through the smoke, causing the three of them to shudder. As expected of a unique grade spirit card. Bing's heart became anxious. In his generation, martial techniques had not been so developed yet, and unique martial techniques were very few, and even rarer unique grade spirit cards, so they would not waste it in the spirit hall. The spirit hall's only use back then was to heal and mend the wounded in wartime. But if they wanted to grow, they had to use unique grade spirit cards. His heart was curious on what the result would be, using a unique grade spirit card to upgrade the Spirit General. Originally, his list did not have Tang Yi, because Tang Yi's martial spirit was the weakest and lowest of level. A low-level martial spirit would give rise to a Spirit General whose potential for growth was not big. For Tang Yi to be where he was currently had already caused Bing to be surprised and taken back. And then Tang Yi took the initiative to find Bing, requesting intensely for the chance to participate in the upgrade. The fearsome chi from the Spirit General assaulted their senses, causing Bing to reveal a joyous look. Slowly, the Spirit General in the mist struggled and struggled, but became weaker and weaker, and threads of the mist slowly flowed into the bronze door. The figure of the Spirit General started to become more weak and vague. From the looks of it, everything was going smoothly, all that was left was the patience to wait. Jing Hao, travel-worn, upon seeing the gigantic bear egg, became distracted. He had finally exited out from closed-door cultivation, and the current him had his chi retracted and concealed, seemingly looking like an ordinary passerby. Bear egg. He laughed in silence. Such a strange name would definitely be mocked by other people. But this was definitely Crazy Tang's character. When Adrian saw Jing Hao, he trembled in cold. The chi around Jing Hao's body was actually fully reserved. To attain such control truly caused people to be speechless. Merely doing it was extremely difficult. Adrian had previously studied Tang Tian earnestly, and was extremely familiar with Jing Hao. For a very long period of time, Jing Hao's strength was not outstanding, and was much weaker compared to Yi Zhaogu and the rest, but he was still a sword genius looked at favorably by the Honorable Martial Group. The two contradictions caused the discussions about Jing Hao to be varied. There were people who thought that the reputation he had was undeserved, and there were people who thought that he was special. Adrian knew about the intense competition within the Honorable Martial Group, to able to place their sights on a genius, yet why did they not take care of him? But, when he looked at Jing Hao who was standing in front of him, he was spooked. He suddenly heard of the rumors, that from young, Jing Hao was determined to create a sword technique that solely belonged to him, and it seemed that the rumors were most probably true. Adrian knew that Jing Hao held an important place by Tang Tian's side, and would definitely not be neglected, so he personally brought Jing Hao to the center of the bear egg. Jing Hao stood in front of Tang Tian, and watched the 60m dense whirlpool swords, and commented, "I never thought that you would actually use a swordsman technique to temper your martial spirit, and to even use such a tyrannical method." Yaya looked at Jing Hao, obediently halting the drum beats. For some reason, it revered Jing Hao. "Listening to your wails, it seems that you still have energy, and seems like you are rather enjoying it." Jing Hao laughed out loud. Adrian's face smiled slightly. Coming to Tang Tian to find happiness was already a daily routine done by everybody. But, he looked at Jing Hao, his heart skipping a beat. "Mr. Jing." Jing Hao turned his head, and looked at Adrian in surprise. Adrian was famous, especially that he was good at grooming youths, and he was also much older, so Jing Hao replied politely, "Senior Hunter." Adrian said calmly, "I was thinking of asking Mr. Jing for help." Jing Hao immediately replied, "Whatever Mr. Hunter has in mind, you can just speak freely." Adrian muttered, "During this period of time, I have always been studying on how to increase the efficiency of training. Mr. Jing might not know, but this situation will not last for long. The current highest star power concentration of bear egg is already at 43%, and if this period of time is missed, it will be a pity. Because I have thought of a way, but will need the help of Mr. Jing. I'd like to listen to the details." Jing Hao said with curiosity. To be able to raise the efficiency of training had always been the goal of the various constellations and powerhouses. Adrian's prestige in grooming students, if he had found a way to be able to increase the efficiency, it might not be all talk. Resonance. Adrian explained, "All the martial artists coming together at the bear egg is so far the most majestic thing I have seen. The entire bear egg can accumulate up to 520,000 martial artists at one time to train. And since then, it has never been vacant. Such a narrow area, to be able to accommodate so many martial artists to train at the same time, I realized, would often cause the appearance of an energy resonance phenomenon. The rarely seen energy resonance phenomenon can definitely increase the degree of efficiency for true power training." Jing Hao listened attentively. Every profession was specialized, and Adrian was definitely not Jing Hao's opponent when it came to attainments on sword techniques, but in terms of grooming martial artists, Jing Hao was far from Adrian. Adrian then continued, the stronger the energy resonance phenomenon, the more it will help in training true power. That is my thought, and if we are able to make everyone resonate at the same time, that would immensely help in the training of true power. So what do you need me to do? Jing Hao was very straightforward. Adrian exhaled a breath. To be able to cause a wide-range resonance, we would require a reference. To allow everyone to follow that reference. Senior wants me to serve as the reference? Jing Hao sort of understood Adrian's intentions. Adrian said solemnly, yes. This position demands a high requirement. I need you to have extremely strong willpower, extreme control over true power, extremely sensitive to the qi. With over 10,000 people resonating, with you as the core, you will be considered the eye of the storm. Seems like it is somehow as related to the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique. Jing Hao comprehended. Adrian admitted, that's right, the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique gave me this thought. But, this might also aid in Mr. Jing's training. Jing Hao was slightly taken aback. I would need Senior to advise me. Adrian said, if I am not wrong, Mr. Jing's sword technique places emphasis on precision and control, and to the tens of thousands of chaotic flows of qi, you need to lead them to induce the resonance, so for Mr. Jing's precision and control, it is a severe test. Jing Hao complimented, as expected of Senior Hunter. The rumors about Senior's skillfulness in grooming your students, I have truly experienced it today. Such a good opportunity, Jing Hao will naturally not miss it. Adrian nodded his head, then I will go and prepare. Good. I will wait here for Senior. Jing Hao nodded his head. Seeing Adrian leaving, Jing Hao turned to Tang Tian and said, you and me brother, are fighting side by side again, but... Tang Tian, who was inside the whirlpool sword, started to weep, as expected of big brother Jing Hao to be so loyal. This brother has a request. Jing Hao suddenly continued. Tang Tian, who was inside the whirlpool swords, continued to scream, but he had already decided, no matter how difficult the request of big brother Jing Hao, he will definitely complete it. Jing Hao's expression was sincere. When it starts, please shout louder. I need you to wail even louder. I think, no matter how big the predicament, as long as I think of your own plight, I will definitely be filled with courage, and be able to complete this training. The wail inside the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique suddenly became even more mournful. Even big brother Jing Hao is like that. This world is beyond saving already. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 452, Tang is out. Chapter 452, Tang is out. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Behind the bronze door. Tang was trembling all over, his expression was sinister and warped, the black mist entering his body. Although the spirit hall was able to pull out the martial spirit inside the spirit card, but it was unable to help him to absorb. Every absorption of the martial spirit was a cruel and desperate battle. His enemy was once an outstanding character, a dazzling genius in his generation, and a person who had etched his name in time. And he was as negligible as grass. It was already set to be an unfair battle. Even if it was just a strand of the martial spirit, it was still stronger than him by a few times. His martial spirit level was too weak, his starting base was too weak, and to him, the unfair battle was like him overestimating himself and digging his own grave. He knew that Master Bing was against it and knew of Master Bing's worries. But he did not want to give up. How can I watch as you all throw me to the back? How can I watch as the help I can provide becomes less and less? How can I watch the enemies become stronger, and yet my blade becomes more and more dull? This life was given to me with so much difficulty, how can I be unworthy of it? I was already bestowed with my unique technique, I was already bestowed with my arrogance, my zanbato is already sharpened so well, so how can I retreat? How can I hide? Why should I fear this battle? Ha! And there is still the Lupus army. I have told them before that I would bring them forward, I told them I will bring them achievements that will be sung by others, I have said that swiftly protect their front. This petty spirit wants to fight alongside all of you. The soundless roar resonated from behind the bronze door. 3 Spirits City Bronze Camp. Hua Chen-yun was writing a report. I have to admit, the mechanical techniques here far exceeds us. Although I have not met Grandmaster Sai Lei, but the standard displayed by the mechanical spirit weapons on the training grounds is to an astonishing degree. But what truly makes one cautious is that they are grooming the mechanical martial artists on a large scale. The mechanical techniques are gradually becoming the symbol of 3 Spirit City, where all the mechanical martial artists of the various constellations on Heaven's Road are pouring into. To participate in the training, it is required to pay a fee, but of course, the generous scholarships guarantees the gifted geniuses to obtain the complete training. The different batches of mechanical martial artists forms a complete system, and they seem to be prepared as an army, and in times of need, are able to quickly assimilate themselves with their counterparts in the army. The training the students receive also possess a strong army style, and this makes me think of the glorious times of the Southern Cross Army. He stopped for a moment, then continued writing. Their success in grooming the echelons is very admirable. When I was on the training grounds, I met an outstanding mechanical martial artist. He is extremely young, about 14 years of age, and was one of the recipients of the base's scholarship. He was filled with anticipation prior to joining the mechanical army. Not only him, for his companion was the same. They were longing to join the mechanical army. There is an important reason, because when they join the mechanical army, they are given the chance to pilot the newest model of mechanical spirit weapons, and that, to a mechanical martial artist, is an extremely enticing lure. The creator of the bronze base possesses a complete and concrete plan, as it possesses the complete criterias of a military fort. After finishing his flowy report, he knew that it was undoubtedly a big bomb, but everything that he had seen and heard already made him have the intense urge to note everything out. Other than its secret location, the majority of the base was free for him to wander. Hua Chenyun was not foolish. He knew that the other party was displaying their strength to him, but that clearly speaks of their confidence. As for the Yifan family, Hua Chenyun's mouth showed a trace of disdain. He had spent effort in the matters regarding Sai Lei, had made inquiries of the whole story, and despised the Yifan family even more. Sai Lei's past was not any secret, merely that the family declined when her mother was in, and after passing due to sickness, after having a prestigious second wife in the second year, they kicked Sai Lei out of the family. Who knew that Sai Lei would actually become a mechanical grandmaster engineer, and thus Yifan had came to find her. For so many years, mechanical grandmaster engineers were the most scarce of talents. Furthermore, she was creating mechanical spirit weapons, and the one who would be leading the ancient mechanical techniques domain to be revived? In the current mechanical techniques domain, Sai Lei's prestige was already on par with the ancient grandmasters. And the Yifan family wanted to try and fish up this ready-made sashimi meal? If it were him, he would rather hang himself. Hua Chenyun was filled with despise towards families and clans such as the Yifan family. He felt that the death of Sai Lei's mother was suspicious. He decided to ignore the matters of the Yifan family. As he also knew, to work with the bronze base would directly impact his future growth, although the Yifan family had power, but to such problems, the alliance would definitely not be forsaken. Furthermore, there was a vague and blurry connection between Three Spirits City and Tang Tian from Ursa Major Constellation. The war in Ursa Major Constellation had suddenly emerged an army of mechanical weapons, which instantly seemed to be from Three Spirits City, because only Three Spirits City had the ability to manufacture so many mechanical spirit weapons. Even if the Yifan family was fearsome, Tang Tian was no ordinary character too. Tang Tian, who came out from nowhere, was currently already the worthy Bear King. Tang Tian was currently a heavy subject studied by the various constellations in Heaven's Road. No matter what angle they researched from, it always led to him being extremely fierce and unwavering. As the master of a constellation, to actually dare to use the Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering technique. A person who dared to be so cruel and savage to himself, how could he be so easily aggravated? The few constellations from the equatorial palace halls who were restless and started to stir, were scared by Tang Tian's Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering technique, and thus did not dare be reckless. There was even a rumor stating that he had killed a saint, and no one knew if it was true or false. But the current Ursa Major constellation, which comprised of the merging of 4 constellations, was definitely a tyrant with humongous potential. He patiently waited for them to finish their discussion. 2 figures appeared at Three Spirits City. Too presumptuous. The one who spoke was a lady, roughly around the age of 30. She looked experienced and capable, her gaze extremely cold. Since when has our Yifan family suffered such humiliation? But who knows what those old-timers are thinking? Ha, it's just a mechanical grandmaster engineer. Why is she so deserving to muster such large forces? The man spoke frivolously. His hair was silver, with a gigantic broadsword on his back which was rather eye-catching. The 2 of them were Yifan family's martial artists. The lady was Shueli, the man was a Jigu, and were extremely close to Three Spirits City, so they were sent over. The higher-ups wants us to negotiate. Hey, how do we negotiate like this? Jigu waved his hand. They have actually tied up our people. And it's Master Gray, Master Gray's face is on the line now. Will he turn his anger towards us? Shueli snorted. Negotiate? Simple, we raise the base to the ground, and kidnap that slut back. Master Gray's anger will naturally disappear. Hey, they have a gold-ranked martial artist called Shiguan, and another one called Duan Mu is also very powerful. Jigu put on an act and spoke. Afiyuka's constellation's broken gold-ranked martial artist, what can they do? Shueli said disdainfully. Jigu mumbled, that's right, just for this, we have to come so far. You alone can resolve this problem, and waste my time when I can be chasing after girls. Stop talking trash, Shui Li said coldly, before stopping. The two of them looked at the big door of the bronze base. Number 07 Army Barracks, Spirit Hall. Bing, who was waiting outside the door, suddenly felt something, and immediately opened his eyes, his face revealing anticipation. The bronze door opened, and a heroic figure appeared in front of them. Major Tang is here to report for duty. His low-pitched voice was naturally powerful, as though it brought along a strange force that caused their hearts to palpitate. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the feathered armor colliding brought an austere feeling. His entire body was covered in armor. Tang Yi, who was wielding Zanbato in his hand, walked out like a fierce general that had just finished 100 battles. Dressed entirely in feathered armor, his luster was reserved, hiding the battle scars on his body. Bing was extremely excited. An essence-like killing intent lingered around Tang Yi's body, this killing intent in the form of black mist. His pupils were filled with power, and inside the black mist was a deep power. He did not even have a bit of an aura of a spirit general, and no one would be able to tell that he was actually a spirit general. Tang Yi's Zanbato had become even more plain. The back of the blade was a thick solid black, and only the blade edge was bright as snow. Tian, imagine Ichigo's sword. 2 unique grade spirit cards. Tang Yi had completely absorbed 2 spirit general cards, causing Bing's mood to be down. He knew that it would not be easy. To him, Tang Yi's aptitude was the lowest. Every step he needed to take was extremely difficult. The clashes between the spirits were not in any way fanciful, using willpower and faith to clash head-on, resulting in the weaker one collapsing. But to consecutively absorb 2 unique grade spirit cards was simply too inconceivable, and until the end, Bing could not dare believe it. He looked at Tang Yi, his state of mind could not calm down. No matter how petty you were in the past, you have walked with blood and wounds to this point, and from today on, you are set to never be normal. Bing patted Tang Yi's shoulder and said, "Well done, Major. Now, Major, please protect the base. Anyone who dares to trespass, kill them." "Yes, Master." His low-pitched reply was filled with killing intent. Tang Yi, who was dressed entirely in armor, carried Zanbato with its bright sword edge, turning around and left. Whoosh, whoosh. The feathered armor passed through the passageway, through the martial spirit chamber and back into the base. Everyone above ground all exposed surprise and shocked gazes, as they observed the Zanbato that was filled with killing intent. Tang Yi raised his head up high and walked, carrying his blade proudly. He ascended the steps, and walked up to the ground level. Under the bright light, the feathered armor continued to collide and produce the whoosh sounds, passing through every different training grounds. The mechanic martial artists who were training all stopped to look at him. "Is it Master Tang Yi?" someone asked. His gaze landed on Tang Yi's Zanbato. Tang Yi stopped in his tracks. "Yes." The surrounding mechanical martial artists all revealed a relaxed expression, and the curious martial artist asked, "Master Tang Yi, you are following orders to guard the base?" Tang Yi did not stop advancing, all the way to the big gate. The over 60 m tall and lofty bronze gate stood a fierce armored general, with blade in hand. He guarded the city gates alone. All of the mechanical spirit weapons that were training in the training grounds all stopped. There was no light at the city gates, but that normal height figure automatically attracted everyone's gaze. The same phrase surfaced in everyone's mind at the same time. One man able to hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Behind the lingering black mist, Tang Yi's shut eyes suddenly opened. He bellowed an order, causing the entire place to be able to hear him. "Open the gate." The mechanical engineers in charge of controlling the gates seemed to be awakened from their dreams, and clumsily opened the gates. Ga ga ga. The heavy and dense bronze gate slowly opened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 453, Monstrous Tang Yi. Chapter 453, Monstrous Tang Yi. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The dense and heavy bronze door slowly opened. A martial artist donning his armor and wielding his blade stood sternly behind the door. Shui Li and Ajigu were startled. The eyes that seemed to be filled with killing intent pierced into their hearts, causing an unspeakable sense of danger to envelope them. Shui Li's mind trembled. Like a frightened cat, she screamed, and then shot out. Like a bolt of lightning, she pounced towards Tang Yi. Ji's mind also shook. The eyes that stared at them were filled with a dense killing intent he had never seen before. Holding the gigantic broadsword, all the distracting thoughts disappeared. His expression became gloomy. Dragging the sword on the ground, he took big strides forward. The blade of the sword dragged on the ground, causing sparks to ignite from friction. He instigated his true power, causing his entire body to become bright, with the gigantic broadsword being the brightest. His upper body did not move, only taking heavy large strides, filled with offensive power. Every step he took actually caused his might to increase further. Xueli, who was in the air, suddenly had a cold glint in her eyes. Shua, her figure suddenly became a blur, and she disappeared in mid-air. She could actually further increase her speed. Tang Yi waved his blade to block, without panicking. Dang! The dagger struck the Zanbado's body, and an extremely sharp true power, like a steel needle, pierced into it. Xueli revealed a trace of joy. Destructive tail needle, one of her killing techniques. It was a sharp true power which was extremely condensed, 100 times harder than gold, and much more durable. It was usually kept docile in her meridians, being tempered and saturated every day. It was a silent move, but extremely deadly. Countless opponents of hers had died under this technique without knowing, and there was once a gold-ranked martial artist that had a hole pierced into his body from the destructive tail needle. Her light body technique was outstanding. She could speed up and cut corners at will, adding with her destructive tail needle, she was practically invincible. But at that moment, her expression was frozen. The destructive tail needle was like a cow charging into the sea. There was no reaction. Tang Yi flicked his wrist, causing an abundant resistive force to suddenly erupt out. Xueli was stopped, like she was a swallow that got stuck in a big wave of steel. In a panic, she ignored everything else, her hair suddenly fluttering without any wind, rolling strangely like steel wire. She defended her front. Xueli groaned. It felt as if she was clashing with a gigantic berserk beast. She flew backwards even faster than previously. The blood and chi in her body were churning, feeling exhausted all over. Xueli's face was pale white like paper, her mind overwhelmed by shock. Flicking his wrist and waving the blade, the Zanbato was already vertically straight up in front of Tang Yi. At the same time, Audiobook's aura was still rising. Xueli's loss caused him to squint, but he was already like an arrow about to be shot out from the bow, unretractable. His heart suddenly had the thought to retreat, but he roared, raising the true power in his body to the maximum, his eyes blood red. Like a bloodthirsty wild beast, he rushed towards Tang Yi. Every step he took caused the ground to shake, every step increasing his true power. The power accumulated was at a high. Pressing forward courageously and decisively, he brazenly rushed forth. Holding the sword horizontally in front of his body, like a long spear, the astonishing sword aura blossomed from the sword body. Tang Yi's eyes lit up. The fight in front of him was fierce and extremely tense. Audiobook's blade aura brought forth a violent warp in the air, yet his heart was as calm as water. His previous life was petty and mediocre, without leaving behind any mark in the world. It was that plain and ordinary. He could not find something in the world that was his. But since when did I become like this? Since when did I have such an intense longing? Since when was I already incapable of tolerating cowardice and being a weakling? Was it all of you? It definitely must be. To make an ordinary character like me, to become like this. Was it all of you? It definitely must be. To allow me to gain courage, to allow me to be able to lift my head up high, to make my heart be so restless, to make me so unreconciled with my life and my death. Unknowingly, I have come to where I am today. Unknowingly, I so petty and ordinary, already have my own conviction, and have my own pride. I have become strong. All these convictions, these ambitions, these yearnings, they are not unattainable anymore, and I do not have to bury them in my heart anymore. I will accomplish them. The light in Tang Yi's eyes erupted, slashing vertically downwards with the Zanbato fiercely. Kill! He bellowed in a stern and low voice, resonating in the entire Three Spirits City. The citizens of Three Spirits City all consciously turned their heads, witnessing an unforgettable scene, a terrifying blade aura gushing out like a flood, traversing the entire Three Spirits City, destroying everything as if they were rotten and withered. All the buildings in Three Spirits City were cut in half like paper. Everything that the blade aura flood passed through all disappeared, other than Audiobook, forming a wide and straight deep groove to stretch to the end of Three Spirits City. Audiobook's huge broadsword body was gone, with only its hilt remaining. He had fallen into the groove, his entire body covered in blood, and lost consciousness. Xueli looked at the terrifying endless groove in terror, her entire body trembling involuntarily. Monster! The blade-wielding martial artist was a monster. Is he a saint? No, he does not have the chi of a saint, but if he was not a saint, how is he able to release such a godly blade? This base, what kind of place is this? She immediately turned to try and escape, but suddenly at some unknown time, the armored monster had raised his blade again, and it was facing right at her. Her teeth were trembling, her calves and stomach was trembling, and what made her feel even more despair was that she could feel the opponent's chi locking her down. She was proud of her own light body techniques, but she did not have any confidence that she could escape from the terrifying blade aura successfully. I surrender. She clenched her teeth and said, for some reason instead, her heart relaxed, the anxiousness becoming much lesser. Compared to facing the monstrosity in front of her, accepting the family's punishment was not as terrifying. She threw down the dagger in her hand. Tang Yi was not biased to the female gender, tying Shueli up tightly, stuffing something into her mouth, and also tying the fainted Ajigu up. Close the gates. Tang Yi dragged along the two people and said without turning back. The mechanical engineers, whose faces were still pale white, immediately activated the gate mechanism, but their hands continued to tremble. They were able to clearly witness the battle. Every single training grounds were all in dead silence. Every mechanical spirit weapon was like a golden statue, not moving an inch. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of Tang Yi's feathered armor sound, in the dead silence, was extremely clear. Tang Yi looked at the two people tied up not far away. He did not know why they were tied up, but he did not care, and casually threw the two people in his hands down. Tie them up together. With that, Tang Yi returned to the gates, acting as if nothing happened with his eyes closed, holding his blade straight beside him. The training grounds behind him immediately broke out into uproars. Oh my god. Am I blind? I definitely am blind. I am actually blind. Since when did Master Tang Yi become so fierce? Is he still human? Oh wait, Master originally wasn't human. Sai Lei, who was far away watching, heaved a sigh of relief. She was extremely worried about Yifan's family revenge, as she knew the strength of the Yifan family. But Tang Yi's monstrous performance caused her to become more relaxed. Although Poker Face is vulgar at times, but he is truly dependable at crucial times. Sai Lei, who was extremely meticulous, naturally noticed Tang Yi's transformation, and could guess that it must definitely be Tang Yi and the rest's hard work. Her fists involuntarily clenched tight. Everyone is working hard to fight for you, Sai Lei, so you must do better. She relaxed her fist, her expression becoming composed again, like nothing had happened. She looked at the rowdy mechanical engineers. What are all of you looking at? Ha! Are you also free to join in the crowd? Everyone focus. Whoever dares to relax at this time, this grand nanny will let them learn how flowers bloom in red. The mechanical engineers immediately scattered. Big Sister's tyrannical abuse was never just arrogant remarks. When Sai Lei returned to her own work desk, her heart was filled with fighting intent, as she screamed in her mind. Sai Lei. You are the strongest mechanical engineer in the world, the one and only one. Hua Chenyun had also witnessed Tang Yi's blade, causing him to be dumbstruck. He had seen similar mighty blade attacks before. All the blade saints, if they were to unleash their strength, releasing such a destructive and powerful blade aura was not difficult. But Tang Yi was definitely not a saint. Hua Chenyu already knew that Three Spirits City and Tang Tian had a relation, so he had carefully studied through large amount of reports. When he saw Tang Yi cutting through the training grounds, he immediately recognized Tang Yi. Although Tang Yi had appeared in numerous reports, but the face and the zanbato in his hand was the most recognizable. The relationship between Three Spirits City and Tang Tian was definitely not normal. But, following that, Hua Chenyun was shocked by Tang Yi's monstrous power, and it was a huge disparity compared to the reports. Hua Chenyun gradually calmed down, and suddenly thought of another question. Could it be Tang Tian was still being underestimated? The eyes of Heaven's Road were all attracted to the sudden emergence of Scorpio constellation's Saint Treasure. The discussion of Ursa Major constellation had quickly died down. A third-tier constellation, compared to a first-tier, could not be compared at all. Even the glorious history of Ursa Major, in front of Scorpio constellation, was not worth mentioning. The rumors of killing a saint, the Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering Technique, the awakening of Big Dipper, Draco constellation's allegiance. In front of Scorpio constellation, they were all nothing. But Tang Yi's Lupus army was the most important army under Tang Tian. Tang Yi had always been studied by the various people, and Tang Yi's strength was long revealed. But Hua Chenyun, who had just witnessed the fight, finally realized the judgments of Tang Yi's strength and the reports were all a joke. It is reasonable to say that, with so many different reports, they would definitely not make the same mistake. Could Tang Yi be previously concealing his strength? Tang Tian's schemes were truly profound. But why was it exposed now? What are they trying to achieve? A string of questions surfaced in Hua Chenyun's mind. It was obvious that the mechanic martial artists were all familiar with Tang Yi. This sort of familiarity was definitely not from meeting once or twice. Could it be Tang Tian was the master of Three Spirits City? Hua Chenyun became stunned. He was scared from that brazen thought. Godlike young lad, how many secrets are you truly hiding? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 454, The Noble Guest. Chapter 454, The Noble Guest. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Bear Egg. Jinghao looked as if he was pulled up from the water, his face was revealing fatigue, but the pair of eyes were extremely bright like the stars. The gasp for breath from 50,000 people, converged together, was like loud thunder. Everyone was drenched from head to toe. The new training method required everyone to maintain a high degree of concentration in a short period of time. Xiao was near Jinghao, his face pale while vapor rising from all over his body. He was to support Jinghao, like an assistant. Most of the pressure was placed on Jinghao, but even 10% of 52,000 people, to him, was an extremely vigorous test. It was torture every single time, but Xiao clenched his teeth had to endure. He knew it was a test on willpower, and if he was able to endure through it, his strength would definitely soar. Teacher had given him an important position. To trust him was also to cultivate him. Xiao took a look at Jinghao, his heart full of admiration. The pressure Jinghao was undertaking was many times more than him. Every time the training ended, Jinghao would look as though he was fished out from the water. But from the start till the end, his expression never changed much. Such an enduring man. Jinghao's performance greatly encouraged Xiao, and thus he persevered. Every single martial artists on the ropes all stood up, one after another they left in an orderly fashion. Jinghao closed his eye to rest, recovering his physical strength, and waiting for the next cycle of training. It was proven that Adrian's method was extremely effective. He was able to clearly feel his true power and his control over it was substantially increasing. The synchronization is at 72%. Adrian said calmly, training efficiency had increased by about 8%, that is extremely good. Increasing the result of training by 8%, Jinghao nodded his head, such an extent in growth was truly powerful. As expected of the man previously hailed as Dean Hunter of Orion Constellation's #1 Academy. The standard of him grooming martial artists truly was top quality. If we can increase synchronization to 90% or higher, the training efficiency should be able to rise by 15%. Adrian's calm voice was also filled with anticipation. Increasing the training efficiency was a worldwide problem. And to be able to increase by 15%, that was definitely a dazzling achievement. Roughly only organizations like the 12 Ecliptic Palaces, Honorable Martial Group or Onyx Soul had other methods for better achievements. But it was a pity, the growth rate could not be used worldwide. Without Tang Tian's Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering Technique, they were unable to form such a dense star power region, and without Jinghao and his endurance, it was impossible to be realized. Even the participating martial artists could only be discovered and not sought after. Although his method was good, but the requirements for it were also extremely high, and every training period required them to use all their energy and strength to be able to produce such a high-grade training environment. The lupus martial artists actually did not complain, but all quietly trained. At the start, the Andromeda martial artists and Draco martial artists were all grumbling and complaining, in contrast to the lupus martial artists. Adrian immediately transferred the martial artists who displayed grievances to the back, and that immediately shut the martial artists from the two constellations up. And after that, the lupus martial artists all displayed astonishing willpower and compliance, giving the martial artists from the other constellations immense pressure. Adding the warnings given by the families behind the martial artists who were performing badly, the training attitude in the Bear Egg became good, something Adrian had never witnessed before. Regardless if it was Tang Tian or Jinghao, all the martial artists were worth praising. Only with all of them gathering and complying could such a result be achieved. Very quickly, a new batch of martial artists once again sat in position. Jinghao had already recovered, becoming once again full of life. Adrian looked at Xiao, whose face had also become solemn. Adrian also took note of Xiao's improvements. The longer Tang Tian could support the Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering Technique, the better. That thought flashed past Adrian's mind, causing him to immediately chuckle. Tang Tian had already endured for 60 days. Normally speaking, the Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering Technique rarely exceeded 50 days. Tang Tian's one might have been shorter, due to the density of the Whirlpool swords around him. In another way of speaking, the intensity of his tempering was unprecedented, and should most probably have completed tempering his martial spirit before. I wonder, what will Tang Tian's martial spirit become after completing the tempering? Adrian then regained his focus, threw all the distracting thoughts to the back of his head and bellowed, "Begin!" Hua Chenyun stood at the door, not far from where Tang Yi was guarding. Tang Yi acted like he did not see Hua Chenyun, not saying a word. Both of them remained silent. But Hua Chunhun could feel an immense pressure. The killing intent lingering around Tang Yi made him question if Tang Yi would suddenly release a blade at him. Tang Yi looked for a long time, feeling somewhat helpless. The clan elders had said before, all big characters enjoyed arriving late. He felt bored, and also felt extremely awkward with the silence, so he decided to speak up and create conversation. "General Tang Yi, do you need to personally stand guard here?" Tang acted like he did not hear a thing, not even batting an eyelid. I am being ignored. Hua Chenyan became silent for a while, then opened his mouth again. General Tang, that day, your strength was truly shocking. I never expect that not only is General Tang an outstanding military general, but your blade techniques is also so powerful. Tang continued to remain silent. I am being ignored again. Hua Chenyan looked quietly at Tang. Alright, I truly am ball-breaking bored. Suddenly, Tang opened his eyes. Was there finally a reaction? Hua Chenyan heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his head and looked at Tang. Eh? Hua Chenyan suddenly realized that something was amiss. The hand that was originally leaning on the blade was already holding the hilt. In a moment, Tang, who was originally like a stationary statue, had transformed into a beast that was waiting to take action. Just at that moment, a group of people entered his vision. They seemed to be walking towards the base. With light in his eyes, Tang raised the terrifying Zanbato. Hua Chenyan was startled, and immediately reacted, his face changing immediately. He panicked. Hold up. The blade aura flood suddenly appeared. The dazzling light immediately covering his entire vision. Hua Chenyan's mind became a blank. He hugged his head, not wanting to believe his own eyes. Oh no! After an unknown period of time, Hua Chenyan regained his senses. When he did, the blade aura had already dissipated, and a deep, long and straight groove had appeared from Tang's leg and extended out. Hua Chenyan held his breath and turned his neck. When he saw the long groove reach the feet of a big-statured man, he immediately relaxed. In that moment, it was like he had flown from hell to heaven. Bang! The dazzling blade aura once again covered his vision. Hua Chenyan, who had just relaxed, immediately froze. He hugged his head with his two hands, his expression and thoughts frozen. When the blade aura dissipated again, Hua Chenyan suddenly quivered. He could no longer care about anything else, and immediately ran in front of Tang and shouted, "Guests! We are guests!" Tang's blade stopped in midair. "Tang, do not be rude." Bing's voice appeared from behind. Tang instantly brought down his blade and stood to the side. Recently there have been much trouble, and my subordinate is over-anxious. I truly am sorry about the mistake. I am Bing, and welcome. Bing bowed to apologize. The big-statured man who had blocked Tang's blades consecutively stood to the side, revealing the figure of the elder behind. His expression was gloomy as he looked at Tang, his mind secretly quivering. Such a powerful blade aura. It was only a step away from saint level. Such a strong martial spirit, it truly is inconceivable. The cold elder's face immediately revealed a smile. Such a strong general, so dauntless and unique. No wonder the godlike young man is invincible, and was able to seize Ursa Major by force. Bing smiled modestly. Ursa Major constellation is a rural land, and is truly a laughingstock in front of you. 10,000 Crafts Libra constellation is the true artisan's pilgrimage land of Heaven's Road. Master Bing is too modest. The cold elder said, 3 Spirits City mechanical techniques are unique in the entire Heaven's Road, and the purpose for our visit this time holds a studious attitude, and we hope Master Bing and Grandmaster Sai Lei will be generous with your advices. Senior Zhao's words will only make us junior generation blush with shame. Please enter, please enter. Bing immediately said. Elder Zhao looked at Bing and smiled. For Bing to be able to expose his identity, it proved their readiness, but it was as he anticipated. The group of people walked and chatted as they entered the base. The lively training grounds inside the base immediately attracted the group's gaze. Seeing their interest, Bing knew he had to hard sell, and immediately explained and introduced with all his energy. This training is meant to increase the mechanical martial artist's sprinting capabilities. The mobility of mechanic spirit weapons relies on the mechanic's base power, and not light body techniques, so for them to be able to utilize the power of the mechanical spirit weapon well, they are required to undergo this traditional training. This is the response capability training. The goal is to increase the mechanical martial artist familiarity with the mechanical spirit weapon. The mechanical spirit weapon is completely different from the old mechanic weapons. The mechanical spirit weapon is a body able to comprehend, as it itself has a martial spirit, and the most important aspect for a mechanical martial artist is to improve the communications between them and the martial spirit, as the martial spirit of the mechanical spirit weapon also requires to grow. Oh, these are the 4 pigs of the Yifan family. Everyone's footsteps immediately became sluggish, and all stopped. They turned to look at the 4 people being hung from a beam, and in that moment, it became an awkward silence. Are they the Yifan family from Taurus constellation? Elder Zhao inquired after some considerations. Ah, that's right. Bing scratched his chin, admiring the view, and laughed. I heard that the Yifan family's family property is robust. I wonder how many star coins these 4 can be exchanged for. Using the time, Hua Chenyun immediately explained the grievances between the Yifan family and Sai Lei to them. Elder Shao accompanied everyone, but did not show despise. Although such matters would often occur in the foolish families, but to be hung by other people, that truly was a shame. The 4 people that were hung were extremely ashamed, their faces all flushed red. Elder Shao laughed, although the Yifan family was powerful, but it was not to the extent that would make him fearful. They continued walking, and continued touring the base. Bing brought the group to tour the entire base, spending 2 full hours before concluding. In the entire process, Elder Zhao's gaze was full of splendor. After the tour ended, Bing brought them to a large hall to drink tea and rest. As they sat down as host and guests, everyone exchanged formalities, and got right to the point. The reason I am here today is because I need a little help from your side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 455, The Big Business. Chapter 455, The Big Business. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Libra constellation, one of the 12 ecliptic palaces. But it was not like Scorpio constellation who declined, and not like Leo constellation who was thriving. Its history in the 12 ecliptic palaces belonged in the middle of the constellations, not improving or declining. But Libra constellation was the most open-minded constellation recognized in the 12 ecliptic palaces, where whatever theory was discussed, it would never be dismissed as heresy. So many grandmasters of Onyx Soul liked to live in seclusion on Libra constellation. With such a benefit, it immediately had a good atmosphere, thus Libra constellation became the place with the most artisans, and held all sorts of martial artists holding different professions. Libra constellation had many associations, the Artisan Association, the Martial Artists Association, etc. The strongest association was undoubtedly the Grandmaster Association. 80% of Libra constellation core associations were the affiliated subordinate associations of the Grandmaster Association. The qualifications to enter Grandmaster Association was extremely rigid, and only the apex genius were able to join. But most of the Grandmasters were all immersed in their own research, and were not interested in other matters, so the association had placed many elders. The elders were responsible for the daily work, and they themselves had profound attainments on martial techniques, so they held immense authority in the association. Elder Shao was one of them, and the Grandmasters he was responsible for included Mechanical Grandmaster Engineer Guan GMO. Before Sai Lei was given the title of Grandmaster, there were only 2 recognized Grandmasters in the mechanical techniques world, and they were 2 Mo's, the Mo family Mo Lang and Guan GMO. Mo Lang was reclusive, focused wholeheartedly on creating his own mechanical weapon in the Mo family. Guan Zhimo, on the other hand, had gone to Libra constellation to work on his own research. But, although Guan GMO was a mechanical grandmaster in the Grandmaster Association, his position was not that high, because of the decline of mechanical techniques. Sai Lei created the mechanical spirit weapons, but it did not influence much on Libra constellation until the war in Ursa Major constellation, where the performance of the mechanical army was too outstanding, causing mechanical techniques to immediately become a hot topic, and Guan GMMO's position instantly soared. There are many grandmasters inside the Grandmaster Association. Although their knowledge on the mechanical techniques domain was limited, they were profound and had deep comprehension towards the world and towards other works. Many of the elders were sharp to notice the merging of the martial spirit in mechanical weapons, giving the ancient and declining technique a new pair of wings to become filled with limitless potential. And for the elders who were knowledgeable, they were worried about the chaos if Libra constellation was still able to maintain its standing. Even if they joined a faction, would they be able to safeguard their interests? Libra constellation, in the face of a blade, was like a fat succulent cow. Self-preservation was the Grandmaster Association's worry and consideration for the period of time. The inheritance of Libra constellation was good at fine control, and led them to research on how to use martial techniques, leading the inclination to cultivate martial techniques, while still lacking in the aspects of warfare martial techniques. But at such a time, a mechanical army had appeared, immediately attracting their attention. The mechanical army was undoubtedly the perfect fighting unit for Libra constellation, because their knack for it and their technology was the highest. Libra constellation had a mechanical grandmaster engineer, and more importantly, Libra constellation's technology accumulation in the various industries was very robust, and once they completely broke through the fundamental mechanical spirit weapons, and with their reserves, they would be able to have advances very quickly. Three Spirit City had become the most crucial strategic point. The Grandmaster Association hoped that they would be able to merge Three Spirit City into the association directly, but the intelligence kept on improving, with Tang Tian emerging as the backing of Three Spirit City. The higher-ups intelligently dropped that idea. Although Ursa Major constellation was a third-tier constellation, Tang Tian was not good to be provoked. Over the year, the one to be able to consecutively win every campaign was young lad Tang, who acted stupid on the surface but was actually profoundly scheming. From Lupus constellation to Andromeda constellation, then from Andromeda constellation to Ursa Major constellation, then from Ursa Major constellation to Draco constellation, those impressive achievements, everyone knew he was a powerful thorn. Indeed, the 12 ecliptic palaces had stronger armies, stronger martial artists, but these powers were all written. How many years had it been since their military generals went to war? The few who claimed they had, most probably were meant to do suppression. On the other hand, the other party might not be strong in writing, but he had walked a violent and forceful path, toppling army after army. The named young lad Tang was birthed from killing. Although there were no rivers of blood, no massacred cities or planets, but he definitely was not some kind-hearted man. He was a maverick, a hateful man. A brief remark would cause him to start attacking, a man who fought as a living and was not forgiving. How stupid was the Fan family. Libra constellation fixed their attitude and became very courteous. Collaboration, everyone should collaborate. You set a price, I buy. We can do with money, why the need to fight and kill? Although my Libra constellation is not as rich as Aquarius constellation, but we are definitely not limited as well. Both parties immediately developed a friendly and harmonious negotiation. You want our mechanical spirit weapon technique? We cannot sell you the powerful ones, but the fundamental ones? No problem. Fundamental ones? They will do. Our Libra constellation does not have much, only an excess of grandmasters. As long as we grasp the fundamentals well, in the blink of an eye we will be profound, and then, who knows who will be the more profound one? We don't have a choice. The price of the fundamental sets are not cheap, as we have spent countless amounts of blood, sweat, and tears. Of course, most importantly, we will be friendly with every family in Heaven's Road, and will not be biased. You were so shrewd to have brought your army along to do business, saying it is for an outlook. With that, I can only agree to it. I heard that your army has already been disbanded. Those mechanical spirit weapons that you have used before, you can just sell them along with me. That is not possible. We still need to practice, need to prepare for war, we still need to. Io, can't you see my good faith? And I am already so old, my mouth is already dry, just tell me a number. Both sides kept going back and forth, and very quickly came to an agreement. The fundamental mechanical spirit weapon technique was sold to the Grandmaster Association for 20 billion star coins. Sky Marshal Wolf Academy's 5,600 mechanic spirit weapons were sold to the Grandmaster Association for 80 million star coins per set, with a total of 448 billion star coins. In a short span of, a total of 468 billion star coins was settled amongst them. Both parties were rather satisfied. Bing was extremely satisfied, especially that he was able to sell the 5,600 sets of mechanical spirit weapons for 448 billion star coins. He was laughing in his heart. Sai Lei's new model was already being manufactured, and it was almost time to change armors. He actually planned to gift them to the training facilities to be used, but he did not expect that he could instantly sell them off. When the profiteer Mo Wei Tian sold his junk for 20 million star coins, Bing felt that selling his own for 80 million star coins was considered to be honest. And Elder Shao was also very satisfied. Although the amount of 448 billion star coins looked to be a disadvantage, the big war was nearing, and to them, the most important was not star coins, but time. The second-hand mechanical spirit weapons, not only were they able to act as research subjects, but they could be immediately used by the organization's mechanical martial artists to start training. Otherwise, if they were to wait until they released their own mechanical weapons and begin training, that would be too late. The news of Libra Constellation's Grandmaster Association collaborating with Three Spirit City quickly spread. Especially when Sai Lei, Mo Lang, and Guan Gmo, the three mechanical Grandmaster engineers, were to meet face to face, it made all the mechanical enthusiasts extremely excited. It was the first meeting of the three Grandmasters in the same generation, and to the mechanical enthusiasts, it was the sign of the revival of mechanical techniques. Fan family. Are you a pig? To be this stupid? Now the entire Heaven's Road is mocking us, even that stingy old Gu is freaking mocking us. Why did you not investigate it first? Why did you not ask for advice from the elders group regarding such a big matter? Fan family patriarch Dao Dun Fan's face was flushed red, he was so angry his entire body was trembling. In front of him, a middle-aged man drooped his head, crestfallen. Do you know who the master of Three Spirits City is? It is that crazy Tang Tian, the crazy lunatic who was using the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique on himself. That lunatic who would bite you over something unimportant, and you dare to provoke him? He did not even give face to Honorable Martial Group and Onyx Soul. Who do you think you are? Dao Dun scolded. The middle-aged man mumbled to himself, but it's only Ursa Major Constellation, but... Only Ursa Major Constellation? Dao Dun was too angry that he started laughing. Is Libra Constellation's Grandmaster Association so dumb so as to spend at least 500 billion to buy that junk? Let me tell you, they are all trying to express their goodwill to Tang Tian. You are looking down on Ursa Major constellation, but other people are actually thinking the opposite. Let me tell you this now, this matter, if you do not handle it well, I will propose to the elders group to hold you accountable. The middle-aged man was stunned, he could not believe his ears, and only reacted after a while, screaming, "You're crazy. I am your son. You. Pa." A loud slap sound rang out. The middle-aged man covered his face, he was dumbstruck like a chicken. Dowdun's face turned gloomy, and said sternly, "That's right, you are my son. But no one is above the Yifan family. I did not look into all the mistakes you have done when you were obsessed with women. But you had to go to Sai Lei to bring Bramble and seek punishment, there is no leeway of discussion for this matter. If you do not do it, I will kick you out of the family." The middle-aged man was completely stunned. "Remember, you are not my only son." Dowdun's words were extremely cold, causing the middle-aged man to fall. When the middle-aged man left without spirit, an old man appeared magically, sighing, "Old master, young master." She was confused in that moment, and will get everything right soon. He better. Dowdun's tone was cold, "I will not let him pull the big family down with him. Did you investigate the matter of that year? We need evidence. It was Madame Chu Shi's doings." The old man said, "We have tested positive for a type of slow poisonous agent in Sai Lei's mother's bones, and it is the green creeper that the Chu family had pushed out these few years, and from the looks of it, the green creeper should have just been completed that year. Jealousy is truly a sin." Dowdun sighed, and after that he suddenly sneered, "Only by forgiving can they be saved." The old man's heart turned cold. He had followed the old master for over 10 years, and every sentence and phrase said was easily understood. If Sai Lei forgave her father, then the matter would naturally be sealed and done with. If Sai Lei did not forgive them, then young master She and Madame Chu Shi. The image of the pitiful and lonely little girl suddenly appeared in his mind. At that time when she left the Yifan families, she had an unbending pair of eyes. She did not cry. For some reason, his heart felt cold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 456, Fire Beacon Lights. Chapter 456, Fire Beacon Lights. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Bing was busy from dawn to dusk. He was the only one able to bring the mechanical spirit weapons from Sky Marshal Wolf Academy to 3 Spirit City, 5,600 mechanical spirit weapons. Even with the Silver Aquarius cabinet, Bing was as tired as a dog. Tang rushed back to Ursa Major constellation to prepare the matters on arranging the expansion of Lupus army. Tang Cho, with the funds, immediately began his strategy on Fornax constellation, and began to continuously pick out outstanding mechanical martial artists to join the army. Under the excitement of money, Bing erupted with an inexhaustible stamina, finally completing the delivery of the mechanical spirit weapons. 3 Spirit City was also in a mess. The Mo family had started moving into 3 Spirit City, dragging in many complicated matters, causing Pai Pa and the rest to be extremely fatigued. With the matter of collaborating with the Grandmaster Association, it made Mo Wei Tian set his resolve, taking the opportunity to move into 3 Spirit City. The Mo family's surrounding situation was not safe, with many unfamiliar martial artists appearing. But to send down his decision, Mo Wei Tian had to summon his courage, as it meant that the Mo family was completely joining with Tang Tian, and not remaining in neutral stance as before. Mo Wei Tian knew, compared to collaborating, the Grandmaster Association's resources were obviously more abundant, and their strength was much stronger. If their relation continued to remain stationary, the Mo family's use to 3 Spirit City would become smaller and smaller, and that was not beneficial to them at all. So to join 3 Spirit City at such a time was basically declaring their position. The Mo family's merger increased 3 Spirit City's strength substantially, as the Mo family already had countless mechanical aristocratic families, and the number and standard of the Grandmaster engineers were relatively good. Furthermore, they had Mo Line, who was a mechanical Grandmaster engineer. From then on, with 2 mechanical Grandmaster engineers seated in 3 Spirit City, without question, 3 Spirit City was truly the #1 mechanical weapon city. With the Mo family joining them, it also allowed Sai Lei's new model to quickly improve. At this critical juncture, a battle report caused Bing to rush back to Ursa Major constellation. Cetus constellation was beginning their attack towards Ursa Major constellation. The sudden news immediately broke Bing's plans, as he rushed back to Ursa Major constellation through the night. Only when he reached Ursa Major constellation did he realize the situation was far worse than he thought. The 3 saints of Cetus constellation have suddenly disappeared. Long Shojing's face revealed shame. He knew that in the war, 3 saints could form a destructive force. With the 3 missing saints, it was like a hidden dagger that could surface up any time. Hand towel, don't be too hard on yourself. If the saints were so easily tracked, they would not be saints already. Bing consoled Long Shou Jing, his face not revealing any panic. Because Tang Yi had already led his lupus army out. Tang Yi was now a major, and his commanding power had suddenly risen to 2,500 troops. And with Magic Flute Station in Three Spirit City, Bing sent Tang Yi back to Ursa Major Constellation, to manage and prepare the expansion of Lupus Army. They did not expect that they would succeed by a lucky stroke. Towards the enemy, Bing could not help but secretly praise Cetus Constellation for the choice of time. Tang Tian's Whirlpool Sword Spirit Tempering technique was not over, and Bear Egg special training was most probably found out by them, and that was undoubtedly the best time to strike. The armor of the mechanical army were all sold to Libra Constellation, so the students of Sky Wolf Martial Academy were unable to battle. If Tang Tian's spirit tempering was completed, the special training being concluded, the absorption of the almost 500 billion star coins, the release of the new model of mechanical spirit weapons, then that would be the nightmare of Cetus Constellation. To Tang Tian's side, they only needed to draw out the time, and their advantage would increase. Where is Tang Yi? Bing asked. Bayan City. Bayan City used to be one of Ursa Major Constellation's strategic towns, with good star power concentration, and thus they produced a few King Bear martial artists in the past. But with Yen Yon Lai's last mobilization, it made practically all of the martial artists in this city enter Orion Constellation. The current Bayan City was bleak and cheerless, losing its luster from the past. Tang Yi did not enter the city, his troops were cavalry, and the landscape of the city was not suitable for them. And the citizens of the city did not welcome them. The mark Yen Yon Lai left in Ursa Major Constellation could not be erased in such a short time. Tang Yi did not care, he was a military leader, and only cared about bringing his troops to war. It was not only Tang Yi who did not care, even Crane and the rest could not be bothered, because they knew Tang Tian did not even have the slightest bit of interest in ruling a constellation. The fool's only wish was to instantly force his way into Crux Constellation. If not for the road to Crux Constellation being reduced to a battle path, Tang Tian would not even bother staying at all. Master Bing did not have much interest in Ursa Major Constellation as well. As to Master Bing, Ursa Major Constellation was just a temporary training barracks. It was temporary because Master Bing did not like that Ursa Major Constellation's star power concentration was not high enough. So even when Cetus Constellation took over Bayan City, Tang Yi could not be bothered. The army that was occupying Bayan City was Cetus Constellation's Blue Whale Army, one of the three armies of Cetus Constellation, the other two being White Whale Army and Black Whale Army. Blue Whale Army was the weakest army of the three, but even with this army, their number far surpassed the Lupus Army. Blue Whale Army was comprised of 3,000 people, while Lupus Army only had 200. The disparity in strength was very obvious, and it was lucky for the special training the army had in the Bear Egg, all of their true power breaking to the 7th level, allowing the Lupus Army to have a great increase in strength. Tang Yi had tried different ways of attacking, but the opponent's military general was very cautious, and did not reveal any weakness. The opponent's formation was too dense, and Tang Yi did not dare to rush in deep. The opponent had come prepared. Blue Whale Army did not have a choice against Lupus Army. Lupus Army came and went like the wind, and Blue Whale Army did not have mounts, capable of chasing. What was worse, was that Lupus Army could become invisible, and their charge was extremely sharp. If they sent too few people, they would definitely lose. Lupus Army kept appearing and disappearing around them, causing the mental state of the Blue Whale Army to be stretched taut, their speed of advance becoming slow like tortoises. The chief commander of Blue Whale Army was clear, that as long as he could stall Lupus Army, then he would have already accomplished his task. The entire Ursa Major Constellation currently only had them as the able fighting army. For Andromeda Constellation's Plateau Army, a 4th-tier constellation army, what use would they be? With the same thoughts, White Whale and Black Whale Army were irresistible forces, besieging and sweeping everything forth. In a blink of an eye, the brilliant and renowned Ursa Major Constellation quickly got caught up in the unprecedented danger, fire beacons lighting up in all directions with the imminent danger. Imminent danger? Bing sneered, he straightened his back. Bear Egg special training was forced to cut short, as Bing listened to Adrian's quick summary regarding Cetus Constellation's attack. Speaking overall, the results are very good. Lupus martial artists proved to obtain the best results, because their average level of true power is very low at the 5th level. After going through the special training, their true power standards were entirely raised 1.5 levels, and some of the Lupus martial artists who were originally already at the 6th level, with their good talents, had already reached 7th level true power. If they were able to complete the special training, there will definitely be some who will break through to the 8th level. Adrian's tone was filled with regret. Bing did not express any opinion, turning and speaking to Ta Dun. How's the Plateau Army? Ta Dun said solemnly, most of them have broken through to the 8th level, but there are still about 30% of the soldiers at the 7th level. His mind was filled with worry. Plateau army soldiers used to be around the 7th level, while the Cetus constellation's army were all at the 8th level. It was a huge gap, although true power did not directly relate to strength, but there was still a disparity between both parties. For Tang, a unique military leader, with his specialized strategies, along with his soldiers that have the awakened ancient wolf blood meridian, they were able to fight against the mid-tier armies. He knew that his own standard was definitely not comparable to Tang. But Bing was very satisfied. He had achieved his own goals. That was why he dared to pull all the armies for special training, and dared to sell the 5,600 sets of mechanic spirit weapons. All of this was according to plan. Other people might think that he was losing his head through greed, but they did not know. For an experienced veteran like him who was well versed with wars, how could he not have trump cards in his hand? Bing's trump card was the 1 million lupus martial artists. Bing said, "Of course, we are not going head to head with the 3 fish armies, they are ultimately still too powerful." Ling Su looked at Bing, and corrected him, "Whales are not fish." But Bing acted like he did not hear that. Coughing slightly, he continued, "For us, the most important thing is to delay. Since it is about delaying, then that would be easy. Our lupus race, other than being cannon fodder, what are they good for? We are bandits, 1 million bandits or should I say 1 million 6th level bandits with awakened wolf blood meridians." Bing confidently and righteously said, "A frontal war? Yeah, such a no-brainer skirmish, why would we do it? We will do our old work, which is to plunder." The lupus race elders all looked at each other, all of them shocked by Bing's suggestion. Of course, all of you are not going to plunder in front of their faces, that's just going to die. So what are we doing to do? We will divide and conquer, mainly focusing on harassing. No matter how strong they are also humans, and will get tired. And at that time, will be our chance. If we have the chance, we will poke them twice, if not, we will cry out loud at one side, and when they chase us, we will run. Simple. Bing said with a calm face. After a moment, a lupus race elder asked with a stammering voice, "Will that be effective?" Of course not. Bing completely ignored everyone's murderous gaze, and said, "So I have prepared some small toys for everyone. They are all good products from the Blood Meridian's laboratory, some kinds of poison, some kinds of incapacitating drugs, some self-destructive beasts, everyone must bring some along with them. Relax, they are easy to use, any water source, to bury them, or throw the poison into the clouds." Everyone listened with pale faces, all of them shivering, but not from cold. All these ideas are ultimately thought of by people. There is after all a tactic in the art of war called fortifying defenses and raising the fields, so ours is banditry and poisoning the fields. Bing's poker face smiled happily, his finger pointing and drawing a huge circle on the map. "Oh, if banditry and poisoning the fields is too small, there won't be any meaning to it, so let's play it big, shall we? From here to here is the only road to Bear Egg. So all the lupus martial artists, break into smaller groups, scatter into these areas. My request is simple, transform this entire place into a bandit wetlands." Everyone understood Bing's thoughts, all of their eyes lighting up with a strange light. Although the plan was vulgar, but it was a good plan for delaying. Bing smiled happily. "Let us greet them in a good manner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 457, Banditry and Poisoning the Fields. Chapter 457, Banditry and Poisoning the Fields. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Cetus Constellation. Inside the palace, it was a show of happiness and prosperity. There were many distinguished guests inside, with beautiful women filling the place. But the most discussed topic inside the banquet was the war on Ursa Major constellation. It was the first war instigated by Cetus constellation after so many years. In the first few days, everyone was still harboring nervousness. But very quickly, the expansion of the war immediately caused everyone's thoughts to become excited. Other than the Blue Whale Army being stopped, their speed becoming slower, the White Whale Army and Black Whale Army were irresistible forces continuously taking over many planets. In the blink of an eye, close to half of the planets in the entire Ursa Major constellation were being occupied. In Cetus constellation, such victories caused them to be roused with excitement. Inside the area where all the young aristocratic family disciples were in, it was rare for them to not be focusing on the beautiful women, but all passionately discussing if they should be bringing along their bodyguards to earn some military achievements at Ursa Major constellation. With military achievements it meant a good future. Why would they be afraid of not having beautiful women with them when they made it big? All the aristocratic disciples were all discussing amongst themselves, giving each other insider information on what they knew. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." A white-robed old man smiled while giving his regards towards Gongcheng. Gongcheng laughed reservedly. Although he was over 60 years of age, but he looked to be only around 40, looking young with vigor. His bearing was scholarly as he half rose out of his seat to return the greeting. I have to thank Elder Zhang. Without your reports, who would know? Ursa Major Constellation was all a bravado and was actually very weak. Elder Zhang laughed. Tang Tian, this person, although he is very rampant, he truly has some abilities, but when things reach to an extreme, they can only move in the opposite direction. He is currently flushed with success, and is not as cautious as he is used to be, and has thus become our perfect chance. Gongcheng sipped a bit of red wine. Does Elder Zhang have any thoughts on Three Spirits City? If we do not take action now, won't it be taking it easy on them? Elder Zhang replied, Three Spirits City is currently like a delicious cake. If there are people wanting to eat it, there are also people wanting to destroy it. Gongqing was slightly surprised. He slowly tried to unriddle the words, and exposed a smile afterwards. Seems like I was overthinking it. Ursa Major Constellation, half of it is already in your Majesty's hands. With the merger of the two constellations, Cetus Constellation would become an ecliptic palace-grade constellation. Elder Zhang congratulated. Gongcheng was happy, but his face maintained a calm look. It is still too early to say that. Right, what's the situation at Orion Constellation? Are there any recent movements from Leo Constellation? Elder Zhang's face congealed slightly, and said, It truly is taking the mountain with an inch of blood. Tang Tian was so lucky. Yen Yonglai had thrown his men to Orion Constellation, so he completely did not have to spend any effort. Us, on the other hand, are not having it that well at Orion Constellation. But the situation is fine, just that our loss is slightly large. But we have new support. Gongcheng was taken aback. I wonder who that is? Elder Zhang shook his head. I apologize, Your Majesty, but I cannot reveal who it is yet. Gongcheng did not care, and only smiled while raising his wine cup. Our allies are getting more and more, shows how popular Honorable Marshal Group is. Elder, do not worry, after taking over Ursa Major Constellation, we will then pour our support to support the Marshal Group to fight Orion Constellation. Both of them laughed, toasting to each other. Three Spirits City. Bing amiably stood on the stage of the Blood Meridian's workshop, displaying his passionate speech. So, the crucial point of this battle, I will have to request to all of you. Only if all of you produce sufficient effective poisons, can we preserve our position in the battlefield. The old-timers of the Blood Meridian's workshop of Three Spirits City were all boiling with excitement, as though they were on drugs. All of the Blood Meridian specialists all had only one feeling, to blow off the steam. Every single Blood Meridian specialist only had a bestial thought, it is finally our turn. The chance has finally reached us. The neighbors next door are just a group of animals, selling their trash for 500 billion star coins, in a moment crushing our achievements to practically zero. To be in the shadows of the ironware pussies, the humiliation and grief we have suffered. To obtain the chance to perform with so much difficulty, how could everyone not give it their all? A pile of different kinds of poisonous substances piled up like a mountain in the blink of eye. Tang Chou stood by Bing's side, coldly glancing at them. As a military general, to use such a despicable and vulgar strategy, it really is disdainful. Little Cho, don't be like that. Bing laughed as he flicked the cigarette ash. Do you know what is the most favorite thing I like about this generation? It is that everyone here does not know that I am a famous general. Haha, finally, I can do whatever I want. Tang Chou replied coldly, shouldn't a famous general be reserved and not be arrogant and be sincere in times of war? Master, please conduct yourself with dignity. Bing laughed out loud, placing a hand on Tang Chou's shoulder, another waving his cigarette in the air. Don't be a spoilsport, be human. The most important thing is to be flexible. Only by being flexible, can you truly be on the road to be victory. Tang Chou interrupted Bing's words, be human? Master, please remember that you are a spirit general. Bing turned sluggish, but then laughed out again. Aha, little Cho, you are becoming more and more humorous, and that is a good thing. Relax, we will win very soon, but... Although my superiors are already rotting and degrading, but my pursuit towards the road of a famous general will never change. Tang Chou set out unhappily, and walked away. Rotting and degrading. Bing's eyes widened, he could not believe his ears and remained stunned for a while before shouting towards Tang Chou's back view. Hey, come back here. You better explain to me what's rotting and degrading. Seeing Tang Chou disappearing, Bing laughed silently, taking a deep breath of the cigarette, and then muttering, that brat has a bit of skill and wants to rebel. Sigh, it sure isn't easy to be a parent. These kind of brats can only be taught by crazy Tang. Sigh, this is such a good method, I truly am too wretched, no, too much of a genius. How many was 1 million people? No one knew about it better than Fu Yan. His face was so gloomy that it looked like it could squeeze out 2 kilograms of water. The idea to refuse Tang Tian entry to Cetus Constellation was from him. When Tang Tian seized Ursa Major Constellation, one could imagine his mood. Thus, he was the most proactive in the campaign. But When he saw the figures disappearing into the forest ahead, and the strange green color emerging from the water source ahead, rage gushed out, burning to the point his liver was in pain. They could not turn back. He also knew that the soldiers behind him would definitely not be as miserable as the green water ahead of them. How many days has it been? Ever since they started fighting 5 days ago, they have started to meet with various sorts of harassments, attacks, and even poison. The other party came and went like the wind, the 300 to 500 men. Fu Yan almost thought that he had entered a bandit's den. No, that was wrong. The place had completely turned into a holy land for bandits. The number of bandits were numerous to the extent that it could cause hairs to stand, and the bandits' despicable tricks were even more sly. All the water sources were all poisoned. For the stronger martial artists, they could use their true power to protect their meridians, but the ordinary martial artists were unable to do so. The army was allocated with expert blood meridian specialists who were good with poison, but there were too many different type of poisons, and even the blood meridian experts were poisoned, so they had no choice but to call for a halt. From the start, Fu Yan originally wanted to clean up all the bandits. But he quickly realized that as long as he sent out a few people to handle it, they would all be killed. If he sent more, they would run. Fu Yan had no choice but to send his experts in, wanting to wipe them all out. At the start, it looked as though the experts were like eagles catching chicks, sweeping everything that were in their paths, causing Fu Yan to be excited. But after that, the experts that flew into the sky, bursting through the clouds, would all fall head down first into the sand, smashed into pulps. After that, the experts of the army did not dare to take action. They took one step at a time, becoming extremely careful. Anything could suddenly appear out from the ground, so from what it was worth, they were depending on luck. The army already had over 20 people with broken legs, some affected by poisons, some broken by mechanisms, some exploded from the destructive beasts. Although the death and injury count was not much, but the impact on their morale was immense. The green murky swamps in front of them caused everyone to stop. At the start, whenever they met with such swamps, they would fly over them, as it was very easy flying over using light body techniques. But there was once, when a small group flew above the swamp, but suddenly they would fall like dumplings dropping into soup, and in a few minutes, bones would surface. After that, no one dared to treat the swamps lightly. The swamp seemed slightly huge. Fu Yan turned to look at everyone. All of them revealing green and fatigued faces. The assholes did not allow any of them to sleep. Whenever they set camp, there would be a large arrow rain with considerable strength and extremely accurate. After being harassed for a few nights, everyone was finally used to it, using their shields above them to sleep. Alright, just treat it as rain. In the end, in one of the arrow rains, there were poison sacks mixed within, although the martial artists on guard were able to block majority of them, but there were 2 sacks that dropped into the camp, killing 30-odd people. No one dared to sleep after that. They were all elites, all of them at the 8th level of strength. Not sleeping for a few days was negligible, and they could endure. But after 5 days, Fu Yan finally knew the meaning that people were iron, sleep was steel. Tian, meaning that sleep humans. More importantly, under the circumstance of being fatigued and taught, they still had to endure the assholes who were constantly hurling verbal abuse and ridicule day and night, ridicule from a group of 6th-level farts. There were already 4 cases where the martial artists lost their minds and injured 6 other teammates. Fu Yan was on the verge of crying. He had never met such a situation, such despicable, such vulgar and such shameless opponents. He looked far out, and suddenly thought that the distance to Bear Egg was so far. Stop. We will camp here, stay clear of the water. We will split into 2 groups, one to rest, the other to guard. Under no circumstances should you all engage in battle. Fu Yan still had strength, but he knew, if the soldiers under him did not rest, a mutiny would most probably occur. Their current situation was ideal, with a distance of at least 10 li away from the forest, a radius of 6 li around them as plain ground, everything was visible and there were no way to hide anybody. All the soldiers all heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, they were able to sleep in peace. Fu Yan felt that the only way to continue was to ask for help from the master, and to ask for help from honorable martial group. They will have a way, right? Fu Yan was not sure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 458, The Respective Speeches. Chapter 458, The Respective Speeches. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Fu Yan's cry for help reached Cetus Constellation, and at the same time, Black Whale Army was also seeking help. The report caused an uproar. No one expected that Ursa Major Constellation would be so shameless, to use such despicable and underhanded methods. Tang Tian's previous fights were all straight-on and direct battles, causing people to admire his bravery. But the current fight immediately caused the winds to turn direction. This also means Ursa Major constellation is at a dead end, and have exhausted their abilities. They have no other way of stopping us, brave soldiers of Cetus constellation. Victory is just ahead. As long as we just have one more large push, Ursa Major constellation is ours. Any brave heroes that break new grounds for Cetus constellation will receive a fair reward. They are attempting to use bandits to stop us, but they do not know, those lowly lupus bandits will only become the grindstones for our Cetus martial artists. Our ally, Honorable Martial Group, will be sending out powerful blood meridian specialists to aid us in victory. I will now issue a reward. Any lupus martial artists had obtained will be rewarded with 10,000 star coins. My brave soldiers of Cetus constellation, what are all of you waiting for? Dongqing's speech was a morale booster, causing every Cetus martial artists to have light in their eyes. Lupus bandits? They are martial artists rumored to be birthed from a poor and barren land with 1% star power concentration, further, 10,000 star coins bounty. That immediately made many of the not well-to-do martial artists become eager. That's right, their strengths were ordinary, but compared to the cannon fodder lupus constellation, they were much stronger. And with the Blood Meridian Specialist Group sent by Honorable Martial Group, everyone was set. Cetus constellation was boiling with excitement. Dongqing, finished with his speech, drank water to moisten his throat. Elder Zhang praised, Your Majesty's speech was truly spectacular. 10,000 star coins for one head, that is truly a wise and far-sighted idea, only Your Majesty could think of that. With only 10 billion star coins, to get rid of 1 million lupus martial artists, I truly am convinced by you, but... Dongqing was feeling pleased, and exposed a reserved smile. He wants to play the number tactics with me, we can only accompany them. Who knows, if the lupus race will be exterminated, it really makes me feel somewhat difficult. Your Majesty truly is kind and benevolent. Elder Zhang immediately praised. The matter of the Blood Meridian Specialists, I will have to plead Elder Zhang for your hard work. Gongcheng said. Elder Zhang immediately replied, Rest easy Your Majesty, the Martial Group's Blood Meridian Specialist Group has already set out. These are the Martial Group's highly experienced Blood Meridians experts, their strength is unparalleled. Gongqing exposed a smile, then I can rest easy. 3 Spirits City. I only managed to recruit these people. Bell said, somewhat helplessly. Tang Chou glanced at the martial artists behind Bell, roughly 40 men, all of them exposing their chi and strength, all of them unfathomable. The current world was in chaos, and the martial artists' positions were also developing according to the situation. More importantly, it was very difficult to recruit, as there were many rich people in recent years, and as long as you had the ability, people would be able to afford no matter how expensive it was. The base's defense was always a problem. Although they had set up layers of mechanisms, and with troops garrisoned inside the base, but against experts, they were still having a problem. If not for Tang Yi managing to arrive in the nick of time, they would have had to suffer a bitter battle. Due to that, Tang Chao's proposed submission to reorganize the base's defense was quickly passed through. The current 3 Spirit City's importance was very obvious, and although there were many martial artists in 3 Spirit City, the majority of them were mechanical martial artists. In the past years, the mechanical martial artists were all weaker, and even with the increase in strength after forming the army, facing against the experts, it was still difficult. Everyone thought that they needed a stronger defense, and recruiting was handed over to Bell. Bell, who was in charge of intelligence, had a vast network of friends, and even used her intelligence channels, but after all of those, she still only managed to recruit 40 people. They are all famous Heaven's Road list martial artists, but no gold-ranked martial artists. Very few of the gold-rank martial artists are free now. Within the 40 people, there are 13 ranked between 4000 to 6000, and the remaining 27 are all ranked after 6000. This is all their information, I will hand over the rest to you. Bell passed the martial artist's information to Tang Chou, in which he politely thanked her. Bell looked at Tang Chou in a weird way. As an intelligence person, she was very sensitive to changes, and could roughly feel that Tang Chou had some substantial change, although Tang Chou was always very polite. Did something happen to him? That thought quickly fleeted past her mind, but she did not ponder too much about it. Tang Chou was a bookworm to her, completely unlike a military general, daily giving lessons to the mechanical martial artists, doing things in which military generals should not be doing. Master Bing said that Tang Chou was a staff officer type military leader. Could all staff officer type military leaders be like that? But Pai Pa had praised Tang Chou before, although the two of them were more frequently fighting. If Tang Chou became strong, that would be a good thing. Although currently, all the dangers faced by the base were relatively weak, but it still caused Bell to worry. Especially that 3 Spirit City was getting more and more important, and the different types of groups of people that 3 Spirit City was involved with were quickly increasing. 3 Spirit City was like a delicious cake, everyone wanted a taste of it, although in the eyes of Heaven's Road, 3 Spirit City's strength was not considered strong. Belle had always been paying attention in secret, so when Tang Xiao's proposal was passed, Belle quickly took action, and was able to recruit 20 strong martial artists in the short span of time. During the period, to be able to recruit strong martial artists in a short span of time was outstanding. Of course, the salary of the experts were astronomical as well. All of their settling down fee was already over 1 billion, 20 people meant 20 billion. But it was relatively safe as the current Three Spirits city was also considered a small tyrant. Please follow me. Tang Qiu did not look at the materials in his hands and led the way. Belle was curious on how Tang Qiu was going to instruct the martial artists, so she followed along. The martial artists did not display arrogance, even when their professional achievements were rather accomplished. More importantly, before arriving, Belle had let them watch the videos of the battles with Flowing Wind Group, and even told them the one leading the army was Tang Qiu. Flowing Wind Group's name and prestige was well known, and this caused the martial artists to look up to Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu brought them to the training grounds and started to conduct extremely complicated and meticulous tests. The tests were all varied, many of them never heard of before, allowing the martial artists to be interested, and they all completed every test with piqued interest. Very quickly, Tang Qiu allowed them to directly observe and feel his ability. Su Lei, your most proficient attacking area, is at your right side, the area between 2m to 10m further than arm length. Your primary attack is of 75%, and you're accustomed to this area. Your style of releasing might has a probability of 83% striking this area. And your left ribbon below is your weakness. Wang Bo, your rod technique is very severe, but your problem is that as long as you are consecutively beaten for more than 6 times, your rhythm starts to become erratic. And the lapse between your rod techniques has an obvious halt, which becomes your weakness, and your lower plate is too low, although it allows your center of gravity to be more stable, but it restricts your attacking area. Belle could clearly see that every martial artist all had an uncomfortable look on their faces, a few of them even perspiring in cold sweat, tightly holding onto their weapons. Belle was very surprised. Could it be that Tang Qiu actually saw through each and every one of the martial artists through the tests? She felt that it was too inconceivable, as in her eyes, the tests were all messy and random, and she could not understand their usage at all. Tang Qiu's point-by-point commentaries completely shocked the martial artists. Martial artists who were able to train to where they were, how could they be dumb? They were initially shocked and angry, shocked by the fact that Tang Qiu saw through them completely. Angry by the fact that their weaknesses were all publicly announced, causing them to feel danger. Tang Qiu knew what they were thinking, and one sentence from him immediately caused them to quieten them. Every single one of you has already signed the martial spirit contract. From today onwards, all of you are teammates. It is much more important for your teammates to understand your weaknesses than for them to know your advantages. Because your front mate can determine your life and death, and your back mate can help bring forth your victory. After signing the martial spirit contract, there was no possibility of them backing out and betraying, so the eyes of the martial artists immediately became more warm. For the sake of achieving better battle results, we need to test out an entirely different grouping, and even need to formulate a corresponding strategy. Tang Qiu's voice was very calm, and even giving off a convincing power. All of the Heavens Road list martial artists stood in front of him listening like obedient students. He seems to have truly become even more powerful. Belle looked at Tang Qiu, pondering deeply. In the Blood Meridian's workshop, Bing's idle and frivolous speech resonated, causing hearty laughters from time to time. Blood Meridian Specialists Group O. Honorable Martial Group's most experienced Blood Meridian specialists. Listening to that news, I almost became stupid. After that, I suddenly came to my senses. They seem to be from Honorable Martial Group. Does Honorable Martial Group have Blood Meridian specialists? Honorable Martial Group actually wants to compare with our Blood Meridian's experts, so terrifying. Ha 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 ha. The old men and old-timers below were all laughing wildly thoughtlessly. The majority of them came from Onyx Soul, and upon hearing that Honorable Martial Group actually wanted to compete with them as Blood Meridian specialists in poison, they were ecstatic. I truly do not discriminate against the Honorable Martial Group, really. But if we really let their Blood Meridian specialists survive, that truly is embarrassing. Hey, I am not stirring anything, but if you want me to endure it, I truly am unable to. Kill them. Someone shouted out loud. The beasts, stirring and getting restless in their hearts, all started to emerge. They started to scream, their faces sinister, killing intent soaring. Kill them all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 459, The Noble Masterpieces descends. Chapter 459, The Noble Masterpieces descends. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The Blood Meridian specialists of Three Spirits City were all mobilized to the different cities of Onyx Soul. In the short time, it was definitely difficult to research out a new poison, but that did not mean they had no ideas. After over 10 years of being in the blood meridians industry, who did not have a few friends? Old Man Fei and the rest all came from Onyx Soul, and had deep connections with Onyx Soul. Maybe it was because of their character that they did not feel accomplished in Onyx Soul, but they still had contacts within. When they were all mobilized everywhere, it caused all the blood meridian specialists in the entire Onyx Soul to become disturbed. Especially when they heard Honorable Marshal Group confidently saying that Honorable Marshal Group holds a powerful and resourceful blood meridian specialist group, Onyx Soul immediately went into an uproar. Honorable Marshal Group's blood meridian specialists? Upon hearing that, they all started to sneer. Ignoring the fact that both sides were mortal enemies, fighting in the light and in darkness, to have such a good opportunity, if they were to let it go, it would be letting the heaven down. With those words, the blood meridian specialists of Onyx Soul could no longer resist. They are treating us as dead people, right? Onyx Soul blood meridian specialists all became eager to test things out. Till the point where Bing passed on a handwritten announcement happily, allowing Old Man Fei and the rest to spend money at Onyx Soul various cities to disseminate without restraint. All of the cities which were working undercover immediately exploded. All of you have worked your hearts out, neglecting sleep and forgetting food. With your talents, you have all accomplished masterpieces. You believe it can change the world, you believe that they are priceless, and believe they will be left in history books. But they are all quietly lying in the dusty corner where no one cares. You are unable to confirm whether it truly works or not. You worry about not knowing how to reveal its worthiness. Come, join this important battle. History's first poison battle. The most cruel battle of them all, the peak showdown, is about to begin. The prestige of being the worthy poison, Ursa Major Constellation waits respectfully for your noble masterpieces to descend. After the awe-inspiring and jaw-dropping announcement was made, all the blood meridian specialists almost went crazy. The research on poison was not a mainstream research of blood meridian studies, and the usage of poison was never truly recognized. There was a lack of employing the use of poisons, causing their usage to have never been convincing. Also in the market, the price of high-level poisons were not high, causing the blood meridian specialists who researched poison to be much poorer. No name, no money, no position, that was the situation of the poison research blood meridian specialists. So when the announcement was spread to the Onyx Soul cities, it immediately impacted their hearts. Who did not want to be recognized? Who did not want to be rich? Who did not want to be respected wherever they went? The war in Ursa Major Constellation had attracted the eyes of Heaven's Road, using such an opportunity to become famous, that was multiplying their worth. And being a serious battle, comparing to what convincing ability, what better chance would there be? Old Man Fei and the rest admired Master Bing's method. If the words were put in any other way, the result would have been different. They were immediately surrounded by countless Onyx Soul blood meridian specialists. I can join in the battle. My poison has a unique technique to be used, and I am an expert in various poisons. Do I need any cost? No, for free. I promise that I can obey any orders. As long as you let me join in. This is my special compound made up of 30 different agents, and I am a highly experienced poison research blood meridian specialist. I have plenty of fighting experience, and am able to adapt to all sorts of situations. Old Man Fei and the rest were going crazy, and had no choice but to carefully and tactfully decline the passionate and almost crazy blood meridian specialists. Finally, the few of them could only leave unhappily, leaving a big amount of poison agents. In the blink of an eye, every Onyx Soul city's poison agents were compiled and formed a small mountain. There were many blood meridian specialists from Onyx Soul, although not many of them researched in poison, but in the end they still had a large number. This is called the ash spore, 100 times more fine than ash. They are extremely convenient to use. By dispersing into the air and wind, it can be sent into the clouds. One bottle of it is enough to cover the range of a 100 li. There are 200 bottles, keep them well. This is the concealed toxoid developed from our collaboration. It does not flare up quickly and violently, but any ordinary poison distinguishing treasures cannot recognize it. I hope that you all will be able to test it in this battle. Not everyone had named their poisons. There were some people who just wanted to test their product's capabilities. Poison was an alternative type of manufactured goods, especially the large-scale poisons. The utilization of them were complicated in battles, and with different levels of true power, mental cultivation techniques, their application and uses were very hard to determine. And the poison research blood meridian specialists dare not use live subjects, as it would pile up bodies. Only with real battles would they be able to realize and authenticate their works. Many of the poison research blood meridian specialists who were ambitious in chasing a goal were all aiming for that point. They wanted to take action. It would be difficult to have a second chance like it. Uncle Bing is so cunning. So wretched. Belle's face was full of praise. I suddenly have this feeling, maybe we can actually win. Pai Pa glanced through the report very quickly, without raising her head. I never thought that we would lose. Why do you have so much confidence? Belle was surprised. Because everyone is so hardworking. Pai Pa's tone of voice was very determined. She did not take her eyes away from the report. The exhaustion of materials in the month from the mechanical weapons laboratory had reached an all-new high figure. Pai Pa knew that the mechanical engineers were giving their all. Everyone worked through days and nights. Countless historical facts have told her, regardless of any powerhouse, as long as every single one of them were united with one mind, they were extremely difficult to be defeated. Suddenly, an explosion of joy sounded out from the mechanical weapons laboratory, causing Pai Pa and Belle to raise their heads. Looking at each other, they sprinted towards the mechanic weapons laboratory. Ursa Major Constellation Star Door. So this is Ursa Major Constellation. The flock of Cetus constellation martial artists all curiously looked around at their surroundings, as it looked no different from any other place. The current influx of Cetus martial artists into Ursa Major constellation was an astronomical sum, because over the past few days, Gongqing had publicly announced that as long as they could kill 50 lupus martial artists, they would not need to pay 3 years of fees for using star power. With that, all the Cetus martial artists could no longer sit around. Previously, the bounty of 10,000 star coins per lupus martial artist had only caused movements to a few Cetus martial artists. But with the void of 3 years of fees, it made all the Cetus martial artists make a move without hesitation. As compared to 500,000 star coins, it was more worth it. With too many people, it caused the star door to become stuffed. The majority of the Cetus martial artists had never been to Ursa Major constellation, and they all looked around curiously, since the latest battle reports were also disseminated to them. But many of their gazes were more fixed towards the Blood Meridian specialists wearing their martial group robes. Beside every Blood Meridian specialist were high-level martial artists who were following them tightly. They were cautious and prepared to block off any sudden sneak attacks. These Blood Meridian specialists were allocated with specialized identifying treasures. The most common was Microscopium Constellation's treasures, practically every one of them holding onto the silver-ranked Microscopic Eye. Microscopic Eye was shaped like a silver-colored mirror. Once putting true power in it, the Microscopic Eye would shoot out a light aura. Anything that the light aura is on, miraculously, would surface small red words on the mirror. Honorable Martial Group did not go back on their word. They had truly sent out a large Blood Meridian specialist group, a complete size of 100 men. Every intervals of a couple of meters, there would be one Blood Meridian specialist. All these Blood Meridian specialists formed a net pattern, like a white chain. They advanced. Cetus martial artists were all content and calm. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were rather relaxed. No matter how powerful the opponent's poisons were, under such thorough investigation, it would not be so dangerous, right? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. The front few Blood Meridian specialists suddenly all fell together, and the martial artists beside them all turned pale white, struggling to use true power to expel the poison. The other martial artists beside the Blood Meridian specialists all activated their true power shield to protect the Blood Meridian specialists inside. After a moment, the Honorable Martial Group's martial artists who were struck with the poison became better and recovered. But the 3 Blood Meridian specialists who fell had stopped breathing. All the Honorable Martial Group martial artists' faces became ugly. Behind them, the Cetus martial artists who were pouring in like currents all became restless. Many of them exposed hesitation and intention to retreat. They suddenly realized that the situation was much more ruthless than they have thought. Everyonics Seoul City's Central Plaza was shooting a big screen video, able to clearly witness everything that was happening at Ursa Major Constellation. Every Central Plaza was filled with people, regardless if they were Blood Meridian specialists or martial artists. They were all curious on the battle. A large-scale employment of poison agents such like that had never happened before. And they never thought that Tang Tian's faction would actually automatically broadcast the battle progress, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The Blood Meridian specialists who had already sent out their poison agents were even more focused and devoted. They were personally witnessing the battle, as the battle would provide maximum assistance for their next step of research. Inside the group of people, a middle-aged man watched the video attentively, somewhat nervous. When he saw the 3 Blood Meridian specialists dropping onto the ground, his face became joyful. But following that, when the other martial artists started to use their dense true power to clear the poison, the smile on his face froze. He stood there rooted to the ground, and after a short moment, he muttered to himself. Seems like facing high-level martial artists, the lethality of the poison is not strong enough. Oh, I need to think of something. Do I raise the concentration? It is already too high. Maybe I can add in a composition to corrode true power. That is a good idea. The middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something, his face revealing an excited look, and he quickly ran home. He could not wait to test out his new idea, and he must definitely take the chance before the battle ends, to create a new product. Honorable Martial Group's discipline was rigid. All the martial artists looked at each other, but did not retreat. They once again formed up their positions and continued to advance. In the current battle, the order sent down was a death order. It basically did not allow them to retreat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 460, 4 weeks. Chapter 460, 4 weeks. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Cetus Constellation Palace. The atmosphere was gloomy. Every single battle report in front of them was written with red numbers, all dripping with blood. It was a shocking scene. In the first week, they already had over 4,000 Cetus martial artists dead. Honorable Martial Group had a smaller number, especially for their high-level martial artists, with only 67 deaths, but the Blood Meridian specialists were 70% wiped out. In the second week, the death rate had already exceeded 12,000. Honorable Martial Group had only increased the number of Blood Meridian specialists, with the number of supporting crews sharply declining. The opponents had a myriad of poisons, and they kept on changing them, causing the Honorable Martial Group's Blood Meridian specialists to be unable to react. In the third week, Honorable Martial Group used a huge sum of money to invite the renowned and famous Blood Meridian's Grandmaster Ajin Senator, but who knew that would instigate all the Onyx Soul Blood Meridian specialists' blood-boiling passion, as all of their latest and newest poisonous agents were all sent into Old Man Fei's hands. What could be better than trampling a Grandmaster under the stares of 1,000 eyes? A hero would still be unable to bear the pressure of many people. Grandmaster Ajinsen, who was prepared with gold-ranked treasures, finally fell to a no-name poison. The poison was named Grandmaster's Kiss, which became extremely popular. The one who created it was Hui'er, one that truly became famous after the battle, and was immediately absorbed by Onyx Soul to become a clan elder, and the price for a bottle of Grandmaster's Kiss, from a price of 10,000 star coins in which no one bothered about, instantly flew to 1.5 billion star coins. Countless people wrung their hands and sighed, countless people were extremely jealous, and countless people were tempted to try as well. But at that moment, not even the powerful Honorable Martial Group could hire Blood Meridian's Grandmasters. No one was willing to become the butt of public criticism, as Ajinsen used his life to become Hui'er's stepping stone. In the dark, countless people were waiting to become the new Hui'er. All of their eyes were showing green with envy. Even the most outstanding of Blood Meridian Grandmasters had all become hungry wolves wanting to prey. The battle at Ursa Major Constellation was stuck in a stalemate, as over 80% of Cetus martial artists had all returned back to Cetus Constellation. Although the 3 years free of star power usage was attractive, but compared to their lives, how could they possibly compare? But in a short span of 2 weeks, the death count had reached over 20,000 people. It was a number that caused many people's heart to turn cold, with the idea of retreat giving birth in their heads. A large group of 1,000 people had suddenly died without making a sound, cut apart like wheat, never standing up again. The induced fear immediately caused the tide of people to rush back to their constellation. Over the many years later, whenever any person talked about the scene, their eyes would still be full of fear. Cetus Constellation was no longer in their joyous mood. Everyone realized that the battle had already slipped beyond their control. Those who were prepared to receive large sums of money had all dejectedly returned back. At that time, Cetus Constellation was already caught up in a slump. Three Spirits City. Elder Zhang clenched his teeth and said, "We need to first cleanse Three Spirits City. Without them, Ursa Major Constellation will not have a fulcrum, and we can focus on defeating Ursa Major Constellation." Gongqing's face seemed to have aged. Although they had not lost contact with the three armies, but their losses were immense. The poison strategy used by Ursa Major Constellation was so devastating, which no one had anticipated. Now, in Onyx Soul, the poison research Blood Meridian specialists were all mighty figures that no one dared to approach. Their status had soared, and many large powerhouses had extended their symbols of peace. Everyone knew it was no longer possible for them to engage in a poison war anymore, but if anyone wished to hoard the few poison research Blood Meridian specialists, they would get wiped out. The scene of the silent deaths in the video caused people to tremble with fear. And the poison research Blood Meridian specialists who were proving themselves in the battle all saw a soaring increase in status. The powerhouses observing the battle were all thinking hard how to handle the situation. There were no absolutes in the world, although poison was powerful, but there was definitely a way to counter it. Honorable Martial Group had profound information surface at that moment. King Kong Wall, an unorthodox and shallow martial technique, was able to form an airtight true power cover that formed around the entire body, preventing the majority of the poison from entering. It was found out that it could effectively block 90% of the different types of poison. After being suggested by an elder, it was immediately perfected. Especially for the armies, under the military general's control, they could easily form up a King Kong Wall. Although the King Kong Wall formed for the army was insufficient to defend against attacks, but it was extremely effective to be used to stop poison. In the fourth week, the death count of Cetus martial artists sharply declined, and the three armies that were unable to move could finally advance again. The small idea caused the entire battle momentum to turn and instigate a huge change. Without the help of poison, lupus martial artists' banditry harassment power sharply declined. Although the three armies still suffered from injuries, but it reached an all-time low. The entire Cetus constellation regained their confidence. The three armies had simply gotten rid of the cities, seemingly having a mutual agreement to advance forward. Their goal was obvious, to pounce straight on Tang Tian, who was at Bear Egg Bronze Base at Three Spirit City. Old Man Fei and his group were all depressed. Before the battle, they were all riding the wind of victory, but they did not expect to collapse in the blink of an eye. The King Kong Wall technique that defeated them was not at all profound, it was just a layer of true power cover forming around the body, preventing the poison from interacting. Compared to other true power covers, it was even more of a substance. If one does not train the King Kong Wall to a profound level, its defense was basically chicken ribs. Although the King Kong Wall was durable, it lacked strength, whereas a strong defense would cause others to be unable to attack. But the weak layer of King Kong Wall was extremely useful towards poison. Bing specially came to console them. Everyone's task is already completed, they have been delayed for 4 weeks, and these 4 weeks are extremely precious to us. Our poison is useless now. Old Man Fei was demoralized. That is very normal in wars, a powerful single might method definitely will have a countermeasure. And, all of you have already accomplished your task, 4 weeks. That is sufficient. Bing's eyes flashed a cold light. Old Man Fei knew what Bing said was reasonable, but his emotions were still not good, so he replied meekly, I will go and research for a bit, I want to see if there are any methods to break the King Kong Wall. Finished, he turned and left. Bing did not stop him, to have a motive was a good thing. Wars were meant to display strength and discipline, and also required new methods of doing things, and thus the advantage usually laid in the foundations. For example, 4 weeks. The Mo family were settled down inside the base, creating not housing first, but the Mo family's workshop. The Mo family were able to become a mechanical aristocratic family, naturally was due to their mechanical technique specialties, and Mo family workshop was one of it. The Mo family workshop had a unique method of manufacturing mechanical weapons, allowing them to be able to control the grade and standard. Using that, even though the mechanical techniques generation had declined, and every mechanical aristocratic family felt the hit, the Mo family were safe and sound. The Mo family's predecessors already understood that the mechanical weapons declining generation could not be stopped, creating low-end mechanical weapons and mechanical beasts were the mainstream products, and the controlling the manufacturing costs was undoubtedly controlling the life or death thread. The Mo family had gone through countless years of accumulation and research to finally create their own manufacturing method, and that was the Mo family workshop. The Mo family workshop was lit with fire, with a lot of hubbub, mechanical weapons rumbling, sparks flying everywhere, with scarlet red molten iron flowing, the air was filled with the sense of metal. The artisan with his bright muscles activated his true power to cause his entire body to be covered in a light aura, holding onto a metal hammer that was bigger than him, every strike accurately struck the metal. Other artisans had focused and rigid expressions, holding on to fine blade tools, they cut the bronze components, the bronze threads forming like wood shavings out while the blade cut down straight lines. All the experienced artisans were the most precious assets of the Mo family. Mo Tian had personally supervised them, he rarely appeared, but currently, with his stern expression, he patrolled around to do inspections. The Mo family had not been this busy in so many years, ever since the Mo family workshop was constructed, it had never been truly used with full force. But the Mo family people were not angry, since it was their first war, and even concerned their life. Furthermore, seeing the scarlet metal fluids, seeing the blood-boiling and invigorating scenes, every Mo family member was filled with the will to fight. When Mo Tian witnessed the newly manufactured latest model mechanical spirit weapon, and marked it with the Mo family workshop symbol, he almost shed tears. How many generations has it been? The Mo family workshop has finally produced the strongest mechanical spirit weapon in this generation. The dream of so many generations. He caressed the crude black-greenish mechanical spirit weapon, it still emitted a bit of warmth from the manufacturing process, the barbs on the surface were not polished evenly yet, there was no paint, no beauty. But in Mo Tian's eyes, it was like the most perfect piece of art, causing him to be deeply infatuated with it. The somewhat ugly mechanical spirit weapon, beneath the warm metal covering, Mo Tian could feel its powerful pulse. This is the newest generation's pulse, Mo Tian suddenly felt extremely heroic, I will let all of you have a taste, the full power of the Mo family workshop. After 4 weeks, the 20 martial artists were extremely in awe of Tang Chou. Spending only 3 days of time, Tang Chou had confirmed their pairings, 20 people forming 5 small groups. That was nothing, but what made them feel inconceivable was that in a short 2 days, Tang had given every group at least 60 pages of tactics training manual. Every group's tactics training manual was completely different. The 20 people almost cried. They were all martial artists born in the hardlands, and finally experienced deeply what was called professionalism. The so-called grandmaster tacticians which they met in the past, the tactics that they had designed, were crude and simple compared to Tang Chow's. And the following training that they received made them feel even more deeply. Their strengths were all rather outstanding with abundant experience. When they started the joint training, they could immediately feel the power of Tang Chow's tactics. Every tactic was designed through careful considerations and planning, even the weaknesses and pitfalls were carefully designed in them. Because it was specially designed for them, their coordination was quickly familiarized. Training the various tactics, they felt as if they were fish swimming in water. What they needed to improve now was the mutual understanding and rapport. After 4 weeks, they had finally established the initial rapport, although Tang was still extremely unsatisfied, but they were all eager to test things out. The situation Ursa Major constellation was like wildfire. Why was it so quiet here? Suddenly, the sentries all around quivered, and silently gave everyone a signal. They were all startled, with lights suddenly glowing in their eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 461, Will to Fight. Chapter 461, Will to Fight. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. I beg you. You must definitely kill her. The delicate and gentle voice, along with her sorrow and sadness, made him willing to do anything for her. Maybe I will die this time. I heard that Three Spirits City is very strong. When Jiang exposed a bitter smile, but his pace was still as firm, he was unable to reject any of her requests. He had protected her all her life, watched her grow up, become another person's wife, gave birth to a daughter, and he initially thought that he could protect her till she passed. Until then, he would have become the guardian to her tomb. But what a pity! The old affairs of that year were flipped open. The little girl that was chased out that year actually became a mechanical grandmaster engineer. The old man actually wanted to use Shishi's life to exchange for Sai Lei, so he was definitely unable to sit back and do nothing. He knew that he himself had no opportunity to get near the old man, although he was already a saint, but the matters of the Yifan family were extremely profound. Inside the shabby-looking small house, he could sense a few faintly discernible cheese. Then let it be Sai Lei. His gaze was ice-cold. To him, the only person that could not die was Shishi. He thought about the past, the woman who bore a remarkable resemblance to Chushi, the woman he so deeply loved, entrusting the infant baby girl to him while at death's door, forcing him to swear an oath to protect the girl for her life. Even the ruthlessness was so similar. His heart was long turned to stone, but thinking back, it caused his heart to feel pain. I have not forgotten about her. That's great. The majestic bronze wall with lights lit inside, separated from the insides, he could still clearly hear the shouts from the training. His expression regained the coldness. The lofty and tall bronze wall was nothing to him. Like a spiraling cloud of smoke, he quietly leaped onto the city wall. His figure stood quietly in the shadows, not revealing any chi or even the movements of air. He followed the darkness, quietly and effortlessly but moving extremely fast. He could see everything clearly despite the darkness, with his eye power being extremely sharp. I don't see Sai Lei. She must be hiding in a place deeper in. He quietly dropped down from the city wall, as though he had no weight, gently floating onto the ground, not even a speck of dust being disturbed. When he landed, he found himself surrounded. Such vigilance! He secretly praised. Seems like the security of Three Spirits City was even more strict than I imagined. But the 8 men surrounding him did not cause him to be alarmed. The reason why he had chosen to slip in was to save time. Since infiltration is not successful, I'll just barge in, there's no difference anyway. To him, killing one man or killing a city had no difference. His pupils turned cold, and his body suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he had emerged in front of one of the martial artists. Out of the 8, he was the strongest, just a step away from entering the saint ranks. But, the step away from being bestowed as a saint was as different as the sky from earth. His 5 fingers turned into claws without much movements, yet he was as quick as lightning. The opponent was obviously slower, and was only in time to raise the bronze rod in front of him to block. Then, the 5 fingers that were in claw form suddenly became as gentle as the wind, strangely passing through the other party's rod, and straight towards his chest. The move was agile and concise, thus becoming extremely fast and able to change intention. No matter how strong the gold-ranked martial artist was, in that one move, he was caught in an extremely dangerous situation. Ding! The handle of the sword suddenly struck over. The swordsman by the side had used his true power and supported him. When Jiang was surprised, the speed of the sword was good, but a pity it was too weak. He extended out his fingers, flicking at the sword tip with his finger. Dang! A force of over 10,000 caddies suddenly pushed forth, the sword immediately crumbled, the swordsman was struck with a severe injury and flew out. But with that delay, the other martial artists took the chance to move up. When Jiang did not panic, his palm either shot out or blocked, his style was very concise, but his might was astonishing. But after 5 to 6 moves, when Jiang felt that something was wrong. Their coordination is clearly planned, and it is of some standard. In just a few moves, when Jiang felt as if he had dropped into a spider web, as though he was getting more and more stuck, he could not display many of his techniques anymore, as though there was a formless binding around him. He did not know that in a place nearby, there was a pair of eyes watching their fight. Tang was immersed in it, his expression focused. The Saint rank was hailed as a powerful one-man army, and could influence any war easily, and he was finally going up against one. Tang had a piece of paper in front of him, on it wrote a header. Essential tactics to restrain a Saint rank. It is a good case study. Bear egg. Tian could feel everything that was happening outside. When 10,000 people all stopped training, it could only mean one thing: something had happened. Tian immediately became anxious, but the whirlpool swords did not seem to stop. Damn it, dot. Even the pain from the tempering of the martial spirit was unable to hold back the anxiousness. He hated that he could not stop immediately to fight alongside everyone. Everyone is out at war, what am I doing here standing by the sidelines? For 4 weeks, the lupus martial artists never came back, and Tian knew that the situation was bad. On the contrary, his restless heart calmed down, the pupils that had sword aura in it flashed past a look of determination. The martial spirit that was being tempered, it was like touching the sword auras with your bare hands, as though your hand is holding onto the sword edge. It was that deep pain that caused him to almost faint. That sword anguish did not come from anywhere, but straight from his soul, the anguish directly on his martial spirit. He stopped thinking for a few seconds, before gradually getting used to it. He could only adapt to the anguish straight from his martial spirit, and unable to divert his focus to anywhere else. Every detail of the pain was crisp and clear. This is truly painful. If only everyone else can give it a try. Tian's blood-curdling scream was very mournful. Jinghao, who was seated near Tian as a guard, opened his eyes. He heard a difference in Tian's screams. What was happening? Very quickly, he noticed the fluctuation of the whirlpool swords, it was increasing in speed. Jinghao stood up in alarm, suspicion immediately emerging in his eyes, but in the next few seconds, he finally understood, it was crazy Tang. The unprecedented screams were filled with pain, but it also had an unspeakable desperate, stirring determination. Jinghao was stunned. Tian. The whirlpool sword's speed continued to increase, the surprising number of sword auras continued to sweep around Tian's surrounding, every blade aura that swept past his martial spirit caused him to shudder. Suddenly, a spark was lit up. Tian's martial spirit trembled incessantly, causing so much pain that it made Tian's mind go blank. Sparks continued to appear. As the whirlpool swords continued to increase in speed, the sparks continued to explode out from his martial spirit, his body became crooked, violently shivering like a sieve. Only his pupils were filled with determination and craziness. I know, at this time, I should be waiting for it to complete its tempering. I know, it is extremely safe now, but because of this rational, that it becomes more reasonable. But to train here peacefully, and watch all of you fight, I cannot do that. In dangerous times, watching all of you blocking and defending for me, I cannot do that. I am very stupid, right? Since I am crazy, you all can laugh if you want. The crazy and reckless determined wails were mind-tearing and ear-piercing. The desolate bare bone flew above Tian's head, the star power suddenly becoming extremely dense. The martial artists who were observing the sky and heavens road were surprised to find out that Big Dipper's handle was quietly shifting. The star power rose dramatically. The whirlpool swords exploded out. Jinghao anxiously retreated, the expanding whirlpool swords were like a regiment of tornadoes, destroying everything around them. The ropes in bear eggs were instantly decimated, countless rope strands flying in the air, and immediately becoming even more destroyed. The platform became smashed. Inside bear egg, a super whirlpool sword storm was quickly forming. Jinghao retreated over 30 m, the whirlpool sword storm was still expanding at an astronomical pace, the condensation of star power continued to flow inwards, Ursa Major constellation's star power concentration was plummeting quickly. Jinghao retreated again. Bang, dot. The whirlpool sword storm engulfed the entire bear egg. Everything that was inside the storm was all crushed. Witnessing the monstrous scene, no matter how strong Jinghao was, he still inhaled in cold air. The citizens of the new Bear Head city, upon sensing the strange movements, all walked out. Long Shou-jing watched with open jaws as the torrential whirlpool swords expanded from a far distance. Beside him, every martial artist was trembling, their faces filled with revere. Around 50 li away from Bear Egg, on a small hill, 3 saints looked at the monstrous whirlpool sword storm, their faces ashen. "Is that guy a human?" 5th Saint Do-Yong stammered, his face pale white. Bai Sisi had lost all the color on her face. She turned to ask He Yuming, "Brother He, that whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique can produce such a might?" He Yuming had a look of fear. He could only feel that his mouth and throat were dry. "I've never ever heard about it before." "That is unimaginable, truly unimaginable. How is that possible? The person inside, how can he not become minced meat?" The volume of Bear Egg was astonishing, and the volume of the whirlpool sword storm had already engulfed the entire Bear Egg. Ding, who had just brought a new batch of poison from Three Spirits City, was stunned in place witnessing the scene. Tang Tian was already completely isolated from the outside. The density of the whirlpool sword storm caused him to be unable to see or hear anything. Only the light aura from the desolate bare bone above his head, which was like the light of the sun, shooting down towards him, gave him a feeling of warmth. His martial spirit was completely enveloped by sparks. His consciousness was a blur, already being engulfed by the torrential anguish, his body spasming. His face did not have the pain look from before. His closed eyes seemed to smoothen out as well. He felt as if he was struggling in the sea, in a moment drowning inside the water, in the next he was above it gasping for air. The choking and stifling feeling made him feel muddle-headed. Inside the chaos, there was a vague voice. "Fight! Fight!" Tang Tian's eyelashes trembled. In a while, he opened his eyes, which were completely white. "Fight! Fight!" His body continued to tremble like a sieve, when suddenly, like a beast that smelled a whiff of his prey, he raised his head and leaned back. His lifeless and sluggish gaze was facing a direction. The direction of the 3 saints hiding on the small hill. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 462, The Moving Whirlpool Sword Storm. Chapter 462, The Moving Whirlpool Sword Storm. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Fight! The vague voice, in the air, seemed like it was a whisper. With his trembling body, he took his first step, causing the figure in the eye of the storm to stagger. The whirlpool sword storm trembled like a pile of toy building blocks that suddenly got struck. It shuddered, as though it could collapse at any moment. Jinghao, who was standing nearby, was able to see clearly the countless layers of sword auras that seemed to flow like an avalanche, causing the hair on his skin to become numb. That fellow, what exactly is he doing? Jinghao's mind surged with a dangerous feeling. Rumble, rumble. The whirlpool sword storm swayed around like a drunkard, slowly moving towards a direction. Jinghao was stunned. That thing can actually move. This. Is that truly the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique? He was dumbstruck. He knew about the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique. As a swordsman, he had some understanding in the different sword techniques of the different sects, and whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique being the most ruthless spirit tempering technique, how could he not know about it? Not only did he know about it, he had specially researched it for a period of time. For someone who was bent on creating his own sword Dao, he was very interested in all techniques related to the sword. Whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique. I have never heard that it could move before. This thing is meant to temper the martial spirit. Not used to run amok all over the place. Only after a few minutes did Jinghao regain his senses. Alright, anything that had to do with Tang Tian, if they did not change to look abnormal, if they did not change to become strange and perverse, then that would be the real weird thing. But the worth of that kid is meant to make the world abnormal. But, please be safe. Worry flashed past Jinghao's eyes. With sword in hand, he flew forward and followed the moving whirlpool sword storm. The 3 saints on the hill were dumbstruck. Is it coming towards us? Do-Yong asked. It seems like it. He Yuming's expression was sluggish. Bai Sisi was stupefied watching the rumbling whirlpool sword storm going towards them, and only managed to say, "What kind of freak is he?" That sentence struck the other two in their hearts. The whirlpool sword storm was very big, rumbling towards them. The sound was very imposing. Even for the 3 people who were saints, facing such a terrifying might, it caused their minds to sway. That is the true might of heavens. What do we do? Do-Yong asked straightforwardly. That freak is definitely coming towards us. Run. He Yuming said straightforwardly as well. Run. Bai Sisi repeated after him. Do Yong looked at the two of them, like that. It is a bit embarrassing, the three of us are saints, hey. Then do you want to go and test it out first? He Yuming's eyes was brimming with encouragement. Bai Cici's beautiful eyes also looked at Do Yong. Let's run. Do Yong dropped his head and ran instantly. The three of them sprinted, their speed extremely fast, but then the drunkard whirlpool sword storm also picked up speed. The rumbling sound behind them did not become further, but instead sounded closer and closer. The three of them were pressured to increase their speed. CC, use your zither. He Yuming shouted. Bai Cici was shaken, and immediately took out her white jade zither, ignoring her image, single-handedly holding onto the zither. Her right hand started to pluck at the zither strings. Zhang zhang zhang. The zither sound brought forth a soothing strength, as though the entire world had calmed down. It was the tune, Calm Consideration. It was Bai Cici's famous tune. She had merged her singing along with her playing, a tune for the spirit which could calm people's mind. Even a berserk 9th level star spirit beast, under the tune, would become calm. Damn it. The whirlpool sword storm is chasing us faster and faster. Bai Cici bit her lips, the zither playing changed, from the calm consideration, it suddenly became very melodious, enchanting to the point of causing the blood to boil. With reference to demonic chant, she had created the beautiful angel. It was extremely confusing and created illusions. Even for gold-ranked martial artists, under the tune, their meridians would erupt, their hearts will become agitated and would die due to the combustion of the body. Damn it. The whirlpool sword storm is still increasing speed. The three of them could already feel the flow of the storm of sword auras behind them, crazily attacking and cutting the air, creating ripples. The might, even as saints, caused their backs to turn cold. Split up and run. He Yuming shouted. The three of them suddenly split, flying in 3 directions. The three of them could immediately feel the whirlpool sword storm halt for a moment. Haha, let's see what you will do next. The three of them all heaved a sigh of relief. After the next second, the whirlpool sword storm suddenly flew after He Yuming, who took the middle path without hesitation. He Yuming's face became white, the hair on his skin turned numb. He could not care about his image and the way which he flew anymore, and activated all the true power in his body, discharging it from his feet. He sprinted with all his might. Seeing that He Yuming had attracted the whirlpool sword storm and disappearing across the horizon, Do Yong and Bai Cici returned back. Both of them had a look of joy. Will brother he die? Bai Cici was worried. I will pray for him and light up joss sticks for him. Do Yong swore. Bai Cici stopped talking. You want to save him? Do Yong asked after seeing her act that way. Bai Cici shook her head. No, I was thinking where to offer him joss sticks. The two of them were speechless. The wind blew over, causing the two of them to feel a slight chill. Do Yong looked at the desolate wilderness, and said suddenly, I have a bad premonition. Bai Cici remained silent. His Majesty's decision is most probably a mistake. Do Yong muttered, I have never seen such a weird guy before. I think, if Tang Tian does not die now, will he become like Lion King Leong? Most probably. Bai Cici said, if Tang Tian does not die under that powerful whirlpool sword storm, his martial spirit will definitely be tempered to a terrifying stage. Him becoming a saint is only a matter of time, but it will be very soon. As soon as he enters the saint rank, his martial spirit will be far stronger than anyone else, and that will make him even more terrifying. Do Yong looked at Bai Cici. He was taken aback. Bai Cici's character was cold, and it was the first time Do Yong had heard her talk so much. But her words caused him to become quiet. After a moment, he raised his head and looked at Bai Cici. Then what do we do? The two of them were quiet once more. If Tang Tian did not die, then Cetus constellation would definitely fall. Although they were saints, but that did not mean that they did not think for their future. The actions of winning and forgiving the other party, such a benevolent monarch, only existed in books, as more of the heroic masters liked to settle their debts. In the past, there were 3 saints who caused many deaths and injuries to Lei Yang's army, and after they were defeated, the 3 saints wanted to escape, but they were ultimately caught and killed by Lei Yang's army. There were very few solitary saints, as majority of them had families as backings. Those that did not have families were disciples who had taken up mantles. The wind seemed to become even colder. 3 Spirits City. The battle in the corner had surprised many people. Everyone was stunned by Wen Zhang's strength. 20 high-leveled martial artists had surrounded him and were fighting with him, but Wen Zhang was still able to hold his own. The seemingly ordinary martial techniques, in Wen Zhang's hands, became extremely powerful. 20 people were actually unable to do anything to Wen Zhang. Many of the mechanical martial artists who were training were prepared to act as support, but very quickly, everyone received orders from above that they were not allowed to help. The order sent down made them feel weird. but they all stood by the side to watch in the end. Tang Chao's position remained the same, watching every detail of the fight. His eyes were lit up with a strange light aura, his entire focus was immersed in it, and the pen in his hand was flying at an astonishing rate as he continued to write in the book. The saint was being deconstructed in his eyes, being analyzed down to every fine detail. Every detail, every resistance in the fight, were all in his mind, all being broken down into data. The gaudy and shocking attacks were being peeled off layer by layer like clothing, transforming into their most primitive states in his eyes. The white paper in front of him was filled with all sorts of patterns and designs, and every corner was filled with writing. His strange gaze, frantic writing, filling up the paper with words and drawings, was quickly completed. Magic Flute had quietly appeared behind Tang Chou, not disturbing him. Tang Chou suddenly stopped, dropping the pen in his hand. He asked without turning his head, "Why are you here?" "It's over?" Magic Flute asked. "Yes, it's finished." Tang Chou stretched his waist, the strange look in his eyes had regained the coldness. "I have obtained sufficient data, and I want to study it well." "Do you have something against the same rank?" Magic Flute chuckled, his laugh was refreshing. "I am set to become a famous general rank military general, and the saints are my opponents whom I need to suppress." Tang Chou then reminded, "You must be more careful. We have allowed Honorable Martial Group to become so vicious, they will definitely think of ways to defeat us. To have such a good opportunity, they will not miss it." When Tang Chou finished speaking, another intense fighting sound rose up from another direction of the base. "Ah Chou, you truly have incredible foresight," Magic Flute praised. "Although I do not wish to trouble you, but this time, we need some time." Tang Chou said coldly, "It's best that you perform more beautifully, and intimidate them." Magic Flute advised with warmth, "Your killing intent is too heavy. A general is only successful upon reaching thousands of bones, and I want to become a famous general, how can I not kill?" Tang Chou did not even raise his head, keeping the stack of papers. "Not only do I want to kill, I want to kill a lot of them." Magic Flute helplessly laughed, then floated away. Tang Chou's promotion had made his personality even more of a bigot and even more determined. Compared to last time, he looked to be more lofty. And Tang Chou was right, everyone's Tao was different. He leaped to the tallest tower of the base, overlooking the entire place, caressing the shiny bronze flute in his hand. His warm pupils revealed a tranquil look. "I never expected that, after dying for so many years, I still have the chance to become stronger. Life is truly undetermined." The wind blew in his face, blowing up his hair and robes. He looked to be a noble man from a painting, facing the wind, his white robes fluttering with the wind. All the vague memories surfaced up in his mind, becoming emotional and exhaling slowly. All the confusion of his youth poured out. "If it was that time, if it was in that period, I would have played to my heart's content, my songs would flow through the years. But suddenly today, I stand alone in the wind, once again playing my 7 tunes of death." He exhaled slowly, the noble man looked to be holding back, his eyebrows frowned, he placed the bronze flute to his lips. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 463, Heart Without Worries. Chapter 463, Heart Without Worries. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Leo Zion, and D'Andrear. Zhang Minghe's expression was steady, the martial artists beside him were all the elites of the family. Cetus Constellation's assault this time was instigated by his uncle, and no one would have expected themselves to get caught up in such a predicament. Ever since Tang Tian appeared out from nowhere, and obtained the nickname of Honorable Martial Group's grindstone, the geniuses of Honorable Martial Group all started to withdraw from people's eyes. All the originally complacent geniuses were extremely affected, and went back to their homes to train bitterly. Their backgrounds were celebrated with abundant resources, and coupled with their high talents, along with their effort, their strengths would all soar. But, when compared to the brilliant Tang Tian, they still paled in comparison. Since when did every single one of the arrogant geniuses have their fame snatched away by a poor kid from a rural place? Furthermore, Tang Tian's battle achievements were real and true, taking down Ursa Major Constellation, along with the ongoing rumor that Tang Tian had defeated a saint. But Zhang Minghe and the rest had their own means of information, and knew that the information was real. But, so what if he was a saint? Fighting intent filled Zhang Minghe's heart. His current strength, against the weakest saint, had some bit of victory. He knew that the saint that Tang Tian defeated did not make many improvements after being bestowed the saint rank. Zhang Minghe believed that Cetus Constellation's strategy was feasible. He had asked his 7th brother before, who also thought that the plan was good, the success rate was very high, and they even had a relatively huge amount of support. But no one expected the situation to get caught in a deadlock, a situation the Zhang family was not hoping for. Ursa Major Constellation's poison war had informed Heaven's Road on how to use poison in battles. But Zhang Ming he thought it was an underhanded method. Wars were meant to compare true strength. Following the popularization of the King Kong Wall, they finally managed to struggle free from the quagmire. And the announcement from Three Spirits City to Onyx Soul was also quickly passed to Honorable Marshal Group, so everyone thought it was required to pull out that painful needle. To force Ursa Major Constellation to compete in true strength, they needed to get rid of all their underhanded means. Once Honorable Marshal Group became serious, their powerful intelligence capabilities spread out. The grievances between Sai Lei and the Yifan family were exposed, and even knew of the Yifan's family elders requesting Sai Lei's father to admit his mistakes. They caught wind of everything, including Chu Shi's rage in her family and Wen Jiang's actions. They originally did not view Wen Jiang as an important character, and thought he was a nameless senior, but they did not expect an elder to recognize Wen Jiang. Lone Wolf, Wen Jiang. The once famous saint that suddenly disappeared, caused Honorable Marshal Group to be roused. Upon knowing that Wen Jiang infiltrated Three Spirit City, Honorable Marshal Group also took action. Zhang Ming he did not make a move, for in his eyes, the small fish were not worth him doing anything. He was completely confident of the upcoming battle. Wen Jiang was a saint along with Zhang Ming he who was closing in on the saint rank. Zhang Ming he did not believe that just a Three Spirits City was able to resist a saint and a half-step saint. Furthermore, he had 4 gold-ranked martial artists, all of them were the most elite of the Zhang family. It was a pity Tang Tian was not around, if not, it would be worthwhile to spar with Tang Tian. Zhang Ming he appeared to be idling at the front door, confident and relaxed. Suddenly, music sounded out, causing him to stop in his tracks. He raised his head. At the highest tower, a white-robed floating figure entered his vision. That was young Master Magic Flute. Zhang Ming he squinted his eyes. Honorable Marshal Group had a very detailed report of Three Spirits City. Three Spirits City had very few strong martial artists, but they had 2 sound-type martial artists, Blind Cord Old Man and Young Master Magic Flute. Zhang Ming he did not put Blind Cord Old Man in his eyes. Such a low-end Heaven Road list martial artist was not worthy of him. Adding on his old age, he did not have much growth potential, and would even have difficulty as a protector. But he was curious about young Master Magic Flute, the once hailed and extremely famous sound-type Grandmaster who was said to be a legend. The depths of his strength were unknown. Such a pity, he was just a damaged spirit general. Zhang Ming he shook his head. Tang Tian truly did not know how to use his things properly. From the way Zhang Ming he looked, to use a spirit general like young Master Magic Flute to resist the enemy, who was not strong enough to charge and break through the enemy's lines, was not a good use. A spirit general like young Master Magic Flute was most suited to be teacher. There were too few ancient tune scores, which only the original composers knew. That was where such a damaged spirit general could shine. He truly looked like a deity from a painting. Zhang Ming he praised, a faint regret surfacing in his mind. Such a pity, he is not my spirit general. Zhang Ming he's admiring look immediately turned cold. The martial artists around him suddenly soared into the air, shooting towards Magic Flute. As the melodious music resonated out, young Master Magic Flute's face revealed a joyous and satisfied look. 1 tune 7 deaths, he had long completed the first 6 tunes, but he was also not satisfied with the 7th tune, and he had racked his brains for the 7th tune, narrowly entering a frenzied state. He only fully completed the 7th tune upon his death. Is my unwillingness to dissipate because I wanted to play it? I have my own obsessions too. I never thought that I would have a chance to play this, it truly feels so good. Gentlemen, you will now listen to my 7th tune, Heart Without Worries. As the melodious tune soared out from his bronze flute, a smoke-like brilliance billowed out. The multicolored brilliance floated in the air, like buds growing out from their seeds, the green ones becoming trees, the red ones becoming flowers, the blue ones becoming the sky, the gold ones becoming the sun. When the music started, Zhang Ming he was still oblivious, until he suddenly realized that the overcast sky behind young Master Magic Flute had actually become azure blue, causing him to shiver. The lights around him quickly changed. The beautiful heavens and sky, ancient trees and fresh and green meadows were brightly lit with the comfortable and warm sun. The azure blue sky had beautiful clouds floating past, as a myriad of beautiful flowers bloomed. A beautiful and sparkling lake appeared in the distance, with a wonderful flute tune lingering in the ear. The tune was unspeakably beautiful, causing Zhang Ming he to become silly, all the worries in his mind scattering into the wind. He forgot about his past, he could only feel an unspeakable satisfaction, an unspeakable bliss. He sat on the grass, which caused him to feel even more comfortable. So soft. I want to sleep. He vaguely recalled that he still had things to do, but no matter how hard he tried to think, he could not remember it. Very quickly, that recollection disappeared, his face revealing a satisfied smile, like he wanted to sleep. Suddenly, a puppy ornament hanging on his waist lit up with a dazzling light aura, the golden light aura drilling into his body. Zhang Ming he's entire body trembled, his face revealing a pained look, but he immediately struggled out of the illusion. Damn it! I succumbed to it. A cold chill surfaced in his heart. If not for the protection of his treasure, he would have been dead. He tightly held onto the puppy ornament. The seemingly hideous-looking puppy had a rich background. It was the gold treasure of Canis Minor constellation, Rui Dog. As an equatorial palace hall, how could Canis Minor constellation's gold treasure be an ordinary object? Rui Dog's name had a fine name to it. It actually had an ancient monarchine dog's martial spirit sealed in it. Groomed by star power every day, it was much stronger than in the past. Zhang Ming he reared it with his blood and energy, and thus it was connected to his heart. Honorable Martial Group had done intensive research on star treasures, but for treasures that relied on blood and energy, it was an extremely unorthodox method. However, this extremely dangerous method had very substantial effects. The music had no breaks, causing Zhang Ming's face to reveal a blank look, but after a moment he quivered again, and after a while, he was bewildered again, repeatedly happening. It made him feel extremely strange. When Jiang heard the music, like a cat that sensed danger, the hair on his entire body all stood. He was a saint, so his intuition was much sharper than Zhang Minghe. Saint! They have a saint! Before he had time to retreat, his surroundings changed, the scene before him became alive, everything was serene without any killing intent, but it caused the hair on his skin to become numb. What is this spirit domain? When Zhang's surrounding lit up with a black circular light aura, it was his spirit domain, dual opposing wheels. In this region, he could attack at will, without being sluggish while changing between martial techniques. Amongst many martial artists, they had contradicting martial techniques which conflicted with one another, so they could not be used together. But his spirit domain allowed him to employ all of them perfectly. They were like two wheels spinning side by side and repelling each other, therefore he called them dual opposing wheels. Dual opposing wheels had a simple usage, but it was powerful. It violated the fundamental logic of martial techniques. Completely opposite characteristic martial techniques gave enemies a difficult time, especially during close quarters combat, where it could be displayed to its fullest. Dual opposing wheels was a pure offensive type of spirit domain, and did not have any defensive capabilities. Wen Jiang could clearly feel the music frantically eroding his spirit domain. Once he loses the protection of his spirit domain, he would might as well wait and let them capture him. When Zhang's eyes released a cold light, he knew he needed to rush to his opponent. Only by closing in could he release the might of his spirit domain. He faced the empty space in front of him and sped forth like lightning. In a short span of time, he unleashed 4 contradictory martial techniques, for different types and contrasting light aura were released and merged together. Bang! Dot! The intense explosion made him unstable, but the illusion in front of him had a hole. The hole was gradually becoming smaller and smaller. Ignoring everything else, Wen Jiang rushed towards the hole. With one blade and one sword in hand, the weapons lit up with dazzling light aura and appeared at the hole. Although the opponent's strength could not be compared to him, but the two people's techniques were utilized with full force without holding back. They wanted to force him back in. When Jiang bellowed, extending out his 4 limbs in midair, 16 different colored of light auras accurately struck the blade and sword. The two martial artists cried out as they were flung far away. When Jiang's ashen face exited the hole, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Illusionary-type spirit domains needed time to be completed, and he could not afford to give that sort of time. When Jiang raised his head to look up, his eyes fixated onto Magic Flute, who was floating at the tallest tower. Magic Flute had his eyes closed while he blew on the flute, the threads of light pouring out from him. A few martial artists fiercely pounced towards Wen Jiang, seeking death. Wen Jiang's eyes flashed a severe look. Just as he was about to get rid of the few cannon fodders, his face suddenly changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 464, He Yuming's Life Savior. Chapter 464, He Yuming's Life Savior. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. An intoxicating and limp feeling spread inside Wen Jiang's spirit domain. A pretty woman appeared from thin air, smiling sweetly towards him. Wen Jiang's heart shuddered. That face that he had yearned for day and night seemed to be so real and alive. His arm moved, wanting to stretch out to touch the face that had appeared in his dreams for countless of times. Not good. It was an illusion. His remaining intellect allowed Wen Jiang to bite his tongue, the intense pain and taste of blood causing him to awaken. The lady in front of him transformed into smoke, and for some reason, his heart felt pain. His face turned pale white. That strange limp feeling actually came from deep within his body. How is that possible? He had clearly dispelled the corroding thing from his spirit domain. When Jiang raised his head to look, staring at the white figure floating at the top of the tower, as though he could ride with the wind any time. The white figure gradually became blurred in his eyes, the smoke that was released, once again transformed into the pretty lady, when Jiang's heart shook with happiness, as the smoke from his body enveloped every corner of his spirit domain. Such a powerful spirit domain. That was when Jiang's last thought as his pale white face exposed a happy smile. To die in this illusion is so good. Magic Flute quietly watched when Jiang, whose life was gradually slipping away. His face did not have a bit of victory or joy, the bright pair of eyes resembled the stars in the sky. The wind swept past his face, blowing his robes. A teardrop dropped from the corner of his eye, and flew with the wind. The seventh tune, Heart Without Worries, was a killing technique designed to kill a saint. The flute tune was like a poisonous seed, upon entering the heart of a person, planting in the perfect soil of yearning and longing in the deepest part of the heart, the poison slowly eroded the spirit domain of the user. Finally, the completed seventh tune had appeared for the first time. Yet Magic Flute's face was extremely calm. That was the power of music, which was the power of the heart. Magic Flute looked rather frustrated and disappointed. All the emotions of the heart made the heart the softest place, and it was where it hid the most fatal poison. He laughed at himself. Why am I feeling emotional for the death of my enemy? It truly is pretentious, luckily, that crazy Tang is not here. As expected, the one that I cannot stand the most is that fool, ha! Magic Flute laughed out loud, the haze in his heart dissipating. His gaze landed on Zhang Minghe, who was bitterly holding on. It was like he had malaria, suddenly cold and suddenly hot. Heart Without Worries was specially made for combating a saint, and was much stronger against one. A saint's determination and resolution is generally much stronger than ordinary martial artists, and they had attained a surprising stage of self-control. However, even the strongest and most resolute of men will have a soft spot in the heart. And the poison of longing that was concealed in their hearts, the more it was suppressed, if erupted, would definitely be more intense. And this sort of poison would erode the saint's spirit domain, which was another crucial point. That was where the true power of Heart Without Worries was. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the effect. Although Zhang Ming was not weak, he was also not a saint, and did not have a spirit domain. His determination was not resolute enough, and thus the Heart Without Worries was not as intense on him as on Wen Jiang, and he also had the Rui dog in his possession. Since it was so, he could only persevere, while the others were all dead. Suddenly, a silver claw flew out and grabbed onto the Rui dog in Zhang Minghe's hand. Tugging at it, the silver claw pulled the Rui dog away from Zhang Minghe. Rui dog's light aura erupted, but the silver claw held onto it perseveringly. No matter how it struggled, it could not get free. Losing the protection, Zhang Minghe was not able to hold on any longer. His body fell, and he fainted. Seeing that, Magic Flute shook his head. He himself came from an aristocratic family, and knew that the disciples of aristocratic families usually had a lack of experience, thus their willpower was naturally weaker, the longing of the heart was not as intense, and that was their common pitfall. Duan Mu looked at Rui dog carefully. The silver claw belonged to him. Such a high-grade object, it could expand his knowledge just by looking. Qi Guang, who was at the side, looked in envy. That was how that brat actually dishonestly took so many things. Just as everyone recovered from their shock, they all looked towards Magic Flute with reverence. Although the majority of the people did not know when Jiang had released his spirit domain, and that was the truth. Saint rank, young Master Magic Flute actually killed a saint rank. A spirit general able to kill a saint rank. Plenty of people witnessed the battle. As Honorable Marshal Group and Cetus Constellation were slowly losing the poison war, people who were quick-witted could immediately guess that Honorable Marshal Group would definitely take action against Three Spirit City. Before that, although Three Spirit City had already begun showing their worth, many people still did not look up to the small powerhouse. Until the time when Three Spirit City and Libra Constellation's Grandmaster Association started to collaborate did Three Spirit City finally walk to the main stage. And when the connection between Three Spirit City and Tang Tian erupted out, it attracted even more people. The current Three Spirit City had no more possibility of expanding quietly. When the fight started inside the base, it startled the spies and scouts around it. Magic Flute's Heart Without Worries caused the entire city to become silly, but when the information reached the powerful scouts, it was as good as a surprising turn of events. The melodious flute sound was filled with killing intent that was difficult to detect. Magic Flute was actually that strong. The scouts were all shocked as they started to reappraise Magic Flute's strength. Every family's evaluation was unanimous. Although Magic Flute's strength was not very profound when he was alive, as a spirit general, his strength has already far exceeded that. His current strength should be at about 7,000 on the Heaven Road list. But when time quietly passed, there were no sounds of fighting inside the base. Even when Jiang Zhangminghe and the rest did not come out. All of the scouts were dumbstruck, a terrifying guess appeared in all of their heads. All the intruders had died. With Wen Jiang and Zhang Minghe's strength, they believed that Three Spirits City could be easily destroyed. But to have no sound nor movements, that caused people to feel their blood run cold. How many more secrets are there still hidden inside the base? Tang Chao's request to intimidate the enemies was completed beautifully, as in the entire Three Spirit City, even the thieves were eradicated. The originally fierce martial artists who paraded themselves around, were now carefully shopping and getting information with smiles on their faces. But the discussion on Magic Flute did not stop there. When young Master Magic Flute flew to the top of the tower alone, with his white robes fluttering in the sky, it resembled and even had the bearing of a deity in a painting, and quickly he became the dream lover of many young ladies. And his heart without worries garnered praises from various sound-type grandmasters, and even more quickly became a trendy tune. Other people started playing to Heart Without Worries, the tune which was beautiful, causing them to be intoxicated with it. And all the sound-type martial artists all started to attempt to comprehend the tune. Even the saints were trying, but sound-type martial artists able to release a tune to kill a saint rank could be counted with one hand. To be able to use a tune to kill a saint, in the entire music history, was rarely met, and every one of them were legends. And with Magic Flute as a spirit general, it made him become even more of a legend. People started digging into his past. Everyone then realized, the history books that touched upon the name Magic Flute were few, and all were of a few lines, but instead it made the people want to know more about his life. Of course, these were unrelated to Magic Flute. What made him annoyed was that every day at the base's entrance, there would be a flock of pretty ladies shouting to the base. Young Master Magic Flute. I want to marry you. Young Master Magic Flute. Please take me in as your disciple. Magic Flute sat quietly with a calm look on his face. Tang Chou walked past him, and coincidentally heard the ladies outside shouting, Young Master, Young Master. I love you. Tang Chou stopped in his tracks, glanced at the door, then retracted his eyes, and muttered, such a pity, humans and ghosts walk different paths. Magic Flute's cheek twitched. Tang Chou shook his sleeves and left. Seeing Tang Chou's back view, Magic Flute almost threw the bronze flute in his hand at Tang Chou's head. Young Master was famous. But at the moment, everyone's focus in the base was fixated on the war at Ursa Major Constellation. He Yuming was going crazy. Why me? Why are you staring at me? The zither wasn't mine, don't tell me you like zither? The whirlpool sword storm behind him released a terrifying hiss that caused the hair on people's back to stand. Everything that had passed, sand or rocks, were all smashed. He Yuming personally witnessed a 300 m tall mountain, smashed instantly into pieces, the rocks flew down like rain behind him, hitting onto his back, causing pain. The speed of the whirlpool sword storm did not drop at all. Are there any saints that have been in such a situation before? In any case, I am a saint. He Yuming was feeling pain and hatred at himself. Why did I train in sword techniques? Why did I not become a saint through the bestowal of light body techniques? Someone save me. Suddenly, He Yuming's heart jumped, there were many people in front of him. His eyes lit up, his face exposing happiness. Heavens, you finally have opened your eyes. Heaven, you can't take it anymore. It was as if He Yuming was on drugs, he frantically rushed towards the group of people. The White Whale Army was advancing quickly, by their sides were Black Whale Army and Blue Whale Army protecting their sides. Fu Yan's troops were at the front, he had complete confidence of his skills, and was not even afraid of saints. The army had a large King Kong wall activated, the entire army was protected against poison. Ordering the three armies, prepare to increase speed. Fu Yan shouted loudly, we need to increase our speed and reach Bear Egg earlier. Only by occupying the Bear Egg and destroying Tang Tian, can we truly earn the victory. Thinking about the few weeks of quagmire faced by the army, he still had some lingering fears. He never ever wanted to face such a battle anymore. Even when thinking about it now, he still felt sullen. Most importantly, they were short on time. The longer they dragged, the smaller their advantage became. But Fu Yan did not relax at all, and the three armies continued to advance, maintaining their prudence. The Lupus army that could appear and disappear unpredictably, and the other Plateau army, seemed to have disappeared into thin air. That did not make Fu Yan and his army relax, but instead increased the pressure on them, the exhaustion of physical strength becoming larger unknowingly. Suddenly, Fu Yan bellowed, stop. The three armies stopped abruptly, exposing cautious looks. Fu Yan's face congealed, he seemed to have heard of some strange sounds. Is that the sound of cavalries? No, it is not. What is that sound? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 465 Will Flower of Blood in Full Bloom. Chapter 465 Will Flower of Blood in Full Bloom. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The sound came from behind the cliff ahead of them. The sound got closer and closer, which was very imposing. Fu Yan, who was rich with experience, knew by the sound that the number of the army ahead was definitely not small in numbers. Prepare to fight. Star Spirit Beasts. Could it be a swarm of flying-type Star Spirit Beasts? Fu Yan thought his guess was about 80 to 90% right, when suddenly, a silhouette came charging from behind the mountains. Such a fast speed. Fu Yan quivered, the corner of his eyes twitched. A saint. The opponent's speed was definitely a saint. Hold on, Fu Yan felt that the person ahead was familiar. With a fixed stare, he recognized who it was, Sword Saint Mr. He. But Mr. He was extremely battered, his clothes torn, with mud all over his body, even his shoes have dropped. Fu Yan could not believe his own eyes. Was this the Mr. He that he had immense respect for? If he didn't know him, he would have thought that that was a beggar on the streets. No, even Cetus Constellation beggars were much cleaner than that fellow. This fellow, no, he is Mr. He. Hold on, it is Mr. He. Fu Yan came to his senses. Who could let a sword saint become so battered? Suddenly, his gaze straightened. Bang. The cliff in front exploded without warning, as countless rocks shot towards them like raindrops. Even then, nobody knew how to dodge. They were all dumbstruck. They were stupefied and looked up at the enormous shadow rushing towards them. Thousands of swords auras, densely packed, formed a huge storm. In front of the storm, they seemed to be so tiny, the shadow from the storm occupying their entire vision. Incomparable fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. They turned pale and trembled by instinct. Kill. Fu Yan screamed this sentence instinctively, proving that he was a qualified military leader. With the familiar order, it made the warriors instinctively come out with their own attack. Dense sword and blade auras rose from Fu Yan back, converging into a large current, charged at the whirlpool sword storm. Alas, the result disappointed Fu Yan. Their attack did not penetrate whirlpool sword storm. It did not even cause a small wave. The sharp whistle that filled the heaven and earth made their scalps numb. The rotating sword aura flew at a rapid speed. The turbulence it caused made them unstable where they stood. At this point in time, it was already too late to escape. Fu Yan's eyes reddened. He snarled, "Defend!" His snarl, in the gale, was weak, but it gave the despaired people a glimmer of hope to hold on to. The King Kong wall enveloping the armies turned very dense. Everyone was crazily urging their true power. King Kong wall glowed with a golden light, as countless golden Sanskrit flowed along the surface. The King Kong wall, when trained to a profound level, was able to form golden inscriptions. This led to everyone's courage increasing a few folds. They might be able to survive. Fu Yan wanted to let the three formations of the army communicate with each other, hence, the distance between each of them was not more than 100 m. The three armies adopted the most defensive stance, which was their only choice. The whirlpool sword storm engulfed everything. The sword auras circling in the outer circumference hit the King Kong wall like a rainstorm, the concentrated noises preventing everyone from hearing any sound. Dazzling sparks spread fully on every corner of King Kong wall. It was so blaring that no one could see clearly. In desperation, everyone let out a howl like crazy beasts, crazily urging their true power. It was their only hope of survival. The King Kong wall trembled violently and looked as if it was going to collapse any time. A human's will to survive was extremely formidable. As rays of light auras started to shine amongst the martial artists in the armies, they were actually going through a breakthrough at such a time. The heavens have not forsaken me. Fu Yan was the first to feel it. He was the military leader, and was controlling all the auras. The true power transmitted from the martial artist suddenly erupted. King Kong wall, which was originally about to collapse, miraculously stabilized. The three army formed the shape of, similar to three chisels. They poked ferociously at the whirlpool sword storm. The sword auras struck the King Kong wall continuously. With the increased number of the sword auras, the originally stable state of the whirlpool sword storm started to show signs of becoming thin. Whirlpool sword storm's strength gradually weakened, but the King Kong wall of the three armies had also reached the limit. Although there were constantly people having breakthroughs, not every single person could break through in the matter of life and death. When the number of people breaking through decreased, Fu Yan's heart sunk non-stop. The tremblings of the King Kong wall become even more violent. The extent of the tremble was increasing. The true power coming from them all around was gradually getting weaker. A sharp and clear shattering sound sounded out. Fu Yan shut his eyes in despair. We are done for. Almost at the same moment, the King Kong wall of the other two armies shattered at the same time. At this very moment, the thin whirlpool sword storm ruptured with a loud bang, as countless sword auras swept all around with a loud bang. The sword auras swept across, like combs, combing every corner of the battlefield, with no one left standing. Countless amounts of blood spurted out, bursting open at the same time. From a bird's eye view, it resembled a huge flower of blood in full bloom. A lone figure floated above the fresh blood. There was no ear-splitting whistle, no blinding sparks, it was a quiet valley of death. On top of the blood flower, the young man stood in silence, floating around. There was no anxiousness in his pupils, his blanked face, along with the intense contrast of blood beneath his feet, was filled with a devilish sense of beauty. Fight! The young man's whispers were light and could not be heard. The young man's body fell to the ground powerlessly. Jinghao's eyes turned, he appeared beside Tang Tian in an instant and hugged him. Everyone was shocked by this sight. Do Yang's expression was as pale as paper. He forcefully squeezed a smile that looked uglier than crying and spoke to Bai Cici. Looks like we do not need to think about how to give an account to Cetus constellation anymore. His voice was trembling, his hands shivering. He had killed plenty of people before, but the scene in front of him gave him a shock like never before. A martial artist's life was as weak as an ant. The huge blooming blood flower slowly opened up, soaking the entire valley. Bai Cici suddenly bent forward and vomited. He Yuming's expression was pale and dazed. He initially only had the ability to scream to live, but to personally witness the bloody battlefield with his own eyes, he fell to the ground, ruined. Now that is troublesome. Bing slapped his forehead. He felt a headache creeping up. He never bothered with the 3 whale armies, as he had prepared for a long time to capture all of them, but he never thought that Tang Tian, with his power, immediately decimated the entire 3 whale armies. It was okay if it said to be only destroyed, but the scene in front of the eyes was too bloody and cruel. Bing was in fact alright, he was someone who climbed out from a pile of dead bodies. In his time, in any trenches, there was a possibility to be so bloody. But what about the rest? The big war was only just a prologue. The majority of martial artists in Heaven's Road grew up in a peaceful environment. The fighting and killing between martial artists were common occurrences, but for the scene in front of their eyes, not many have seen it before. However, the scene earlier had long passed through many treasures, spread to every corner of Heaven's Road. After the fight, Tang Tian had many fierce nicknames similar to the human massacre. Bing puffed out a smoke ring, the corner of his mouth twitching, but it was good. Killing the 3 armies with one man, this kind of magnificent feat, even Lion King Leong did not do it when he was young. After the fight, Honorable Martial Group, in the short run, definitely did not dare to do anything to them. For them, time was the most important thing. They needed time for their martial artists to grow, needed time to finish the reform and renew the mechanical spirit weapons, needed time to cultivate their own saints. Even a half-step saint was enough, as they did not even have a saint. Oh, maybe those 3 fellows. Bing glanced at Do Yong and the rest who were at a distance huddled together. Bing, who was the first person among the rest to have recovered, already started to think of his next move. Cetus constellation was done for. With the destruction of Cetus constellation's 3 whale armies, they were already bound to be decimated. At this time, they were already holding the absolute advantage. A swarm of figures came closer at a fast pace. It was an unfamiliar army, and everyone immediately became cautious. Adrian brought a skinny young man to Bing. This is subordinate Lu Di, he has led the hunting net army here to seek refuge. Lu Di's eyes were swollen. It was not only him, as Adrian's eye socket were also swollen. Bing was taken aback. He had allowed Adrian to advise Lu Di to surrender, but it seemed like something happened to the both of them to cause them to become like that, and thus he could not help but ask, what happened? Adrian, with weary tears, choked with emotions, Orion fell into the enemy's hands, the master is dead. Bing was stunned, his expression congealed. He patted Adrian's shoulder, turned and said to Lu Di, General, you have come at the right time, let's go and save people first. Lu Di and Adrian were then able to clearly see the situation at the valley, and both became immensely shocked. This is? Lu Di asked in a trembling voice. The scene in front was too tragic, it was his first time seeing such tragic battlefield. Crazy Tang did this. Bing's tone was complicated. Him alone? Adrian opened his eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe. Isn't he in the whirlpool swords and tempering his martial spirit? It is that whirlpool. Bing shook his head. You will know when time comes, let's save people first, who knows how many we can save. Bing's emotions were complicated. No military leader liked the existence that could break and affect the equilibrium. Even if they have the victory, it would cause his arrangements to not have any meaning anymore. Winning is fine, he laughed at himself. He wasn't Tang Chou anyway, and was not interested in becoming a famous general. Nothing was wrong with Crazy Tang. Although he had fallen into a coma, his breath was stable, and the frequency of his breathing was like he was asleep. This fool. Even before the battle here was concluded, the Lupus Army and Plateau Army had already attacked a few star doors and severed the martial artists of Cetus constellation paths of retreat. Crayon, Ling Su, Aimoli and Han Bing Ning, and Draco Constellation's gold-ranked martial artists, each of them led a group of lupus bandits, and started driving out the aristocratic family disciples who wanted to achieve any accomplishment from Ursa Major Constellation back to their homes. With the destruction of the three big armies, the star doors being occupied, they had become trapped like turtles in a jar. The disciples could fight windward battles, but they panicked upon meeting danger. The situation had become so desperate that people's hearts started to become anxious. Nobody knew who started surrendering first, as these people started to surrender one after another. At Sky Marshal Wolf Academy, those students who just changed their outfit broke out into hurls of abuse. They had not even appeared on stage, and these terrified trashes had surrendered. At that moment, a completely new order arrived at top speed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 466, Changes in the Situation. Chapter 466, Changes in the Situation. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Development of the situation was beyond expectations. The destruction of the three Cetus Constellation armies, the seizing of star doors, three saints that initiated to surrender, countless Cetus martial artists surrendering, in the blink of an eye, Cetus Constellation was in imminent danger. While in Three Spirit City, with the Toon Heart without worries, Zhang Ming he was captured in Lone Wolf when Jiang was killed. Tang Tian's reputation reached its peak. Such an illustrious military achievement, ever since Lion King Leong, no one was able to surpass Tang Tian. Furthermore, Tang Tian extinguished three armies by himself, practically exhibiting the power of a martial artist's capability to saturation. Although there were a few saints that analyzed that Tang Tian was actually just drawing the power of heaven and earth, that shocking scene was fated to remain in the hearts of countless people. The only regret was that once Gongqing from Cetus Constellation saw that something was not right, he immediately took the same treasure and escaped Cetus Constellation with the help of Honorable Marshal Group. Cetus Constellation's star power concentration fell greatly from 31% to 22%. To Tang Tian, Gongqing's escape was not a bad thing. The local martial artists from Cetus Constellation were maintained rather well. When Gongqing was there, the local martial artists' resistance was extremely tenacious, but when the news of Gongqing's escape spread, morale fell rapidly and their resistance vanished. There was no need to doubt of the importance of Cetus Constellation to Tang Tian. Cetus Constellation and Lupus Constellation were neighbors. In this way, the five constellations could merge to form one body. Unfortunately, Lupus Constellation's Saint Treasure was nowhere to be found and Cetus Constellation's Saint Treasure was also missing. Only Ursa Major Constellation, Draco Constellation, and Andromeda Constellation's Saint Treasure were left. Starting from scratch, to use one's own power to hold the power of five constellations, Tang Tian had already become the #1 heroic young master. In the eyes of the entire Heaven's Road, Tang Tian was extremely sophisticated, resourceful, and filled with the vigor of a tyrannical monarch. When the people around Tang Tian saw such comments, they would always snort disdainfully. While the entire Heaven Road was shocked by Tang Tian's power, no one would have thought that it was just the beginning for Heaven's Road. Following closely was Orion Constellation falling into the enemy's hands. Orion Constellation's Saint Treasure fell into the hands of the Honorable Marshal Group classification, and Leo Constellation was surrounded by their enemy. Scorpio Master surfaced out, Sima Xiao sat on the Scorpio Master throne, and the clan union thus entered Scorpio Constellation. Without any signs, Serpens Constellation, Aquila Constellation, Ophiuchus Constellation from the 10 equatorial palace halls merged, forming an all-new Ophiuchus Constellation, and they put forth their demand to revive the glorious times of 13 ecliptic palaces. The entire Heaven's Road was in political unrest, causing everybody to be nervous and uneasy. No one noticed that a mechanical army had quietly went through Cetus Constellation to enter Fornax Constellation. The hungry wolves of Sky Marshal Wolf Academy rushed towards Fornax Constellation like currents. The battle that they anticipated beforehand did not happen. Upon hearing the mechanical army was under the famous godlike young lad, Fornax Constellation immediately surrendered without any second thoughts. With a smiling face, they welcomed the army, lowering their heads while greeting. The students of Sky Wolf Academy, who rolled up their sleeves preparing for a big battle, were dumbfounded. Fornax Constellation was one of Southern Sky's 42 continents. Southern Sky constellations were the 5th-tier constellations. To be able to hold on to such rich succulent thighs of young lad Tang, why the hesitation? The entire Fornax constellation was feeling bewildered. What was worth in the Fornax constellation in getting attacked? They did not have any treasure, but when they thought of Lupus constellation which was weaker than them, they understood. Could it be that the godlike young lad had a hobby of collecting constellations of a lower tier? Martial artists from Fornax constellation cheered excitedly. They now belonged to a big powerhouse, and young lad Tang had the reputation of being extremely benevolent. It was with the material assistance that he gave Lupus Constellation that made martial artists from Lupus Constellation increase in status. No matter how useless Fornax Constellation was, they were still stronger than Lupus Constellation. Sai Lei and Mo Lang, the two grandmasters, personally entered Fornax Constellation. A good place. Star power concentration was low, it has minimal effect on smelting and forging metal, it is very rich with natural fire, and it has a strong forging foundation, just some slight grooming and it will be a good artisan. Mo Lang was quite satisfied, this place was extremely suitable for the Mo family workshop. Sai Lei's face was filled with excitement, no wonder there are no star treasures here, the star power is too low level to birth a martial spirit, but to us, it's a good thing. There is still such a weird place in the world, we have picked up a treasure. Quickly, the two of them started discussing how to reform Fornax Constellation. Tang Tian laid on the bed inside, if I lie here even more, my bones will become rusty. He had laid on the bed for 1 month. Using his own power, he got rid of 3 armies, but at a high cost, and it was extremely disastrous. His meridians were snapped, 2/3 of the bones in his body were broken, his surging true power was now left with almost nothing. After recovering for a month, with his tyrannical physique, his bones were gradually healing. Of his entire body, only his neck could be moved. The only thing that could comfort him was his martial spirit. With Bing's words, the purity of his martial spirit had already reached a mythical level. Paipa grinned, she threw the sliced apple towards Tang Tian, and said, "Master, bear with it." The advantage of having a pure martial spirit was that his intuition was incomparable, even before the apple flew from Paipa's hand, Tang Tian had already judged the landing of the apple accurately, he stretched his neck, opened his mouth and he bit the apple directly. Crack crack, without spitting the core, the apple entered his stomach. Paipa took an apple from the big basket beside him and started slicing again, apple skin piled in front of her. Very annoying, very annoying, very annoying. Tang Tian wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf, extremely irritated. Paipa was unmoved, she continued to slice the apple. Tang Tian needed to lie on the bed to rest, so he needed someone's care. Bing deployed Paipa over. Paipa looked to be gentle, spoke in a fine voice, but she was gentle on the outside, firm on the inside, and in no way will she compromise. With her supervising Tang Tian, everyone was assured. As a patient, you must have a patient's awareness. Crane's voice was heard as he hugged a full bunch of flowers and walked in. Please don't give trouble for people. Hey, little Crane, saying such things at this time, really is too low. Tang Tian was extremely displeased, he noticed the flowers on Crane's hands, and jeered, "Little Crane, you know how to buy flowers, are you a man?" Ha 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 ha. With a calm face, Crane put the flowers on Tang Tian's bedside. "Buy flowers? You think too much, it's Mr. Magic Flute who had me bring them here. These flowers are all gifts from his female music fans." He felt that throwing it away would be too rude, sending it to a patient is still considered a kind of blessings. Tang Tian, Magic Flute. To display his full blessings, I brought all of it here. Crane said leisurely, in his hands were many silver Aquarius cabinet. Bang! Countless flowers poured out from the silver Aquarius cabinet, burying Tang Tian entirely. Tang Tian looked on helplessly as he was swallowed by the flowers. "I have already brought Mr. Magic Flute's regards, and have many things I need to do, crazy Tang, recuperate well." Crane said with a grin, with that, he left. Before he left, Crane wrote a word admire on the visitor's book. Crane had just left, before Ling Su entered, with great remorse said, I have been training too hard recently, yous like us should be basking under the sun and perspiring. The feeling of sweat is so pleasurable. Tang Tian. Bastard, my bones are more itchy now. Ling Su brandished his arm, and also wrote the word admire on the visitor's book. Every day, Tang Tian's visitor book would be filled with the word admire. Paipa would then very attentively and considerately change to a new visitor book. All of you. Finally, enduring wave after wave of mockery, Tang Tian's injuries finally recovered, and he could start moving. The feeling of sun tanning feels so good. Tang Tian sun tanned, feeling the warmth from his head to foot, feeling indescribably comfortable and therapeutic. He half laid on the wooden chair, a little lost in thought. How long has it been since I sun tanned like this? He could not remember, it was far too long ago. Lots of past matters floated up to his heart and mind, his train of thought could not help but float far. He thought of his life with his mother when he was young, thought of being in Andrew Academy, thought of the time with Qian Hui. Bit by bit, he could not help but expose a smile on his face. Although Qian Hui was still very far, although his dreams have not been completed. He could keep striving to move forward, he had never thought of giving up. There are so many young companions who could go through life and death with me, able to fight alongside my shoulders, what is there not to be content about? Although there were many different problems, many different obstacles, but so what? Everyone is putting in effort to make ourselves happy, everyone seizing responsibilities with their initiative. There was nothing to be dispirited about. There was nothing to lose heart about. If I have no true power, training again would do. Even if it couldn't be trained again, there would definitely be other solutions. I have not found Xianhui, so I will continue searching. I am a stupid boy, I don't know how to become more intelligent, and only know how to keep moving forward, that is enough. Because with every step forward, the distance between myself and my dream will be a step closer. Nothing to be alarmed about. Tang Tian revealed a smile. Compared to the past of still training fundamental martial techniques, the situation had become much better. At least, he had the one and only unique martial spirit. In his body was a vivid and transparent little human, with his exact same appearance. This was his martial spirit, the original spirit flame had vanished and took on his appearance now. Tang Tian's martial spirit caused everyone who witnessed it to be astonished. Even saints had not seen such a unique martial spirit before. Jing Hao had never seen it before as well. With regards to the martial spirits, Honorable Martial Group was definitely the strongest. It was a pity that they were like fire and water with the Honorable Martial Group, and Jing Hao was more focused on sword techniques. His research on martial spirits was limited, so he could not give a reason. However, to Tang Tian, this were not a problem. His opinion was simple: since he could not understand, then start researching from now. So without saying anything more, he called Bing, the three saints, Magic Flute, Jing Hao, Ling Su and Crane over. No one knows what to do with me right now. Then we shall think of stupid ideas. I will be the white rat test subject. Everyone come together to research and discuss. We will definitely be able to carve and polish a little something. Everyone immediately grew interested, not mentioning the three saints. At their realm, spirit domain was the core of their research. Tang Tian's little man was extremely rare, so he was the best research subject. And for Jing Hao, Ling Su and Crane, they were not far from being a saint, so their biggest problem was how to awaken the spirit domain. Out of these people, they all came from various different sects. There were ancient spirit generals, strong saints, a sound-type grandmaster, young geniuses. With such an unconventional joint research group, there would definitely be huge reward. Everyone's eyes lit up. Tang Tian adopted a very hoodlum posture, summoned up his courage and said, "Everyone come ravage me as much you like. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 467, Zero Energy Body. Chapter 467. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The sky that opened up because of Tang Tian was hailed as Big Dipper. From the beginning, Big Dipper became the top-class level confidential project. The various people around Tang Tian were brimming with enthusiasm and passion regarding Big Dipper. Old Man Fei from Three Spirits City specially deployed a group of blood meridian specialists led by Wang Xian. Since there was no true power, then the power of blood meridians could very well become Tang Tian's primary fighting method, and the integration of blood meridians and martial spirits was Onyx Soul's most expert domain. Moreover, it was not only Old Man Fei who felt that the contributions of the Blood Meridians laboratory was not enough, with regards to any opportunity to make up to Tang Tian would not be let off. To adapt to circumstances was of course not only Old Man Fei. The recently surrendered three saints, who had made the least contribution, also knew that this was the best opportunity. If they could help solve Tang Tian's current predicament, it would aid them greatly in their future. They were aware that to have such a rare and extreme condition like Tang Tian, to saints, was without a doubt the best research subject. The team of the three saints was immediately inflated to become 9 people in an instant. In the newly increased 6 people, there were 2 saints, Spear Saint Gui Xianhan and Medicine Saint Ding Man. The other 4 people, one was a spirit techniques martial artist who specialized in the field of the martial spirit, one was an old man who was immersed in theory studies, one was Mr. Guai who was crazy and had a bizarre way of thinking, and a trump card martial techniques instructor who came from Sexton's constellation. Liang Feng naturally was unwilling to fall behind. Do Yong, He Yuming, by CC, the 3 of them had no contributions, but Liang Feng had no contributions either. Previously, he still had the power of his status, but now that 3 more saints had appeared, the pressure on him suddenly increased. He clenched his teeth and invited his best friend, Blade Saint Fengyu. In a short matter of time, the number of saints in Ursa Major constellation suddenly increased to 7. The newly joined Gui Xianhen, Ding Man, and Fengyu had their own specialties. They were all either from a mid-tier constellation or a saint from a small constellation. The series of battles placed Tang Tian in the spotlight. Although compared to others, his territory was small, and had a good deal of shortcomings, even to people who could look at Tang Tian with disdain, they could not help but admit, in the current Heaven's Road, young lad Tang was a major character. Moreover, in many people's eyes, Tang Tian's inferior shortcomings were instead filled with attraction. He did not have many people by his side, which meant that there were more places to be filled, which meant more opportunities. Comparatively, the other powerhouses already had extremely stable authoritative system. To have the thought of breaking into the core of the circle of authority had become very difficult. While the core authority circle beside Tang Tian, having not taken shape, to these people, was without a doubt very attractive. So it was not surprising that Tang Tian had become the head of the mightiest organization of Heaven's Road. Within the big team, there was one that was the most extraordinary, that was Chen Zilin from Immortal Martial. He was a nameless disciple from Immortal Martial and was the least prominent in reputation among the team. However, he had consecutively passed Longshou Jing and Bing's tests, and therefore joined the secret team. Big Dipper, being Tang Group's supreme project, was not weird, as Tang Tian himself got rid of 3 Equatorial Palace Hall's great armies. This shockingly formidable power not only gained the awe of Heaven's Road, but let Bing and the rest see the accumulated formidable potential on Tang Tian. Although the Whirlpool Sword Storm had a big fortuity, although there was desolate bare bones help, the formidable power that Tang Tian displayed was strategic. Even if that power became weaker by a few folds, it is still strategic. Moreover, Tang Tian has not become a saint. If he became a saint, what will his power transform into? Any powerhouse, with a strategic level of power, was never stingy of manpower, physical and financial resources. The unprecedented Whirlpool Sword Storm formed an unprecedented and ultimately pure human-shaped martial spirit. Everyone was brimming with curiosity. If Tang Tian stepped into the saint rank, what would his spirit domain be like? The whole Heaven's Road was still in unrest. Leo Constellation's 6th Army had launched a surprise attack on Honorable Martial Group's 9th Gold Branch. The 9th Gold Branch was removed at that point. They then pretended to retreat to prepare for an ambush and inflicted heavy damage to the 7th Gold Branch, who had come forward for revenge, then easily left. The usually low-profile 6th Army commander Duanqing rose to fame. The 4th Army of Leo Constellation, under the leadership of Gu Tai, outrageously attacked Canis Minor Constellation, and in a short number of days, Canis Minor Constellation fell into imminent danger. Honorable Martial Group rushed to the rescue, but unexpectedly, they were killed by the 5th Army, who were lying in ambush en route, and it was a complete wipeout. On the 12th day, Canis Minor Constellation Master fell into their hands. Gu Tai, who was known to be dauntless, forced Canis Minor Constellation's Constellation Master to attract the star power to attack the Saint Treasure, causing the star power of Canis Minor Constellation to become chaotic. After the 2 big armies retreated, Canis Minor Constellation's star power collapsed. One day after, all of Canis Minor Constellation's star doors disappeared entirely. From then on, Canis Minor Constellation, one of the 10 Equatorial Palace Halls, was wiped from Heaven's Road, never to be seen again. In the recent 1,000 years, it was the first constellation to vanish in Heaven's Road. In that moment, Heaven's Road collectively lost their voice. After Orion Constellation's defeat, when Lion King made his move, it was as powerful as thunderbolts. Using his steel blood and cold actions, he told various constellations of Heaven's Road that he, who created the constellation from blood and fire, was not afraid of any challenges. The constellations who were initially stirred by Honorable Martial Group immediately kept their silence out of fear. However, the conflict outside had nothing to do with Ursa Major Constellation, as they nurtured Big Dipper in silence. Tang Tian was panting breathlessly. He had previously heroically made a speech for everyone to ravage him as much as they liked. Everyone's ravage was truly as much as they liked indeed. Tang Tian was like a white lab rat, being requested to conduct complicated and strange tests one after another. Looking at Tang Tian, who was perspiring like it was raining, Wang Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "Such a powerful body." Beside him, the /Blood Meridian Specialists group showed faces of disbelief. Not only them, the faces of the others were congealed. Ever since Tang Tian fully recovered, he had displayed an extremely tyrannical body quality. Truly a monster. Liang Feng said to himself. Wang Xian glanced at the records in his hands. He agreed with the word monster from the bottom of his heart, but of course he wasn't that stupid to agree. Liang Feng was a saint. To say such words, he had to be careful of himself. Master's body quality is in no respect inferior to any gold-ranked blood meridians. Wang Xian concluded, this is the strongest body that I have ever tested. Master's destructive force from a full power attack is able to smash the number 13 bronze target to a depth of 12 centimeters. In terms of explosive power, Master's 50-meter sprint broke the speed of sound. In terms of endurance, Master has exceeded 90% and above of endurance of all the widely known star spirit beasts. Although these tests were seen by their very eyes, hearing Wang Xian's conclusion, everyone still could not help but reveal looks of admiration. The number 13 Bronze Mechanical Weapons Laboratory produced the strongest and most durable bronze, the targets produced by it, exceeding 10 centimeters, only saints had the possibility to shatter it. While breaking through the speed of sound was also one of the signs of a saint-level martial artist. Monster! He truly was 100% a monster. Only that word was suitable for him. No one had anticipated all of these results. Everyone thought Tang Tian's martial spirit had been tempered till the purest of level, but no one had thought that Tang Tian's body actually became so extraordinarily tyrannical. This led everyone to be excessively surprised, so they started to insert needles into Tang Tian and conduct a series of strict tests, but the results were also as astonishing. Wang Xian had a weird expression on his face, and Master's increase of strength in his physical body has no relations to blood meridians, because Master's body does not even have any blood meridians. Everyone flew into an uproar. How is that possible? Although true power can also temper the flesh body, that is only to a low standard. A body this tyrannical, other than blood meridians, I cannot think of any other methods. It was Ding Man who spoke. As a medicine saint, she had enough authority in this field. At this time, Old Man Fei, who was beside Wang Xian, stood out and said, "We have checked, Master's body truly does not have any blood meridians." With that, everyone fell silent. The strength of the blood meridian specialist group was rather robust. Although they were not ambitious in Onyx Soul, personal strengths were all outstanding, and Old Man Fei had even selected the elites, so everyone had several techniques. It was possible that one person could have made a mistake, but with so many people getting the same result, then that was definitely impossible. Crane suddenly said, "I heard before that there is an unorthodox method to tempering the fleshly body similar to Whirlpool Sword Spirit tempering technique." Jing Hao glanced at Crane with a surprised look. He had not thought that Crane knew such a rarely seen subject, and he nodded. "There is indeed such a method called sword tempering body, but it's a martial technique of a small clan, and has long been extinct." Ding Man opened his mouth. "Let me check." Tang Tian, who was almost weary, was called upon to be checked in detail by Ding Man. Upon checking, Tang Tian fell asleep. The more she checked, the darker Ding Man's expression grew. Ding Man stood up after checking, and said solemnly, "His body is extremely weird. Not only are there no blood meridians, even the true power that he had previously assimilated with his body has vanished. His body is cleaner than a baby's. He currently has a zero energy body." Zero energy body. Everyone was stunned. Zero energy body, no one had heard of it before. From the start of cultivation, everyone had the general belief that true power is the essential reason of the strength of a martial artist. This was also why the current core of martial techniques, including blood meridians, also did not escape this category. The origin of blood meridian strength was that they contained various rich substances of true power essence. The system of martial techniques expanded on its most core basis, which was the ability to use energy and the energy changes in the body, where it had a natural advantage. Hence, how are we able to change the energy in the body, is the mainstream ideology. Martial techniques had differences in the different sects, but the basis of the thoughts had no difference. Tang Tian was the first human in history to have a zero energy body. Even babies did not have zero true power in their bodies. Even if you do not cultivate martial techniques and live naturally, the energy in the air will follow your life, naturally accumulating in the body. When a mother is pregnant, the power will pass from the parents and accumulate in the baby's body. No one had ever thought before, what would happen to a person's body if there was no energy in it? Tang Tian's zero energy body, on this very day, toppled the martial technique system completely. It was dead silence. Every single one of them was digesting the shock in their hearts, and then everyone realized that, on their own faces, they had fear, anticipation, lose and excitement. It seems like we have discovered something impressive. Chapter 467, Zero Energy Body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 468, Fixated on the Spirals. Chapter 468. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tang Tian's body had become the rarely seen zero energy body, but his martial spirit was still as pure. This was in everyone's eyes, extremely unfathomable. Although until now, the martial artists had not come to fully understood the essence of the martial spirit, but without a doubt, there was a profound connection between the martial spirit and energy. For example, a saint-level spirit domain was actually the martial spirit replicating natural laws and mimicking the energy. And what made everyone feel puzzled was, how was Tang Tian going to fight? No matter how pure the martial spirit, without energy, it could never form a spirit domain, then what was the use? However, Tang Tian quickly showed them through fighting his frightening battle capabilities. The first to suffer under his evil hands was He Yuming. A sorry figure after being chased for so long, he lost his prestige, and when He Yuming heard Tang Tian wanted a sparring partner for actual combat, without saying further, he rushed over. Other than proving himself, Sword Saint, he had his own plans. Since there were so many saints, how was he to prove himself? It was a question that required thought. The easiest way was to let young lad Tang recognize his own capabilities. Since it was about revenge, and to be able to gain an advantage, He Yuming truly wanted to fight well and show himself off. Although Tang Tian was very weird, but He Yuming still believed firmly, being a saint was the apex of a martial artist's life. He Yuming trained in sword techniques, his spirit domain, called the wind obedience. Once the spirit domain was activated, he could feel any single fluctuation in the air, in the surrounding within 500 feet. And his sword technique was called wind obedience sword. He could find his opponent's weaknesses from the minute fluctuations of the air. His sword technique was able to unleash an astonishing might as long as there was air. He did not dare to be careless, activating his spirit domain to the maximum. He pointed his sword at Tang Tian, his expression congealing. Tang Tian was extremely eager. He was recently tormented by everyone, and all the weird tests made him feel like he was a circus animal. There were many tests, all of them were dry and dull. Most importantly, going through the tests made him even more familiar with his new body. His desire to fight was increasingly strong. What was going on with my desire to immediately fight a battle? He stared at He Yuming zealously, his fists kneaded with cracking noises. He shouted, "I'm coming." Before his words was finished, the air in front of him abruptly exploded, and a circle of white mist dissipated out with a loud explosion, breaking through the sound barrier. Although everyone knew that Tang Tian's speed had broken through the sound barrier, but to directly face the strong feeling of oppression, it still caused He Yuming to squint his eyes. So fast. Those crazy and chaotic streams of air, in He Yuming's eyes, became incomparably clear. He could clearly judge Tang Tian's weaknesses. His wrist shuddered and was about to brandish his sword. Although Tang Tian did not have true power, making him unable to create a spirit domain, but his pure martial spirit made his intuition and judgment reach an unimaginable condition. He Yuming's wrists had just moved. Before the sword had even thrust out, Tang Tian's gaze increased drastically. He also saw where the sword would land. He changed his pace and crouched down. Tang Tian's change made He Yuming speechless. This sword had not even made its move. However, he was still a saint and had an abundance of experience in fighting, and managed to stay calm. Tang Tian had many weaknesses, did not have a spirit domain, his whole body was full of loopholes. He Yuming's wrist shuddered again, the sword tip trembled and was about to strike. Tang Tian's gaze lit up further, his body became like leaves in the wind, swaying with exaggeration. Regardless of what angle one looked from, it was not considered a good retaliation. In real battles, the bigger the actions usually meant revealing more loopholes. For Tang Tian to do that was the weakness on He Yuming's sword tips vanished. He Yuming felt the difficulty of bearing it, simply shook his wrist, the direction of the sword tip changing once again. Who knew Tang Tian was like a man made of spring? He recovered his posture, and as though he was a seer, he predicted the next move. He Yuming's sword tip had just stopped. Tang Tian's body coincidentally had completed moving. In a short period of time, the two of them were as quick as lightning. They changed their techniques in the consecutive 5 exchange, perspiration appearing on He Yuming's forehead. The sword in his hands could actually not thrust forward. Tang Tian charged in front of him. Without any fancy tricks, he attacked with a punch. He Yuming's expression changed. He held the sword vertically to block. The fist fiercely hit the sword. He Yuming felt as though he was withstanding the rampage of a wild beast. He finally felt the power that was able to strike a 12 centimeters thick number 13 bronze target. His body flew out. Tang Tian suddenly slammed on the ground, bursting forward with an even faster speed. Bang! He broke the sound barrier again. Tang Tian produced afterimages, swiftly appearing in front of He Yuming. Punch and kicks. They were all fundamental martial techniques, but they were produced at high frequencies, in which He Yuming's eyes could not capture. The most annoying thing was that every strike was strong and heavy. He Yuming felt that his body was being trampled upon by a herd of crazy charging wild beasts. Trampled on. A wave of pain traveled from the chin. Before losing consciousness, He Yuming still did not understand how he had lost. Bang! He Yuming flew out like a sandbag, in an elegant arc and smashed hard on the floor, losing consciousness. It was dead silence all around. Everyone were dumbstruck, their mouths were wide opened as they stared blankly at Tang Tian. It was so silent you can hear a pin drop. Wang Xian's watch clearly showed the duration of the battle, 6.8 seconds. Nobody understood how Tang Tian won. They only saw He Yuming's wrist tremble as if it was in spasm. Then without moving, he was like a wooden pole that got punched by Tang Tian. Beating a saint in 6.8 seconds, no one had ever heard of such a matter before. It must be the He Yuming who was the problem. Everyone's gaze turned towards Do Yong and by CC. Old He, Do Yong thought of a possibility, his face revealing a pitiful expression. Maybe what happened the last time had left a deep psychological effect on him. Everyone suddenly realized Do Yong's explanation was reasonable. Thinking about it, if they were chased by the whirlpool sword storm for a few days and nights, followed by witnessing the whirlpool sword storm devastating and destroying everyone into a bloodbath, no matter how tough and durable the person was, he would be left with psychological trauma. Tang Tian was nevertheless all the more excited. He suddenly realized that he did not seem to have changed much from previously. He suddenly thought of the previous time getting rid of the saint, brainless ravage of attacks. Although he had no true power in his body, but the quality of his fleshly body had become much more powerful. With the brainless fighting method, his power on the contrary, became stronger. His blood was immediately boiling. Who's next? A silhouette carrying a blade stepped into the arena. Let me. Blade Saint Fengyu, who was invited by Liang Feng, immediately attracted everyone's interest. Saint-level martial artists were not familiar amongst themselves, and everyone was filled with curiosity about other people's spirit domain. Fengyu stepped into the arena. Beneath his legs was a dazzling moonblade. It was like a circular full moon. One after another, fine bubbles started to emit from the full moon and float around his surroundings, just like boiling water. Fengyu's spirit domain was extremely unique, named Boiling Moon. The other saints all revealed surprised expressions. The energy in Fengyu's surrounding space became dense and active. The blade in Fengyu's hands was very short, roughly about 5 chi, 166 centimeters, shaped like a crescent moon. Once Tang Tian saw that Fengyu was prepared, he shouted loudly, "Let's start!" He broke past the sound barrier. Tang Tian's figure became blurred. Fengyu did not panic. The crescent blade in his hands moved slightly. The bubbles around him immediately became attracted to his crescent blade, the crescent blade brandishing towards Tang Tian. Bang! The dazzling blade aura current suddenly surged out from Fengyu's hands and pounced onto Tang Tian. Everyone was shocked. The blade auras were palm-sized, but they were uncountable, every single one of them sharp and cold. Tang Tian was also shocked, but immediately after, his reaction caused everyone to be taken aback. In midair, Tang Tian suddenly put his fists to his side, his body shaped like a bow, his eyes dazzled like they were burning. Without dodging, he charged towards blade aura current. At the moment of contact between the two, Tang Tian suddenly bellowed and threw a punch. Bang! Like knocking into the reef, the blade aura shattered in a flash. Pang pang pang, dot. It was the most simple fundamental fist technique, but it was at its fastest, ravaging out like a torrential storm, shattering in front of Tang Tian, forming a transparent shield. The blade aura current crashed into it, splashed loudly, but it was unable to break the shield. Fengyu did not feel surprised. The moonblade beneath his feet was increasingly bright, the blade aura became even sharper, and started to spiral intensely, surging even more fiercely towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian immediately felt strained. Every blade aura, brought forth with a strong spiral, caused its power to suddenly increase. Tang Tian released his fists crazily, but he was unable to stop his figure, as he was pushed slowly by the blade aura. No matter how he put in effort, his figure was slowly pushed back. Bastard! You think you're the only one who knows spirals? Tang Tian was agitated and angry, seething with anger. This young lad's spiraling energy was also his expertise. Okay. Suddenly being in a difficult situation by the method he was expert in, caused Tang Tian to become unhappy, and the fury in his heart started to multiply increasingly. When he created the spiraling energy back then, he was immeasurably self-satisfied and became complacent for very long. No way. I want to spiral too. Once this thought came to mind, Tang Tian's mind swept out all the other thoughts. But he was now a zero-energy body person, without even an ounce of true power inside his body. Without true power, how can he have spiraling energy? Tang Tian had not thought that from the start. Such thoughts were not realistic. Whether there was a theoretical basis, whether it could be fulfilled or not, he had only one thought: he must spiral. And it must spiral stronger than Fengyu's. If Fengyu knew Tang Tian's thoughts at the moment, he would definitely be between laughter and tears. However, Tang Tian had already started to apply his thoughts. He started it out by trying to bring out the spirals along with his fists, but the effect was not good, because it would cause the frequency of his punches to drop drastically. He tried other various methods, and very soon realized, without true power, spiraling energy was basically impossible to form. No true power. No true power. Tang Tian waved his fists instinctively, blocking Fengyu's blade aura current, mumbling many things. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Shattered aura. Those brilliant shattered auras, in his surrounding, seemed to form a mist, which were formed by him striking the blade auras. Shattered auras, were also energy. A bold thought started to form in his mind, as though lightning had struck hard in his heart. Chapter 468, Fixated on the Spirals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 469, Do you even know how to turn? Chapter 469, Do You Even Know How to Turn? Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Maybe I can use these energies. Tang Tian's eyes became bright like the stars in the sky. The thought gave him a trace of hope. Being suppressed by Fengyu's moonblade currents made Tang Tian extremely unhappy. At such a crucial point, he was willing to try out any idea. Tang Tian began to test it out. In order to make use of the drifting energy, the only way he could think of was to use his martial spirit. Ordinary martial artists, even for the saints, would definitely never think of using the martial spirit to control the energy, as it was common sense that the martial spirit could not control energy. Before one becomes a saint, true power was controlled by the complicated meridians, but after entering the saint ranks, true power was controlled by the spirit domain. It was the spirit domain and not the martial spirit. They were essentially different. The martial spirit was a spirit formed by energy, whereas the spirit domain was the formation of an area by the martial spirit that simulated natural laws. In this area, the adjustments of true power would be according to the martial artist's own implemented rules. Before the martial spirits can form the spirit domain, without the power of the rules, they were unable to control true power. That was the reason for why the saints kept on thinking that Tang Tian was a freak. Tang Tian had no true power in his body, which did not bother the saint ranks, as in many spirit domains, they relied on external energies. For example, there was once a saint, Wang Shan, that was hailed as Bomb King as his spirit domain, was very unorthodox, as he could control the energy inside star rocks, and then cause them to explode. No one dared to provoke him, as the energy inside high-level star rocks was extremely powerful. Their explosive power was astonishing. Furthermore, the saint was a rich and imposing tyrant. Each time he made a move, he would explode up to 1,000 star rocks simultaneously. Such an explosion could destroy an entire city in the blink of an eye. If Tang Tian was able to comprehend such a technique, it would definitely be used as a siege weapon, and any wars that they fought, they could just send Tang Tian alone, and it would be enough for any fight. Although Tang Tian's martial spirit was extremely pure, it did not form the spirit domain. This made everyone extremely confused. For any ordinary person, the spirit domain was a mystery, but in the eyes of the saints, spirit domain was not a secret. In order to form the spirit domain, there were two conditions. First was the purity of the martial spirit, the other was the level of understanding of martial techniques. But the research on spirit domains done by the saints was obviously not only restricted to that. They had found that, if the martial spirit was at a certain level of purity, the formation of the spirit domain would be relatively easy. However, spirit domains achieved in that way would not be as powerful. Furthermore, when the martial spirit is tempered to a certain degree, it would be highly difficult for further improvements in martial techniques. So how pure was Tang Tian's martial spirit? It was too pure, pure beyond their imagination. A long time ago, the saints understood, the stronger the martial spirit, the more human-like form it would form. This could be seen after death. Spirit generals were formed from martial spirits, and all of the spirit generals were human-shaped. Tang Tian's martial spirit, not only did it have the shape of a human, it also had distinct features, with unprecedented sophistication. And they had tested it, which proved their conjectures were true. Tang Tian's martial spirit was already close to perfection. However, such a pure martial spirit actually could not form a spirit domain. Even the mysteries of zero-energy bodies was not as mysterious as this. And that made the saints extremely annoyed. As no one had ever seen a zero-energy body before, it was natural for everyone to not be able to understand how it would perform. However, the spirit domain was something every saint had studied for their entire lifetime, but the knowledge and laws were completely inapplicable and useless on Crazy Tang. Other than a freak, everyone could not think of a better word to describe him. Tang Tian knocked out He Yuming in 6.8 seconds, driving all the saints crazy. It seemed like a joke. In order to become a saint, all of them had spent a great of effort, but Tang Tian easily took one down in an unreasonable manner which made them unable to accept it. When Tang Tian was suppressed by Fengyu, all of the saints were relieved, exhaling, and smiling. That was then what a saint's strength is about. He Yuming must be affected by his trauma, and thus underperformed, and got easily defeated by Tang Tian. Fengyu controlled the flow of the battle. His true power was never ending. This was one of the points that made saints powerful. Spirit domains could automatically absorb energy and replenish true power. Every person that became a saint would feel that true power was not as important. Almost all of their energy would be focused on constructing and refining their spirit domains. Liang Feng and the people around him had already planned to suggest to Tang Tian to stay focused on constructing his spirit domain. Suddenly, someone cried out "A." The "A" came from Medicine Saint Dingman. She sharply felt that, amidst the dazzling energy flow, there was something taking form. None of the people present were ordinary people, so Dingman's "A" immediately attracted the others' attentions. Tang Tian used his fist and attacked quickly while he tried to figure out a way to use his martial spirit to control the shattered auras. How can my martial spirit control energy that does not belong to me? No one had told him the answer to that before, so Tang Tian decided to attract the energy over first. Come to me, come to me. Tang Tian mumbled to the martial spirit human in his mind. The martial spirit human suddenly moved, raising his right arm and opening up this palm. Tang Tian was overjoyed. This little guy was quite smart, but a tiny little shattered aura gradually floated towards him. 1. Tang Tian's expression almost froze, even though he did not expect 1,000 of them to be attracted at once, but 1 was just pathetic. Before the shattered aura could reach Tang Tian, it disappeared in mid-air. Again. Tang Tian thought to himself, attract more, a little bit more. 2 shattered aura gradually floated over. Tang Tian was mad. Asshole, unleash all your power for me. As if the martial spirit little human could feel Tang Tian's agitation, he became much more efficient, raising his other hand, and 4 shattered auras floated over. In the fierce and rapid moonblade current, the countless shattered aura was like a fog, flowing through the air, suddenly scattering, while some shattered auras were actually not influenced by the flow of qi, and slowly drifted towards Tang Tian. And this time, there was no need for Tang Tian to nag. The martial spirit little human's little palm raised again. 2 more shattered auras floated over. Good job. Keep it up. Tang Tian was overwhelmed. He directed all his focus onto the moonblade current flowing in front of him. The moonblade auras were tempestuous, but after many attacks, Tang Tian had some realizations. Each of his attacks struck the weakest spots of the moonblade current. Fengyu unleashed countless moonblade auras, never stopping, so its number made up for its weakness. It was a stupid idea, but it was indeed highly effective. These flashing weaknesses were minor flaws that were extremely hard to be captured, and had no benefits to the fight. On the other hand, Tang Tian acted like a beast that did not know fatigue. He never missed any of the spots from the moonblade current. Maybe this only allowed him to destroy a few moonblade auras with his fists, but his fundamental fist technique's frequency was extremely high, and his release of punches was also equally surprising. The slim advantage began to build up. The accumulated effects cannot be overlooked. Tang Tian stood firmly, as if he nailed his feet into the ground, struggling inside the moonblade auras. The violet moonblade current surged to his front, shattered auras splattered in an explosive manner. It was a spectacular sight. Fengyu had some admiration for Tang Tian. He had met high-quality fleshly body martial artists before, for example the Onyx Soul martial artists. They had absorbed powerful blood meridians and thus they were physically comparable to Tang Tian. However, to use fundamental fist techniques, and be able to fight against his own, Boiling Moon, had never happened before. He was truly a godlike young lad. However, if you think that Boiling Moon is just like that, then you are underestimating me. Fengyu had a stern look, his eyes brightened, more moon stripes started to appear, becoming even more dense and the gigantic bubbles around him started exploding. If the Boiling Moon previously were just initial steams, then it could be said to be fully boiling now. In the boiling space, Fengyu's movements were blurred. Crane and Ling Su were stunned by Fengyu's might. The energy in the space surrounding Fengyu suddenly became highly unstable and filled with danger. The expressions of Liang Feng and the others congealed. They could feel it more profoundly, the instability of the region around Fengyu. No one thought that the low-profile Fengyu had actually already achieved such a state. This guy. The other saints were shocked by Fengyu's power as well. To the ordinary martial artists, the saint rank was already too far beyond reach. In their eyes, the saint rank was the strongest existences in the world. However, amongst the saints, there were still differences in powers. Hurry, look at crazy Tang. Someone shouted. Everyone was startled. Did something happen to Tang Tian again? Everyone's gaze turned to Tang Tian, and were stunned. The last blade aura struck onto Tang Tian's protective shield. It exploded into pieces, causing Tang Tian to become exposed. Surrounding him were several dazzling bright light belts. The shattered auras from before were mysteriously attracted into the light belts before they could be dispersed. The belts of light that completely wrapped Tang Tian at all sorts of angles were just like the satellite rings of the stars in the sky. But each individual light belt was rotating at an extremely high speed, which led to whistling sounds. Inside the light belts, Tang Tian broke out into a scolding. Idiot, move in a spiral. Not rotate. Not like this. It should be like this. Not like that. Do you even know how to turn? Everyone was stunned. They looked blankly at the blazing light belts. Hold on, what was that? Fengyu noticed that Tang Tian was different, but he was not in time to think. It was tough for him to control the situation. Gradually he waved the bending blade in his hand. Bang! The whistling light aura current appeared darker than before. It seemed less powerful than before. The blade aura current erupted. All of the saints all regained their senses. Their expressions changed slightly. The moon blade auras in the current were not complete crescents. They were actually shattered blade auras. Even the blade auras could not withstand the terrifying energy and shattered. The saints were ready to take action, just in case they had to rescue Tang Tian if he was not in a good situation. The dim and dangerous moonblade current suddenly burst towards Tang Tian, who was wrapped in the light belts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 470, The Big Dipper Star Door Opens. Chapter 470. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Bang! The moonblade aura current fiercely struck onto the light belts around Tang Tian. The light aura was as dazzling as the sun. Even the saints could not look directly at the dazzling light aura, as it swept the entire place blank white. The intensity of the ripple caused their hearts to waver, similar to a sweep caused by a hurricane. Their faces turned pale. A few saints immediately blocked the front of the blood meridian experts, activating their true power shields. Ding 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 ding, the broken flows of chi struck onto their shields, igniting sparks to fly everywhere. True power shields were the most commonly used defense technique utilized by saints. Once obtaining their spirit domains, true power shields became easy and practical. When the aura completely cleared, an amazingly huge hole appeared in front of everyone. Tang Tian's clothes were torn and tattered. He was covered in the black smoke. Standing in the hole, he continued to shout, "How stupid are you? I said not to turn like that. Why are you still doing it? If you cannot even turn, what else could you do? What's the use of having you?" Thank goodness nothing happened. Everyone sighed, but they were confused. What was Tang Tian scolding? Bang! Fengyu, who was not far away, had forced himself too much, so he collapsed stationary on the ground. He had fainted. Ding Man appeared beside him in a split second, checked around, and raised her head. Nothing serious, just exhausted and burned out. Tang Tian heard Ding Man's words, and relaxed, and continued to educate the martial spirit. "Little man, if you had turned correctly, we could have won." He jumped out from the hole in a bad mood. "I am going to take a shower." He had a dark look, and left angrily. Seeing Tang Tian's back view, everyone settled down. Two saints had fell in front of Tang Tian. It was obviously not a coincidence. The stubborn saints could not help but wonder how profound Tang Tian's strength was. Bing had an unlit cigarette between his lips. He said, "All right, let's speak our minds freely since that fool is not present." He was the most suitable person to take charge of the situation. Ding Man looked at him and secretly thought in her heart, "This guy has quite a bit of a gentleman elegance in him." She cleared her throat and said, "I'll go first. Judging from the current situation, Tang Tian's strength is truly able to contend against saints, with his outstanding physical capabilities, and the amazingly sharp instincts and judgment due to his pure martial spirit. With these two combined, his might is extraordinary." Just now, Tang Tian displayed another use of his martial spirit, which was the control over the surrounding energies. I have two questions. Firstly, Tang Tian's physical capabilities were due to the zero energy body, or is there something we do not know that is inside him? Secondly, Tang Tian's martial spirit, how is it able to control energy? Everyone nodded. Liang Feng spoke with his low voice. "His Majesty seems to only be able to control the energy that was crushed, and cannot directly control the opponent's blade aura. And His Majesty seemed to still unable to fully control it with ease. Such a bootlicker." Everyone silently criticized in their hearts, whether or not the saints still had their self-esteem or not. They were much older than Tang Tian. To use the phrase His Majesty was not easily done, but Liang Feng spoke so freely. Ding Man nodded. "For now, let us treat the zero energy body as reducing energy transformation. The way Tang Tian controlled the energy was definitely not through the spirit domain, so can we call it reducing spirit domain transformation?" But everyone became silent. Although reducing energy transformation was another name, but after all it was more frequently used for ordinary martial artists. Fights between saints, unless it was close-quarter combat fighting, the reducing energy transformation of a fleshly body was nothing much to a saint. However, reducing spirit domain transformation sent a chill down everyone's spine. What made saints powerful was their spirit domains. To control energy without using spirit domains would cause their advantage to plummet. Everyone had differing thoughts, but one thing was for sure: Project Big Dipper, with the two discoveries, was already extremely amazing. With regards to the problems about the zero energy body, I think we can give it a try. Bing muttered. From Tang Tian's experience, it was the whirlpool sword spirit method. Then could we assume that the sword auras have the capability of reducing energy? If yes, then what about other auras? Blade aura? Also, the whirlpool sword spirit method was very effective, but could we reduce its intensity? Making it more universal? I think we should give it a try. Jinghao stood up. "I can try it. I am also very curious." Ling Su raised his eyebrows. "Me too." Crane also stood up. "I also want to try." Bing was obviously more interested in the first question regarding the reducing energy transformation and reducing spirit domain transformation. The way Bing structured things was different from other people. Saints pursued the apex of human power, and Bing was more interested on the upgrade of the entire body strength. If reducing energy transformation was effective, it obviously possessed the ability to be universal and can spread to other people. As a result, they were split into two groups. One conducted research on the reducing energy transformation, where most of them were blood meridian experts, whereas the other group conducted research on reducing spirit domain transformation, where it consisted of all the saints. Tang Tian was unaware of the division of labor. He was communicating with the martial spirit little man. For the sake of teaching the martial spirit little man on how to turn, he was thinking of ways to torture it. Thus, he had many new discoveries. For example, the martial spirit little man could fly out of his body but not disappear. But the most shocking fact was that his martial spirit little man could eat spirit cards. When he saw martial spirit little man holding spirit cards in its tiny hands and chewing on them like biscuits, crunch crunch crunch, and one of the spirit card was gone, he was astonished. After a while, Tang Tian then regained his thoughts. This thing can eat spirit cards. He tried feeding the martial spirit little man one spirit card, or it finished it easily, then looked at Tang Tian blankly. Tang Tian gave another one. Crunch crunch crunch. Tang Tian gave another one. They played for half an hour. The little man ate countless of spirit cards. Before Tang Tian stopped, he checked on martial spirit. There were no changes. The little man's stomach was not even bloated. Only eats but don't shit. Why are you like yeah? Tang Tian mumbled. Squeaky came from behind Tang Tian. Yeah ran over lively, but it became stunned at the sight of the martial spirit little man. The martial spirit little man tilted its head and looked at Yaya. Yaya just looked blankly. Martial spirit little man. Tang Tian saw what happened and laughed. You guys are actually brothers, right? Yaya and martial spirit little man were about the same height. Martial spirit little man and Tang Tian looked extremely alike, although martial spirit little man looked prettier than Yaya, similar to a doll, clad in a neat attire and did not have much expressions. Yaya was more meaty, with short arms and legs, and a fat buttock. EY. Yaya's eyes were sparkling, making a long EY sound, overwhelmed with excitement and joy. He searched through all his pockets, finally took out a piece of star rock and handed it to the martial spirit little man. The martial spirit little man crunched on the star rock as well, then took out a piece of spirit card and passed it to Yaya. Yaya smiled brightly. It also crunched on the martial general card. Tang Tian was stunned beyond words. What was happening? Yaya became even happier. Whoosh, he took out a set of drums from somewhere and began to beat on it. The martial spirit little man looked blurred. All of a sudden, his eyes became slightly brighter. He clenched his fists tight as if he wanted to crush something in his hand. The surrounding chi in the air started to spiral. In the blink of an eye, a bright halo formed around him and it started to spin faster and faster. The halo spun rhythmically to the drums. Tang Tian was stunned. It was a jaw-dropping sight to him. What was going on? Yaya was hyped up. He jumped up and down, slammed the drums even more fanatically. The flag on his but fluttered in the wind with extreme weirdness. The martial spirit little man slowly floated in the air. Along with the halo, it spun around Yaya, faster and faster. Suddenly the drums stopped. Tang Tian grabbed Yaya's feet in one hand and martial spirit little man's feet in the other, dragged them in front of him. He looked angry. Yaya, I have not settled with you about the thing at Bear Egg. Little man, I told you not to spin this way, and you still have not mastered it yet. Tang Tian's face was distorted as he viciously gnashed his teeth. Are you guys fooling with me? Yaya bowed his head. Little man had no reaction, just staring at Tang Tian with his eyes wide open. Tang Tian was becoming desperate. What can teach the little man to comprehend the spiraling energy? Why was this guy so dumb? Tang Tian looked at Yaya suddenly. An idea struck his mind. He deliberately remained calm. Yaya, I will give you 1 day's time to make this fool. Oh, let's call you little fool from now on. You need to teach little fool what is spiraling. Do you know the simple spiraling energy? Yaya nodded profusely when he saw Tang Tian's sullen face. It had swallowing light steel fist. It definitely knew the simple spiraling energy. Alright, I will count on you then. Oh, this is your task, and I will check on the progress tomorrow. If little fool have not learnt it, you too will get it from me. Tang Tian was amazed by his fantastic idea, and he left proudly. What was left was a dumb-looking little fool with his eyes wide open, and Yaya in distress. The most worrying question was gone. Tang Tian felt refreshed and relieved. Nothing could make him more happy other than his strength increasing, and after Project Big Dipper had concluded, he would continue his journey to find Shen Hui. Together with 7 saints, no one would dare to stop him. Tang Tian left the room. He stopped outside and was taken aback. The star power concentration of Ursa Major constellation seemed to have increased. Long Shojing and Angelina stood side by side. Both of them had a stern expression. Obviously something had happened. Both of them brought the same treasure from their own constellations. Your Majesty, it is unsuitable for same treasures to be kept with us. I think, Your Majesty should merge the treasures, in order to give peace to everyone. Long Shou-jing spoke with deep meaning.
Angelina added, well said by Master Shou-jing.
In order to merge constellations, it required the fusion of the same treasures from all the various constellations to be completed.
Tang Tian thought for a moment, nodded, all right. It was on the day when Draco constellation and Andromeda constellation were merged into Ursa Major constellation. Ursa Major constellation's light aura was extremely magnificent. The new Ursa Major constellation and the various constellations' star power concentration had all increased. In such a chaotic time, the news of Ursa Major constellation did not draw much attention. No one knew that the Big Dipper 7 stars, which was sealed and unused for many years, would reopen its star door. Chapter 470, The Big Dipper Star Door Opens.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 471, The Trembling Voice. Chapter 471, The Trembling Voice. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Is everything cleared?
Xianhui asked. She sat upright, her olive green uniform was spotless, she had long straight black hair on her beautiful face, which had a trace of fatigue.
Everything is clear.
Xiaoran said excitedly, fighting with you, General, is truly the most exhilarating, it is as easy as cutting vegetables, so satisfying. Xianhui revealed a smile, as a lady, you do not have to be so violent.
Xiaoran was offended by those words, what, violent? We are engaging in war, if I do not kill, then what do I do, cook?
General, spare me, I would rather die in the battlefield than to live that kind of life. Xianhui smiled, but did not say a thing.
Everyone had different pursuits and preferences.
A smear of gentleness flashed past her deep pupils. Her fondest memory was the period of time she stayed in Star Wind City. After that, when the Shangwan family was in danger in Perseus constellation, she was unable to witness her family fall in such a predicament, and had no choice but to go forward. But she was currently leading a huge army for Tang Tian. Whenever she thought of Brother Tian's secrets, Xianhui's expression would turn solemn. In the few years, she swept the entire ancient battlefield once, obtaining many rewards, and the faintly discernible clues had started to surface.
With regards to the identity of Brother Tian's father, she had some speculations, but she needed more clues.
However, the most important thing to do now was to communicate with Brother Tian. When she thought of that, she blushed involuntarily. It was hard to pacify her usually calm heart. She took a deep breath, with her eyes closed, she prayed in her heart.
The firm and persistent young lady looked just like any ordinary person at that moment.
After a moment, she opened her eyes, and the hesitation in her eyes disappeared, regaining her usual sharpness again.
She stood up, ordered in a low voice, take this point as the center, within 100-meter radius, everything needs to be dug up. Xiaoran's heart trembled, yes.
Innumerable spirit generals converged to the place she had indicated and began to dig.
2 hours passed, a bronze star door appeared in front of Xianhui.
The bronze star door had the bearing of the typical Southern Cross Army, and if Tang Tian was present, he would definitely recognize it. The bronze star door was exactly the same as the number 07 Army Barracks bronze star door. This was the 62nd Southern Cross Army's bronze star door Shangwan Xianhui had found.
Xianhui was thinking about how to contact Tang Tian every single day and night.
And when she finally met Xiaoran, Xianhui immediately thought of an idea. Xiaoran used to be a martial artist from Audiobook's army, and since Audiobook's army had such wise spirit general, then the Southern Cross Army's spirit generals must also be as wise. She was currently in the war zone. The three great armies, there were countless of spirit generals floating around, but majority of them held low ranks and were not wise. In order to find a wise spirit general from Southern Cross Army, Shangwan Xianhui brought Xiaoran to numerous expeditions, and finally found a wise spirit general from the Southern Cross Army.
The spirit general was named Xin.
Xiaoran did not like him at all, and was always mumbling, why does the Southern Cross Army have such an eerie guy?
Isn't he a mole from the Scorpio Army?
But after he died, the spirit general that was birthed was clad in Southern Cross Army uniform, which could never be faked. He could pretend when he was alive, but once he became a spirit general when he was dead, only the true characteristics and thoughts would remain and appear.
Xianhui knew Xin was extremely powerful when he was alive.
Because Xin's group caused her a lot of difficulty the first time they met, despite the fact that she had 5 times as much troops as he had.
Xin's tactics were sly and scheming, making it impossible to defend against him effectively.
After 3 days of hard battle, Xianhui finally defeated his team and held Xin captive. Xin initially ignored Shangwan Xianhui, until when she asked about the bronze medal, Xin's attitude changed. Qian Hui finally understood after she speaking to Xin. The bronze plate Tang Tian had was actually not a treasure of Crux constellation, but belonged to the commander of the Southern Cross Army, and at the most critical moment, could move the sealed star doors of Southern Cross Army. As long as they could find a complete and perfect Southern Cross Army bronze star door, then they might be able to form a connection with the bronze plate. Together with Xian's assistance, Qian Hui went on numerous expeditions to search for the more bronze door. Xian was scheming, Xiaoran was fearless, and in the ancient battlefield, Qian Hui was invincible. They found many bronze star doors, but they were either too old or mostly corroded. Even if it was just a small part, it would be unusable. Xian's appearance was decent, gentle, and did not have any aura of a military leader, but more like a poet or artist. He checked the star door, looked up after a while. It cannot transmit. Shangguan Qian Hui's eyes dimmed. But we can connect via voice. Xian smiled. Shangguan Qian Hui trembled. She looked up again, spoke coldly. Xiaoran, go educate this Scorpio mole. Xiaoran became excited and howled. The short-haired little girl dragged a big blade as big as a door, tiptoeing, and sprinting towards Xian. Xian's face turned pale. He was military general, but not the kind of generals who would charge forward. He was far worse than Xianran in terms of fighting strength. I cannot fight head-on, then I can only rely on my intellect. Plop, Xian's both knees on the ground, face covered in tears, regretfulness was written all over his face. Spare my life, General, it was my mistake. My mistake. Qian Hui faced another side. She did not hear Xian's begs for mercy. Her face was flushed, her heartbeat was racing. I am about to talk to Brother Tian, what should I say? 5 minutes later, Xian, who was smacked by the big blade until his eyes became moist, was dragged by Xiaoran back to Qian Hui's front, with a look of satisfaction. General, if this Scorpio mole does not behave again, let me have a go at him again. But Xian was smart. He jumped up. General, let me fix the star door. After Xian's meddled with it, the star door finally lit up with a weak light aura. Tang Tian was bored. Everyone was engrossed with Project Big Dipper. Even the merging of the Saint treasures did not attract any attention. After that, there was a throb in the desolate bare bone which Tang Tian felt, and sent people to investigate, to actually discover a new star door. What was more surprising was that the star door was actually connected to Big Dipper, which was sealed for many years. Even the thought of it made him excited. Big Dipper was the essence to Ursa Major constellation, but the star door to Big Dipper was lost for many years. For it to be reopened, Tang Tian was quickly full of anticipation. However, no one cared about him. He was prepared to explore Big Dipper alone, but Han Tao stopped him. If your majesty goes forth alone, this humble servant will die. Hearing that, Tang Tian's heart became numb, and he had no choice but to forego the plan. In order to prevent the information from spreading, Han Tao built a barracks near the star door so as not to draw too much attention. Tang Yi volunteered to explore Big Dipper, but was rejected by Tang Tian. Exploration of an unfamiliar territory was never suitable for an army to perform. An army had bigger goals, and they had more restrictions than martial artists. Yaya and Little Fool played joyously. With Yaya's teachings, Little Fool finally learned how to spiral. Tang Tian shook his head profusely. Why is this godlike young lad's martial spirit so dumb and stupid? Forget it, such a dumb martial spirit. It was not easy for it to have mastered spiraling. Tang Tian was lazy to care more. He did not wish to let this guy master more martial techniques, so he just let the little fool play with Yaya. His time to practice was extremely precious. The appearance of Big Dipper star door caused surging star power to surge out from it, continuously fusing into Ursa Major constellation, causing the star power concentration of Ursa Major constellation to continue increasing. The former Andromeda constellation and Draco constellation, now named as Andromeda region and Draco region, had their star power concentration increase as well, causing the people in the two constellations to cheer with joy. The current Ursa Major constellation was vast but sparsely populated, therefore Tang Tian asked Hua Air to continue allowing the Lupus clan to migrate into Ursa Major constellation. Hang Tao handled internal affairs perfectly. Pai Pa was his assistant, so there was nothing to be worried about. Pai Pa's sickness was cured by Ding Man, allowing Pai Pa to gain some weight and look less fatigued and fragile like she used to be. No one dared to look down on Pai Pa. She was the one whom took care and supervised Majesty when he was wounded, such a person who would dare to offend. There was nothing for him to be worried for, thus Tang Tian had all the time to be fully focused on practicing. No matter under what situation, strength was still the most important, and the thing he could rely on the most. He did not need to worry about internal affairs, there were no battles, and Ursa Major constellation was extremely peaceful. Tang Tian also had a fierce reputation, so which neighboring constellations would dare to offend him? Apart from Ursa Major constellation, the other constellations were busy fighting. The fight between Honorable Marshal Group and Leo constellation continued to heat up. The war was tragic but continued to spread. Equilius constellation from 10 equatorial palace halls got wrapped up into it, dead bodies covering the land, blood forming rivers. Everyone knew the climax to the war was still far away. The other constellations of the 12 ecliptic palaces continued to remain silent, but Honorable Marshall Group and Leo constellation had never given up to win over these powerful ones. The 10 equatorial palace halls was just an appetizer.
However, to Tang Tian, those were too far to be reached.
As everyone were engrossed with the Big Dipper project, it was difficult for him to even meet them, let alone to drag them to Crux constellation. He was not arrogant to the extent whereby he believed that he was able to charge into Crux constellation alone. Whether or not he was willing or unwilling, he was now the master of Ursa Major constellation. If he ran off like that, he would definitely be attacked and be used against Ursa Major constellation. He thought that the road to Perseus constellation had become more probable. Other than training, he thought of the incomplete trainings he left behind in the army barracks and took a stroll there. It had a long time since he last visited the army barracks, causing him to feel nostalgia. The current training in the army barracks were simply pieces of cake to him. The kind of feeling whereby one scored a for all subjects was extremely satisfying and exhilarating. After sweating it out, he felt an indescribable ease.
In the past, the training used to be extremely difficult, however, he could currently complete them relaxingly. Tang Tian was slightly emotional. Unknowingly, he had grown so much. When he was with Qian Hui, he was still practicing fundamental martial techniques. Suddenly, the bronze star door behind him lit up with a light aura.
Brother Tian. A voice that he was most familiar with, appearing in his dreams countless of times, with a sense of shiver, as though the voice had been through countless of years, sounded out behind his back.
Tang Tian's feet nailed into the ground. In that moment, his heart stopped beating.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 472, The Two Hearts. Chapter 472, The Two Hearts. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Was it my imagination? It must be my imagination. I have thought about her too much, that's why I became delusional.
Tang Tian's face had an agonized self-deprecating smile. His mind recovered, sighing in his heart, he started to leave.
Brother Tian.
The soft call struck Tang Tian again like lightning, causing him to freeze. But the next second, he suddenly turned. With a trembling voice, he shouted, Qian Hui, is it you?
Is it really you?
The dim light aura from the bronze star door pierced through the darkness like a ray of sunlight across the night sky.
Brother Tian.
The voice from the bronze star door was filled with joy and excitement. Tang Tian was already certain that the voice was coming from inside the bronze star door. With one stride, he sprinted to the front of the bronze door, full of excitement, as he shouted, Qian Hui, where are you?
Are you behind the star door? Can you come over?
I am at an ancient battlefield. The star door is incomplete, so I cannot pass through, and can only maintain sound transmission.
On Qian Hui's face surfaced a warm and sweet smile.
It was this voice, this appealing voice, that she was willing to cherish for his whole life. It felt so good. Xiaoran lifted her big chopper and sliced into the ground, snorting, your little lover's voice is really loud. Xan nodded in agreement, his hand scratching his chin. So, this is what the general likes. Unreasonable though, the general is so perfect and beautiful, obviously even I am better than him, but…
You, a Scorpio mole?
Xiaoran looked at him in despise.
Xan became angry, smelly woman, do you think I am really afraid of you?
Xiaoran tilted her head to one side and lifted the chopper with an arrogant look, coldness overflowing, making others scared of her.
This is a fight between men.
Xan spoke firmly with righteousness, as he silently moved back by a few steps.
Hey, he should be your Southern Cross Army's successor, right?
Xiaoran's word made Xan's body freeze.
Southern Cross Army's successor.
Xan's eyes deepened. Suddenly, he spoke with a smirk, what about you?
Are you going to look for the Ophiuchus army?
Xiaoran slashed the chopper casually towards the ground. With about half of the blade inside the ground, she stood up. The wind brushed past her heroic face, her short hair fluttering with the wind, as she remained focused on the empty ancient battlefield. She muttered to herself, I will follow the general, the Ophiuchus army is probably long gone.
If the general doesn't want me anymore, I would think about it again. There was a moment of silence between the two of them.
Right at that moment, a loud voice came from the star door.
Qian Hui, is it you? I miss you so much. Ever since you left, I have been thinking of you every day, thinking about looking for you.
Tang Tian was extremely excited. He was unaware that his voice was getting louder and louder. After thinking for so long through the days and nights, the thoughts had fermented and could not wait.
They did not wish to delay for another second. He was so desperately wanted to tell Chen Hui. Subconsciously clenching his fists tightly, he faced the weak light aura of the bronze star door. It was like when he was at the top of the mountain outside Star Wind City, towards the well-lit city, towards the stars, towards the night breeze. He shouted with all his strength, Shangwan Xianhui, I miss you very much, miss you so much, so much. It was as if there was a voice inside him speaking, this was the way. Correct, this was the way. You like her, then tell her loudly, use all your strength and shout it to her. Tell her how much you missed her. Tell her how much you like her. What are you hesitating for? Stop hiding, let it all out. This was who I am, telling her loudly. The more effort I put in and the louder I am, she should be able to hear it clearer. The words were straightforward with no frills, straightforward without room for feelings. The simple repetition of incoherent words, in fact, was the deadliest weapon on this earth. It instantly crushed the defense Tian Hui had placed around her heart. Her eyes was filled with tears, causing her vision to be blurred. She covered her mouth, in order not to cry out loud, as the tears flowed out uncontrollably. The past few years of hardships, all the grievances she had endured, the ever-present pressure, she disguised her unease and suffocation with her bright smiles. No matter how weak you are, you have to act as if you are fine, you have to be calm no matter how fearful you are. She had long learned of control and disguise. She was the patriarch of the Shangwan family. She was the invincible female god of war. Lost in the lonely desolate ancient battlefield, not knowing how to leave, not knowing where to place her hopes, even the loneliness carried the taste of despair. Who knew if after she died, she would still be stuck inside the battlefield? It was extremely fearsome. Inside her perfect body, she was long covered with hidden injuries. What supported her and let her endure, was that simple, silly yet arrogant young man? It was the strong feelings for him which lingered on in her heart. Without seeing him, how can I die? Xian Hui did not know why her tears kept flowing. She only knew she was very happy, happy beyond words. She had never felt such happiness before. Is this what happiness is? I like it. Xiaoran and Xian were shocked by Tang Tian's simple, straightforward, incoherent shouting confession, but the two did not laugh, because the repetition of incoherent words, the blazing emotion was unconceived, unpolished, so genuine, so brave. A real man. Xiaoran could not help but praise. Bang, she kicked the chopper's hilt as she was unable to restrain her emotions. Xian's expression did not change, only his eyes exposed a smile. A successor of the army, with this character, is not too bad after all. Tang Tian did not know how long he shouted, and when he stopped, he felt extremely relieved. Just that. It was rather quiet on the other side of the bronze star door. Did I scare Qian Hui? Tang Tian was confused. He probed, Qian Hui. I am so happy. Brother Tian, I miss you so much too. Qian Hui's sweet voice came from the back of the bronze star door. It made Tang Tian heave a sigh of relief. Aha, Qian Hui said she missed me, aha. Tang Tian smiled dumbly with a grin. However, he felt his legs go soft. What's happening? Qian Hui was smiling sweetly behind the bronze star door. Her tears had stopped flowing, while the dumb brother Tang roared. She covered her face in her hands and shook left and right, happy beyond words. There were a lot of things she wanted to share with brother Tang, but suddenly she remembered there were people behind her, softly spoke to Tang Tian, Brother Tang, wait for me for a while. She turned, ignoring the weird expressions of the two people behind her, cleared her throat and spoke out, well, I do not need you guys here, you two bring the people, search within the 50 meters radius again, so as not to miss anything. Xian mumbled, within 50-meter radius is as clean as just washed. A hand grabbed firmly onto his neck. Xiaoran flipped and got on her horse, the other hand held onto her chopper. She stuck her tongue out naughtily at Qian Hui, then left with Xian. Hey, hurry, let go of me. Zin's voice drifted into the wind. Qian Hui had dried tears all over her face, but she still bloomed with an extremely sweet smile. The dim light aura from the bronze star door lit the both of their hearts, allowing the feelings of longing to drift over thousands of mountains and waters. I am now the master of Ursa Major constellation. Haha, I am powerful, right? Actually, I am still confused. I only wanted to find you at first, but after fighting and fighting, it became like this. So strange. Oh, most of it was because of Uncle Bing's hard work. Uncle Bing has a poker face but is a very nice man. Little Crane is nice too. Little Su was even more dumb than me. Oh, there is still one more dumber than me. I am only ha ha ha. Mostly it was Tang Tian who talked non-stop. Qian Hui just listened quietly, but the more she listened, the more surprised she got, but the more touched she became. From all the brainless and off-topic narration, she noticed the dangers Tang Tian had experienced. Many times he was so close to death. So, I am not the only one fighting. Qian Hui felt warmth in her heart, her calm eyes became even more serious. Then let's fight together.
She began to question the situation of Heaven's Road, Tang Tian's influential power and everything. Tang Tian was unclear at many parts, so she needed to clarify and make sense of things slowly. Gradually, with the abundant information, the situation and changes of the outside appeared more clearly and vividly in Qian Hui's mind. The situation was better than she had expected. Brother Tian's power improved tremendously, however, it was still not enough. When she thought about the weak clues she had found, Shangwan Qian Hui's heart trembled. Brother Tang's current ability was far from enough. Brother Tian, Sexton's constellation has a star treasure called the Sexton's Eye. It is crucial for us. Shangwan Qian Hui said. Tang Tian, hearing Qian Hui become serious, Sexton's Eye, right? Alright, I have remembered it. Qian Hui smiled. Brother Tian, now the most important thing for you is to accumulate more strength, because the fight between Leo constellation and Honorable Marshal Group will become more intense. As for the Cetus constellation, Brother Tian doesn't need to worry. Once the Saint treasure has left the constellation, the connection between the two will be greatly reduced. As long as Brother Tian finds the core of the star power in Cetus constellation, and uses the core of the star power to groom a star treasure of Cetus constellation, then it is possible to overrule the Saint treasure. Brother Tian, you have to remember, the stronger the star treasure the better. Explore Big Dipper as soon as possible, it used to be very famous. Oh, got it. Tang Tian nodded profusely, even though he knew Qian Hui could not see him. Qian Hui's words, he would always remember firmly in his heart. He always trusted unconditionally with regards to Qian Hui's wisdom. You have been doing well, Brother Tian. Keep it up. Qian Hui stood up, clenched her soft fists. She was full of fighting spirit. Qian Hui also needs to work harder. Even though I cannot bear to leave, but we have to hurry up. The faster we complete everything, the more advantageous it will be for us in the future. I really wish for time to stop here. No, Qian Hui, for a better future, you need to be braver, you need to work harder. I will definitely find Sexton's Eye. Tang Tian sounded extremely serious, clenching his fist uncontrollably. Even if it belongs to saints, I will definitely seize it from them. No one can stop me. The bronze star door, the dim light aura, the young lad and young lady's hearts, were connected at a deep level. They were attracted to each other, brimming with fighting spirit. Even if they had to fight against the world, they were fearless. Then we shall meet 3 months later, same place. Oh, Brother Tian, don't be late, okay? Definitely not. See you then. Definitely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 473, Ash-Colored Images. Chapter 473, Ash-Colored Images. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The general should be finishing already. Xiao Ran was unsure. It has been 5 hours, it should be about time. Xin mumbled, if the general is not done yet, I will educate her properly. As a military general, how can we let love? His words came to an end spontaneously as Xiao Ran lifted him single-handedly. Hey, Violet Lady, let me go. Xiao Ran corrected him, who needs you to educate the general? I will teach you a lesson on the general's behalf. Blind follower. You are a blind follower. Xin felt bitter. Women with big chests are really brainless. I want to follow blindly. Xiao Ran said with a cold face, big chest means brainless. You have been wanting to say this for a very long time, right? Xin felt something was wrong. His expression changed, as he spoke with a strict face. That was absolutely a compliment. Big chest is a compliment, brainless is a problem to others, but for you, it is a straightforward compliment. This is the most realistic portrayal of your instinctive fighting, or don't tell me when you are fighting, you are using your brains? How are you able to use your brains in time while fighting? Xiao Ran's face became relaxed. That's right, this is how a passionate fighting girl should be. Instincts, the higher grade martial artists all talks about instincts. Xin then added, under such advantage, and still maintain your big chest, girl, you are perfect. The general is the perfect one. Xiao Ran unmoved, what is good about having a big chest? So burdening, it affects my fighting. Your values must have been distorted by the group of barbarians in Ophiuchus. Big chest is good, Xin cajoled and lied along the way, finally getting away with it. When both of them arrived at the bronze star door, Qian Hui was already sitting upright waiting for them. They looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. The general became somewhat different. Both of them had fought through so many battles to get to where they were, and thus extremely sensitive to certain things. Although Qian Hui seemed like she was just sitting there like usual, but the aura she was emitting from her entire body was much more cold and stern.
She became stronger. Xian was shocked beyond words.
Qianhui was the most outstanding genius he had ever seen, and he could clearly tell that she had never received any traditional military general training before.
It was as though she was gifted with know how to fight.
When Xian first met Qianhui, although he only had 1/5 the army size as compared to her, he almost overturned the fight. At that time, the impression he had of Qianhui was just an ordinary military general. But the following fights, he personally witnessed as Qianhui continued to learn from every fight, continued to become stronger. Even in the most intense of battles, she still kept her calm. The ancient battlefield with countless spirits floating around became the best place for her to learn. At that moment, Xian already believed, other than lacking in experience, Qianhui did not lose to him in any other factors.
But at the same time,
Qianhui's cold aura around her entire body made him able to feel her metamorphosis. The old Qianhui was sharp, calm and detail-oriented, but in Xian's eyes, she lacked in the tyrannical aura which only famous generals had. The tyrannical aura that originated from the military general's strong sense of self-confidence, the resolution in which they would do anything as a military general to win.
The current Qianhui was actually emitting that tyrannical aura.
Her eyes were so intense and calm which caused his heart to palpitate. She sat there upright, like an exceptional sword that was unsheathed, emitting its sharp aura, causing fear in all directions.
No one could stop her. This woman is truly terrifying.
Xian, who was still in shock, heard Qianhui speak calmly. With the bronze star door as the center, construct a defense, according to the highest level. Keep half of our men here to stand guard, prepare the rest, we are leaving for Red Valley. Her tone was calm, yet filled with unquestionable determination.
Xian lifted his head suddenly, with an aghast look on his face. Red Valley. Since Tang Tian returned from number 07 army barracks, he became super pumped up.
With an angry face, he was full of killing intent. It was like there was a flame burning in his chest, an unprecedented blazing flame, as though it was going to burn into ashes.
I have promised Qianhui.
He called for Belle, and made her immediately investigate the Sexton's Eye, and the star power crux of Cetus constellation. Then he quickly went to Uncle Bing. Bing had all his heart and effort into the Big Dipper project recently, although he had little attainments with specific martial techniques, but he knew what was the most important things needed for an army. His suggestions were always pertinent, be it blood meridian specialists, or the martial artists that were recruited who were good at theory, all admired Bing wholeheartedly. In the laboratory, 3 small whirlpool sword storms were in fast rotation, the sword aura whistled intensely, filling the entire room.
Everyone was earnestly watching and taking notes.
The 3 whirlpool sword storms were small storms created with their modification. Their intensity was only half of that of the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique. They had made various important discoveries. For example, amongst all the auras, the sword aura had the best reducing energy transformation effectiveness. Also, the physical capabilities after the reducing energy transformation was related to the level of true power before the transformation. The higher the level of true power, the better the effects of the reducing energy transformation, and the martial artist's physical fitness would become even more amazing. With regards to this situation, Bing had modified the subjects for trainings for the army, so that nearly 80% of the time would be spent on training the true power. The selected mental cultivation technique was very extreme. It was named blood tempering, which was contributed by the successor of an ancient sect, Jiangqing. Blood tempering was an impetuous type of mental cultivation technique, different from other mental cultivation techniques which used the true power to revolve in the meridians. The principle of blood tempering was to force true power into the bloodstream, and with the help of blood flow, the energy would be transmitted into the entire body. It had another advantage: there were no barriers to overcome, thus its reducing energy transformation process was extremely stable. Blood tempering had quick results, no barriers to train, but people rarely knew about the naturally obvious drawbacks. One of them was that while the blood flow, the pain felt would be like there were knives inside the body, the other would be as true power was not tempered, it was extremely heterogeneous, and thus would cause many indiscernible damages. Why Bing dared to use such an extreme mental cultivation technique was because they had amazingly discovered while testing with the reducing energy transformation. The reducing energy transformation could clear all of the indiscernible damages in the body. Even Medicine Saint Dingman was astonished by this discovery. She intended to merge it into her own medical martial techniques. Lupus martial artists were the first to complete the reducing energy transformation. Their true power achieved the 8th level, and after the reducing energy transformation, their fleshly bodies were on par with martial artists with gold-ranked blood meridians. Furthermore, they also discovered, although the zero-energy body did not have the varied mystical abilities of the blood meridians, it had its own unique factor as it naturally removed true power. Therefore, after true power enters the zero-energy body, any damage caused by it would be greatly reduced.
Bing was ecstatic about that.
He knew very well, just with this point, the zero-energy body had truly become an entirely different entity which was not inferior to blood meridians. Martial artists with the zero-energy body would have much stronger survival capabilities on the battlefield. And as compared to the extremely costly rare blood meridians, reducing energy transformation was too cheap, and was suitable for the masses. Imagine the 600,000 Lupus citizens using blood tempering, with 10% of them being able to train their true power to the 8th level, that would still be 60,000 people. A great army of 60,000 gold-ranked martial artists, that would definitely sweep across Heaven's Road, and have the ability to rhythmically exterminate and destroy a couple constellations. Jing Hao and the other two were in the process of the second round of tempering. They had already completed the reducing energy transformation, and were currently tempering their martial spirits. Although the modified Whirlpool Sword Storm's results were not as outstanding as the Whirlpool Sword Spirit tempering technique, it could still temper the martial spirits and was much safer with the suffering being reduced tremendously. It was still much more outstanding as compared to the other martial spirit tempering techniques. Uncle. It was clearly audible despite Tang Tian being very far away. Bing spoke to the rest of a few things, then he walked out.
You found money?
Bing puffed out a smoke ring easily, behaving like an underworld boss.
I found Xian Hui. Ha ha. I found Xian Hui. Tang Tian filled with joy and excitement.
Bing was stunned, his face was full of shock. Where did you find her?
Not right.
Tang Tian slapped his forehead. I didn't find her, I contacted her.
Were you dreaming?
Bing looked suspiciously at Tang Tian.
It was real.
Tang Tian stared. I was at number 07 Army Barracks, that Bronze Star door. Bing paused for a while. Of course he knew the Bronze Star door could be used to communicate. His expression turned serious. Where was she? An ancient battlefield, where the final battle between the three armies was. Tang Tian scratched his head, trying to recall. Oh, Qianhui said, she found a spirit general from the Southern Cross Army. His name is Xian.
The cigarette between Bing's fingers dropped on the ground. It was as if he was struck by lightning as his mind went blank.
Numerous ash-colored images appeared and flashed past his mind. He trembled involuntarily. That smoky face was still so clear to him. Ouch, we almost lost to them. A half-submerged mechanical weapons door opened in the mud. A skinny guy mumbled as he hopped out. The youth opened the mechanical weapons door as he gasped for breath. He was so exhausted that he could not even move a finger. The smoky gun smell in the air was suffocating.
This doesn't look well.
Xian muttered to himself as he hopped onto the top of a mechanical weapon and looked ahead. The youth struggled to stand up, coincidentally hearing what Xian said.
He looked up and said, Xian, can we win?
Of course. Xian looked confident. He stared at Bing for a moment and suddenly said, Brat.
Ha?
The youth looked up.
Maybe there is a way.
Xian talked to himself again. You go to the Ocean of Exile, and look for something. Maybe we can win that way.
What thing?
The youth's spirit was lifted. I don't know either, I only heard Commander talk about it before.
Xian continued, we are all counting on you, Brat.
Really? The youth stared at Xian's face, trying to figure out if he was being lied to because Xian was always lied to him. Xian looked undisturbed, not a definite, but a maybe. Anyway, we don't have any other solution as well, so maybe we could leave some hope for the future.
That was right, there was already no other way. Xian, you must hang in there. Wait for me to come back. The youth shouted to Xian.
Xian smiled. I know, I am afraid of death too, but... The youth turned and hopped into the mechanical weapon, charging forward along the trenches towards the Ocean of Exile. As if he was a lunatic, he knew how bad the situation was. He piloted the mechanical weapon and left the war zone. Like a desperate beast forced to a corner, he climbed up the mountain with both hands and feet. Southern Cross Army, charge! A faint yet familiar voice in the air. The voice was too familiar. The youth was stunned as he panted. His face had turned pale. He looked back suddenly, the enemy submerging the line of defense like a sea wave. Tears blurred his vision, be it then, or now.
Xian.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 474, Establishing Safe and Sound. Chapter 474, Establishing Safe and Sound. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Sexton's Eye is a silver treasure of Sexton's constellation. Its specifications and usage is not clear. Its name has appeared before, but disappeared very quickly, and we need time to continue investigating. The location of the star power crux of Cetus constellation has been found. It is in the Lin family of Cetus constellation. Belle looked at everyone, the rest were all calm, except Tang, Tian and Bing. Both of their expressions were surprisingly the same, dark faces, with their entire body releasing rich killing intent.
What's up with the two of them?
Belle muttered in her heart, to her, Tang Tian being like that was not weird, crazy Tang was just like that, from one extreme to another, nothing out of the ordinary, alright, no one truly knows what's up with him. Poker Face was more vulgar, but it was rare to see him filled with killing intent.
Who provoked the two of them?
Or did they quarrel? That's not right, if they were in conflict, they would already be fighting, having a cold war is not them at all.
Humph, the Sexton's eye is definitely in Sexton's constellation, we should directly just beat down Sexton's constellation.
Tang Tian with his displeased look opened his mouth and immediately spouted the words filled with killing intent, causing everyone to inhale cold air.
Especially for Xinyu, who trembled in fear. What the hell exactly happened? Why the sudden need to fight Sexton's constellation?
Xinyu was the Sexton's constellation's trump card martial instructor, and a martial instructor was someone who could give guidance and point out other martial artists training in martial techniques. They were somewhat similar to teachers in a school, but a majority of them placed themselves in their own fighting grounds to pass on to disciples. Sexton's constellation was filled with all different sizes of fighting grounds, and all these fighting grounds had differing standards, whereby Xinyu's fighting grounds were rather famous in Sexton's constellation. If not for his old friend who personally requested him, and adding on the chaos he could feel from the world, he thought of looking for a backer, for he had been living comfortably in Sexton's constellation.
It is easy to beat down Sexton's constellation. Bing said coldly, the question is, can we find it if we beat them down?
Xinyu became more and more afraid listening to them, thinking that tyrants truly were tyrants. No matter how weak Sexton's constellation was, it was still part of the 10 equatorial palace halls, and the moment they opened their mouths, they could talk about beating them down.
And it seemed to be for the sake of one treasure?
And it was a silver treasure. If it was a gold star treasure, then fine, at least the reason could be pushed across to other people to be reasonable, but a silver star treasure, just for the sake of a silver star treasure, they would attack a constellation.
That was too unreasonable.
Assholes. They are a group of assholes. But I sure am lucky to already be a part of these assholes. Everyone looked at Tang, Tian and Bing, the two of them were acting weirdly, causing the hall to be quiet. The quieter it was, the heavier the pressure was on Xinyu's heart. He was extremely alarmed, and coughed slightly. Your Majesty and Master just now mentioned Sexton's eye from Sexton's constellation.
Sexton's eye is a treasure that your subordinate has heard of before. Why not allow me to go in and ask around first?
Whoosh, all the gazes converged on him. Xinyu felt an aura on his back, becoming even more tense, especially for Tang, Tian and Bing's gaze, which were extremely dense. Bing suddenly revealed a smile. That's great.
We have to depend on you, Mr. Tsen.
Belle, help and assist Mr. Tsen, the rest, make sure you maintain secrecy.
Yes.
Belle felt extremely curious what the Sexton's eye was, to actually make the two of them want to wage a war on Sexton's constellation. Crazy Tang's brain was very abnormal, but Poker Face was a powerful military general, and he would definitely not mess around when going to war.
Then let us go and visit this Lin family. Tang Tian waved his fist, soaring with killing intent again. Your Majesty, you can simply summon the Lin family to be inquired.
Han Tao's suggested. Han Tao's meaning was you are now a master of the constellation, please have the bearing and attitude of one.
Tang Tian waved his hand, that's too troublesome, we will just go up. Whoever agrees then good. For those that disagree. Everyone all sucked in cold air in their minds again. Are you going or not? Tang Tian turned and asked Bing.
He had agreed to Chen Hui to meet in 3 months, and time was precious. He hated it that he could not go instantly and resolve the issue. The rest were startled, although the Lin family was a small powerhouse in Cetus constellation, but they did not need 2 murderous gods to face them.
I am. Bing said coldly, why not?
Everyone could not utter a word. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. What enmity did the Lin family had with them?
What exactly did the Lin family do the 2 masters? Cetus constellation, Lin family.
I never thought the Lin family was under clan Elder Lin. Long time no see. Elder Lin still looks so good. How's Wu Ho and Princess Mingzhu doing? Tang Tian, who was filled with killing intent, was dumbstruck upon entering the Lin family, for he had met Elder Lin of the Wu Ho government in the Lin family. It was Elder Lin who had given him the jade plate and a treasure that year.
Ever since Tang Tian rushed into Cetus constellation, Elder Lin was always thinking about the future of the Lin family.
It was fair to say that everyone used to share a friendship, but it was not deep, and Clan Elder Lin did not even think of using the friendship to gain any benefits, and just wanted to protect the Lin family from being wiped out. But he did not expect that, after Tang Tian had entered Cetus constellation, he did not conduct any purges. Elder Lin did not think much. In the current chaotic situation, he peacefully stayed in the family to protect them.
There were many elders from Onyx Soul who did the same. The calamity of an entire family being exterminated could occur at any time in the chaos. If the family had them protecting them, it naturally became safer.
Elder Lin did not expect Tang Tian to suddenly burst in with killing intent. He was surprised, but when he saw Tang Tian's embarrassment, he could not help but smile. Tang Tian was so annoyed he almost smacked his own head. That's right, Belle had said it was the Lin family, but I did not think that it would be Elder Lin's family. Tang Tian was a sincere person. He would treat people as how they treated him. If they treated him well, he would treat them well as well.
Elder Lin felt that he did not do much for Tang Tian in the past, but Tang Tian was extremely grateful.
It was just that the fool was very oblivious to things that were not fighting, and did not meet with any troubles in Cetus constellation, so from the start he did not expect to see Elder Lin, but the feeling for Elder Lin was kept locked in his heart. To rush into his house with such killing intent, it was truly too rude. Bing was also in a difficult situation. It was such an awkward situation. Let Crazy Tang handle it. All the martial artists watched the two God Slayer grade characters were dumbstruck. Their faces were filled with embarrassment and distress.
Where is this old-timer from?
Even the Lin family disciples were shocked. The clan elders' figures suddenly became unfathomable. Until now, the entire Cetus constellation was spreading Tang Tian's fierce nickname, the fierce and outstanding slaughterer of the three armies. Elder Lin was veteran, and chuckled, "I am an honor for your majesty to be in my humble home. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Please come in."
Tang Tian laughed foolishly as he followed on behind.
Elder Lin had been in the business for so long, and easily dissolved Tang Tian's embarrassment, quickly asking him about his purpose of visit. "So your majesty was here for the star power crux." Elder Lin understood what Tang Tian was trying to do, and without bullshitting, he stood up. "Please follow me, your majesty."
With Elder Lin guiding the way, they reached a mountain valley very quickly.
Upon entering the mountain valley, they could clearly feel the increase in concentration of star power. The star power concentration here is higher by around 2% as compared to the outside. Elder Lin explained, the star power crux usually is of no use, other than the higher concentration, and its area of effect is very small. If not for that, the Lin family would not be able to protect the star power crux. These explanations made Tang Tian and Bing nod their heads. This is the star power crux.
Elder Lin pointed to the spring entrance beneath his feet.
It truly was the star power crux. Tang Tian's current intuition was extremely sharp, and could clearly feel that the spring entrance in front of him was different from other places. A constellation star power had many different types of form. There are star power that had energy veins, there was constellation star power that was like mist. But regardless of what form it took, there would always be a similar special point, and that was the star power crux.
That's great. Tang Tian clapped his hands excitedly.
Elder Lin looked at Tang Tian and reminded, I heard that to get the star power crux to reassign the Saint treasure, the higher grade the star treasure, the better. The Lin family had deep roots in Cetus constellation. When Gongcheng left, he had taken the Saint treasure along with Cetus constellation's gold rank treasures along with him. Gongcheng had long prepared to protect against the matter of reassignment of the Saint treasure.
Silver treasures were insufficient to completely reassign a new Saint treasure.
I do not know whether it is high grade enough or not, but I know it can definitely do it. Tang Tian said confidently, with a sword in hand.
Elder Lin was moved. Is that the safe and sound saber? Tang Tian was taken aback. Elder Lin has good eyes, but everyone knows about the enmity between your majesty and Gongcheng.
Elder Lin laughed out loud, but his heart faintly sighing. Gongcheng had prepared and calculated so much, but did not think about the safe and sound saber in Tang Tian's hands. The safe and sound saber was Cetus constellation's dark treasure. It was originally expelled by the Saint treasure, but now that the Saint treasure was gone, safe and sound saber was not rejected by Cetus constellation's star power. And although safe and sound saber was not a gold rank Saint treasure, but a dark treasure, that gave it the qualification to reassign the Saint treasure. One sip from one pack, everything was foreordained.
Gongcheng could not even expect that the actions that he did that year would result in such a consequence. I know you can definitely do it.
Tang Tian spoke loudly to safe and sound saber in his hands, as though he was encouraging his companion who was right in front of him. Elder Lin's expression moved slightly. Tang Tian threw the safe and sound saber into the star power crux without hesitation.
Safe and sound saber instantly disappeared.
Tang Tian opened his eyes wide, his face exposing a joy. He could clearly feel that safe and sound saber was flowing through the star power directly into the deepest part of the constellation. Seeing that Tang Tian did not have the intention to leave, Elder Lin also accompanied him by the side, but he knew, the reassigning of a Saint treasure took a long time.
After an hour, Tang Tian still did not want to leave. Suddenly, Tang Tian's face showed an ecstatic look.
In the next moment, Elder Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and could not help but lightly let out an S sound. Inside the group, was a weak trembling, like the movement of flowing water, and very quickly, the trembling became more and more intense.
Rumble, rumble, dot.
It was as though there was a stampede coming out from below. Elder Lin's face changed, as though he could not stabilize himself. Everyone suddenly leaped into the sky, witnessing everything that happened below. The ground was undulating like waves, causing everyone to be overwhelmed with shock. A dazzling light pillar shot out from the ground, shooting to 300 m tall, like a fountain, sprinkling everywhere, forming a gigantic light screen. The dense star power continued to accumulate. It was as if Tang Tian could see beneath the ground, as a gigantic whale started to swim, and the light pillar was what the gigantic whale had spurred out.
Tang Tian was emotional, and shouted loudly, "I knew you could do it. She is definitely happy for you." A teardrop rolled down from the gigantic whale's eye.
Tang Tian was quiet for a moment, then suddenly pointed at the light screen, and shouting loudly, "We will build a city here, called the Safe and Sound City."
And how city? The light aura shot through the sky, towards Ursa Major constellation. Cetus constellation was expressing its allegiance. In the blue dome of heaven, Ursa Major constellation and Cetus constellation became one, illuminating the skies.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 475, 3 Saint Pistoles. Chapter 475, 3 Saint Pistoles. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
With the merging of Cetus constellation, Ursa Major constellation's star power concentration rose sharply, to a current high of a surprising 39%, which was the peak of equatorial Pallas Hall's grade constellations. Although the star power concentration was unable to immediately bring large quantifiable benefits to Ursa Major constellation, but looking at the long term, it was actually a foundation. The dense star power would attract even more martial artists, and greatly cutting down the training period for the local martial artists. These were all long-term benefits, so Ursa Major constellation swallowing Cetus constellation did not induce too big a ripple, just that people were mocking Gongcheng, who had to suffer the bitter consequence of his own actions from the past. To Ursa Major constellation, the unprecedented dense star power quickly stabilized the hearts of the people. Even so much so that many martial artists all hope to continue opening up new territories, and when the star power concentration reaches the ecliptic Pallas grade, which was 50% and above, they could then begin constructing a treasure city. A treasure city was a city with the protection of star treasures. Such a city, regardless of star power concentration, or the safety and defense, would all receive a substantial upgrade. The reason why the 12 ecliptic palaces were capable of remaining majestic and unwavering was closely related to the treasure cities. The Saint Treasure controlled all the star power of the constellation, but in truth, every Saint Treasure of a constellation was a part of a huge system. And a treasure city uses that point as an advantage. The Saint Treasure was the central hub of star power. Gold star treasures were the important nodes to the Saint Treasure, while silver star treasures were the medium nodes, and bronze treasures were the branches. By constructing the treasure city, it would be able to exploit the star power to its maximum degree, and when encountering attacks, not only would the treasure city use the surrounding star power, it could also obtain the definite support through the huge star power network. That was the important reason why the 12 ecliptic palaces were much stronger than the 10 equatorial palace halls.
Of course, the higher-ups of Ursa Major constellation were very clear. The fruits of the many victories needed a very long time to slowly digest.
If the digestion was not done well, there would be too many dangers and would cause trouble. Luckily, they had Long Shou Jing and Pai Pa. They were all patient and meticulous people. Under their comb, Ursa Major constellation continued to grow stronger. When Tang Tian returned to Ursa Major constellation, he brought along a 7-year-old kid, Elder Lin's grandson, Ah Chao. Elder Lin adored Ah Chao deeply. Ah Chao had displayed extraordinary talent since young, so Elder Lin had allowed him to follow by Tang Tian's side to learn. Elder Lin could clearly see, for the Lin family to have done such a huge service to Ursa Major constellation, but at the same time, they had completely offended Gongcheng and his group. He was appointed by Tang Tian to be the city master of Safe and Sound City, and he knew, regardless of his strength, or his position in Onyx Soul, they were all negligible. The appointment was because of Tang Tian cherishing the friendship between them. To the Lin family, it was an immensely large opportunity. A group of Saint-grade famous masters were gathered around Tang Tian, so for Ah Chao to follow him, he would definitely be able to learn much more than in the Lin family. The Safe and Sound Saber had a place to return to, and to be able to meet with Elder Lin again, and even bringing his grandson over, Tang Tian felt extremely happy. But, as time was of the essence, once the problem of Cetus constellation was resolved, it was time to investigate the Big Dipper. He returned home with speed. It's such a strange feeling. Jing Hao moved his limbs, his body giving him a very unfamiliar feeling. He was a swordsman who was not good with strength. Other than Yi Zhaoge the maniac, there were very few swordsmen who relied purely on strength. He could feel the unprecedented power in his body, his sword in his hand feeling extremely light. He tried to lightly let out a thrust. The sword moved like lightning. So fast. Without using any true power, the speed of him casually thrusting his sword was much faster than before. But Jinghao frowned. His sword techniques focused much more on precision and control, although the sword's speed was very fast, but he did not control it well. Very quickly, he immersed himself into training. He needed time to familiarize himself with his brand new body. He was completely absorbed into it. Slowly, a light aura started to luster on his sword. The light aura was gentle and not dazzling at all. After the reducing energy transformation, his body did not have a bit of true power. The dim light aura was actually his sword itself absorbing the star power from the surroundings. The sword light was extremely straight without a single bend, as though it was drawn by a ruler. The sword light became more fine, and in the end, what remained of it was a fine-drawn pencil line light, as though it was a thread. The fine thread sword light remained in the air without dissipating. The sword lights became more numerous, crisscrossing vertically and horizontally. It was like the air in front of him was being cut with many scars remaining. Jinghao's martial spirit, following along the changes of the sword auras, and continued to change. The people witnessing by the sides all exposed emotional faces, as Jinghao's martial spirit actually continued to contract. An unspeakable sharp intent floated out of Jinghao's body. That is a sword spirit. He Yuming muttered, a fervent look surfaced in his eyes. Sword spirit. The other saints were all startled at first, then immediately changed. A sword spirit is a rarely seen in extreme spirit domain, because the spirit domain was a sword. The martial spirit changed into a sword, and became a sword spirit. Upon forming the sword spirit, it meant that the martial artist had begun interacting with the base essences of the sword. Only the purest of swordsmen could probably form sword spirits. Sword spirits were the spirit domains that all swordsmen yearned for day and night. Focusing only on the sword, abandoning everything else. Jinghao actually produced a sword spirit. How could it not be surprising? In history, the number of swordsmen who had produced sword spirits could be counted with one hand, but every single one of them were the apex existences in their generations, and were history's most feared and strongest sword saints. The one who had the strongest attack was He Yuming. He was a swordsman himself, and no one was clearer than him on how difficult it was to form a sword spirit. Jinghao opened his eyes. His pupils were sincere, but no one would dare to look down on him. From the birth of his sword spirit, it meant that as long as he did not die, he would definitely become one of the strongest martial artists in the world. Jinghao was filled with joy. He did not think that the reducing energy transformations would actually allow him to form his sword spirit. Without true power, although it was very unfamiliar to him, but it also made him unrestricted, free of the regulations and restrictions, and that made him calm down, reflecting on what was the true essence of the sword. Congratulations, brother Jing. Bai Cixi was the first to congratulate him, before the rest going up. A sword saint with a sword spirit, to receive so much respect was not a crime. Jinghao laughed. Thank you. Why a sword spirit? He Yuming suddenly asked. The faces of the rest immediately changed. He Yuming was touching on a taboo topic. The enlightenment of other people should not be so casually inquired. Jinghao looked at He Yuming. He could clearly see the passion in He Yuming's eyes, the passion for the sword, and he replied in a calm, gently voice, a sword is not energy, a sword is a sword. Jinghao's words were light, but it made the saints to reveal pondering expressions. Suddenly at that moment, two entirely different waves of qi came out from behind, causing them to be shocked. Crane's calm room was filled with the color of sunset. A black crane was spiraling continuously. The bright crane cry could be heard. The clouds and mist lingered on. It was a mysterious yet simple, like the mysterious sages of the ancient East. Ling Su's room was entirely different, a light pillar soaring into the sky, with stars revolving around, brightly dazzling and lighting up the room. The sound of wind bells could be heard in the wind, and a battle song resonated along. Silver spear should be as soft as snow, and be as pure as the clouds. Sheep horn wind bells, the cool breeze will never capture your sound. Everyone was stunned. Saint ranks. The two of them were actually promoting to the saint rank. How is that possible? Did the saint rank already become as common as vegetables growing on the streets? In a day, in the same place, 3 martial artists were all being bestowed as saints. And the saints present were all knowledgeable people. For some reason, they could not see through Crane's spirit domain, but the light and chi made them know that it was not any ordinary spirit domain. And Ling Su's spirit domain, how could they not recognize it? It hailed from the true inheritance of Aries constellation, Aries spear of stars. Prior to it, there were many rumors about Ling Su's spear techniques, but at that moment, everyone could definitely confirm that what Ling Su trained in was the Aries spear of stars. They knew for sure, because there was a reaction from Aries constellation, which suddenly appeared in the sky, which meant that the Aries constellation had definitely obtained the news.
The sharp ones were already thinking, what would Aries constellation's reaction be? Kill their way in? Crazy Tang was not easy to be provoked, and the current Ursa Major constellation was even harder to be provoked.
And furthermore, Aries constellation had declined for over 100 years, the roots of Black Feather's mounts were rotting. How many people were reminiscing about the graceful bearings of the Silver Frost mounts?
It would definitely be interesting. You are all saints now. Tang Tian suddenly appeared. He looked extremely happy.
He did not expect to receive such good news upon returning.
Did your Majesty's operations go smoothly?
Ding Man seized the first speech and smiled. The other saints then suddenly reacted. They were secretly pissed. The chance was stolen by the woman. Jinghao, Crane and Ling Su were bestowed as saints. Ursa Major constellation's strength had erupted once more. Furthermore, all three spirit domains were extraordinary. If you were to think that everyone else had the pride of their identities as saints, now, none of them dared to use it as their advantage. Although they were saints, but there were also disparities between saints. Their strength might be stronger than the three of them who had just become saints, but they already had no more space for improvements, and Jinghao and the other two had unlimited potential. 10 years later, they would definitely not be comparable to the three. And what's more, it might not even take 10 years.
I met an old friend, it went smoothly.
Tang Tian did not find it embarrassing that he had caused such a scene, but was instead very happy. Crane and Ling Su still needed a period of time before they could leave the room, and Jinghao also needed to stabilize his domain.
Tang Tian then went ahead to prepare first. He planned to investigate Big Dipper after Crane and Ling Su came out.
Time was of the essence, and he did not want to waste any time.
Yeah. Little fool.
Before entering the courtyard, Tang Tian shouted out loudly. This time, he was prepared to bring the two brats along to Big Dipper. Yaya's swallowing light steel fist might was extraordinary, and he was also very deceitful. When Little Fool was not in his body, Tang Tian realized his intuition had declined substantially. Who knew what he would meet at Big Dipper, and thus was prepared to be careful. More importantly, Tang Tian did not want to waste any time. Getting injured was a small matter, but if injuries were to delay him in meeting Qian Hui on the arranged date and time, he was not willing to sustain any. When he barged into the courtyard, he became stunned after seeing Little Fool. Floating in the sky, Little Fool was dressed in an exquisite gold-threaded blue Tang suit, with black cloth shoes, adding on its extremely cold and cool face. The 10 centimeters Little Fool looked extremely adorable. But Tang Tian's gaze was attracted by the umbrella that was covered in stars in Little Fool's hands. That was, Ursa Major Star's umbrella. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 476, I know this is not right. Chapter 476, I know this is not right. Translated by Berry Buns.
Edited by Tian, Leo Zion, and D'Andrear. Little Fool floated to Tang Tian.
Tang Tian could clearly see that it was the Ursa Major Star's umbrella, but when did he learn to use the Ursa Major Star's umbrella? Tang Tian could not comprehend what was happening.
Tang Tian grabbed Little Fool to his front and carefully inspected him. Tang Tian quickly discovered that there was a faint halo of energy around Little Fool. The energy was extremely pure, and it was actually much purer than the true power in his body previously. And the energy in the surrounding air would automatically gather towards Little Fool. Little Fool was like a magnet that could absorb energy. Interesting. Tang Tian immediately became alert. It was obvious that he did not know of the many mystical abilities of Little Fool. With a thought, Little Fool whooshed into his body. Wah! The star power around quickly converged around Tang Tian, giving him a shock. Very quickly, the star power followed along Tang Tian's wrists, and continued to change, forming a transparent umbrella covered with stars formed by energy that appeared on Tang Tian's hands. Ursa Major Star's umbrella. Tang Tian was stunned. What did that mean? He could clearly feel the Ursa Major Star's umbrella in his hands. The surprising amount of energy accumulated in it, every star on the umbrella was brimming with immense danger. He lightly moved the umbrella shaft, causing the stars that were flickering on the umbrella to flow down like dewdrops, revolving in spirals around Tang Tian's body. It was extremely good-looking. Tang Tian seemed to understand something, and suddenly punched out. When Tang Tian's fist just moved, the group of stars seemed to move along with the wind of his fists, coiling around his fist, transforming into a dazzling fist aura. When Tang Tian released the fist, whoosh, the fist aura transformed into a gorgeous light aura and instantly surged into the air. Pa! A soft sound came out. When the stars in the fist aura exploded, a regiment of light auras lit up, causing all the hairs on Tang Tian's body to stiffen. He could clearly feel the destruction in the space inside the light aura. So terrifying. Tang Tian was stunned by the might of the fist. Only after a long while did he regain his senses. With a thought, Little Fool gradually floated out of his body. Little Fool held onto the umbrella full of stars, the mist floating alongside with him. Its small cold face was still expressionless. Little Fool, how did you learn this? Tang Tian squatted down and pointed to the umbrella full of stars in Little Fool's hand. Little Fool looked at Tang Tian, its face was blank. Right, seems like the name I gave it is right. Fool. Tang Tian scratched his chin. The might of the fist was extremely powerful, but Tang Tian was not overly excited about it. Because it was the might of the Ursa Major Star's umbrella, and the Ursa Major Star's umbrella was produced by Little Fool. Little Fool was his own martial spirit, but Tang Tian realized Little Fool was perfect alone, although it was connected to his senses, but it was not controlled much by himself. If he could not even understand his own power, then how could it be called his own? Tang Tian objected to it. He was already extremely jealous of Brother Jing Hao and the rest who have attained their own spirit domains. When will I have my own spirit domain? Suddenly Tang Tian felt that he should think about his future Dao path by himself. Temporarily being weak was fine, but if he did not even have a direction to head towards, that would be terrible. His own power was already strong, but if he did not even have any idea on his future training, then he would definitely become anxious. If all my future opponents are all saints, and if I am still not clear of who and where I am. No way, I need to clarify it. Tang Tian found people to get Liang Feng over, and upon arriving, Tang Tian immediately said, "Come and explain the saint rank in all of its entirety to me." Saint rank in all of its entirety? Liang Feng understood what he meant, but to finally obtain a chance to display himself, he naturally had to do it well, but he considered it for a while, before speaking. In Heaven's Road, the saint rank is the apex of any martial artist, but after being bestowed as a saint, you will then know, the saint rank is merely just stepping over the doorstep, to truly be able to see, the world's origin. The world of a saint rank is much bigger than what everyone thinks, but the saint rank is a secular term. We are all usually hailed simply as saints. The saints also have differences in levels, and your majesty may not know, but the different level classifications of the saints is even more rigid. Saints do not train in true power or martial techniques, as saints only train in their spirit domains. The strength of the spirit domain determines the strength of the saint. The strength of spirit domains are differentiated in bronze, silver, and gold ranks. All of the new saints that are bestowed have bronze spirit domains, and are hailed as bronze saints. The few of us are bronze saints. Liang Feng then self-ridiculed, the majority of all the saints from small constellations are all bronze saints. Then what about silver saints and gold saints? Tang Tian asked. 12 ecliptic palaces, honorable martial group and onyx soul, and a few ancient sects have them. Liang Feng said, sadly I have never seen one before. Saints do not like to go to places with weak star power concentration. Only saints like us who are bound and have not much ambitions will remain here. Why? Tang Tian did not understand why. Because places with higher star power can allow them to find out more about the natural laws, and they can better understand it. That is also why the 12 ecliptic palaces do not have many martial artists, because most of the star power is first allocated to these saints. The constellation masters supply star power, saints supply fighting strength. Liang Feng explained. Then why doesn't Leo constellation not send more saints? Tang Tian could not understand. I think it is not worth it. Liang Feng laughed out loud. Maybe in Liang's eyes, Orion constellation or whatnot are not worth it for their saints to take action. An honorable martial group also has saints, and once the saints from both sides start a large-scale battle, the war would immediately enter the true pinnacle. Now every side is comparing on their restraints. Tang Tian then understood, and he asked the question he always wanted to ask, then how do you defeat a saint? Liang Feng was startled, then shook his head. Only a saint can defeat another saint. I am not a saint. Tang Tian stared at Liang Feng. Liang Feng then recalled the weird freak in front of him who had not been enlightened on his own spirit domain, and immediately felt his headache. Tang Tian's martial spirit was in an unprecedented shape, and whether or not the martial spirit could enlighten the spirit domain, no one knew. If it could not, does that mean Tang Tian would forever be unable to become a saint? Do saints have any weaknesses? Tang Tian did not believe Liang Feng. He did not care whether or not he became a saint, he only cared about whether or not he could defeat his opponents. Saint's weakness? Liang Feng was stuck again. What weaknesses do saints have? Tang Tian remained lofty and unyielding. Do not think of talking down on me, I am planning to kill saints. Seeing how stuck Liang Feng was, Tang Tian already did not harbor any hope. So in the end, I have to depend on myself? He stared at Liang Feng with malicious intent. Then we have to go through the simplest method to find out. Tang Tian pounced towards Liang Feng. 7 saints, no, adding Jing Hao and the rest, they had 10 saints. With 10 saints as sparring partners, Tang Tian did not believe he could not find the method to handle saints.
Tang Tian, who was like a barbarian, completely became a beast. For 3 full days, the 7 saints all took turns fighting Tang Tian. That berserk and crazy energy scared them all half to death. Tang Tian's fleshly body was perverse, it was completely out of this world, with an average of 2 hours per fight. In the 3 days, he never stopped to rest, and fought exactly 36 battles. The 7 saints were so tired they bitched incessantly. No matter how strong saints were, they are also human. On average, in the 3 days, every saint was engaged in 5 high-intensity training battles. Liang Feng and the rest almost cried. The number of fights they had engaged in the past 15 years added together could not beat the number of fights they had in the 3 days. Pervert. Freak. Crazy lunatic. What made them collapse even further was that Yaya was always by the side playing the aggrieved music. I know this is not right, and you can only love this much, I can only yearn for you so much, to the extent you want to run. Tian, the lyrics are from a real song, here y'all go. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=ux4ztal6mzo. We want to run away too. But a pity, facing such a ruthless, no, the powerful and insane tiger Tang Tian, no one dared to say no to him. Jinghao and the other 2 finally came out from closed-door cultivations. The 7 of them were saved, as they headed to Big Dipper. Only Tang Tian was the one with an unsatisfied look before leaving, causing everyone else's heart to shiver at the same time. When Tang Tian left the courtyard, everyone fell onto the ground with their butts seated down. What do we do? Liang Feng wanted to cry. Can you be a bit more mature? We are saints after all. Do Yong had a look of disdain. Then you will be responsible for the sparring sessions? He Yuming immediately said. Saints are humans too, humans should not be compared with beasts. Do Yong replied unhesitatingly. CC and Dingman can relax then, they have followed along, and when they come back, at least they have the excuse to not participate in the sparring sessions. If I did not guess wrong, they will definitely go into closed-doors cultivation upon coming back. Being a woman is good. He Yuming was envious. Everyone's face turned to look at He Yuming. Do Yong rubbed his knuckles. Becoming a woman is far easier than becoming a saint, let us help you. Seeing the unkind gazes of theirs, He Yuming's face changed. Hey, if I were to become a woman, then there will be one open spot. Upon hearing that, everyone's heart turned cold. With the 7 of them facing Tang Tian, they were already extremely tired, if 4 of them were to handle Tang Tian by themselves. That thought caused all of them to shudder. What about closed-doors cultivation? Liang Feng asked weakly. Everyone ignored him. Bai Cici and Ding Man had an excuse, but they did not. A gust of wind blew over, rustling the tree leaves. 5 figures were seated down as though they were paralyzed. It was an unspeakable melancholy, as their minds started to recall the familiar tune at the same time. I know this is not right, and you can only love this much, I can only yearn for you so much, to the extent you want to run. It truly is not right. The 5 of them sighed in unison, then falling backwards, they all laid down on the ground. Tang Tian's group reached the Big Dipper star door. He did not bring Liang Feng and the rest as Ursa Major constellation needed protection. And on the other side, he was not familiar enough with them, and did not have much rapport with them. But he, Jinghao, Crane and Ling Su's compatibility were much deeper. For Bai Cici, she was an expert in tunes, and regardless of what star beasts, she was able to prove herself useful. Magic Flute was stronger than Bai Cici, but since he was a spirit general, upon encountering certain special places, he would easily become weak. And Ding Man was a medicine saint, so there was no need to reason about that. Let's go in. Without saying much, Tang Tian was the first to rush in. Ding Man did not even have the time to speak, when Tang Tian's figure disappeared into the star door. 2 seconds later, only her and Bai Cici were left standing in front of the star door. The 2 of them glanced at each other, they were speechless. Couldn't you guys at least do a bit of matching and discuss a plan first? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 477, Alcade City. Chapter 477, Alcade City. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The surrounding area was pitch black and the air murky. What is this place? Tang Tian muttered under his breath. He did not think that behind the star door would be pitch black. Little Fool floated onto Tang Tian's shoulder and gently waved the umbrella of stars. The countless starlights started to slide down the umbrella, like they were dewdrops, floating around the surroundings. Every starlight released a gentle light aura, lighting up the surrounding area. Little Fool is so good. Ding Man could not help but exclaim. Upon appearing, Little Fool immediately conquered Ding Man and Bai Cici's heart.
It stood there straight up with its blue Tang suit. Its face was extremely adorable with its seemingly blank expression as it continued to blink its eye. It made people adore it. Yaya, upon seeing it, became extremely unhappy with the situation. It started to squeak ee-yaya, causing people to laugh. This is a private room. Crane looked around, his tone confident. It was an extremely huge standard squared private room. Its width was over 60 m. The surrounding walls were built by laying large rocks over large rocks. It is a private room, but it resembled a treasury.
Private room? Tian was suddenly energetic. Are there any treasures hidden around?
His gaze immediately looked around everywhere. The floor was covered in dust, the corners had piles of items, but when Tian ran over and lightly touched them, they transformed into dust. It was obvious that with the flow of time, they had all disintegrated. Tian was unhappy. He looked everywhere, but there was nothing. Hey, what we should be doing now is to look for an exit, and not secret treasures. Ding Man could not hold back anymore. She had never met such an unreliable constellation master. How did he live until today? Here. Crane suddenly gently strode forward, like a nimble big crane. He flew over to the wall that was over 45 m tall, and pushing with his strength, a rock gradually went in deeper. Crack crack crack, dot. The heavy mechanical sound came from underneath, and the wall in front of them suddenly lowered down, becoming a flight of steps heading upwards, exposing light. Without saying a word, Ling Su took the lead and rushed forth. Everyone who saw that followed along. Upon coming out, Ling Su was immediately startled. In front of him was a young little girl with a panic-stricken face looking at him. She was roughly 11 to 12 years old with a full head of brown hair and blue eyes. Although she was still young, she was clearly a potential beauty. Ling Su's eyes landed at her ears, where there was an extremely small white moon-shaped imprint. The two of them looked at each other, stunned in place. Suddenly, behind the little girl were sounds of footsteps, causing the panic and fear on her face to deepen. Search! Search this place carefully! Do not miss a single spot! Suddenly a martial artist shouted, in here, dot. Whoosh, a big group of people appeared behind the young girl, and the leading martial artist's eyes lit up, catch her. A few martial artists laughed sinisterly as they pounced over. Ling Su's face darkened, his figure flashed, causing everyone's eyes to blur, and the few martial artists flew out like sandbags. Who are you guys? Ling Su stood in front of the young girl and asked coldly. The leading martial artist was surprised, then immediately flew into a rage, but the people in front of him were foreign to him, and they were all not to be provoked, so he relaxed his tone of speech. I am the commander of Mizar City's guards, and have been ordered to arrest this sinful rebel. I hope these few masters can make it easy for me. I am not a rebel. The little girl suddenly said loudly and clearly, with a jade ornament with light aura circulating in her hand, I am Wei Weian, the holy maiden of Ursa Major clan. It is Big Dipper that betrayed the contract of alliance, but... When the young girl took out the jade pendant, the face of the leader of the martial artists changed, and he bellowed, to dare shelter a rebel, kill all of them without discussion. All the martial artists suddenly rushed up. Ling Su's eyes turned cold, the killing intent suddenly surging in his mind. He was not a good person in the first place. Not retrieving his spear, his right palm grabbed the air, as though there was a formless spear in his hand. He stepped forward and pierced. Chi. The throats of the martial artists all suddenly burst open with blood, exposing a chicken egg-size hole. The leader's face changed. Ling Su did not have any intention to let go of him. In a flash, Ling Su thrust it out and caused the leader's throat to explode, and he fell to the ground. Ding Nan exposed an annoyed look. Ling Su's killing intent was too heavy. Wei Weian looked blankly at Ling Su. After a while, she suddenly seemed to awake from a dream and urged, we must quickly run. The saints from the other cities will be here soon. Saints? From other cities? Ding Nan asked. Yes. Wei Weian nodded her head vigorously. Every city lord of Big Dipper is a saint. Everyone looked at each other with caution in their eyes. To them, having a number of saints was definitely not good news. Crane said gently, please do not worry, we will protect your safety, but may I ask, where is this place? This is Alcade City. Wei Weian looked up and said, this is the furthest city of the 7 cities in Big Dipper. Are you all not from here? No, we are not. Crane exposed a smile. Can you tell us about Big Dipper? Wei Weian's expression became more relaxed. The rulers of Big Dipper have 7 cities, designated as Dubi City, Merak City, Fekta City, Migres City, Aliath City, Mizar City, and Alcade City, and Alcade City is the 7th city. Every city has a city lord ruling the place, and Alcade City's city lord is my brother, but to save me, he was killed by them. Tears started to fall from Wei Weian's eyes continuously. She started to wail. Everyone revealed sympathetic looks. Please send me back to Ursa Major Ridge. They have already betrayed the alliance set in place last time. They want to capture my grandfather.
Please. Wei Weiyan suddenly knelt down and kowtowed multiple times in front of everybody. Everyone became emotionally moved. Ling Su stopped Wei Weiyan and asked, "Where is this Ursa Major Ridge?" "It is very far, we need to walk for 2 months." Wei Weiyan cried like a cat. Everyone's faces turned ugly. 2 months was too long.
Tang Tian had actually prepared half a month to resolve Big Dipper, but he did not expect Big Dipper to be so complicated. He and Xian Hui had promised to meet in 3 months.
"I will send her there,"
Ling Su suddenly said. Everyone was surprised, all of them looking at him with disbelief. Ling Su was definitely not a person who would do good deeds. If it was Crane, they would not find it surprising.
Ling Su did not explain anything, and asked Wei Weiyan, "Do you have any mounts?"
Wei Weiyan looked up at Ling Su, with tears dropping down. She bit her lips. "They will definitely send people to kill you."
Ling Su was lazy to argue. He picked her up and put her on his shoulders, and said, "I will send her there, then come back and find you guys." It left the rest dumbstruck. "Little Su Su, what are you doing?" Tang Tian muttered under his breath. Did he find his conscience? Crane was equally surprised. Why would he have a conscience? "Let us help him out a bit," Jing Hao said. Tang Tian nodded his head. "Since we cannot go to Ursa Major Ridge, we will go to the remaining 6 cities.
Once we level all of them, then little Su Su can become the knight in shining armor, but
we need people to stand guard here," Ding Nan reminded Tang Tian. "Call Liang Feng and the rest over." Tang Tian said straightforwardly, "We will engage in quick battles and quickly resolve this. We will level the entire Big Dipper palaces or whatnot, since Big Dipper is ours. They dare to fight with us over it, we will smash them into pieces." The Big Dipper palaces were considered an opponent to Ursa Major constellation that needed straightening. Suddenly, shouts of anger came out from outside. Everyone all flew up the steps, all of their faces changing. In the distance, countless martial artists were surging in like the tide. Tang Tian's face changed. Not good. Little Su Su is not out of the city. Ling Su carried Wei Weiyan on his shoulders. "Where is your mount?" Wei Weiyan stopped crying, her expression becoming strong. She pointed to the right, that side. "Big Brother's mount is there. It is called a shui. It is a treading snow spirit horse." Ling Su flew forward like a big bird, passing through countless bodies. It was obviously an intense battle. Very quickly, with Wei Weiyan's guidance, Ling Su found the treading snow spirit horse. "Ah shui." Wei Weiyan's eyes turned red upon seeing the horse, as she thought of her brother. The horse was neighing in sorrow, as though it knew its master was dead. "Ah Shui, can you bring us to Ursa Major Ridge?" Wei Weiyan touched Ah Shui's neck, sobbing with it. Ah Shui caressed Wei Weiyan's face, as she could not control as her tears started to flow from her eyes again, before turning to Ling Su. "It has agreed to bring us." Before she could finish her sentence, she was pulled up by Ling Su and placed on the back of the horse. Ling Su took out his bandages. After the reducing energy transformation, all his past injuries had disappeared, and he had no more need of the bandages. He did not think that it would be needed on scene. Ling Su shook his head and laughed at himself, patiently tying Wei Weiyan on his back, tying her up like a mummy, exposing only her head. He then tightly wound her on his back. "Don't move about." He took out his silver spear and flipped up the horse. Wei Weiyan was quiet when he was tying her up, until then that she suddenly asked, "Why are you helping me?" "No whys," Ling Su casually said. The shouts from outside were quickly closing in. Suddenly, Tang Tian's voice came out from above him. "Little Su Su, which gate are you going by?" "Which gate?" Ling Su asked Wei Weiyan. Wei Weiyan replied, "The east gate." "Good. We will cover you," Tang Tian said and instantly disappeared. Ding Nan anxiously asked Tang Tian, "Why didn't you stop him?" "Why should I?" Tang Tian looked at Ding Man. "We do not know anything about that girl." Tang Tian interrupted Ding Man, "Although I do not know why little Su Su was helping her, but I know, he definitely had a reason for doing so. I trust him." Ding Man looked at Tang Tian's determined face, and did not say anything else. Ling Su's expression was calm. Carrying Wei Weiyan on his back and riding on the treading snow spirit horse, he quietly stood behind the East City gate. "Will we die?" Wei Weiyan asked in a whisper. "'Tis terrifying experience, to an 11-year-old girl, was a horrible nightmare." "We won't," Ling Su said. His expression was calm, only his orange pupils were deep. An orange blaze burned passionately in his eyes. "Really?" "Yes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 478, The Hands Hidden Behind the Scenes. Chapter 478, The Hands Hidden Behind the Scenes. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. By CC looked at the incoming enemies, she was not prepared at all for the fight. She looked at Tang Tian, her mind was puzzled. How is it possible that this guy attracts fights wherever he goes? Tang Tian stood atop the city gate tower, ignoring the martial artists that were sweeping about like lightning. He asked, "Little Crane, tell me, did little Susu fall for that little girl?" Crane then replied, Wei Weian should be very pretty when she grows up. I think Qianhui is still prettier. Tang Tian said straightforwardly. If Wei Weian grows up to be pretty, he won't fight with you over Qianhui. Crane said without faltering. That's right. Tang Tian nodded his head, and then changed and became angry. Little Susu actually dared to hit on Qianhui. Wait till he comes back, I will take care of him. Ding Man set a note in her heart, to never offend Master Crane in the future, for he was too sinister. Suddenly, Jinghao's face changed. He looked up. Careful, there are people from Honorable Martial Group. Honorable Martial Group. Their faces changed. For Honorable Martial Group's people to actually be here, their minds shook thinking about that, looking at each other, seemingly knowing there was some hidden conspiracy behind the matter. Only Tang Tian bellowed in rage. For Honorable Martial Group to actually dare to try and reach for my place with their claws, kill them. An old voice sounded out across the entire field, filled with a powerful qi. Jinghao, the Martial Group groomed you, but we never expect that you would turn your back on us. Jinghao's expression was indifferent. We walk on different paths, and thus too cannot work with you. What a good excuse, walking on different paths. A white-robed old man floated in the sky, his voice was heavy. Let us see your capabilities then. Crane calmly observed the martial artists that were swarming like bees, his mind quickly thinking. For Honorable Martial Group to appear, was definitely not a coincidence. It was obvious, Big Dipper's 7 cities were originally in an agreement with the Ursa Major race, and for the 6 cities to suddenly break the agreement and kill Alcade City's city lord, he definitely believed that Honorable Martial Group did something. For Honorable Martial Group to reach their feelers out to Big Dipper, they definitely have a goal, to handle Ursa Major constellation. And Big Dipper's star power concentration was much higher than the outside. That also meant that the standard of the martial artists were most probably not low. Looking at them, Crane realized many of them had the strength of gold-ranked martial artists. Honorable Martial Group, truly a despicable soul that lingers everywhere, I'd be damned if they were not dead. Zheng. By CC's zither sound suddenly burst forth, containing a biting cold attack. The sunlight dimmed, the zither's music enveloped the entire field, all the martial artists with weaker true power felt the blood and qi in their body boiling. They immediately turned sluggish. Sound-type martial artists were born to be in the battlefield, although their attacking abilities were not strong, but when it came to area of effects, other martial artists could not compare to them. Sound-type martial artists had the best methods to deal with cannon fodder. From amongst the group of people that were being restrained, a few figures shot forward, a few archers shot out consecutive arrows out, the bowstring sounds that were ear-piercing, produced 10 light auras that whistled forward towards Bai CC. As a saint, Bai CC naturally was not disturbed by such attacks. Her empty hand lightly strummed on the zither again, and the arrows that were approaching towards her were destroyed inch by inch, as though they had struck onto an invisible shield, scattering everywhere. The distance between both parties got closer and closer. Kill! Tang Tian roared, like an artillery shell, he suddenly flew into the enemy's ranks. Breaking the sound barrier, before his silhouette disappeared from the city tower gate, he had suddenly appeared beside a martial artist. With a simple fundamental fist technique, he destroyed the opponent's shield. The other party was overwhelmed with shock. After the shield broke into pieces, Tang Tian used his other hand and pressed down on his chest. The martial artist felt as though a raging wild beast had struck him, flying back at an even faster speed. The enemy behind him did not expect his teammate to be unable to withstand Tang Tian's punch, and only when his teammate flew into him did he reacted, immediately extending his hand out to catch him. When his hand touched his teammate's body, his face changed, crack, his wrist broke, and his teammate's body flew right into him. As though he was struck by a hammer, he spat blood out and fainted immediately. Tang Tian's rush was extremely fierce, adding a swallowing light steel fist and Little Fool's Ursa Major Star's umbrella by his side. The 3 of them, one big and 2 small, could not be contained. Crane was of a totally different bearing. He danced like a black crane, with unspeakable agileness, one after another black afterimages appearing everywhere, which were actually attacks. Wherever the black afterimages passed by, the enemy would be blown away and be unable to stand. In the blink of an eye, the east gate entrance was cleansed by Tang Tian. Little Su. Upon Tang Tian's shouts, the city gate exploded, and a white-robed young man wielding a silver spear on a mount suddenly burst forth. The treading snow spirit horse beneath Ling Su was strong, and its speed was as fast as lightning. With a sprint, it broke the speed of sound, and before the explosion of the speed had dissipated at the city gates, Ling Su was already far away. Not good. The Holy Maiden is on his back. Catch him!
Someone shouted, and immediately a large group of martial artists rushed over. Tang Tian's eyes locked onto one of the people. His intuition was extremely sharp, and immediately realized that he was a saint. He was taking advantage of the numbers to creep in. The other party originally wanted to sneak an attack, but he did not expect Tang Tian's tactful advances, and was caught off guard, immediately being battered. Upon allowing Tang Tian to seize the first strike, even if it was a saint, they would immediately be flustered.
Bang bang bang!
Tang Tian's punches were extremely fast like a torrential rain, his fists directly striking the opponent's attacks.
Countless shattered auras scattered in his surroundings.
No one had noticed that little fool had quietly floated into Tang Tian's body.
CEI.
The shattered auras around Tang Tian's body continued to gather, spiraling at an astonishing speed, forming an energy spiral that wrapped and covered Tang Tian up completely. Tang Tian extended out both of his arms, the spiraling energy gathering at his palms, converging and changing into a sharp spiraling drill. He gathered his body strength, activating the spiraling energy and pounced forth towards his opponent. His face changed, countless red lights started to light up in his surroundings, like rain, they all entered his fists, causing his fist to become extremely red, like two red suns.
Red Sun Fist. The astonishing spiraling energy brought forth a sharp whistling sound, clashing into the opponent's Red Sun Fist. Bang, dot.
Dazzling light auras suddenly erupted, like a miniature sun exploding in the center of the battlefield. The astonishing force caused all the martial artists in the area of 60 m to be swept away. The saint's face became pale white, with blood trickling down his mouth. Tang Tian did not look well either, all the clothes on his body were filled with holes, and his arms were smoking. In that exchange, Tang Tian held the advantage, but to win was not so easy.
A saint's life force was extremely strong and not easy to be extinguished. But a black figure actually appeared beside the bronze saint, following beside him. Crane.
The Red Sun Saint did not expect Crane to sneak an attack. Crane extended out his hands, causing the Red Sun Saint to sense something amiss. He felt as if his entire body had dropped into glue, which was getting harder and harder to budge.
What is this spirit domain?
The Red Sun Saint started to panic. It was the first time he had met such a strange spirit domain. The air around him was filled with a sticky and sluggish feeling. He looked at the sword in Crane's hands.
This guy's spirit domain is actually not a sword-related spirit domain.
So treacherous. At this time, he had not even noticed Yaya who was on his leg. Seeing that chance, Yaya immediately jumped up, releasing 7 to 8 punches in a breath, swallowing light steel fist. The air and even the light around Yaya's fist seemed to be engulfed, where Red Sun Saint did not even expect that he would suffer damage, although he was able to block the attack, but the intensity of the attack made him reveal his weakness.
The moment Yaya made its move, Tang Tian took action as well.
When he revealed his weakness against Yaya's swallowing light steel fist, his killing technique had quietly approached. The terrifying frequency bombarded the Red Sun Saint's weak spot, causing his defense to be completely wrecked, and Tang Tian's fists poured down like raindrops on his body, causing him to vibrate like a sieve. In a moment he was void of breath. It was like a rabbit being picked up by a falcon. Upon the saint's death, the surrounding martial artists were all frightened to death, and in the next moment they all scattered in different directions. Ling Su took the opportunity to increase his speed, his figure quickly disappearing into the horizon.
With Ling Su gone, Tang Tian could focus more on battle.
No one had any preparations for the battle, but Tang Tian had actually found what he was looking for. In the period of time, he had been working hard to break out of his predicament, but had not found the proper requirements, and thus looked for more battles.
Liang Feng and the rest were all tortured by him continuously already.
The feeling in the battlefield and training were completely different.
But Tang Tian preferred to be in the battlefield. Such enjoyment! Tang Tian howled and rushed into the group of people.
Sword spirit!
You actually have produced a sword spirit!
The clan elder of Honorable Martial Group was in disbelief. His right arm was gone, his wounds were all extremely straight cut, perfect and neat, and the wounds were all pouring with blood. But he did not realize, his face was full of shock and disbelief, as he was completely in shock of Jinghao's sword aura. He was perfectly clear on what having a sword spirit meant. Such a terrifying spirit domain actually appeared in the body of the traitor of Honorable Martial Group.
No way!
Such a person, we must definitely get rid of him. If we allow him to grow, he will definitely be a dangerous entity for the Honorable Martial Group. He had heard of Jinghao's talent, but always dismissed it with a laugh, but to personally witness it, he then knew Jinghao's talent was unknowingly several times stronger than the rumors. And Jinghao, Tang Tian and his few friends, all of them were not simple beings. He shook his head, then throwing all the unnecessary thoughts to the back of his head, he stared intently at Jinghao. I cannot let Jinghao grow up, because to the Honorable Martial Group, he is a disaster. Ding Man was frantically running. She was a medicine saint, and the might and threat she could produce in a battlefield was very pitiful. She had returned back to convey the message. Ever since Jing Hao had exposed the identities of Honorable Marshal Group, Crane had sent Ding Man to immediately call for rescue. The battle was extremely intense. Ling Su rode on the horse and rushed out of Alcade City, but there were still countless martial artists swarming towards him from Alcade City.
We cannot lose Alcade City.
Because the Star Door was in Alcade City, upon losing the Star Door, it would prove fatal to Ursa Major Constellation. It was lucky that the Star Door was only a few km away from the new Bear Head City. To a saint, that distance was nothing. But Ding Man knew the danger in Alcade City, so her heart was extremely tensed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 479, Eldarin. Chapter 479, Eldarin. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tang Tian came so quickly, his luck is truly good. The person who spoke was around 30 years old, his deep eyes carried a trace of prestige. Even when his face was smiling, it did not give off any feeling of warmth. The martial artists seated beneath him all kept quiet out of fear. He looked at everyone, and said indifferently, "Can anyone tell me, why did Big Dipper seal that year?"
W City Lord respectfully replied, "Eldarin, it was around 8,000 years ago. The intense fight between Ursa Major clan and the foreign martial artists became more tense day after day, resulting in a fierce battle in Big Dipper, causing the star power to be chaotic to the point that the Star Door disappeared, and thus Big Dipper sealed itself. After 500 years of war, both parties decided to set down a contract. Ursa Major clan could stay east of the ridge, while the Big Dipper's 7 cities were created in the west."
Yes, so you are all ancient citizens to have lost so much. It must not be easy.
Eldarin sighed, "And I heard that east of the ridge, the star power is much more dense. Such a good place, to have been taken advantage by a group of brutes. It is truly a waste." The sealing of Big Dipper had been going on for 8,000 years, and the star power is extremely dense in here, almost on comparison with the ecliptic palaces, and to a bronze saint, it truly is a paradise, for everybody to use and with power to spare. There were 8 people seated below. Other than the W City Lord, there were 6 other saints. They kept silent, but their hearts extremely eager. To a saint, to infer from a natural law and improve on their spirit domain required star power, and lots of it.
A normal constellation was unable to satisfy their requirement.
That was also why saints usually favored an ecliptic palace rank constellation, and were not willing to stay in smaller constellations, as star power was their most essential need. I originally thought, before Tang Tian had rushed over, that everyone was able to take root in here. But who knew that Brat Tang would come here so quickly, out of my expectation.
I am here to tell everyone, very quickly, the Marshal Group will completely withdraw from Big Dipper.
With that said, it immediately turned into an uproar, especially for the city lords who all became panicked. They had betrayed the contract, and the vengeance of Ursa Major clan was extremely intense, although the barbarians did not interact much with the outside world, but once they retaliated, it was extremely intense.
Eldarin smiled, and everyone immediately calmed down.
Marshal Group is not willing to engage in a war with Little Brat Tang at this time. Little Tang's strength is insignificant, but his level of harassment is top-notch, and what the Marshal Group is worried about is not Tang Tian, but that lion. I am a clan elder of the Marshal Group, and need to comply to the Marshal Group's methods.
Eldarin's expression was calm. The more calm Eldarin spoke, the more quiet everyone else became. Although Eldarin was young, he was revered, and had high authority. Although only W City Lord is present today, but the 6 city lords are of one heart, and adding the 7 newly recruited saints, you all have a total of 13 saints. No matter how strong Tang Tian is, in time, he will definitely be unable to cope with you all. Although Tang Tian cannot be looked down on, but how are any one of you weak?
I would say both sides are equal. Furthermore, we still have that stupid bear we can make use of. W City Lord respectfully said, "I hope Elder can show us the right path. I heard that Ling Su has already brought Ursa Major clan's holy maiden to the ridge."
Eldarin smiled, "We only need to kill them halfway. Who would know that we broke the contract?"
The Star Door is at Alcade City. Tang Tian is completely crazy and ridiculous, and Alcade City Lord had sworn an oath to protect Big Dipper, so both sides engaged in an intense battle. The Holy Maiden escaped but was killed by Ling Su. When I reached, the Holy Maiden had met with her demise, so the only way was to take revenge for the Holy Maiden and kill that scum. Everyone's eyes lit up, especially W City Lord's. He was even more eager. He knew of Ursa Major clan's personality. If they were able to kill Ling Su and the Holy Maiden, Ursa Major clan would definitely fight Tang Tian to the death. Who knows, both sides would become injured, so much that everyone here can launch a counterattack and seize Ursa Major constellation. Eldarin chuckled, he was calm and composed. Seeing that the few saints all started to have some hesitation, Eldarin's expression became stern. The discussion slowly calmed down as everyone looked at him. This will be different from what we have originally planned, but what in this world isn't fought for by our own hands? At times, even having the opportunity to fight is not easy to come by. If not Yin Yonglai's army failing, do you think you will have this chance? Upon saying that, the saints were all moved. The people outside think that Yin Yonglai was fighting for Orion constellation, but little can they realize, compared to Big Dipper, what is this Orion constellation? If not for the King Bear army dying and losing, how could such a heaven-sent opportunity land in your hands? Elder An's expression was cold. A saint stood up and bowed. We will forever remember Elder's kindness. If you have any assistance you require from us in days to come, feel free to ask. Elder An's face thawed, revealing a smile. If you all are able to stop Tang Tian for me, that will be the biggest help. The loss of Ursa Major constellation has placed a huge pressure on me. If you are all able to take down Ursa Major constellation, I will definitely request rewards for everybody. Everyone understood everything that he said. Their hearts could not help but be surprised. Tang Tian truly could not be underestimated, to actually cause Eldarin to feel pressured. They did not need to have anyone fight Tang Tian. With Eldarin's sinister plan, if it goes well, they could just watch the tigers fight. And, with 13 saints, no matter how strong Tang Tian was, it would not be easy to move them. They relaxed, as they never got to know why Eldarin was helping them fight for Big Dipper. Eldarin looked at their expressions calmly. When the meeting was adjourned, the saints and the city lords all left. They required a discussion on how to carry on the plan. Only until late night did the Dubhe City Lord return. How's everybody's morale? Eldarin smiled while pouring a cup of tea for Dubhe City Lord. Dubhe City Lord was overwhelmed by the favor of Eldarin, and immediately reporter, everyone took Elder's words to heart. Eldarin revealed a satisfied look, and said, 10 years ago, when I looked up the ancient records, I accidentally stumbled upon the possibility that Big Dipper might possibly be sealed, and guessed that there might be an ancient civilization still thriving inside. After that, there was one time when I suddenly thought of a secret rumor on Aries constellation, that there was once an Ursa Major martial artist that used the lost martial techniques of the Ursa Major clan. I then followed upon that lead, and found the place where that man first appeared, and with some effort, I found a crack. I was originally trying to find an object, which could most probably be in the hands of Ursa Major clan. Just that, they are not easy to defeat, but coincidentally the war erupted, and I originally wanted to use Yin Yonglai's blade to defeat them, but I did not expect him to be so disappointing. Currently, Tang Tian is here, and in my opinion, he is an even sharper blade. If he isn't sharp, how would he able to cut the bones of the Ursa Major clan? Elder is wise with his wonderful planning. Dubhe City Lord immediately commented. If you do well, after all this, you can follow me by my side in future. Eldarin encouraged the Dubhe City Lord, patting him on his shoulder. Dubhe City Lord was excited. He immediately knelt down and hurriedly said, Thank you master for educating me. Once Tang Tian sees the honorable martial group, his reaction will be intense. Eldarin laughed, his gaze filled with a cold aura. At the moment we just have to provoke the Ursa Major clan slightly, and they will both start in their all-out war. As long as they fight, they will have no way to turn back. So, the most crucial point is to kill Ling Su now. Elder, be at ease. Dubhe City Lord immediately replied, the 3 city lords closest to them have all moved out. No matter what, we will definitely not let them return to the ridge alive. With you heading everything, I can rest easy. Eldarin laughed. Dubhe City Lord's bones in his body softened upon hearing that. Alright, I am going off now. I will await your good news. Eldarin stood up. Leaving Dubhe City, an honorable martial group martial artist with one arm asked, Elder, are we truly leaving Big Dipper? He was the one who fought with Jing Hao, the saint whose right hand was cut off by Jing Hao. His tone of speech was filled with resentment. That's right. Eldarin laughed. Not only are we withdrawing, and I have already written a letter regarding the information of the crack for Jing Hao. Even if he will not recognize the martial group, but after all we came from the same place, I do not wish to become his enemy, and hopes he does his best. The martial artist with the arm gone was shocked. Master, why? Sword spirit, he has formed a sword spirit. As long as he does not die, he will definitely become the sharpest sword in the world. Elder An's gaze was filled with passion, and he muttered, although we cannot convince Tang Tian, but we can convince Jing Hao. Because of his loyalty, and loyal people are the best to handle. If Tang Tian is in a dire position, I believe, Jing Hao will definitely be willing to use himself to exchange for Tang Tian's safety. What is Big Dipper worth? So what if they have these saints? Ursa Major clan might not be Tang Tian's opponent, no matter, we can slowly weaken him. I have never thought that these mediocre people could beat Tang Tian, for I am patient enough. The one-armed martial artist's heart felt a chill. Eldarin continued, I was originally interested in the Big Dipper because of the object in the hands of Ursa Major clan. But this time, I am giving up for the future. No matter how powerful it is, how could it compare to Jing Hao 10 years later? If we have Jing Hao, a world-definite unique sword expert, who can stop me? Jing Hao's teachers are all down and out, but if I give them a taste of what they can achieve, they will be unwavering. Do you know, at times, a human's emotion is like a net, it is not easy to struggle out of it. He turned his head and looked at the martial artist, smiling. How many people are able to give up on their own family and friends? What I am doing is slowly tying the net. When the time comes, not only will the net wrap around him, but it will naturally send him to me. Master. The one-armed martial artist stammered, his expression was in shock. On his chest was a light aura, as it continued to engulf his entire body. His body was like ice, continuously changing. He was extremely afraid. Ah Xiang, you must help me obtain this exceptional and incomparably sharp weapon. Eldarin looked at the martial artist's frightened face, and pleaded. The light aura swallowed the frightened face, and in the next moment, there was nothing left. Eldarin retracted his gaze, then muttered, send word out, because I am not willing to become an enemy of Jing Hao, and views heavily on loyalty. Ah Xiang was enraged and attacked me, and made me retaliate unintentionally, but he suffered from an incurable injury. I am in sorrow, and blame myself deeply. Remember, bury him deep and console his family. A faint figure flashed for a second in the space beside him. Ah Xiang, after your funeral, I will light incense for you. Eldarin muttered, a profound gleam in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 480, let's just do that. Chapter 480, let's just do that. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Hey, I am really going already. Tang Tian shouted out loud. Can you be faster? Crane was also helpless. Without you holding us back, we will definitely be even smoother. Jing Hao laughed out loud, then waved his hand. Let's go, let's go. Everyone must definitely give it their all. Tang Tian grinned, raising his hands up high and shouting, encouraging the rest, then turned to leave. Sexton's eye was already investigated. Time was of the essence, and he had to rush to the Sexton's constellation. Seeing Tang Tian's backview, everyone could not help but laugh. Truly a simple guy. Crane sighed. How did this guy actually live until today? This is the so-called pure and innocent heart, I guess. Let's just do it his way. For Honorable Martial Group to suddenly withdraw, it is truly surprising. Crane's gaze was in the distance. You do not need to test me. Jing Hao said straightforwardly, I am more familiar with how they do things. To attract the enemy, they will kill off their own subordinates. Such a matter, only they are able to do it. They like to be in control, and will always think they are in control. When they go back, they will mention me to my teachers. They love to treat people as puppets. Crane chuckled. Seems like they will go through the trouble to dawdle. And they like to look down on people. Jing Hao laughed out loud, especially Crazy Tang, that fool. Crane also laughed, then immediately became serious. This fool that seems to always be looked down on, also seems to always attract enemy firepower, playing with our enemy's wariness level. That is how we have always been winning. Everyone laughed. But I suspect that Honorable Martial Group's schemes are against Ling Su. Crane coughed. With one fool, we are already helpless. If you have two fools, then that is truly tiring. You go. Jing Hao replied, there is sufficient manpower here, you do not need to worry. Alcade City's strength was truly sufficient, or they could lie on their sides and fall asleep. The current Ursa Major constellation was not just a minor power anymore. The other 6 cities did not have any intention to surrender. So Bing's method was very simple, to use the army to pressure them. The one station in Alcade City was Tang Chou, the spirit military leader bent on becoming a famous general, soaring with killing intent. The chance to command the army alone was hard to come by, and Tang Chou was willing to go all out. Then I will have to trouble you. Crane bowed, turned with his sword in hand, he leaped into the sky, and like a big black crane, he disappeared into the horizon. Jing Hao retracted his gaze. His light body techniques were not strong, it was impossible for him to catch up with Ling Su. Tang Tian returned to Ursa Major constellation to meet Bing. Just the 2 of us? Tang Tian was puzzled. Shouldn't we bring a few more people? We do not need so many people. Bing continued smoking on his cigarette and puffed out smoke. Bell and Sinew will pick us up at Sexton's constellation. You are a godlike young lad, right? A rather low IQ brat should leave the staffing to other people. Not everyone is as powerful as you. That's right. Tang Tian was confident of himself, waving his hand like a generous man. Then we will leave the manpower to other people. Yeah, like a gelatin dessert, crawled up flexibly to Tang Tian's left shoulder and yawned. Little fool held onto his umbrella, blankly floating on Tang Tian's right shoulder.
Pai Pa and Han Tao looked at each other, understanding each other's thoughts. IQ, where did you get that strange self-confidence from? But the two of them did not say a word. They had a feeling Sexton's constellation was going to be in an unfortunate plight. The speed of the treading snow spirit horse gradually slowed. After sprinting for days and nights without stopping, no matter how strong it would also become tired. Ling Su, who was on the horse, sensed Ah Shue's fatigue and jumped down. He had an innate emotion for mounts. Brother Ling, where do you come from? Brother Ling, were you so powerful in the past?
Wei Weian, with only her head exposed, kept on talking non-stop. She had struggled out of her fear and regained her usual liveliness. Ling Su's face was black. Every time she spoke, his face became darker.
So noisy.
The veins on Ling Su's forehead started to throb.
Brother Ling. Ling Su could no longer tolerate it anymore. Shut up. If you continue to be so talkative, I will use my spear.
He forced himself not to say the last words to death, as he suddenly remembered that she could not die. Asshole, how can there be such people still living in this world?
Silence. It was silent for 2 minutes. When Wei Weian started to talk again. Brother Ling, what happened to you?
Ling Su was quiet as he continued to advance.
Did I say something that you don't like?
I already told you to tell me. You must tell me. I really did not mean it, Brother Ling. Ling Su's face was worn out. He rolled his eyes, weakly moving forward. Suddenly, he stopped.
Shut up.
This time, Ling Su's berating immediately turned Wei Weian quiet. She could hear the killing intent in his voice. After that, she felt the world spinning, as Ling Su somersaulted up the horse. Ahead of them on top of a tree, a black lonely figure stood awaiting them.
Mizar. Mizar City Lord.
Wei Weian stammered, her face filled with fear. Every single city lord had unfathomable strength. The black-robed Mizar City Lord looked at the two of them, his eyes filled with killing intent. With their deaths, their task to cause the two forces to clash would be complete, and their plan would be 50% done.
Then, die.
He bent his knee, shooting into the sky like a fire arrow. The black-robed Mizar City Lord was like a black bat, blocking out the sun.
Saint, huh?
Ling Su looked up, his orange pupils blazing with fire. He patted Ah Shue's neck, clearly sensing its fighting intent, the corner of his mouth revealing a sharp arc. Suddenly pressing down on the horse's stomach, Ah Shue started to breath deeply, and its legs suddenly applied more force, its figure instantly becoming a blur, the scenery around them flying past them in a blur. Bang, as though it was free of restrictions, its body became extremely light. An explosion and afterimage were left from breaking the sound barrier behind them. The silver spear that was placed horizontally straight did not deviate at all.
Bang, dot.
Ah Shue soared into the sky. The silver spear in Ling Su's hands started rotating, transforming into a silver aura, flying straight towards Mizar City Lord. The air around the spear tip suddenly became black, but it was actually the silver aura that was becoming even more dazzling and bright, like a star.
Mizar City Lord's eyes contracted, his body transformed into a black blade aura with a whistle, with a faintly discernible faint purple demonic aura on the blade.
The spear tip and blade aura crashed into each other.
Bang!
A dazzling light aura suddenly burst out, like a sun exploding. Amidst the intense explosion, the Mizar City Lord flew out like an injured black bat in a panic. Half of his body was covered with blood. Ling Su did not give chase. He wiped the blood from his mouth. The blaze in his pupils gradually dimmed. His mind was filled with excitement. So this is the Ares Spear of Stars. So powerful. A ray of blood exploded on his arm, causing him to groan. His face immediately changed. A silver liquid mixed into his blood, which was extremely bizarre. The unbearable toxin started to spread from his arm.
So you truly are unable to stay in hibernation, huh?
The internal injury in his body was completely cured by the reducing energy transformation and with Ding Man's help, but the silver liquid formed from him training his spear technique was unable to be rid of. Even Ding Man did not know what the silver liquid was, as she had never heard of silver transformation. But using her medical knowledge and martial techniques, she helped Ling Su seal and suppress the silver liquid in his right arm. It should originally be able to be sealed for 8 to 10 years, but who would expect that after the first battle, it would become aroused? Ryup, Ling Su straightforwardly tore his sleeves off. Wei Weian covered her mouth, looking in fear at Ling Su's right arm. The entire arm was actually silver in color, releasing a metal luster, as though it was entirely made up of silver. The silver metal arm had bloodstains flowing, revealing a bewitching sense of beauty. Seems like teacher had the foresight when he gave me the bandages.
Teacher, that is the mark, right? If it's wrong, then what can I do?
You don't need to worry, little Su will accomplish your dreams. Although this little brat is noisy and annoying, but little Su will definitely send her back to Ursa Major Ridge.
Yes, definitely.
Hey, I want to use the bandages. Ling Su shouted to Wei Weiyan, and then while she was still dumbstruck, he took off the bandages from her body and wrapped around his right arm.
It hurts. Ling Su's eyelids were twitching.
His entire arm felt like it was being pierced by countless needles. The silver liquid's tyrannical assault was far beyond his expectation. Even the ceiling of the medicine saint could only hold it back for a short while.
What exactly are you?
Ling Su muttered in his mind, then slowly wound his entire arm. His movements were fluid, the bandage wrapped around his entire arm, even his 5 fingers were completely wrapped, before ending the wrap by using his teeth to tie a knot. Stretching his hand out, he tested his arm. Although the pain was still there, it did not hinder his movements. At the very least, it is the familiar feeling I have always endured through. Brother Ling, your arm. Wei Weiyan's face was filled with worry.
It hurts. And I still need to endure this brat's incessant voice.
Teacher, whatever grace or favor you have received before, please, at the very least choose the right people. Suddenly, Ling Su found another rope and tied Wei Weiyan up.
Brother Ling, woo.
Wei Weiyan was about to speak, but her eyes suddenly enlarged, her face was startled as a cloth was stuffed into her mouth. The world is finally quiet. Ling Su was extremely happy with himself for thinking up of such a good idea. Noisy women, no matter how old they were much more terrifying than saints. He suddenly turned to look ahead. At a nearby place, there was flickering chi, quickly heading towards his direction.
The light aura from the battle had exposed my position. That's not one person. How can it be? How can it only be one person? Seems like this route will not be good to take. I need to quickly leave this place. But I really wish to pierce them all to death. What do I do?
This truly leaves me with no choice. This brat makes me so immobile. Sending her back to Ursa Major Ridge first is the right thing to do. I need to consider my plan calmly.
Alright. Let's just do it. I will pierce them all to death.
That crazy thought immediately caused the blood in his body to boil. Fighting intense sword, his silver hair started to fly up, dancing along with the wind, as though it was a silver flame. He clenched his teeth and pulled back his lips, the flames in his orange pupils floated fierily. This is my, Ling Su's, pursuit of martial Dao. Flipping up on his horse, he patted Ah Shue's neck, turning the horse around. He flew towards the location of the chi. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 481, Song Yang's Fighting Grounds. Chapter 481, Song Yang's Fighting Grounds. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Along the way, Tang Tian was constantly working hard on communicating with Little Fool. He badly coveted a spirit domain. Having a spirit domain meant that he had improved, and other than that, Tang Tian also had no other ideas. His zero-energy body already had no way of improving. His martial spirit was so pure that it became Little Fool. He had no idea on how he should continue training and improving. Little Fool had become Tang Tian's toy in the past few days. Lucky for Tang Tian, Little Fool was quite stupid, so no matter how Tang Tian tortured it, it had not much of a reaction. It was a pity he did not make much progress, but he did make a few refinements. Little Fool was proficient in controlling energy. It was born with the ability to attract and converge energy.
For example, when Tang Tian broke a star rock, Little Fool could control the energy that was released.
Little Fool's meticulous degree of control over the energy caused Tang Tian to be astonished. It could actually attract the energy to imitate Tang Tian's meridians in Dan Tian. When Tang Tian punched, it could still mimic a fist aura. Of course, imitation was still fake, and did not have much use. Tang Tian played with it for a while before losing interest, and started to teach Little Fool other techniques. Little Fool was truly stupid, like a block of wood. It made Tang Tian feel helpless. Tang Tian usually had ideas, and would excitedly spout out a load of words, but Little Fool would just look at him blankly, completely not comprehending anything. Other than Little Fool, the zero-energy body also had a few advantages. Other than his body being extremely powerful, Tang Tian's control over it was also very fine.
Hey, uncle, quickly look, quickly look.
The muscles on Tang Tian's face were changing continuously. In the blink of an eye he had transformed into a stranger's face. Bing took a look, puffing out smoke. He praised, a useful side martial technique, but your ugliness has already seeped deep into your bone marrows. At least the road was not lonely, so time passed very quickly. When Xinyu saw Tang Tian and Bing arriving, he was dumbstruck, and immediately probed to ask, Your Majesty, why did you and Master Bing come here first?
Where are the rest? There's only the two of us. Tang Tian looked at Xinyu, then stopped. Staring at him, you think we cannot do it?
Bing stood by the side puffing out smoke, his aura was gloomy.
Sen Yu felt the hair on his back standing, and immediately replied righteously, "This subordinate means, it only requires either your majesty or Master Bing to come. For both of you to come, it is double the insurance. To offend the two biggest heads, is a stupid thing that Sen Yu will not do." "Ha, as expected, you truly have foresight." Tang Tian praised Sen Yu loudly.
"Explain the situation to us." Bing puffed out smoke and said, which was where Sen Yu felt the cold chill on his back disappearing, and he managed to heave a sigh of relief. He also found it weird. Master Bing's strength was very ordinary, why would he make me so nervous? Belle looked at them quietly. She was long used to Tang Tian's unreliable manner, she had even seen much worse situations.
"The situation is rather complicated."
Belle spoke professionally when it came to work, and immediately used her trained manner of speech. "Sexton's eye is in the hands of Groundsmaster Song Yang Yu of Song Yang Fighting Grounds, and it is in one of his collections. Song Yang Fighting Grounds is the largest fighting grounds of Sexton's constellation, and Song Yang Yu's business is extremely low profile, no one knows of his strength. In this aspect, Master Tsen has the right of speech." Sen Yu spoke in a deep voice. "Normally, there will be intense battles between fighting grounds. Defeating other fighting grounds is a common occurrence, but no one ever dares to fight with Song Yang Fighting Grounds. Song Yang Fighting Grounds is therefore hailed as the #1 fighting grounds of Sexton's constellation, due to Song Yang Yu's three famous disciples: senior disciple Fu Zhongshan, second disciple Yang Haoran, third disciple Li Ruo. They are all saints.
All of them are saints? So powerful? Tang Tian opened his eyes wide, he was surprised.
Sen Yu's face darkened as he nodded. One family with 3 saints, basically no fighting grounds dare to contend with Song Yang Fighting Grounds.
With 3 saints supporting it, who dares to?
Not only the fighting grounds, even the entire Sexton's constellation, with 3 saints, from the very start, there are no bandits, and whenever foreign martial artists come in, they dare not be too over the top. Therefore Song Yang Fighting Grounds is famous in Sexton's constellation. Song Yang Fighting Grounds rules are also the most strict in all the fighting grounds, where there was once a disciple who was guilty of adultery or rape, and was beheaded in public personally by Fu Zhongshan.
So fierce. Tang Tian's mouth was wide open, his face full of shock. It's not only that.
Belle said, "When we were investigating, we found out that Song Yang Fighting Grounds' strength is far stronger than we thought. Other than the 3 saints, Song Yang Fighting Grounds have around 16 gold-ranked martial artists. With that power, they are already stronger than many of the Equatorial Palace halls already. The deeper we went with our investigation, the more unfathomable Song Yang Yu becomes." Belle glanced at Tang Tian, and, "We found many same professions."
Same professions? What's that? Tang Tian did not understand.
"People who are also investigating like us." Belle's face became darker. "There's Onyx Soul, an honorable martial group. Their goal is most probably the Sexton's Eye as well, because recently someone has heard matters about it.
If not for Master Tsen, we would not be able to obtain such information."
Sen Yu immediately replied, "Your subordinate has a few reports, but dares not take credit. The information is very slight. We only know that Song Yang Yu has the Sexton's Eye, but we are unable to even find out what is it for. And there is one thing that is very clear: every half a month, Song Yang Fighting Ground will release a very strange ripple."
A very strange ripple? Bing suddenly turned.
"Yes." Sen Yu explained, "It started around 4 months ago.
Master also knows, Sexton's constellation produces many types of treasures that can probe and take readings, and many people have checked out the ripple.
But everyone thinks that it is most probably someone in Song Yang Fighting Grounds is going to be bestowed as a saint, but after that nothing happens, and instead after half a month the ripple would come out again."
This subordinate was thinking, could the strange ripple come from the Sexton's Eye and is related to it? Most probably.
Bing nodded his head slowly, a strange look flashed past his eyes.
"Should we sneak in tonight?"
Tang Tian was excited. To have so many leads on the first day, it truly was a good sign. Sen Yu revealed a complicated look.
"Is there a problem?"
Bing noticed Sen Yu's expression. Flicking his cigarette ash, he asked straightforwardly. "Master, Song Yang Fighting Grounds has tight security, and from what I know, they have a few people with treasures that can sense. In the past few days, we were also outside prepared to sneak in, and when one Onyx Soul Scout went in less than half an hour, he was killed." Sen Yu thought about that night, and his heart turned cold.
"That's not a good idea." Belle said and immediately carried on, "There are many scouts there, once there is movement, we will be exposed.
And the opponent has 3 saints, without even knowing what Song Yang Yu's strength is, and with the number of gold-ranked martial artists, if we were to make a move, we do not have any advantage." But "Yes, Your Majesty, why don't I send a disciple to sneak into the Song Yang Fighting Grounds?" Sen Yu immediately suggested, "Every year at this time, Song Yang Fighting Grounds will open to select disciples. The good thing about Song Yang fighting grounds is that they do not reject other fighting grounds disciples from entering. For fighting grounds like ours, every year we will definitely be able to obtain the recommended quota. That is also the most important aspect of accepting disciples, all these quotas are worth a lot of money. Bell added on, Song Yang fighting grounds uses that method, and to an extent controls the other fighting grounds, and thus controls Sexton's constellation.
A brilliant method. Bing praised. We don't need anyone else, I will go.
Tang Tian said without hesitation. Xin Yu's expression froze, and after a while, he said with difficulty, Your Majesty is joking, right? Your Majesty's status is so honorable.
I am not kidding. Tang Tian shook his head. How many times do they choose disciples every year? Once. Xin Yu replied. So if we fail this time, we will not have a chance anymore? Tang Tian shook his head violently. No, I will go.
But Xin Yu was still trying to advise him.
Let him go.
Bing suddenly said, he has his own methods of self-protection.
And, I can also change my face.
The muscles on Tang Tian's face started to wriggle, and quickly changed to a completely different face, without any flaws. The complacent energy was also grown deeply into his marrows.
At the same time while Tang Tian was prepared to mix into the Song Yang fighting grounds, Ling Su was in the forest searching bitterly. It seems to be here? He could not be sure. Looking around, 1 tree, 2 trees, tree. Where did it run off to?
Ling Su muttered, how can it run, I didn't even stab it yet. Wei Weiyan, who was on his back with her mouth stuffed, had an extremely queer expression.
So Brother Ling is actually an idiot with poor sense of direction.
The location where Ling Su previously fought with the Mizar City Lord had 2 figures standing there. Mizar City Lord was obviously there, his clothes still bleeding, his face pale white.
Since his spear was able to harm you, this brat's strength is not weak.
The person who spoke was Alioth City Lord. He looked to be around 30 years old, with his white skin and free and easy composure, his mouth even had an evil smile. An angry look flashed across Mizar City Lord's eyes, as he replied coldly, you will know when you try it.
From the tracks, he went back?
Alioth City Lord was surprised.
Should be a diversion.
Mizar City Lord said coldly, he is also injured, and wishes to delay it, but Alioth City Lord laughed out loud, seems like his situation isn't good either, to even use such a shallow and stupid plan, naivety is truly enjoyable, I can sense he is at the end of his road already. Stop bullshitting, quickly chase. Mizar City Lord said coldly. The 2 of them flew out like smoke, they were extremely fast as they headed towards Ursa Major Ridge. Ling Su did not know the sense of an exhausted path, but he knew the sense of being lost. He became so angry that he started to bellow and roar in the forest, scaring countless of birds. Hey, where are you guys?
Come out. Let's have a duel to the death as men.
Scaredy cats.
Cowards.
Trash.
Aren't you all chasing me?
I'm here, the Holy Maiden is here too.
Assholes.
Why are you all so stupid? After half a day, he still felt the same wind blowing at him, still stuck in the same forest, the crows and birds were still the same crows and birds. Ling Su was stupefied. Wei Weiyan had her eyes closed during the entire process. She was in despair, and she suddenly suspected, was she able to return to Ursa Major Ridge? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 482, by Cho. Chapter 482, by Cho. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Fu Zhongshan had a square face, his complexion was as red as a date, eyebrows sharp as a blade, his stature was big. The matters of Song Yang fighting grounds were basically managed by him, and naturally he had an imposing aura. Li Ruo looked at Fu Zhongshan and said with worry, Big brother, the matters this time are not simple, and there are many people watching us.
Are we still going to select disciples this year? There are definitely people who would mix in. We stick to the plan.
Fu Zhongshan said, especially at this time, we cannot change things around. Yang Haoran nodded his head, thinking and speaking, those people with ill intentions will definitely think of ways to enter. In this case, they will only succeed by mixing in and joining the fighting grounds. We will place our attention on them, and our scope will naturally become much smaller.
Haoran is right.
Fu Zhongshan nodded, everyone must be careful. The 3 of them discussed very quickly before heading in their own directions. It was a tough time squeezing through the vast crowd, even for Tang Tian, he looked exhausted as well as surprised. Wah, there's so many people. Your Cho does not about this. Xin Yu almost slipped his tongue and leaked the secret, and was calling the Majesty Cho really fine, but His heart was beating like a drum, but he patiently introduced, Song Yang Fighting Grounds is the largest fighting grounds of Sexton's constellation, and with Saints as its backer, every year, the number of people who would come would be substantial.
Bai Acho?
A disciple from another fighting ground sized Tang Tian up with his eyes and said, truly a name befitting the person.
Tian, Acho means ugly. Junior brother, shut up.
Another disciple immediately shouted, and Bao Titsinyu, I never expected Grounds Master Tsin would personally send someone here, my apologies, my junior brother is stupid, I hope Grounds Master can excuse us. Tsinyu dared not look at Tang Tian's face, but he so badly wanted to kill the person who said name befitting the person, and he could only force a laugh. Acho is my distantly related nephew, and his heart is purely on the martial Dao, his talent is not too bad, I did not want him to be wasted, so send him here for Masterly to teach.
The older disciple immediately replied, since he was personally sent by Grounds Master, then we naturally will not doubt his ability.
Just that, the fighting grounds is very chaotic today, and Master is too busy to receive Grounds Master, I hope Grounds Master can forgive us.
No matter, no matter. Tsinyu immediately laughed.
Then we will bring him in, Grounds Master can rest easy.
The fighting grounds disciple said.
Thank you for your trouble, Tsinyu saw that more people were coming, and knew they had to attend to others.
Tsinyu walked out, and met with Bell not far away. Bell saw Tsinyu's depressed face, and asked, did anything happen?
Tsinyu looked at her and shook his head, no, it went smoothly.
A matter such like Baiacho was a name befitting the person, how could he bear to say it out? I heard that the disciples inside the fighting grounds are differentiated between inner and outer fighting grounds, can the leader enter the inner fighting grounds?
Bell asked. Tsinyu's spirit was raised, don't worry, the inner fighting grounds disciples standard are half-step gold rank martial artists, and if they already wield the strength of gold rank martial artists, then they will definitely be able to enter.
With leader's strength, entering the inner fighting grounds is a definite.
He also learned from Bell and called him leader. Hearing that, Bell calmed herself down. Crazy Tang was someone who killed saints, so entering the inner fighting grounds was definitely not a problem.
Junior brother was overly rash today.
The older senior brother sternly scolded the junior brother who ridiculed Tang Tian. The junior brother replied, he truly is very ugly that I could not hold back.
Nonsense.
The senior brother stared at him, Grounds Master Tsin is also a famous teacher, with he and Master's relationship, you better be careful not to get punished. But
junior brother is wrong.
Upon seeing his senior brother being so angry, he immediately admitted his mistake. He also knew that he had spoke wrongly, and immediately changed the topic. Senior brother, how do we arrange for Acho then?
Grounds Master Tsin said that his talent is good, so is it his strength or talent?
I took a look at his true power, he has not even reached the 8th level, and is only at the 6th. I could not even feel any blood meridians.
With that talent, I do not know what to say.
The senior brother had also used a star treasure to check Tang Tian, and knew his junior brother was not lying, and could not help but frown, we can only arrange him to be in the outer fighting grounds. If he was at the 8th level, even if he did not have the strength of a half-step gold-ranked martial artist, maybe we can think of something to place him in the inner fighting grounds. 6th level, and no blood meridians, he can only be in the outer fighting grounds, but...
Should we inform Master?
The junior brother asked. No need, Master has a lot of things to worry about recently, we will not further disturb him. We will see for ourselves, if Baiachao's talent is truly good, we will focus more grooming on him. The senior brother thought and said.
Alright, then I will bring him straight to the outer fighting grounds.
The junior brother said.
Tang Tian stood blankly in the crowd, he was very relaxed.
There were many probing-type treasures, which would periodically sweep the place. Bing was afraid of being caught, so he and Yaya had stayed in the martial spirit chamber. All around him were all youths, passionately discussing, which Tang Tian had not experienced for a very long time, feeling very refreshed. He could not help but think about the days in Andrew Academy, but he was the tyrant then, and no one was willing to get close to him, so he dissociated himself from the groups. And currently, he was even more of a tyrannical lord, with a very heavy killing authority in his hands. Other than Little Crane and a few others, the rest would be cautious and show modesty in front of him, they were very careful of him. While people like Han Tao, a good kid with good manners, was even more scrupulous and clever, annoying Tang Tian like crazy. In the current place, no one curried favor with him, everyone was just discussing very naive and simple things. Wait until I become a gold-ranked martial artist, I will go back and marry A Jiao. Not far-sighted enough, my dream is to be a saint. Please don't brag, say you want to be a saint, if you can even become a gold-ranked martial artist, you can light incense and thank Buddha already.
You dare to look down me. Hearing the empty yet vigor conversations, Tang Tian's heart was moved, this was true youth.
Suddenly, a voice sounded out, alright, stop quarreling and follow me,
Tang Tian looked up and saw a fighting grounds disciple with people following him.
Seeing that, he immediately caught up. Very quickly, the fighting grounds disciple brought them to a carriage and shouted, "Everyone go up, and find yourself a seat."
Tang Tian followed the flow and went up the carriage. Randomly finding a seat, he sat down. A young man who was beside Tang Tian looked at him. Shocked by Tang Tian's looks, he stayed in a daze for a moment before asking, "What is this brother's name?" "Me?"
Tang Tian pointed at his own face, seeing that the person who asked nodded, "Hio," and replied, "I am Baiacho."
Truly a name befitting the person.
The young man thought, but his face maintained his composure, and he introduced himself. "Let's get to know one another, I am Xiao Mingji." Xiao Mingji was a chatterbox. Upon being opened, he could not stop. But to have such a person to travel with was much more relaxing.
After flying for a few hours without any signs of stopping, Tang Tian was surprised. "Where are we going? Is Sonyang fighting grounds really so big?"
Xiao Mingji was astounded, and proudly exclaimed, "Of course. Our Sonyang fighting grounds is Sexton's constellation's strongest fighting grounds, and naturally the biggest.
Sonyang fighting grounds' entire training grounds area added together is bigger than a planet. Tell me, is it big or not? So powerful?" Tang Tian was taken aback.
Xiao Mingji saw Tang Tian's shocked look and became even more excited. "Of course. Sonyang fighting grounds have been constructed for a few years only, but have expanded exponentially and fiercely, and are definitely unmatched.
The entire Sexton's constellation is influenced by our fighting grounds.
And with regards to our groundsmaster's background, there are many stories. Some say he is an inheritor of an ancient sect, someone said that he was from one of the 12 ecliptic palace, and has a strong backer.
Since its formation, no one has ever found trouble with our fighting grounds. Tell me, is that strange or not?"
Xiao Mingji's discussion attracted a large group of disciples, and all of their faces became curious. Xiao Mingji became even more excited, and started to talk non-stop. Even for Tang Tian, who was initially interested, he fell asleep the more he listened.
Get down, get down!"
The fighting ground disciple shouted loudly, waking Tang Tian up from his dream. He immediately opened his eyes and looked out of the window. Outside the window, it was pure white, a snowland with no end. Leaving the carriage, the cold air immediately aroused Tang Tian's spirit.
"Oh whoa, I have not come to such a place before, Everyone follow me."
The fighting ground disciple shouted, "There is still a rough distance of about 800 li to our training grounds, and we need to rush. Everyone follow closely. Remember, no matter what, always maintain your true power's rotation. This is an ancient cold snowland, and the air here is filled with cold waves, which is able to erode your true power. If your true power is completely corroded, you will all turn into statues, and even the gods cannot save you." The faces of every disciple changed, and they immediately actively revolved their true power. Tang Tian was also shocked, but upon checking himself, he calmed down.
The true power in his body was formed by Little Fool.
But Tang Tian also felt that the cold wave that the disciple spoke about was a fine trace of transparent energy. This energy was completely different from the energy Tang Tian had seen before. It was extremely cold, and with a trace of poisonous properties. If true power was not revolved at a speed fast enough, the poison would coil around the true power. But Tang Tian did not expect that Little Fool seemed to love the cold wave, and purposely revolved its true power very slowly, attracting the cold wave to erode in, then it would absorb the cold wave into its body.
Will he have a stomachache?
But after staring at Little Fool for half a day, he did not seem to have any changes. Truly a foodie, after eating so many spirit cards, and not having any changes. Eating the cold waves also did not cause any fluctuation on the blank face.
Tang Tian lost interest in Little Fool, a foodie that only ate and not producing anything. What good would it provide?
Xiao Mingji noticed Tang Tian's difference, and exclaimed, "Your body is very good." The fighting ground disciple had also noticed Tang Tian's peculiarity. Everyone was using light body techniques and using their chi to fly forward quickly. But only Tang Tian alone was fiercely sprinting with his leg. Oh, he is using light body techniques, but fundamental light body techniques. But Tang Tian's speed actually did not slow down at all, and even looked to be very calm and composed.
His physique is good.
The fighting ground disciple was moved. He quietly activated his true power, and gradually increased his pace. The originally compact group immediately stretched wide. But Baiacho did not fall behind at all. The fighting ground disciple's eye flashed a joyful look, his gaze swept across Tang Tian's body up and down, he became extremely passionate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 483, Scoundrels. Chapter 483, Scoundrels. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. This is my most anticipated period every year. Teaching new people is the duty of our older generation.
The man who spoke had a full head of gold hair, his face had a devilish smile, the cloak on his body fluttering heroically. Xiao Jin, seeing from your posture, I know you like to bully the rookies, truly aimless. The man who spoke had a huge stature, with a long and thin curved blade in his hand, his face revealing a disdainful smile.
Sheesh, Mulao-san, don't you like it? Why don't you join in? Xiao Jin refuted. Mulao-san scoffed, without me, how are all of you going to teach them well? Let it go, Mulao-san. Someone shouted, with or without you, it'll be the same, since when was any battle decided by you?
Seeing everyone being so enthusiastic, the young master in the lead revealed a proud and cold sneer. He lowered his head and looked at the snow-white squirrel in his hand. He was the leader of the group, Li Liangqiu. His status was special, as the son of Li Ruo, one of the three saints, his strength was extremely profound. This Li Liangqiu is not the Liangqiu of Beast Academy, they have the same English translation but different in the way they are written, and
LLQ's Qiu means a mound or grave, while Liangqiu's Qiu is autumn.
Li Liangqiu has outstanding strength despite being young, adding his backer was extremely strong. In the snowplains, very few people dared to go against him. A figure flashed forward like lightning, he was extremely excited, they are coming, around 20 li from here. Everyone started to stand, their gaze all fixated towards their leader who was teasing the snow squirrel. Seniors or not, is not shown with words, but taught with fists. Li Liangqiu said coldly without raising his head, how much respect they will give you, will depend on how much you guys have taught them.
You guys better not be like last year, almost an embarrassment.
The words at the end caused all of them to blush. Every year, for the new disciples, the senior generation would prepare a surprise attack to teach the new disciples. The snowplains were the traditional setting for the training grounds. They were garrisoned there, and with each passing day being extremely boring, to have a program to disturb the new disciples, naturally everyone was hyped up. And, the cold wave labor was also Li Liangqiu's most problematic issue, but with their plan, they were able to perfectly resolve the issue.
Li Liangqiu's powerful backer caused the training grounds to turn a blind eye.
The new disciples, facing against the Zongyang disciples' surprise attack, with their strength which was profound and connected, would be utterly defeated. But the previous year was an exception, as there was a very strong disciple inside the new disciples, and was known famously as Bai. In the end, they had spent a relatively large force to win the battle. Li Liangqiu did not attend that battle, and after returning he flew into a rage, and taught Xiao Jin and the rest a lesson. Bringing up the old matter, Li Liangqiu wanted to make them feel ashamed.
Let's move out.
Li Liangqiu did not bother looking at them, his expression indifferent. The entire group took a deep breath, many of their faces had ugly expressions. While using their true power to block off the cold wave, and then activating their light body techniques, to them, it was definitely not an easy thing to do.
Everyone do your best. Persevere to the end, and victory will be yours. Don't fall behind. Godlike young lad, go go go. Biao Chao's encouragements continued to sound out.
Xiao Mingji clenched his teeth and persevered, his mind was starting to draw a blank, and only Biao Chao's voice would somehow reach his mind, and as a focus, it reminded him to persevere on. At the start, when Biao Chao started to shout encouragement, everyone was surprised. Xiao Mingji was still thinking, being ugly was fine, but to enjoy showing off, and so clumsy at that. Is he retarded? The rest were all thinking the same thing at that time, many of them rolling their eyes. Not only was that brat ugly, but his brain was also malfunctioning. But as time went on, no one mocked him anymore. They had no strength to mock him. Ah Chao's loud and enthusiastic shouts were no longer about to move their hearts, but when they were extremely exhausted, the shouts would cause them to persevere.
And
Xiao Mingji glanced at Tang Tian. At that moment, Tang Tian was completely half-naked to the waist, and pulling on a bunch of ropes. Every rope's end was tied to a martial artist that had lost his consciousness due to the loss of strength. His entire body was perspiring and vaporing madly, his muscles were tensed as he pulled the 7 people. A trace of respect flashed past Xiao Mingji's eyes. The conversation between Tang Tian and the leading Zongyang disciple was overheard by them completely. You do not need to help them, these trash do not have the qualifications to enter the training grounds, just let them die on the road. Ah Cho looked at him, and only said one word, no. After that he dragged the fainted martial artists and continued to run wildly. No one had any hostility towards Ah Cho anymore. Tang Tian's actions caused everyone to feel a slight warmth inside the snowplains.
Everyone was thinking, even if we faint, we will not be forsaken, right?
The leading martial artist was praising endlessly towards Ah Chao's beast-like physique, he truly was unable to die from the running. Tang Tian did not think too much, to him, it was a normal gesture. He felt that it was a pity for them to die halfway. His bare body had perspiration wriggling down his body like snakes along with the vapor rising, with every single muscle on his body trembling like steel wires.
The current Tang Tian was like a moving statue, filled with intense offensive stature with an aesthetic strength.
After pulling them consecutively for 200 li, he had consumed a lot of his physical strength, his breathing had become deep, but he was still encouraging loudly, "We are reaching soon. Everyone persevere. In their challenging times, we must help each other." Suddenly, Tang Tian sensed something amiss, his entire being became cautious, he stopped instantly and shouted loudly, "Stop! There is an ambush ahead." Everyone stopped in their tracks, they were at a loss. Even the leading Song Yang disciple exposed a surprised look. How did he find out? But he did not say a word. He could not say anything or warn them, for Li Liangqiu was someone he could not offend.
"Hey, if you guys do not come out, then don't blame me for being rude."
Tang Tian pointed to the blank space in front of him, his eyes opened wide as he shouted. The people behind the mountain all looked at each other, they could not understand or figure out how they were discovered.
Interesting.
A trace of light aura flashed past Li Liangqiu's eyes, and he said arrogantly, "Then let us go say hello to those rookies." Everyone's fighting intent immediately soared as they stood up. Black figures started to appear on the mountain, causing surprised sounds. Every single person was releasing strong auras, brimming with a choking and pressuring aura, making it as though the sky had darkened. Those who were not as brave felt their legs go soft, and immediately fell seated on the ground.
"Don't expose too much strength."
Bing muttered softly in Tang Tian's heart, forcibly stopping Tang Tian as he was prepared to rush forward. The opposing side had 12 people, 2 of them were gold-ranked martial artists, the rest having the strength of half-step gold-ranked martial artists. With such a force, to other people, it might cause fear, but to Tang Tian, they were merely side dishes. Uncle Bing was right, it was not hard handling them, but upon getting rid of them, that would expose his strength, and even an idiot would know that he had a purpose for coming in.
What do I do? Act as if I do not know anything and get beaten by them?
That idea was immediately discarded by Tang Tian. They did not look to be good people. When he was in school, the higher grade students frequently enjoyed bullying the new students, and called it teaching.
They looked to be exactly the same.
Tang Tian clenched his fist, staring unkindly at Li Liangqiu and the rest, and said, "Guys, who still can fight here, but..." The martial artists who were still standing all gathered around Tang Tian, all of their faces showing their anger towards their common enemy. Xiao Jin whistled, "Yo, ain't you guys a fierce lot?"
"Rookies, why, are you all not happy?"
Mu Lao San laughed, they were not happy from the start. Li Liangqiu's gaze looked at the entire group, and said indifferently, "Xiao Jin, tell them our rules." Xiao Jin laughed, then took out a large stack of papers. "A wise man submits to his circumstances. Over here in my hand, I have a stack of papers for you to sign to say that you are willing to submit to the cold wave labor. Upon signing it, there will be no harm to our relationship."
"Everyone must not do it."
Xiao Mingji's face changed, he subconsciously blurted out. When he finally realized, his face was white. Tang Tian's gaze landed on Xiao Mingji. "What's this cold wave labor, but?" Xiao Mingji was already regretting it. He initially did not want to say anything, but when he saw Tang Tian's cold gaze, his heart shivered, and he said, "Every year, the snow plains will have a large-scale cold wave, and at that time, there are certain places where they need people to be stationed there, and that is the cold wave labor.
5 out of 10 will die in the cold wave labor."
The martial artists' faces immediately changed.
I didn't expect an expert to be here."
Mu Lao San laughed. "The cold wave labor is rather scary, but that is a thing of the future, and who knows, there might not even be a large-scale cold wave.
It is fine if you do not sign it, that means you will not come within 30 li of the training grounds. Oh, if there are anyone willing to turn back, we will not make it difficult for you."
The martial artists by Tang Tian's side all turned pale, despair appearing in their eyes. "I never expect that the Song Yang fighting grounds will be like that."
Tang Tian's gaze turned colder and colder. Song Yang fighting grounds would be like that? Haha, everywhere is like that.
Xiao Jin's face revealed a disdained look. "Whoever's fist is bigger, will be hailed king, understand?
Ugly brat."
The martial artist leading the group saw Tang Tian smile, and his heart shivered. He immediately said, "You can only use your fists and legs, no weapons involved, and murder is not allowed." Tang Tian's gaze landed on the martial artists who had fainted, and the martial artist who was leading them was sitting on the wall by the side observing, and an indescribable anger blazed in his mind. They had brought their dreams and hope here, spent so much effort to come here, but all of you are using their hopes and dreams to compel them into doing things. Truly a 100% group of scoundrels. All of your hearts must be black. Tang Tian turned a deaf ear to the martial artist who led them, killing intent soaring in his chest. He started to nod, "That's right." But Tang Tian laughed, showing an extremely ugly face, filled with killing intent. "How do you know your fist is bigger?" Before his words had finished, he had already disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 484, King Bear's Fury. Chapter 484, King Bear's Fury. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Bing immediately felt that something was wrong with Tang Tian, and hastily reminded, "Young lad, calm down." The shadow in front of him had suddenly disappeared, causing Xiao Jin's hair all over his body to stand. The unprecedented feeling of danger immediately enveloped him.
Tang Tian was expressionless, but his eyes were blazing with an angry flame. He thought about himself, thought about him in Andrew Academy, thought of the faint hope he had, and gambled his most precious 5 years of time, but he did not regret it, because that was hope, that was the dream. Nothing is more important than that. Because that is the last honor of a life, because that is the air that you breathe on earth, because that is sunlight that can break through the haze, because that is the only reason to prove that you are still alive. No matter how much you are ridiculed by the cold eyes in the world, no matter if you are fated to go through a tough life of hardships, no matter if you are struggling to look up for something hopefully in hell, the thing that can give you the courage to persist and not get beaten down, is the little ideal that you have in your heart, the faintly discernible hope that seems to be in the clouds. Why threaten it? Why play with it? Why? Holding their dreams and hope and playing with their lives, that cannot be forgiven, but absolutely unforgivable. The intense hatred and killing intent caused Tang Tian's eyes to be filled with visible veins. Looking at the panicking Xiao Jin, he did not have any sympathy. He blinked right into Xiao Jin's bosom, his speed as fast as a demon. Xiao Jin subconsciously extended his arms outwards to push, but both of his arms felt acute pain. It was as if he was knocked by a charging monster. Ka-cha, both of his arms broke. Tang Tian's charge did not slow down the least bit, rigidly charging into Xiao Jin's arms. At the instant where the two made contact, Tang Tian's body shook slightly. Collapsing arts. Xiao Jin's body shuddered, he suddenly widened his eyes, pupils suddenly filled with fear and despair. Everyone only felt their eyes going momentarily blind, and Baiacho had produced an extremely fast afterimage, barging into Xiao Jin's arms, as if he was struck by a hammer, bang, and Xiao Jin immediately flew out. That dull bang made everyone's scalp become numb, enough for them to imagine how scary the force of impact was. Xiao Jin's body had not even hit the ground yet, but everyone had already clearly seen, his pupils had already lost focus, his body was softened like a snake, bent in strange angles, and it was very obvious, the bones in his body had already turned to fine powder. Seeking death, before Mu Laosan's terrifying voice had finished, Tang Tian used the recoil of the attack, while tiptoeing, the snow on the floor suddenly exploded, filling the sky full of snow, where Tang Tian's figure shifted about, bringing forth many afterimages. He pounced at Mu Laosan. A dazzling devilish dagger aura suddenly lit up in front of Tang Tian. The dagger aura split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, countless dagger auras formed a big net. Tang Tian was like a moth attracted to fire, rushing into the huge net. Mu Laosan's face revealed a ruthless smile. Tang Tian's strength had shocked him, his first attack was already a killing technique, there was not a bit of mercy in his heart. Weaving blades of dreams. He had never lost using the technique before. Furthermore, this time, he had used all the true power in his body without hesitation. The surging true power flowed into his curved blade. The curved blade in his hands, although it was not a gold treasure, it was still an extraordinary item. It was the ecliptic grade silver treasure, Pisces constellations, arced fish fin. Golden level secret silver treasure was the top silver secret treasure. A surge up in true power once pierced through the body, the knife will slightly tremble, similar to a fin in the water. The dense and clustered dagger auras quickly trapped Baiacho tightly. Those dagger aura were like fish in the water, extremely agile without exposing any holes. Pa pa pa, dot. Explosive sounds similar to frying beans wrung from the dagger aura's net. Mu Laosan's smile froze on his face. Not good. Before he could finish speaking, the brilliant net formed by the clustered blade auras exploded like snowflakes. Amongst the floating snowflakes in the sky, a blurry figure, similar to a demon, appeared in front of Mu Laosan. In Mu Laosan's stunned and fearful eyes, Tang Tian gave a simple and stray punch. His body became like a spring, his fist striking Mu Laosan's curved blade crudely. Even though it was an ecliptic grade silver treasure, it could not withstand the strength of the punch. Cracks like spider webs forming and covered the entire body of the blade. Bang! The body of the blade shattered completely. Pieces as big as fingernails fell like rain, entering Mu Laosan's body. Push! Hundreds of fine blood spurts shot out of Mu Laosan's body at the same time. Damn it! Dot. Bing was flustered and exasperated, cursing in rage. At this time, he knew that the situation was beyond redemption, so Bing and Yaya flew out of Tang Tian's body at the same time. Little Fool, who was holding the Ursa Major Star's umbrella, flew out from Tang Tian's body like a wisp of smoke, the Ursa Major Star's umbrella in his hands twirling around, causing the countless stars to slide and transform into an indefinite flickering light gravels, flying towards the martial artists that were preparing to escape.
Ye flew towards the ground, then cried out. Upon hitting the ground, just like a freshly fired artillery shell, he whooshed and vanished in mid-air. In the next moment, it appeared behind the back of an escaping martial artist. Looking up, it released its small fist. Swallowing light steel fist. The martial artist, who was escaping for his life, instinctively revealed his defensive martial skill, as blue light shield appeared behind him. Ye's fist that was shrouded in darkness, not emitting any noise, the darkness gobbling up and penetrating the light. Ye's pathetically small fist struck the opponent's back. It was a comically ridiculous sight. However, followed closely was a low resounding bang, just like a thick bronze plank being pierced through. The martial artist's body froze, his back revealing a big bloodied hole that was bigger than Ye, one that pierced all the way through to the front of his chest. That martial artist's expression froze, his body became frozen on the spot. Little fool starlight gravels, like a swarm of beautiful fireflies, silently entered the bodies of a few martial artists. Their bodies all burst like balloons. Tang Tian's gaze was fiercely fixated on Li Liangqiu. He sneered in an awe-inspiringly frightening manner. Li Liangqiu's hands and feet went ice-cold. He knew he had an iron plank. He forced himself to be composed. Sire, this isn't misunderstanding. I'm willing to compensate you, no matter the terms. Compensate? Tang Tian's face did not conceal the contempt and disdain. What rights do you have to discuss about compensation with me? He flexed his body and moved forward, the simplest thrusting punch. Li Liangqiu's hand suddenly had a sword. The sword tip cold aura burst forth, the sword tip releasing an explosive sound, as he released a storm of sharp sword aura that shot towards Tang Tian. He did not use his killing technique, as Mu Lao San's killing technique had already let him understand that the opponent's strength far exceeded his imagination. Only when his sword aura clashed into Tang Tian's fists did he know how scary the ugly boy's strength was. Damn it! He then regretted why did he not send out a signal for support just now. The dense sword aura, which was able to pierce through steel upon contact with the opponent's fists, was like the waves that slapped the bedrocks, instantly crumbling. Li Liangqiu realized he simply could not send the signal for help. He knew he was in real danger. When the corner of his eyes glanced to a figure, instantly becoming joyous, he raised his voice and shouted, "Ding Chen, go and find backup." The distance from training grounds was only 30 li. Once he released the signal for backup would come very quickly. Ding Chen was the martial artist that led the group. His face was extremely pale without a trace of rosiness. He knew that things had become extremely problematic. Bai Chou was definitely not a normal person. He came as a disciple, but instead with another motive. If Li Liangqiu died, the consequences were beyond his imagination. Against the entire Xiangyang fighting grounds, it was a big earthquake. He was but a small character himself, and would definitely perish. His hands trembled, and was about to request for help. "You better think clearly." An ice-cold voice filled with ridicule exploded beside his ear. Ding Chen's hand trembled. He raised his head, only to see a spirit general floating near him, looking at him with a smile that was yet not a smile. Once Bing came out, he did not join in the fight, and instead observed the bunch of new disciples, preventing anyone from escaping. With Crazy Tang's strength, defeating the bunch of people was a piece of cake, and he did not need to even help out. Li Liangqiu's face turned ugly. Under Tang Tian's torrential offense, he was in grave danger. Tang Tian was completely unregulated, his chest was filled with a raging fire, he had completely bloodshot eyes, the techniques in his hands were simple, it was all foundation martial techniques, but every move contained astonishing strength, adding its extremely fast frequency. Li Liangqiu was giving it his all, but only could barely hold on. Li Liangqiu's strong knowledge in his foundation was being displayed to saturation. But the more he fought, the more shocked he was, the more he fought, the more fear he felt. The opponent did not even use any true power, and he was already completely suppressed by him. In this world, how could there be such a scary fellow? Will I die here? The fear of death constantly ate at his soul. The wails of his companions around made him to be even closer to breaking down. His face turned ugly as he screamed sharply, "Ding Chen, you don't want to live anymore. If you still do not call for help, I'll kill your entire family." But Ding Cheng trembled uncontrollably, but that spirit general was a figure with an aura that was choking and stifling him, completely ensnaring him. He did not even have the strength to move a finger. Tang Tian bellowed angrily, "Let's see whose entire family you can kill." The strength in every punch surged even more, just like a blacksmith repetitively swinging his heavy hammer, like rain striking Li Liangqiu's sword screen. Li Liangqiu suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He was close to death, and he completely went berserk, his hair waving around. "Ha ha ha. When I'm dead, your plan will be spoiled. You coming here is definitely for a purpose, ha." His sword aura frantically surged. He started to revolve his true power without a plan. "My dad will definitely look for the real killer. You can't escape. Your plan is finished." Finished. Punch after punch, with frightening frequency, striking the sword screen, causing it to tremble. Li Liangqiu's body trembled like a sieve. Mouthful after mouthful of fresh blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. It was an indescribable horror. Bang! The sword blade broke, and the sword screen disappeared. The fist struck Li Liangqiu's heart, and a surging power rushed into Li Liangqiu's body. Li Liangqiu's body trembled, his disheveled hair waved around, his whole body was bloody, as he looked at Tang Tian blankly, seemingly unable to believe the outcome. Just like a wooden board, he slowly fell backwards. Tang Tian looked at the fallen Li Liangqiu, the rage on his face had already faded, only left with determination. He said one word after another slowly and clearly, facing the sky filled with snow. Then I will bring the big army to flatten Sexton's constellation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 485, Cold Wave. Chapter 485. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Then I will bring the big army to flatten the entire Sexton's constellation. Bing imitated Tang Tian's speech. Hee, so tyrannical, those who didn't know, will think we are from the 12 ecliptic palaces. Listen, this is sweeping the whole world, obey me and prosper, or go against me and die. Tang Tian tilted his head, listening to Uncle Bing's lecture. He calmed down, he then realized he was truly rash. What's the plan now? We wasted so much effort for the plan, and now it's wasted. Wasted so much energy to go one big round, but you're truly good to directly get rid of other people's son. If we'd known earlier we should have deployed the army. Anyway, you're the human slaughterer, you don't really have a good reputation. Bing's saliva flew all over the place, he was angered and frustrated. By doing this, what are you going to make us, the ones who fight the war, do? It's only a small matter, and you have to kill until you form rivers of blood? If you're unhappy, then just bring people to come back and kill them. Why do you trample when you feel like trampling, and destroy everything? He is the son of a saint, you are a master of a constellation, the Bear King. Hey, please, can you be more aware of your position? He is just a small ant, you can smash him dead anytime. Why are you revealing everything of yours to them casually? Simply offer a bounty, anyone to kill him in the dark, who would know it'll be you who killed him. Tang Tian's face was filled with innocence. I did not think so far ahead. What? Tian is like a nuance, it expresses the feelings across. Yaya sat on Tang Tian's left shoulder, its sitting posture was exactly the same as Tang Tian, his plump face filled with innocence. Faced with the one big and one small innocent face, Bing did not know what to say. Little Fool held its umbrella, diligently swiveling the umbrella. Every rotation of the umbrella would produce a ray of martial spirit contract. In the past, when Tang Tian used and signed the martial spirit contract, it required some energy, but now having passed on to Little Fool, it did not need his focus at all. Bing was indeed treacherous and cunning. He thought of a cunning idea, requesting everyone to sign the martial spirit contract. From there, no one would dare to reveal any news about the incident. The people who witnessed everything, who were shocked by Tang Tian's terrifying display of power, obediently signed the martial spirit contract. Bing thought of the fool in front of him, and spoke in a gentle tone. Don't be like this, a leader must be flexible, no matter what, you are now a master, and must uphold the bearings of one. If you don't even have a bit of patience, how can you pacify the world next time? Why do I need to pacify the world? Tang Tian asked with a curious face. Bing became sluggish, thinking about the fool's ideals that did not even link to becoming a tyrant. He only could change the subject. Alright, how are you going to find Qianhui? You're saying I can't find Qianhui? Tang Tian was suddenly filled with rage. He jumped up. Uncle, want to fight? I said the wrong thing. Bing saw that it was not looking good, so he raised both hands, and said with strong assurance, resolutely and decisively, Qianhui is yours. Tang Tian immediately relaxed. Uncle, you also can tell? Tang Zhou said you are a famous general, he truly is right. Bing thought that the initial plan was simply too bad, bringing in the fool who was in disguise. He should have known earlier, even Sun Yu's own disciple might be a little more dependable. Looking at things, he had overestimated the fool, and that was the plan's greatest failure. Bing blamed himself deeply. As the commander, he should not be making such mistakes. Now what? Bing decided to throw the question at Tang Tian, to let the fool figure it out himself. How to obtain the Sexton's eye. It was a rather difficult task. Tang Tian slanted his head and thought for half a day, before speaking. Bring the army to trample and flatten the entire Sexton's constellation. Bing. Uncle, don't you feel this method is good? Tang Tian said eagerly, they have only 3 saint-level martial artists. We have so many people. Capture that Song Yangyu, wouldn't we get the Sexton's eye? Big Dipper is still fighting. Where is the army? Where are Ling Su, Crane and Jing Hao? Where will we get the army from? Bing counter-questioned. That's true. Tang Tian gave a worrisome glance. Bing guided patiently, think carefully again, are there any other ideas? Tang Tian thought for a while, his eyes lighted up suddenly. Yes, I have one. Bing's spirits lifted, his heart silently said, you finally understood. The plan I set is the only one that is possible to fulfill. He maintained a poker face. You thought through already?
Tang Tian's battle intention was high-spirited, both eyes filled with light. We bring a small army to trample on Sexton's constellation. Bing. Me, you, yeah, little fool, we can get Uncle Magic Flute over, pull Liang Feng over, we will be a small army, rush straight to their front door, 3 bronze saints are definitely not our match.
Tang Tian pointed his thumb at his neck and did a killing action. He could not wait to immediately go for a massacre. Then what about the other people? There are many people observing like tigers in the darkness.
Bing said weakly. That's right. Tang Tian scratched his head. After a while, his eyes brightened again. Oh yes. We will just do it before them, that'll be fine.
Bing looked at Tang Tian, speechless. This fool is a real pain in the ass.
The item is in other people's hands. What to do? Snatch. What if the opponent is very strong? Bring people along to snatch together. What, there are other people eyeing the same item? Bring many more people to snatch before the others do.
It was crude and violently easy, without a single element of technicality, with no strategic warfare involved. There would be no other questions to consider at all.
Okay, going round in circles with this fellow is really giving me more trouble. I'm really stupid. Big shook his head.
To discuss in an intellectual conversation with the fool, I truly am a self-disgrace. Bing had thought much further than Tang Tian. To seize forcefully was the worst idea, and the last choice they would pick. The current Ursa Major constellation needed time to resolve the internal strife regarding Big Dipper, and required time to absorb, and only by completing that could Ursa Major constellation's power rise by another level. And it was not a good time to display a strong offensive persona, as it would cause the other constellations to feel uneasy, and cause Ursa Major constellation to quickly be isolated by everybody.
We still have to do it ourselves.
Bing shook his head, his gaze became deep and profound. With a total of 79 people, the martial spirit contract was completed. Everyone all had different expressions, some were of shock, some were of unease, some were of anticipation. The gold-ranked martial artists were cut apart like vegetables by Tang Tian. Tang Tian's strength was definitely that of a saint. Submitting to a saint was not only not a humiliation, but to many people, without a doubt an opportunity. They were all disciples of the outer fighting grounds, regardless of talent or background. They were no match for those disciples in the inner fighting grounds, and their future was also limited.
However, after what had happened, it let them see new hope. 2 masters, what about the bodies?
Ding Chen's face was pale with fear, as he asked weakly. He was clear that he had truly boarded the pirate ship, and there was no possibility of getting off. He had not gotten clear of the 2 masters' background, but it was clear the 2 of them had huge influence. His only relief was, Master Ah Chao's heart was much kinder than Li Liangqiu. After witnessing Ah Chao's behavior through the journey, in his eyes, with Master's Ah Chao's strength and status, he need not bribe or pay for loyalty, and everything that he did was entirely from his heart. Bing looked at the bodies on the whole floor, his brains thinking very quickly. Although there was a huge change to the plans, but with the martial spirit contract and gathering of the people, there would not be any information leak of whatever had happened. The biggest problem now was the bodies. Getting rid of evidence was necessary, but even if the evidence is gotten rid of, it will still lead to suspicions. This type of undercover mission, once the other party had suspicions, it would mean that the other party would be even more cautious, and thus disadvantageous to them.
How can they get rid of the suspicion? Must we truly listen to the fool and use the army to trample and flatten Sexton's constellation?
Tang Tian did not think too much. He could see that Uncle Bing did not agree with his idea. With regards to being treacherous and being cunning, Tang Tian knew he could not compare to Uncle Bing. Uncle Bing's brain was much smarter than his. He knew he was only responsible to fight. Tang Tian sat down calmly, and suddenly being stirred, he stood up and looked towards the direction of the mountain peak.
Bing noticed Tang Tian's weird look. What happened? There's a weird noise. Tang Tian muttered, rose up in the sky, and jumped up the mountain peak. Without saying anything, Bing followed and jumped up. Ding Chen's face changed. Could it be backup?
He hesitated, gritting his teeth, and jumped up the mountain peak.
What is that? Tang Tian pointed to the blue strands in the distance and asked curiously.
Ding Chen, who just gained his ground, looked towards where Tang Tian was looking. His expression turned pale. With a shiver he said, cold wave.
Tang Tian and Bing were also stunned. Cold wave? This was the cold wave that made people change their expression whenever they hear it? Must it be so coincidental? The blue strand flew very quickly. In the blink of an eye, from a fine thin line, it had transformed into a blue angry wave, and the training grounds and cities in the area of 30 li were in chaos. Tang Tian and Bing were dumbstruck. They finally understood why Ding Chen and the rest were so fearful of the cold wave. The blue cold wave, like an angry tide, advanced forward by the snowplains, destroying everything in its wake.
In the blue angry wave, the dense cold wave crystallized into blue ice beams, spinning and revolving inside the wave with astonishing speed. The trees and rocks that were swallowed by the angry wave were all frozen into ice, and then broken into parts, fragmented, crushed, turning into blue powder, spinning in the angry wave, become even more azure. Everyone watched blankly at the strange and frightening blue angry wave, destroyed everything in its path. Run. Tang Tian's first reaction, the bestial's instinct, displaying its advantage to its pinnacle, he turned and ran towards the bottom. Bing also woke up from his dream. Dingchen, who was already frightening pale, was stunned there for a long time. Before he rolled and crawled out, he hurriedly said, "Master, there is an ice cave there. Lead the way." In mid-air, Tang Tian having not reached the ground but gave the order without hesitation. The moment he touched the ground, Tang Tian held the rope on the ground tightly. Which side? Dingchen looked at Tang Tian, he swallowed what he wanted to say, pointed in front, "There. Everyone run towards there. Quickly." Tang Tian howled, his eyes filled with anger, his whole body's muscles flexed, exhaling loudly, holding the rope tightly, he dragged the 7 people and dashed madly. The 7 people's eyes turned red, as they held tightly onto the ropes. The cold wave's howl was getting closer and closer, the sound that made everyone's scalp numb, sounded like the sound of death. Everyone knew they had to push themselves, gathering all of their strength, they charged crazily towards the front. The cold wave got closer, casting a giant shadow, it slowly enveloped them. Chapter 485, Cold Wave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 486, Little Fool, Open the Umbrella. Chapter 486, Little Fool, Open the Umbrella. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The cold wave behind them released a horrifying screeching sound, along with the non-stop crushing noise. Tang Tian watched with his own eyes as the few dead bodies, even the shattered pieces of treasure, were all stirred till they shattered, becoming blue powder that was as fine as flour. It caused all the hair on his body to stand. The quality of the treasures were all outstanding, plus with the accumulation of years and months of nurturing with star power, treasures were very difficult to destroy. But seeing the angry wave formed by the cold wave being like a monster that ate everything, even the treasures were easily shattered into blue powder, Tang Tian's heart immediately trembled. Whatever thought of trampling Sexton's constellation had all vanished. If his small frame were to enter the wave, he would still become blue powder. So scary. Quan Hui definitely will not like a pile of blue powder. This thought gave Tang Tian a burst of energy from nowhere. Whoosh, dragging the 7 people, he actually rushed ahead of the group. He turned and shouted at Dingchen, "Where is the ice cave?" "Right in front of you." Dingchen did not dare to turn his head, he screamed, lowering his head and sprinted. The blue cold wave got closer and closer. Bang, a small stone that was swept up by the cold wave shot Yaya's buttock like an arrow. The defenseless Yaya suddenly catapulted out, but Tang Tian was quick and sharp, his hand as quick as lightning. He held Yaya, without bothering to check Yaya, he placed it back on his head. Yaya was dizzy, with only the thought to hold on to Tang Tian's hair with all its might. It was so painful that Tang Tian's face warped. "You asshole, wait and see how I take care of you." Dingchen shouted crazily in excitement, "In front, it's just in front." An ice cave roughly 10 meters in diameter appeared in front of everybody. To say it was an ice cave was not suitable, it was actually an ice plain that had a crevice, with the obvious cracks, it stretched out to both sides. Everyone who seemed to have recovered from the seemingly impossible situation, all had looks of happiness. One after another they jumped into the ice cave. Bang, dot. Everyone's forehead darkened, the cold wave rushed like flowing water, brushing past the top of their heads. The shattering noise that made people's scalp numb, crushed above them, destroying the ice cave above their heads non-stop, causing the thick ice layer to produce scary cracking noises. Tang Tian, who was inside, saw the 10-foot-high ice layer on top of his head, with countless cracks were spreading in shocking speeds. If such a thick ice layer collapsed, these people will definitely be buried alive. In the emergency, Tang Tian's hands were full of star rocks, he could not care to see the amount of star rocks, his palms was full of force. Pennsylvania, all the star rocks were shattered by him. Dense energy permitted the entire place. Tang Tian shouted angrily, "Little fool, umbrella, dot." Little fool, who was floating above Tang Tian's head, heard him, shifting his right hand that was holding the umbrella to his chest, his small left hand also held onto the umbrella, both hands pulling and gently twisting. Whoosh! The dispersed energy, as though they were being attracted, they floated at high speed towards the umbrella covered with stars. The dazzling light aura, following the spinning umbrella, scattered around. Little fool raised his head, the bright and black obsidian eyes lit with an indescribable light aura. That face that resembled Tang Tian yet delicate and blank, revealed a rare serious expression. He opened his arms, both legs closed tightly, his body forming a figure, the blue Tang suit on his body moved without the wind, making cracking sounds, releasing a strong chi aura. In front of him, the star umbrella expanded at a fast speed.
Bang!
The star umbrella that became bigger was like a blade full of energy, penetrating deeply into the ice walls. Bang! The snow that dropped from the skies brought along terrifying noises, fiercely striking the umbrella. The bright stars on top of the umbrella started spinning. The umbrella depressed downwards. Tang Tian saw that something was wrong. He once again caught a bunch of stars rock fragment as he urgently shouted, "Little fool!" Energy was permeating the whole place. Little Fool's delicate face was again filled with a blank expression. His figure slowly vanished. Almost at the same time, he appeared in front of Tang Tian. He glanced at Tang Tian without any expression, but Tang Tian was sure that Little Fool had stared at him. In the emptiness, he did not leverage on power. His knees slightly bent, closely followed by fire arrows flew towards the sky. He opened his arms, his body rotated non-stop. The energy dispersed, crazily flying towards both of his palms. Little Fool that was spinning upwards, opened both his arms, bringing along two curled-up light belts, his speed becoming faster and faster. Just when he was about to fly towards the umbrella, he became a straight light arrow. Bang! The light arrow entered the umbrella handle, and the star umbrella's radiance increased dramatically. The stars on the umbrella lit up, just like the boundless starry sky. Even the nebula could clearly be seen, big and small stars numbered to millions, attracting the attention of everybody. The stars on the umbrella slowly circulated. That thin light umbrella suddenly came out with a thick profound scent. Little Fool held onto the umbrella, quietly floating in mid-air. The delicate face lowered his head and looked down, blankly with a little cuteness. Bang bang bang! Everyone's body fell to the ground, crying out in pain. They were shocked by Little Fool's extremely valiant performance, including Tang Tian. This son of a bitch is actually quite capable. Why did I not realize it in the past? So Little Fool was not really a fool. Compared to Tang Tian, the faces of others were of shock, completely scared stiff. They had never seen such a crazy, frightening martial technique. The snow flowing down from the top was dropping in huge numbers, but that thin light umbrella did not move. Yaya's anxious scream broke the silence. Tang Tian jumped in shock, immediately grabbing the Yaya who was gripping his hair. He looked at him, and suddenly held his stomach in laughter. Yaya, you are too pitiful. A small stone was actually deeply embedded in Yaya's butt. Yaya's butt was originally quite meaty, just like jelly, but now there was a stone, similar to pressing a thumbtack inside. Even the meat surrounding of the stone was flattened. It was very obvious, and funny no matter how you see it. Hearing Tang Tian's heartless laughter, Yaya immediately became anxious, placing its butt in front of Tang Tian and shaking non-stop, trying to let Tang Tian help take the stone out. Yaya, this is called having toughness even in softness, and also called flowery buttocks, or a butt dimple. This is called a butt dimple. Others have dimples on their cheeks. Yaya has a dimple on its butt. Another heartless uncle laughed till he could not stop. Tang Tian also laughed till his tears flowed out, but he still struggled to stand up, holding on to Yaya, warning it at the same time, "If you dare release gas now, I will kill you for sure." Yaya's butt was meaty. Not knowing where to start, Tang Tian found a dagger, thinking of prying out the stone. The dagger was a treasure, but he did not have other tools in his hands, and could only make do with whatever he had. Unexpectedly, no matter how much force Tang Tian used, the rock was firmly stuck into Yaya's butt. No matter how he pried, he could not pry it out. Tang Tian felt a little strange. No matter how much force he used, the dagger in his hands broke. Tang Tian was stunned. Bing, who was smoking a cigarette, was also startled. Although the dagger was just a bronze treasure, but it was still a treasure. It was normal that Tang Tian could break it, but for it to break because of a rock, it was not normal at all. Bing rushed over and said astonishedly, "Unusual, Yaya, you have an explosive amount of good luck. This rock seems special." Tang Tian called Ding Chen over. "Have you seen such a stone?" Ding Chen looked closely. It was a piece of black stone. It had a blue design just like a ripple. Touching it, it felt extremely sturdy. He shook his head. "Master, I've not seen it before, but..." He had also seen it when Yaya was struck, and said, "Master, this stone is definitely something unusual. It did not shatter into powder in the cold wave. This subordinate has never heard of it before. Treasures which are gold and below, in the cold wave, will be smashed to powder completely. This piece of rock can even withstand the crush of the cold wave. It is definitely not simple." Tang Tian spread out his hands. "Yaya, you picked up treasure." "Oh no, I'm wrong. You are chosen by the treasure." "No wonder you are, Yaya. This luck that no one can compare to." Yaya pouted its lips, lying on the floor like a caterpillar, sticking out its butt, its eyes filled with tears as it looked pitifully at Tang Tian. Seeing Yaya's expression, Tang Tian felt quite sympathetic with it. He then pulled the small flag stuck on Yaya's butt, blocking the sight of the stone. "Well, it isn't too obvious like that." Okay, be a man. How can you be disheartened because of a little bud dimple, a godlike bud spirit general? It's just a small stone. How could it defeat you?" Yaya changed from crying to laughing. It jumped up from the ground, followed with a jump along the ice wall, just like a squirrel. In a blink of an eye, he jumped as high as where Little Fool was. Yaya turned his butt, twisting it around, showing off to Little Fool its new display piece. Little Fool shot a cold glance, then recovered his blank expression. Everyone slowly recovered from the shock. The whistling on the top of their heads still continued, but because of the separation from the thick ice and snow, it was not that scary. The light aura from the star umbrella shot down from above, just like a night sky full of stars. It was surprisingly bright. Bing summoned Ding Chen over. "Let me ask you something." Ding Chen quickly said, "Please ask away, master." I heard about the energy ripple of the fighting grounds appearing recently. Do you know anything about it? Bing asked in a low voice. There is indeed this matter. Ding Chen's mind suddenly became focused. He said seriously, "This happens in the inner fighting grounds. Every certain period of time, there will be a very weird ripple. Everyone is saying that the grounds master has something special. But no one has seen anything. The security of the inner fighting grounds is very tight, or even our outer fighting grounds disciples cannot enter." Bing was blank for a while. His heart felt a sense of foreboding. He asked anxiously, "Wait, you said something about the inner fighting grounds and outer fighting grounds?" Ding Chen explained, "The disciples of the fighting grounds are split into 3 types: personal disciples, inner fighting grounds disciples and outer fighting grounds disciples. The outer fighting ground disciples are all stationed in the training camp outside, where they carry out the basic learning and training. Our cold ancient training camp is one of the most important outer martial ground. Which also means, the ripple is not here." Bing's poker face was stupefied. "Yes, that's right, in the inner fighting ground, it's very very far away from here." Ding Chen explained. Pada, the cigarette fell from Bing's fingers to the ground. He was stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 487, Bing's Guess. Chapter 487, Bing's Guess. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The low whistling coming from above the head slowly faded far away. Everyone's tense state of mind finally relaxed. When there was totally no movement, everyone dug open the ice layer and climbed out from under the ice cave. The ice plane had changed beyond recognition from earlier on. As far as they can see, every tree, rock, small hillside had all disappeared. The originally flat snow plains today had become filled without thousands of holes. Bing thought for a while and then exploded the ice cave, removing the evidence of the star umbrella. Suddenly, Little Fool floated down to the ground with the umbrella. He picked up a piece of blue crystal. Crack crack, he bit into it. Tang Tian noticed a type of blue crystals scattered across the snowy ground. The shape of the crystals were not consistent. They were just like broken pieces of blue ice. If not for the color difference with the snow, mixed in the snow, one would not be able to differentiate them at all. What is this? Tang Tian stretched his hand to pick it up. Ding Chen's expression changed, urgently stopped him. "Master, no." Tang Tian stopped, turned, and asked in surprise, "Why?" "These are the cold wave crystals." Ding Chen said urgently, "Every time after a cold wave, some part of the cold wave will form into crystals. It has the power to erode true power, stronger than the cold wave in the air by 100 times. Weak martial artists, upon touching it, even the dantian will be frozen, so by no means should you touch it. You cannot step on it either." These words immediately made everyone's expression changed. Cold wave crystals exists for a very short time. After a day, they will become active again and mix into the air. Ding Chen urged, "Everyone must remember not to touch it out of curiosity." Ding Chen looked at Little Fool. He could not figure out. It was his first time meeting a spirit general that could eat the cold wave crystal. Little Fool was a martial spirit. Its chi was very similar to a spirit general, so Ding Chen wrongly recognized it as a spirit general. But he did not utter a word. Little Fool's valiant performance earlier had completely shocked him. Such a strong spirit general was definitely not ordinary. Bing suddenly perked up. He picked up a piece of cold wave crystal. Like Little Fool, crunch crunch, he started biting it. He closed his eyes, feeling it properly. After a while he suddenly opened his eyes and commented, "Good stuff. Can I eat?" Tang Tian was eager to try after watching them, with Yaya beside him having the exact same expression. "No, you cannot." Bing answered straightforwardly, "This is a good supplement to spirit generals, but, if the quality of the spirit general is not high, he will not be able to withstand it." Yaya cheered, picked up a piece of crystal and crunch crunch, it started to bite, enjoying it. Bing looked at the vast ice grounds. A strange expression flashed past his eye. "Isn't this place a perfect place to groom spirits?" To a martial artist, the cold wave was a deadly poison, but to a spirit general, it was the best nourishment. In other words, the snow plains were a very good training ground, and was extremely suitable to be a place to groom spirits. Bing's heart began to stir, as the cold ancient snow was a superb spirit grooming area, and to Ursa Major constellation, would be a good replenishment. Tang Tian had a large number of spirit generals under his command, and if they could nourish here, they might be able to improve further.
Should we deploy the army to trample?
Oh no, I must be influenced by that fool, hence my thoughts shifted to the army. Bing quickly got rid of the idea, which was violent and without any considerations.
People with high intelligence must think intellectually.
In some sense, this piece of snowplains should be a strategic ground.
Did Song Yangyu realize this point?
This thought made Bing's eyes flash, but he immediately rejected the guess. The gold-ranked martial artist might not realize the miraculous use of the cold wave, but a saint will definitely realize it, because a saint trains in the spirit domain, so their understanding of a spirit general was something no ranks of martial artists could compare to. Song Yangyu will definitely see through this. If he can see this, why would he not make use of this snowplains?
Bing suddenly spoke to Ding Chen. In this big snowplains, other than a training ground, are there any other places? Ding Chen nodded. Yes, not very far from the training camp, there is a city called Ancient Cold City.
It's under the watch of the master's daughter, Fu Zihong, Li Liangqiu, and the others are garrisons, in the jurisdiction of Ms. Zihong.
Ms. Zihong is a very nice person, everyone respects her. Is there something inside that there needs garrison? Bing asked.
Ding Chen was startled for a moment. He shook his head. I do not know, but...
Bing's gaze flashed, as if he thought of something.
Little Fool twisted the star's umbrella in his hand. One by one, the ice crystals on the ground started to get attracted, flying towards the spinning umbrella. Every crystal knocking into the umbrella turned into a sparkling and translucent blue powder that was absorbed onto the surface of the umbrella. Yaya was startled for a moment and started to increase its speed in sucking, but compared to Little Fool, its productivity was worse.
Star's umbrella suddenly stopped as Little Fool stared at Yaya blankly.
Yaya opened its eyes wide, showing displeasure. Its heart was filled with unknown envy. Little Fool suddenly waved to Yaya. Yaya froze for a while, immediately howling in happiness, opened its legs. It happily charged towards Little Fool. At the end of its sprint it used strength. He flew high into the sky and did a few somersaults. Little Fool coincidentally turned his body.
Pa!
Yaya laid flat on Little Fool's back like a jelly, hugging Little Fool's neck. It started to cheer. Little Fool figure stayed stationary. With its expressionless and blank face, he started to spin the star's umbrella again. Whoosh! Little Fool was like a blue tornado, flying from the ground. Everywhere they passed, all the ice crystals would get absorbed into the star's umbrella. The dense cold wave, similar to a blue mist, continuously entered their bodies. Bing's eyes grew red. He stopped smoking and shouted as he charged to the tornado, Little Fool!
There's still me! There's still me!
Whoosh! The blue tornado, as if it was shocked, floated far away in a moment.
Bastard!
You guys are actually not bringing me along. You guys better not be caught by me. Bing's howls of anger could be heard from far away. Everyone looked at each other. The image right in front of them, the vulgar Uncle Spirit General, was the same Spirit General that gave off an oppressive feeling just now. Tang Tian turned. He could not bear to look. It's a pity he could not eat the ice crystals. By the looks of it, Little Fool and Yaya looked like they were enjoying themselves. After around 10 minutes, Little Fool stopped. The crystals in the surrounding were all swept clean. Little Fool in Yaya's body had obvious changes. Yaya's skin became more exquisite and smooth, the small flag stuck to his but became blue. The Tang suit on Little Fool became even more exquisite, and the originally delicate face now became like a porcelain doll, with its eyes black and bright. The star umbrella handle in his hands was sparkling and translucent, like an ice sculpture. It was covered in fine and meticulous carvings. The body of the umbrella was as transparent as a crystal. Between the boundless stars on the umbrella, there was now a dim blue layer of nebula. The surrounding ice crystals were swept clean, empty. From a bird's eye view, the snow beneath that were covered in blue dots. Only the area around Tang Tian and the rest were empty without the blue spots. Little Fool, take the surrounding few ice crystals and bring it here.
Bing quickly reminded.
Little Fool this time, as if it had become smarter, the air he blew became a whirlwind, sweeping the surrounding cold wave ice crystals all over, bringing everything over. Suddenly, Tang Tian perked up, shouted lowly, someone is here. Little Fool, Yaya, and Bing immediately disappeared.
Ding Chen said softly, let me deal with it. Everyone calm down.
A few black dots appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of everyone. The leader was a black-faced burly chap. Ding Chen's face flashed with surprise, with a crying voice, Master. The black-faced burly chap glance swept across everyone. Everyone were in a sorry state. Obviously they had just experienced a disaster. The faces still remained shaking with fear.
He spoke gently, Ding Chen, you little fellow, you have quite the luck. Good that you're alive. Where did you bring them to hide?
Ding Chen pointed to the ice cave which had collapsed behind him. His voice was with a little tremble. Does Master still remember there was an ice cave here?
Luckily we were not far from the ice cave, if not.
The black-faced burly chap thought that Ding Chen was frightened. He sighed. It was really good luck. He looked at the collapsed ice cave. Plenty of people knew about this ice cave. Usually people patrolling will be here to hide from the wind and snow.
Have you seen Li Fu's team? The black-faced burly chap suddenly asked. No, I have not.
Ding Chen shook his head, suddenly alarmed. He said in a trembling voice, could it be that Li Fu's team?
Hopefully he had some good luck too.
The black-faced burly shook his head inside, then he said, you bring them to the training camp. Recently it has been just a mess. We are having some troubled times, so it is best for you to stay at the training camp. This time the scale of the cold wave was unprecedented. Master and Instructor Li will reach tomorrow.
Go back quickly, I'll continue finding again.
Ding Chen exclaimed, thank you, Master. The black-faced burly chap turned to leave abruptly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Ding Chen said softly, the Master just now is the guard of ancient cold city, with Master Long Haiyu. They are Master's disciple, also Big Sister's senior brother. He is very powerful.
Tang Tian nodded, even stronger than Li Liangqiu.
Also there were 4 gold-ranked martial artists beside him, but
Bing floated over, said, we will go to the training camp. Why? Aren't we going to inner fighting grounds? We do not have much time. Tang Tian was puzzled.
Bing shook his head. This cold ancient snow plains definitely has something to it.
2 saints have come, don't you find it weird?
Li Ruo's appearance was normal. His son had met with a problem.
Fu Zhongshan? To see his daughter?
If it was common then it is pardonable, but Sexton's constellations are moving in the dark, so many people have begun to stir, how would he have time to leave?
Bing suddenly asked Ding Chen, when was the last cold wave?
There will be cold waves every year, but the scale will not be big. This time the cold wave was the largest. The previous time when it was bigger was 6 years ago, the time 3 masters came too.
Ding Chen tried to recall.
Bing laughed coldly, 1 outer fighting grounds, what kind of place is this to be so worthy for 3 saints to come over? There is nothing worthwhile here, that's what's strange.
Even so, it is just a barren land. Why would it require so many experts to defend? What is there to defend?
Tang Tian shook his head, but the worthwhile thing might not be related to.
Bing interrupted.
He was afraid the fool Tang Tian would say out the words, Sexton's eye. He said sincerely, no issue, we are in no hurry these 2 days, we will just listen to any new news. He waved his hand with high spirits, little fool, yeah, quickly go pick the ice crystals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 488, Speak Less. Chapter 488, Speak Less. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
The scale of the construction of the ancient cold training grounds at that point of time was extremely large, but after going through the cold wave, the damage done was immense.
Ding Chen brought everyone back, and was immediately ordered to help with the rebuilding.
The training rooms in the training camp were made of ice bricks. The ice bricks were thick and sturdy, and contained some cold wave. It was extremely difficult to cut, and to a martial artist, it was not bad a type of daily training method.
Not only the camp, even the ancient cold city, was constructed entirely with ice bricks.
Every piece had length of up to 10 m width and a height of 3 m, higher than humans.
Manufacturing of the big ice bricks was not easy. Every piece required a huge amount of manpower. Ancient Cold City was constructed by martial artists.
The defenses of the big ice brick were extremely strong. It can withstand an attack of an army. It was stronger and harder than rock. Bing was a spirit general, and was exceptionally sensitive to such things, thus it further confirmed the guess in his heart. He was going between the recruits' barracks and 3 Spirit City every day. From 3 Spirit City, he could be aware of the progress of Big Dipper.
To the current Ursa Major constellation, if the Big Dipper plan was successful, it would cause Ursa Major constellation's strength to take a qualitative leap.
The resources supporting the martial techniques today were split evenly between Honorable Martial Arts Group, Onyx Soul, and Ecliptic Palace's constellations cleanly. If Ursa Major constellation wants to rise up, there were 2 methods. One was to continue swallowing other constellations non-stop, the other would be to develop a brand new system.
Tang Tian's current base was formed by a road of battles.
But it was the conflict between Leo Constellation and Honorable Martial Arts Group, which gave Tang Tian the chance to do so. With the current strength of Ursa Major constellation, if they continued to develop, they would be able to become one of the big tyrants. However, it could also be stopped, and its highest potential would most probably be equivalent to the Ecliptic Palace's constellations. The 12 Ecliptic Palaces were not good to provoke. Onyx Soul was already lying in ambush in the dark, and could stretch its fangs any time. Tang Tian achievements could be said to have countless luck, so how would Bing possibly pin all hopes on luck? Project Big Dipper was the true essence in his eyes, because Project Big Dipper had the possibility to overturn the current martial technique system, and Bing was very clear of the power held from the possession of being able to overturn the martial technique system. The Southern Cross Army lost that year because of that. Project Big Dipper was in its most crucial period, and Bing would definitely not redeploy manpower at such a time. Not only that, even the Saints in Alcade City were redeployed back by Bing to continue with research. Bing had already planted the seeds, and was just patiently waiting. It was good that Ding Chen was still in charge of Tang Tian and the group. Everyone silently threw themselves into work. After experiencing the journey, they needed some time to digest. They needed to create an ice brick which was much smaller, with a size of 1 square foot. Tang Tian did not think too much. Cutting ice bricks to him was a totally new experience. The cold wave in the ice cube had no effect on him, and his strength was so ridiculously strong. With the blade, he just continued crazily hacking away. An unruly ice cube was placed in front of him, quickly cutting it into a perfect square. He felt it was interesting and played around joyously, ice fragments flying around. In the blink of an eye, there were many ice bricks piled right in front of him. Tang Tian's surprising efficiency immediately caught the attention of many people. "Old Ding, you're quite lucky, you got a strong one," another class's martial instructor told Ding Chen. Ding Chen hit and laughed. "Just a bit of brute strength, there's still training to be done. It's already not bad, splitting 10 with 1 strike each. He uses his brute force well, his efficiency is good, this fellow's foundation is strong, he's a good seedling." Appraisal flashed in the eyes of that martial instructor. Ding Chen argued, "When the time comes for you to give your advices, don't be selfish." "Sure. No problem," the other party replied happily. Ding Chen came to Tang Tian. He was about to speak, but suddenly a lady of about 40 years of age walked over. She looked around. When she saw the small hill of ice bricks in front of Tang Tian, her eyes glittered. She said, "Xiao Ding, what?" Ding Chen raised his head. Upon seeing the middle-aged lady, he immediately ran over. "Sister Ring, why have you come?" The lady called Sister Ring smiled. "There is a lack of manpower in the establishment. I came to find a few people to help out inside, and I can see that there's a good one in your group here." Ding Chen quietly grumbled in his heart. When you're afraid of something it truly comes to fruition. He quickly replied, "This young fellow here has some brute force, but, you have seen it, his appearance is a little bit not suitable." Ding Chen hardened his skin. His heart was already crying. Calling his own boss ugly in front of him, how could he let such a situation occur to him? "Master, I called you ugly. It is because I am forced and have no choice." Sister Ring looked at Tang Tian. Her eyes flashed with pity. She stared at Ding Chen. What has it got to go with looks? The spirit of the little fellow, he will definitely have good prospects. I am just scared that it'll annoy big sister," Ding Chen said reluctantly. Sister Ying's expression became unhappy. She pointed at Ding Chen and scolded, "What? In your heart, this miss is actually that kind of person who judges someone by his looks? Xiao Ding, looks like I've been wrong about you. Why? You're not thinking of giving him up?" Ding Chen's heart was filled with despair. "Dear God, I am innocent." He did not dare reveal a little of his thoughts, and could only say, "For Sister Ring to look upon him, that is his good luck. How would I dare to stop it? Let me go speak to him. Ah Chao's character is rather stoned. Sister Ring, you must bear with it." Sister Ring complexion became better. "Just go, I will take care of him. It is just a few days, help out at the establishment in the day, come back here at night, give him some more tuition, it will not influence his training." Upon seeing this, Ding Chen agreed. Ding Chen pulled Tang Tian to a side dejectedly. "Master, there is no choice, you have to go to the groundsmaster establishment." "I'll go, I feel that Sister Ring is quite good." Tang Tian, contrary to expectation, did not show fear. He had eavesdropped in on their conversation and had a good impression of Sister Ring. Sister Ring is a really good person. Ding Chen looked at Tang Tian, his heart in silence. "Master, did not realize that you are trying to go undercover? Aren't there dangers in being undercover?" "I'll be going then." Tang Tian grinned. Ding Chen was worried, and immediately shouted, with a cautious expression, "Master, groundsmaster establishment is a place of crouching tiger hidden dragons. I am not sure of its location, as I have never went in before, so I do not know anything." "But master, no matter what, please speak less." "Speak less?" Tang Tian questioned. "Yes." Ding Chen nodded his head extremely firmly. "The less you speak the less mistakes you make. If you don't speak, you won't make any mistakes." Tang Tian muttered resentfully, "You don't believe in me. We would all be dead if we believed you." Ding Chen said firmly, "Master, please promise me. Subordinate here is clearer of the situation than you are." "Yes, yes." Tang Tian could only say that. He felt Ding Chen made sense. Ding Chen clearly understood the situation better than himself. "You must speak less." Ding Chen couldn't resist but to tell once more. "I'll speak less, I'll speak less." Tang Tian repeated, seemed like he wanted to imprint the 2 words in his mind. Seeing Tang Tian's being like that, Ding Chen felt more relieved. Although Master is a little out of tune, but he still does listen to others' opinion. "Master, please be careful."
Ding Zhen sent Tang Tian and Sister Ring out of the camp, feeling extremely worried.
On the road, Sister Ring asked a few questions, but seeing that Tang Tian was habitually silent, her heart was filled with pity. This kid not only was ugly, but was inarticulate and reserved, he was truly pitiful. The scale of the groundsmaster establishment was extremely huge. As Sister Ring brought Tang Tian, the people that they met along the way all greeted her. The groundsmaster establishment has 4 courtyards. The main courtyard is in the center. Acho, remember not to go near to the main courtyard. The other 3 courtyards are the front courtyard, the east and west courtyard. The place that requires your help now is the west courtyard. She brought Tang Tian to the groundsmaster establishment west courtyard. The ice wall in the corner had collapsed halfway, and the surroundings were piled with big blocks of ice material. Sister Ring told Tang Tian silently, Acho, make these ice materials become ice bricks, just like at the training camp. Okay. Tang Tian answered, his heart continually chanted, speak less. Speak less. Then I will go do my things. Sister Ring said. Yes. Tang Tian answered, he lowered his head and started making the ice brick. Bing silently appeared, very surprised, and he said, you actually have some potential in this, you can actually hold yourself back. Tang Tian looked painstakingly, Uncle, it is too painful like that, can we just charge in and kill them directly? Being asked so many questions on the road, Tang Tian had to keep chanting speak less, to pull himself through, and there was a few times that he almost let the cat out of the bag. Bear with it, just bear with it and it will be fine. Bing comforted him, he was carefully thinking in his mind, and continued, be good, this is the standard structure of a stronghold. I already said that this ancient cold city was not simple, the defenses here are definitely not lacking from our 3-spirit city, but... that powerful? Tang Tian was a little surprised. 3-spirit city had experienced many battles, and thus the standard of the defense was very high. It is that powerful. Bing praised, look at this wall, don't you feel it's too high? Moreover, this thickness is for the inner courtyard, why would they need to use such a thick ice wall? That's true. Tang Tian nodded his head. Bing lightly said, he seemed to have felt something, but could not be sure. He said quietly, let Little Fool come out to feel it in detail. Little Fool is the most sensitive to energy ripples. Is there something? Tang Tian was startled, he quickly shouted, Little Fool, come out and try. Little Fool floated out from Tang Tian's body, he shut his eyes. After a short period of time, he suddenly opened his eyes, opening up the star's umbrella, which pointed straight at the north courtyard. There was a reaction, and Tang Tian's spirit lifted, immediately asking, Little Fool, what's there? Little Fool looked blankly at Tang Tian, his expression was dull. Tang Tian knew he could not get the answer just by looking at the expression. However, the direction Little Fool was pointing to definitely had something. We will go scout quietly at night. Bing said deeply, his gaze filled with radiance. This suggestion immediately lifted Tang Tian's spirits. Compared to being an undercover and going around, sneaking directly in was more fitting to Tang Tian's appetite. The best would be to bump into Song Yangyu and snatch Sexton's eye. Being undercover was so annoying. His expression suddenly stirred, someone's coming. Bing and Little Fool quickly entered Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian turned his body, feigning cutting the ice bricks. After a short moment, the sound of footsteps came up from behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 489, Fog Turtle Informed Spirit. Chapter 489, Fog Turtle Informed Spirit. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Chi chi chi. The footstep sounds were very light and fast, as though it was not made by a human, as Tang Tian involuntarily turned his body. When he turned, the sight before him darkened, as a gigantic animal stood in front of him. So big. Tang Tian was shocked, facing the big guy, who was 3 times his size. He needed to look upwards to be able to see its face. It was a star spirit turtle that he had never seen before. The turtle shell was like a mountain, covered with a motley of scars and wounds, an unspeakable imposing might falling on him. It lowered his head and took a whiff of Tang Tian. What are you? Tang Tian's face was filled with shock as he struggled to speak. He had already forgotten about the chant of speaking less. The big guy sniffed around Tang Tian, a black mist forming over its head, exposing a suspicious look. The churning and floating mist of qi kept on changing, but Tang Tian could clearly see its expression. The big turtle stared at Tang Tian for a long while. Tang Tian could clearly see that the big turtle was curious. Well, I am, Cho. The name Tang Tian almost slipped out of his mouth, but he remembered in time that he was not in his own territory. Keep a low profile, a low profile. The big turtle looked at him, then turned to leave. Tang Tian then noticed that There was even black mist curling around the big turtle's four limbs. Its movements were faster than what Tang Tian thought, without the least bit of clumsiness. It was actually very agile.
Tang Tian stared and watched the big turtle disappear.
What a strange star spirit beast. Bing reappeared with a look of surprise. On its body, I could not feel a bit of life at all.
Could it be a dead animal?
Uncle, you also felt that?
Tang Tian nodded his head. I also felt that.
Alright, let's not think about it. I will first finish my job.
Tang Tian turned and began chopping the ice bricks.
When Sister Ing returned, the ice bricks in front of Tang Tian were piled up like a mountain, causing her to become extremely happy, and she allowed Tang Tian to return to the training camp to rest.
The training camp was not very far from ancient Cold City.
On the way back, a few martial artists swept past above him. They did not bother hiding their aura. One of them was even revealing himself as a saint. Tang Tian guessed that he should be Li Liangqiu's father, Li Ruo, but he was afraid that he would be detected, and did not take a good look. Returning to the training camp, Ding Chen immediately asked about his day.
Tang Tian immediately spoke about the big turtle.
Ding Chen explained that the big turtle was called Fog Turtle. It was extremely gentle, and has never hurt anyone before.
But no one knew of Fog Turtle's background in history.
When the training camp was completely fixed, every group would return to their own base, and everyone calmed down. It was extremely tough working in the day, and the past few days had been a scare, and now that everyone was relaxed, they all fell into deep slumber. Tang Tian had to wait for night to come, so he started to polish his martial techniques in his own room. The current him was strong, comparable to a bronze saint, but he still had not found his path. This predicament stemmed from two questions. The first question was whether or not the zero-energy body was already at its peak, or could it still be strengthened? His current strength laid mostly on the uniqueness of the zero-energy body. The other question was the method to use Little Fool. Up till now, his understanding of Little Fool was mostly relying on Little Fool to amplify his own power. As a ranked martial artist, he should not have the problem of being unable to control energy. He needed time to be calm and think of a good method. Adding in that there were many saints in his camp, they have had many discussions and theories regarding the saint spirit domains. It widened Tang Tian's world.
After reaching the saint rank, saints who had spirit domains would change their manner of fighting.
All of this stemmed from the fact that spirit domains could directly mobilize true power. The manner of using spirit domains to fight was considered a fantastic oddity. Some spirit domains could form a complete space and trap enemies in the spirit domain, just like when Tang Tian met the sword saint in the demon sealing sword. And there were spirit domains that actually mimicked the use of true power, and allowing the formation of an even stronger attack, for example Fengyu who was under Tang Tian. And there were spirit domains of Blood Meridian's martial artists, which were different from ordinary martial artists. Their spirit domains were usually meant to improve their bodies. Other than that, there were also unique spirit domains, like Jinghao's sword spirit, which was an extremely special spirit domain.
Thinking about that, Tang Tian suddenly had a thought. Could it be that my Little Fool was also an extremely special spirit domain? That sudden thought instantly made Tang Tian excited. That's right. Big Brother Jinghao's sword spirit is being treated as a spirit domain, so why can't Little Fool be a spirit domain?
And Little Fool can directly control energy. This characteristic completely corresponded to a spirit domain. The more Tang Tian thought about it, the more reasonable it felt. He immediately called Bing out and told him about it. Hearing that, Bing also felt that it was reasonable, and quickly returned to Three Spirit City, and quickly passed down the information to Ursa Major Constellation, to let them check if there was such a spirit domain. Very quickly, Ursa Major Constellation transmitted a reply. There truly was such a spirit domain. It was an extremely rare spirit domain, called a form spirit. A form spirit was an extremely ancient spirit domain, which was rarely seen nowadays. In ancient times, the martial technique system was not as fine as it was currently, and the saint spirit domains in that time contained laws that were not as pure as it was in current times, and usually contained a few different aspects of laws. The form spirit was a unique spirit domain. It had a specific intellect, and did not contain any law, but was a body by itself that had the growing characteristic. Also, it did have weaknesses. For example, the current spirit domains were like a plot of land, and saints could build their own houses on this plot of land. But a form spirit was like a pet, and its growth could not really be controlled. That was the reason of why the form spirit gradually disappeared. Saints were obsessed over their control of their strength, and strength that could not be controlled was not favored by them. Seeing that, Tang Tian saw the light. But, compared to the sword spirit that was already a top-grade spirit domain upon being produced, it was different. Although a form spirit was rarely seen, but whether or not it was strong was an uncertainty. There were some form spirits that were strong at the start, but after that would become weak, because the number of laws in it was not contained to just one type, and the deviation from its core could not be controlled. And there were form spirits that were initially weak but became strong after. When the saints of Ursa Major constellation had to inform Tang Tian that his spirit domain was a form spirit, they were extremely cautious. Tang Tian did not think too much about it. Whether Little Fool was powerful or not did not matter, the more important matter was that he had a direction. After all, he was built up from the current martial technique system, and even if it was a form spirit, it might be different from the ancient form spirits. Since he knew he had a special spirit domain, Tang Tian's train of thoughts immediately opened up. But, when the sky turned dark, it was time to sneak into the groundsmaster establishment. Tang Tian quietly stood up, changing his appearance and body figure, and without alerting anyone, he floated towards Ancient Cold City. Upon nearing Ancient Cold City, Tang Tian immediately noticed that there were differences to the place. At night, the defense and security was even more rigid. There's definitely something fishy about this place. Bing sneered, why would a place like this have such security? Tang Tian's mouth twitched, you already said that many times. What do you think is inside? Bing asked with excitement. I don't know. Tang Tian shook his head, we will know once we go in. His intuition was extremely sharp, and quickly he found a loophole in the security, and like a shadow, he flipped over the wall. When comparing destructive ability, the Zero Energy Body might not be comparable to the Blood Meridian Saints, but the Zero Energy Body had a good advantage, and that was it did not have any energy ripples, and with that, it allowed Tang Tian to avoid a majority of the detection-type treasures. His movements were silent, all the muscles on his body were controlled to an extraordinary level, as every joint was pivoted like a cat. And with his powerful intuition and judgment, it made him able to sense danger early. Without alerting anyone, he reached the groundsmaster establishment. The guards on the ground did not look to be very strict, but Tang Tian knew it was a facade, as there were two saints seated inside, and the danger from them was far more than the outside security. Bing immediately showed off his professionalism. In the day, he had quietly taken note and memorized the locations and routes of the place. With Bing's guidance, Tang Tian found a corner where no one guarded, and quietly climbed in. Carefully avoiding the patrol and guards along the way, Tang Tian finally reached the perimeter wall of the courtyard, found a suitable place and jumped in, and was immediately dumbstruck. What is this place? Beyond the wall was a flourishing blossom of beautiful flowers, with abundant grass, looking like the beginning of spring. Jiang Yang was seated amongst the flowers meditating. He was Li Ruo's senior disciple, and usually followed Li Ruo, and since his junior disciple brother was traveling inside the cold wave, he had specially followed his master to come ahead. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Someone had barged into the garden. A green light aura that looked like grass flashed past his pupils. His heart was filled with surprise, such audacity, to actually dare challenge Master and Uncle Master and sneak in. And for the opponent to enter the garden without letting me take notice. Just that, this garden is actually my territory. He extended his palm out, and pressing on the grass on the ground, the green light aura in his pupils blazed up, and his hair suddenly started turning green. In the darkness, the abundant grass and flowers seemed to be cut by an ethereal blade, and gradually floated up, forming some sort of concealed weapon. It was an inconceivable queerness in the way it was forming. Tang Tian suddenly became cautious. He felt a strong sense of danger, like a fierce beast was staring at him. I'm discovered. In that moment, Tang Tian understood, but then a voice came out, the guest that is here, you can just stay here. Countless figures leaped out from all directions. Tang Tian realized in shock that he was surrounded. Is there an ambush? But when he looked clearly, all the figures were just clumps of flowers and grass, but he did not relax at all. Instead, the sense of danger in his mind became even more intense. Whoosh! Countless blades of grass which were like concealed weapons shot down at him like rain. The sharp sound of cutting through the air, all converged together. The sound could cause any person's skin to become numb. In that moment, Tang Tian realized he had no way to dodge. What martial technique is that? Tang Tian was overwhelmed with shock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 490, Song Yongyu. Chapter 490, Song Yongyu. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. The sound of cutting air converged together, as the sky filled with a dazzling grass-green dense light aura. The desire to kill was intense. A burst of light flashed in front of Tang Tian, with Little Fool appearing above his head, opening up the star's umbrella, spinning and whirling it. All the Gra figures were immediately absorbed into the umbrella. The sky filled with grass-green images was swept clean. Tang Tian became joyous, who said our Little Fool was not powerful. Just at that moment, a snort suddenly came out from not far away. Thinking of running away? Straight after he spoke, a boom sound came out, and a dazzling light aura as bright as the sun blossomed out from the west courtyard. The terrifying energy ripple swept everything like a hurricane. Saint. Other than himself, there were actually other people sneaking in, and it was another saint. Just at that moment, an unimaginable ripple undulated out from the main courtyard, causing Tang Tian's mind to shiver. It was as though he was being stared by something, the feeling that caused his entire body to tense, making him completely frozen. It was a strange ripple, it flew by very quickly. If not for Tang Tian being extremely sharp, he would think that it was a wrong feeling of his. But he knew it was not wrong at all. The groundsmaster establishment was built upon a mountain, and its deepest part was the mountain. Seeing that development, Tang Tian knew that his plan was busted. As expected, the stern warning that came from the ancient cold city sounded out in all directions, causing a light shroud to slowly rise out, which represented the defensive energy barrier of ancient cold city. Bad news. If he did not run out at this time, he would have to fight his way out. When he thought about that, Little Fool suddenly grabbed onto his clothes, spinning the star's umbrella. Whoosh! Tang Tian only felt a strange energy transmitting from his neck, and then his eyes became bedazzled, as he shot up like a fire arrow straight into the sky. This was... Tang Tian was dumbstruck. Little Fool. They flew higher and higher, and in the blink of an eye, Little Fool had brought Tang Tian past the clouds. Leaping out of the clouds, they were welcomed to another world. The cool moonlight had shone on the sea of clouds brightly, the endless and limitless sea of clouds, and a big bright moon hanging high up in the horizon, with the tranquility and absence of air above the layer of clouds. It was a beautiful sight. Tang Tian was captivated by the beautiful scene, and in that moment, he had actually forgot to speak. Bing floated out and praised, "Little Fool is so powerful. This beautiful scenery, the last time I saw this, oh, how long had it been? 10,000 years ago." Tang Tian finally regained his senses, his face became pale, such a high altitude. He had learned light body techniques in the past, and flew up into the sky, sat on carriages, and the feeling of overlooking from the sky was extremely enjoyable. But... Tang Tian swallowed his saliva. He was currently at an extremely high altitude, and it seemed truly a little too high. We are going to fall. Tang Tian's mind started to imagine being turned into mashed meat, somehow causing him to feel pain. Suddenly, Bing's face changed, and he bellowed, "Quickly go, the old man is chasing up." He rushed back into Tang Tian's body. Little Fool spun the umbrella handle, and like an agile fish, it formed an arc across the sky, flying into the sea of clouds. Tang Tian was immediately bedazzled again, as he was suddenly plunged into the white mist. A figure rushed out of the sea of clouds. It was Li Ruo. His eyes swept around quickly like lightning. He was like a fish, quickly soaring above the clouds and inspecting around for a time. Seeing that he could gain nothing from it, he dived into the sea of clouds and returned to the city. When Tang Tian returned to the training camp, it was already in a hubbub. Everyone was awakened by the sounds of explosions, and all crawled up. Seeing the energy barrier being erected, they were all in discussions. Ding Chen saw him, then tension on his face calmed down. He did not ask much. He knew there were some things not meant to be asked. Tang Tian did not say much, and quickly went back to his room. The battle had struck him immensely. He used to feel that a saint was nothing much, since he had killed a few saints. But he had just realized, to be able to go through that, was definitely a bout of luck. The opponent obviously did not expect him to be such a freak. To be more direct, the flight of a saint was completely different from a martial artist's light body techniques. The light body technique is the process of raising chi and releasing the chi, able to propel the martial artist forward. When the power is exhausted, it will turn into sliding. And the flight of a saint was truly flying, able to break through the height of clouds, its speed astonishing, and extremely agile like a fish. Just based on that fact, a saint could outrun a martial artist. And that was an ordinary saint. The saints that were bestowed through light body techniques were even more terrifying. If he did not have Little Fool, when the opponent had struck at him, he would immediately have no idea on how to dodge. And how could he use Little Fool? Little Fool's performance had surprised Tang Tian. It was definitely breathtaking, but he could just rely on Little Fool to suddenly outburst each time. Form spirits were also a type of spirit domain, and there would definitely be a method to use them. The atmosphere in ancient cold city was extremely tense, as if they were waiting for an assault from a large enemy. The groundsmaster establishment was bright like daytime, the security tight. Fu Zhongshan and a few others were inside the big hall. All of them were listening to Jiang Yang's detailed explanation of the battle. Disciple was meditating, when I suddenly sensed a person barging into the grassland. Disciple was extremely shocked. Before the person had entered the grassland, Disciple did not sense the intruder at all. Disciple was determined to hold the intruder back, and activated Impetuous Grass Needle Shadow. Disciple thought it was stabilized, and when the circle of grass released the Impetuous Grass Needle Shadow. But the opponent was definitely a disciple of a saint too. I did not expect him to have a method to dispel my technique, and it surprised me. A spirit general holding onto an umbrella suddenly appeared above his head too. This spirit general looked to be a 3 to 4-year-old infant, and the stars on the umbrella floated out. Upon spinning the umbrella, all my grass needles were completely absorbed in, causing me to lose contact. And just then there was an explosion. The opponent seemed to have realized he had failed, and used the spirit general to fly him up into the air.
Fu Zhongshan's face turned darker, and suddenly asked, "You said the spirit general flew him up into the air?"
"Yes." Zhang Yang revealed a look of recalling. That spirit general suddenly grabbed onto his neck, spun the umbrella, and soared into the air, and this disciple was unable to catch up. But
Li Ruo said in a low voice, "When I reacted, he was gone without a trace."
From the looks of it, the person should not be a saint, and the spirit general is the odd one.
A child using an umbrella? Senior brother, do you recall any strong martial artist that has that? Fu Zhongshan shook his head. "I never heard of that before."
He wavered for a moment, then said, "The one that I fought with was a blood meridian saint, and he should have sustained some light injuries."
Blood meridian saint?
Li Ruo's face changed. Onyx soul. The two words caused everyone in the hall to have a change in expression. To them, that was undoubtedly the worst-case scenario. Onyx soul's strength was unfathomable, and when they had set their sights on something, they were unstoppable.
"Seems like someone already saw through our act,"
Fu Zhongshan said. "Since they have entered and investigated, we have already been exposed."
"What do we do now?" Li Ruo asked.
Fu Zhongshan's eyes turned to look at his daughter Fu Zihong, who was seated quietly at the side. "Honger, you have more ideas, tell us what you think." Fu Zihong was gentle and refined, a composed and stylish girl. Her appearance was beautiful. She said, "If Onyx Soul wants to cut in, then our situation is not good. If that is the case, daughter has an idea. We can publicly sell to everyone."
"Publicly sell?" Fu Zhongshan frowned.
"Yes." Fu Zihong continued, "From the looks of it, we cannot avoid the hurrah coming out from it. Why not just assume the stance of wanting to sell for a good price, and attract even more buyers to enter?"
Li Ruo was enlightened. "Hunger's meaning is to cause them to contend against each other?"
No, Fu Zihong shook her head. "We are trying to delay time, and only by enduring this time can we succeed. So we need to broadcast to as far as possible, and attract even more attention, so the more buyers there are, at least Onyx Soul will be restrained. We can think of a few ways to delay. For example, we are not lacking in case, and the opponent must provide something that can move us." Fu Zhongshan and Li Ruo looked at each other, nodding their heads in unison.
"Good. That is what we will do."
Fu Zhongshan smacked the table as he came to the conclusion. When everyone dispersed, only Fu Zhongshan and Li Ruo remained. Both of them keep silent. After a long while, Fu Zhongshan spoke. "Let's go, we shall go see Master." The ice-cold stone steps led them down deeper and deeper. An indescribable ripple flooded the passage. Although the two of them were saints, but they still shivered uncontrollably. The two men walked through the long passage for over a minute before reaching the end. A gigantic stone room appeared in front of them. Inside the stone room, a cold chi leaked out. The four walls were covered with a dense ice layer. The density of the cold wave was astonishing. A frail old man sat cross-legged in meditation. His face was covered with wrinkles, his appearance serene.
"You both came."
The gentle and warm voice sounded out. The old man opened his eyes.
"Master!"
Fu Zhongshan and Li Ruo shouted in unison. This was their master, Song Yangyu.
"You have worked hard."
Song Yangyu said warmly, "I already know of everything that is happening outside.
Do not worry too much, there are some things that are unavoidable."
Honger's suggestion was good, just go along with it.
"Master, how long more do you roughly need?"
Us disciples cannot keep it down much longer,"
Li Ruo asked respectfully.
Song Yangyu extended his hand out. A treasure appeared in his hand. It was snow white with 6 extensions. At the tip of every extension were moving eyeballs. It was the popular sexton's eye. A treasure that had never been heard before at all, was just a silver star treasure. The current sexton's eye was 80% golden in color, and only the centerpiece of it still silver. Sexton's eye continued to spin in the air. It was like a snowflake, the 6 eyeballs releasing different sets of light aura, with an unspeakable pressure emitting out from it suddenly filling the entire stone room, causing Fu Zhongshan and Li Ruo to tense up, as if they could not move.
"1 more month,"
Song Yangyu said warmly. "I only need 1 more month, and Sexton's eye can become a gold treasure."
Li Ruo hesitated for a moment, then asked carefully, "Master, is the rumor circulating in the market true?"
Song Yangyu sighed softly, his eyes becoming dimmer. "You are all looking down on it. Unknowingly, so many years have passed. There are some things that are difficult for you all to understand. Fu Zhongshan and Li Ruo were stunned. Song Yangyu's sentence of "you are all looking down on it" caused them to look at each other involuntarily.
Could it be that it was even more powerful than what the market was saying?
Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 491, There is a type of form spirit. Chapter 491, There is a type of form spirit. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
Tang Tian knew that after the big movements from the previous night, it was not suitable for him to do anything for the next few days. Very soon, Bell's information caused him to make a decision.
Sexton's Eye was truly at ancient Cold City. And there was some information regarding the Sexton's Eye that surfaced.
It was said that Sexton's Eye held a gigantic treasure deposit, where countless treasures were held inside, and most importantly, there was a spirit law contained in it.
Theoretically, if there were things that could immensely attract saints, then the spirit law would definitely be one of them.
The so-called spirit law was the records and remnants left behind by saints regarding their enlightenments, where inside was the enlightenment and comprehension of the saint regarding the law. Not any saint had the qualification to write a spirit law, and only gold saints had the qualifications to do so. That represented that their enlightenment and comprehension of the spirit domain was already relatively completed, and touched on the true foundations of the spirit domain. It could not be quantified or defined on how much a spirit law could help a saint. After being bestowed as a saint, every step to improve was extremely difficult, and the difficulty of the saint levels were something no martial artists below could understand. Every saint was birthed from killing and fighting countless of people. Talent, perseverance, and application of chi, not one could be missing. They were all dragons amongst the people, and the geniuses amongst the geniuses. The competition between all these strong martial artists who stood at the apex was exceptionally cruel and desperate. Every inch of dedication to improve the spirit domain was extremely difficult to achieve. A spirit domain with a complete system. To a saint with regards to enlightenment, it would be the same as opening another window for him. Furthermore, you can directly learn and incorporate the Tao path of the spirit law, because the Tao path had already been proven to work. The matter regarding the Sexton's Eye was something not passed down amongst the martial artists, and only spread amongst the saints. Even the few saints of Ursa Major constellation knew about it. Bell was also the publicly known representative of Ursa Major constellation that headed towards ancient Cold City, along with another few representatives from the various powerhouses, along with saints, who were heading in the same direction. Ancient Cold City instantly had a surge of outsiders, and it was as if the guards of Ancient Cold City were facing a large group of enemies. No one knew if any old man that was flying in could be a saint that could exterminate them with a finger. They had never thought that in their life, there would be a day that they would be able to see so many saints. They were trembling in their hearts, to suddenly have so many saints appearing.
The only thing that consoled them was the defense of Ancient Cold City.
Song Yangyu had seemed to have anticipated the situation, and on the location of where the ancient Cold City was, it was coincidentally the place with the most dense cold wave. And reusing the exceptional advantage of the cold wave icebricks, they had slowly drawn in the cold wave into the ground beneath, and after a long time, the density of the cold wave inside the city walls were at an astonishing density. Their protection ability was astounding. The recent cold wave storm had destroyed many of the inner walls in the city, but the icebrick walls of the outer city were unharmed. Other than that, the ancient Cold City arranged 12 treasures. One of them was even a saint treasure.
Sexton's constellation saint treasure, Heaven Sextant, which was in the city.
Songyang Fighting Grounds had been in control of Sexton's constellation for so many years, but it had never been leaked that the saint treasure was in their hands before.
This also allowed ancient Cold City's defense to reach a very high level.
Saints were extremely sensitive to energy, so to them, the ancient Cold City looked extremely different than in the eyes of ordinary martial artists, as the density of the energy was terrifying. This city was not made in one day. Song Yangyu truly has racked his brains and methodically planned this out for a long time. The one who spoke was an old man with white hair. His expression was stern, dressed in honorable martial group elder robes, his aura graceful. His identity was revered. He was Honorable Martial Group Clan Elder Rongbo, in which the clan elders held high authority in the group, so for him to personally participate, could be said that they were showing seriousness in the severity of the matter. By his side, Yi Xiaogo acted like he did not hear anything, his eyes fixated on the churning energy around ancient Cold City, fighting intent flashing past his eyes. Another Honorable Martial Group Saint also spoke out. From the looks of it, Song Yangyu's ambition is not small. With 3 saints as disciples, Sexton's Eye is a good bargaining chip. To be used for trade, he can definitely trade for a lot of support, enough for him to be successful in his undertaking.
Rongbo suddenly asked, "Did you guys find out about Song Yangyu?"
No, his subordinate sounded ashamed. We have investigated on all the information regarding Sexton's constellation, but there were none that spoke about Song Yangyu. And we did not find if Song Yangyu has any friends. His 3 disciples are all orphans. He found them after establishing his fighting grounds.
Rongbo out, and asked, "Then what about his whereabouts the past few years?" "He has never left Sexton's constellation."
The subordinate was even more ashamed. Honorable Marshal Group intelligence gathering was very powerful, but he did not expect that they would not be able to find out anything.
Seems like he is not a simple character. Rong Bo exclaimed.
Yi Zhaoge suddenly asked, Clan Elder, does the Sexton's Eye truly have a treasure deposit?
Hearing that, Rong Bo laughed. Zhaoge, you're also moved by it?
This rumor is most likely real. We have investigated upon it before. Sexton's Eye had suddenly disappeared 20 years ago, and landed in the hands of a mysterious person. The reason why we spied on him that time was because he had connections with a few treasure deposits. He seized the Sexton's Eye and disappeared. We were curious, why the Sexton's Eye? After that, the clan elders researched it and realized, Sexton's Eye has a very secret and extremely unique function.
What function is that?
Yi Zhaoge asked.
Sexton's Eye can lock directions.
Rongbo's expression became stern. The stars of heaven's road changes at any time, and even star doors will change. So many of the treasure deposits which are sealed cannot be found, because the records of the past would be moved in time. And Sexton's Eye can lock on the direction, so regardless of the changes in time, it can accurately pinpoint the location of that year, where it is today.
Yi Zhaoge was moved. It actually has such a clever use?
Yes.
Rongbo laughed. If not for people leaving behind clues, we would never be interested in Sexton's Eye, and would never have thought that the seemingly normal-looking Sexton's Eye would actually have such a good use. It is also normal, since many unorthodox treasures, although their levels are not high, but they have very miraculous usages. But, the power of time is very strong. To actually recover the exact location of the past, it requires the Sexton's Eye to become a gold treasure, so the direction will appear. So it was like that. Yi Zhaoge was enlightened, but he still did not understand. Then why does Song Yang you wanna publicize it? Publicize?
He was forced to do so, that's all. Rongbo stopped smiling. In the past, not many people knew about it, but Onyx Soul definitely had the information. Onyx Soul might have wanted to take it, and Song Yang Yu was a man who had planned well. Why would he allow Onyx Soul to take advantage of them? He might as well publicize it. One way is to share it, another is to exchange it for resources. Song Yang Yu really thought of it well. Yi Zhaoge nodded his head, and did not say anything else.
Zhaoge, don't worry.
Rongbo said gently. Elder and Maya favored Jing Hao and has placed a stake on Jing Hao, but in my eyes, you are far stronger than him. Our families are friends, and you are the same as my nephew. You just have to focus on training, and leave all other matters for me to handle.
Yes.
Yi Zhaoge bowed. Rongbo laughed, and waved his hand. Let's go. This is a rarely seen saints meeting. To be able even to witness it and experience it can be considered an experience. Since he knew that Sexton's Eye was in ancient cold city, Tang Tian did not have to worry. He had found some ways on how to do battle alongside Little Fool. In this period of time, it was extremely important, as the zero-energy body had a flaw of being unable to fly. He was undoubtedly exposed, and would prove fatal to himself.
Tang Tian dominated one of the training rooms. He was urgently learning how to handle the flying.
He was lucky that he was a constellation master, and had a few subordinates. Very quickly they found some methods of training the form spirit for Tang Tian to refer to. But Tang Tian realized, Little Fool was actually very different from the form spirits in the materials. Feeling the energy around his body is sometimes strong and weak, Tang Tian felt that it was the kind of feeling like being submerged in water and being pulled out. The feeling of the spirit domain flight and light body techniques were very different, as the spirit domain flight was directly using energy to move.
When he saw how Little Fool could control energy, it was extremely fine and outstanding.
But when the man and spirit formed as one, many mistakes would occur. It was truly a tragic sight. Suddenly, the energy revolving around his body rapidly increased. Tang Tian felt that it was a bad sign, and immediately shouted, Stop, stop, stop. His body was rapidly being raised higher and higher. From half 1.5 m, it quickly became 6 m, 9 m. Tang Tian's face became white. The energy around him was quickly going out of control. Not good. Tang Tian, who was in midair, suddenly rose rapidly, forming a beautiful arc. Turning upside down, he continued to increase. Diving down very quickly, he fiercely crashed into the ground.
Bang!
The sound of his solid body crashing into the ground formed a large collision, causing him to see stars and his mind to go blank. Tang Tian twitched on the floor, his limbs were thrashing about, and before he could regain his senses, the energy started to revolve around his body, once again causing him to float.
Oh no! Tang Tian closed his eyes in despair, his body dropping again. Bang!
With a perfect falling posture, he fiercely smashed into the floor. With the large force, the sturdy and tough floor was smashed with a dent of a human shape.
Bang bang! Bang bang bang!
The crashing sound continued to sound out, crashing into the ceiling, into the floor, into the wall. Tang Tian suddenly felt as if he had become a pinball in the room.
Little Fool definitely likes to play.
He played too much with Yaya already. Little kids truly must be careful when making friends. If not for his own zero-energy body, he would already be transformed into a meat pulp, smeared all across the room. Although he did not change into a meat pulp, when he saw the interior of the training room was broken everywhere, with visible dents in the ground, wall and ceilings, all sorts of holes everywhere, Tang Tian started to tear up.
Xianhui, this godlike young lad is working hard, do you know that? The materials are all lies. What was that about, that my form spirit and I will be connected? What was that about, that my form spirit and I can merge together as human and spirit? What was that about, that my form spirit and I will never abandon and leave each other?
Tang Tian had completely realized, from all the imaginations while flying around in the air, from the enjoyment of the speed and passion, and enjoying the force of crashing. There is a type of form spirit, called other people's form spirit.
Such a painful enlightenment.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 492, Blink and Little Fools Change. Chapter 492, Blink and Little Fools Change. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. After spending 3 full days, Tang Tian finally learned how to fly, and the cost of it was astronomical. If not for the fact that the zero-energy body was extremely durable and strong, Tang Tian suspected that he would not be alive. But, I have finally learned how to fly. Tang Tian was feeling ecstatic, the young lad could finally travel in the sky.
Thinking about that, he became extremely eager, and waited until the sky turned dark before going out to try it out. It was not difficult for a saint to fly, it was like a thin layer of paper that was between the land of flight and the saint. The saint had never seen the land of flight, and without any guidance, the saint would use his own experience to simulate light body techniques and fly, easily breaking the thin layer of paper. But it was thanks to Little Fool. If not for him bringing Tang Tian to fly, Tang Tian would not know that saints could fly like that as well. Comparing the majority of saints who were considered as new entrants to the saint level and the saints after gaining their spirit domains, it is really a shame.
None of the saints under Tang Tian knew how to fly.
From that, anyone could clearly distinguish the gap between a saint with inheritance and a saint without any. But the current Ursa Major constellation could be considered a small tyrant, with its immense wealth. Even if they did not know, it was fine, but if they knew about it, their mobilization power is not one to look down upon either. The number of saints in Ursa Major constellation was growing day by day, and Ursa Major constellation began to establish a special saint unit, gathering materials to cater to the saints' training.
Liang Feng and the rest were all invigorated. Truly having a big backer was awesome, although Ursa Major constellation could not be compared to the ecliptic palaces, but it definitely was not something small like the old Draco constellation. Even Draco constellation lacked strength to gather the saints, so how would the other scattered saints be able to do it? So when Tang Tian gave the order, they were all surging with passion.
They themselves all had methods of doing things, but it was just that they lacked the funds to do so in the past. Even the simplest saint flying technique could go as high as 10 billion star coins. 10 billion star coins, to many small constellations, was an astronomical and unattainable number, but to the saint level, it was not worth much. So when Tang Tian saw that in just a few days, the bill spent by the saint unit, his face immediately turned green. 340 billion. Han Tao and Pai Pa had already tried and pleaded to stop the expenses on the saints unit. Project Big Dipper was already a bottomless pit, and by giving the army the reducing energy transformation, it already consumed a lot of money. If not for Ursa Major constellation having Fornax constellation's gold-spitting weird beasts, they would not be able to sustain such a heavy expenditure, but despite that, it still made Han Tao and Pai Pa, who were in control, suffer an immense pressure. Tang Tian agreed to Han Tao and Pai Pa's request without hesitation. The old fellows from the Saints unit were all basking in happiness. They were able to have an abundant harvest. They were extremely satisfied. But when Tang Tian found out about the harvest, he immediately understood the 340 billion was not spent on nothing. Below the saint level, techniques were hailed as martial techniques, and upon reaching the saint level, methods of battling would go through a qualitative change, and hailed as spirit techniques. Flight spirit techniques might look ordinary, but there were levels to it, and different price flight spirit techniques, there would be great differences in terms of speed and mobility. And for example, energy barriers were the most commonly used defense spirit technique used by saints, but its protective properties and speed of brandishing the technique also had differences. If we were to say, training martial techniques was the path towards being enlightened on the spirit domain, then spirit techniques were the result of deducing and comprehending the laws. To the saints under Tang Tian, this was definitely a feast. Even if there were a few spirit techniques they could not train in, it would still be able to provide them with motivation. Spirit techniques encompasses the laws, and is unable to be explained with words but only comprehended by experience, so the product was hailed as spirit technique cards. 340 billion was unable to upgrade the saints of the saint unit by a whole new boundary level, but it was able to increase qualitatively the fighting abilities of the entire saint unit. Of course, there were two exceptions, who were Tang Tian and Jing Hao. One had the form spirit and another a sword spirit, which were rarely seen. Jinghao was slightly better, he had a proper route which was identified, and did not need to think too much and only required to be persevering. But Tang Tian was much more of a headache. He and Little Fool could communicate, yes, but the communication was extremely difficult. There was only a single spirit technique card that reached Tang Tian's hand, and was the only card that cost them over 100 billion, and was the famous Blink. Liang Feng was truly a bootlicker. He met up with Bell by specially traveling through the night with his fastest speed, and then brought it over. Blink involved touching upon the laws of space, its price was naturally sky high, furthermore its usage was extremely practical, it could allow a saint to completely blink around in a scope of 500 m. That was definitely a powerful killing technique. But, how would Little Fool use a spirit technique card? Tang Tian looked at the spirit technique card in his hand, he was anxious, but suddenly thought about when Little Fool ate the spirit technique card, and then he passed the spirit technique card over to Little Fool. Little Fool picked up the spirit technique card, and without hesitation, it went into the mouth. Crunch crunch. His cheek started to swell, then using strength to chew, Little Fool's expression was focused, its black eyes started to give rise to a light aura. When the last piece was in its mouth, Little Fool quietly stopped. Tang Tian kneeled in front of Little Fool and asked eagerly, "How is it? How is it?" Suddenly, Little Fool disappeared in front of him. That's right, it was a sudden disappearance, it did not show any signs of disappearing, no wind movement, it was complete disappearance. Almost at the same time, a gust of wind blew behind his neck, causing the hair on Tang Tian's back to all stand. Turning back, Little Fool was floating behind him with his umbrella. Is this blinking so scary? Tang Tian suddenly extended his hand and grabbed Little Fool, banging Little Fool on the ground. He scolded, "What are you bragging about? Asshole, I have had enough of you. Throwing me so many times, ha ha, you're finally in my hands, today I will let you understand what is pain." The pitiful Little Fool was smashed by Tang Tian upside down, causing him to see stars, and the originally blank face became even more dejected and depressed, its face at a loss. After releasing the anger, Tang Tian felt much better. Scratching his chin, he started to ponder, what would happen if I were to meet a saint that can blink? Oh, thinking about it, when Little Fool disappeared, I actually had a slight reaction to it. Tang Tian's focus wavered, thinking about it, how can there be anything that is undefeatable? Martial techniques or spirit techniques, there will definitely be ways to defeat them. Little Fool, Little Fool. Tang Tian shouted, but Little Fool remained motionless on the ground. Tang Tian frowned and spoke angrily, "If you do not get up I will beat you again." Whoosh, Little Fool immediately floated up, the beating it received earlier definitely had shown its results. Blink 2 more times. Tang Tian shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, Little Fool obediently blinked twice. "If I never say stop, don't stop," Tang Tian said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Little Fool's body appeared all over the room, his movements were extremely fast, without the slightest amount of carelessness. Tang Tian focused on his senses and felt around. Oh, there was a reaction. When Little Fool disappeared, I will always have a trace of reaction. This reaction is different from energy ripple. Oh, is it the undulation of the air? Yes. Blink cannot be completely silent and motionless, because it relied on disappearing in the air, and goes through the change in space to materialize. As long as my intuition reaches a certain level, I will be able to feel the fluctuation of space. Not only intuition, but definitely there are a few types of treasures, or maybe some probing related spirit techniques will be able to sense it. Blink's power lies in speed. A reach of 500 m, that meant that, as long as the enemy was within a distance of 500 m from him, it would mean he had entered his attacking space, and he could casually and suddenly attack. Other than that, he was able to escape out of any circumstance, and was extremely useful in escaping. And Tang Tian realized, Little Fool was unable to blink twice consecutively, there must be a pause of 5 seconds. 5 seconds of time would not mean much on a normal basis, but in battle, it was enough for the enemy to kill you countless times. Just as Tang Tian was pondering, Little Fool suddenly stopped. Why did you stop? Tang Tian looked, and suddenly realized, there's no more energy. Tang Tian very quickly realized another issue, which was the problem of energy. Other saints naturally had energy in their bodies, and spirit domains used the energy in their bodies. But Little Fool's body did not have energy, and without energy, all the spirit techniques would be deemed useless. Tang Tian's current way to get across this was the idea he came up with in the ice cave the last time, which was using star rocks. Tang Tian had many star rocks, and being a constellation master, how could he have a problem with mere star rocks? The problem was, in an intense battle, the crux of battles were often in a split second, and how much time would he have to be able to break star rocks in the middle of battle? Tang Tian looked at Little Fool, who was in a daze. Suddenly, he took out a star rock and gave it to Little Fool. Little Fool quickly took the star rock and chewed on it.
Seeing that, Tang Tian continued to feed him. Little Fool did not reject, and continued to chew at a very fast rate. One after another, in the blink of an eye, Tang Tian had fed over 10 star rocks, but Little Fool did not seem to have the intention to stop. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. Could the little brat's stomach lead to another world? But Tang Tian was also very curious. Little Fool had eaten so many star rocks, but there were no changes at all? The feeding time lasted for an hour. Little Fool finally did not accept any more star rocks from Tang Tian, causing Tang Tian to immediately become roused. Wang. Little Fool's eyes suddenly lit up with a light aura. The light aura in Little Fool's eyes gradually dimmed down. The pair of black eyes were very clear and filled with intellect. In the next moment, Little Fool's delicate face became stiff, then suddenly growing a few expressions, as though he used to be a statue that became alive. Little Fool originally used to have a striking resemblance to Tang Tian. His facial features were fine, but lacking some anger, and caused people to think it was a spirit general. But that pair of energetic eyes caused Little Fool to look very lively. He raised his head, then looked at the umbrella in his hands, then looked down on at his palms, then looked at the Tang suit on his body, then lowered his head and looked at his legs. His gaze then once again landed on Tang Tian, who was dumbstruck with his mouth wide open. The flaming anger in his eyes was clearly seen by Tang Tian. You did this nonsense. The question was brimming with anger, but the voice was like a toddler crying out for milk. Tang Tian was even more stunned. Little Fool's body froze, his expression became extremely dark, his eyes filled with alarm. This is my voice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 493, Little Bean Seedling. Chapter 493, Little Bean Seedling. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Cold and quiet as snow, there was not a single sound. One big and one small figure looked at each other in shock. Why did it become like that? Little Fool muttered to himself, his gaze still blank, but that toddler voice caused the words he said to sound extremely childish and naive, like a little kid extremely curious about the world. Tang Tian regained his senses. He became excited and knelt down, calling out with excitement written all over his face, "Wah, Little Fool, you can talk." Little Fool. Little Fool seemed to be awoken from a nightmare, his eyelids twitched, anger surging up from his chest. But matched along with the toddler voice, it was an unspeakable cuteness, like an angry child in a fit of anger. And, I am actually level with this fool only when he squats down. It was an unprecedented shame, causing his entire body to shiver. Clenching his teeth tight, a word came out, asshole. Bing had appeared at the right time. Hearing Little Fool speaking, his eyes lit up, as though he had found a new world. Little Fool can speak? He rushed forward and squatted. He poked, pushed and pulled Little Fool for half a day, then spun him around, then pulled him up, before muttering, "There are indeed some changes to him." Little Fool was completely stupefied, and forgot to retaliate. Suddenly, Little Fool, who was still and dumbstruck, felt his pants becoming cool. As an evil hand pulled apart his pants, Bing took a glance and laughed. His little bean seedling did not really grow much. It was as though Little Fool was struck by lightning, his whole body froze, his mind in a blank. Little bean seedling. I was, actually, being. He was completely oblivious of what Bing and the rest were talking. If he could hear, he would definitely regret why he bothered listening to them. Yaya also appeared, and Bing immediately shouted, "Yaya, quickly come and take a look at your brother Little Fool's little bean seedling." Yaya's eyes lit up. Whoosh, it appeared right in front of Little Fool, extending its neck out to see, and then revealing a surprised expression, then lowered its head to look at its own, and could not refrain from scratching its head. Yaya. Yaya pushed up its meaty body and ran over to Little Fool to show off. Seems like Yaya's little bean seedling is slightly bigger. Bing scratched his chin, using a look of professionalism as he judged. Yeah, it looks like so. Tang Tian also praised, then caressed Little Fool's head. Little Fool, don't lose heart, you will slowly grow up. Yaya revealed a happy expression, somersaulting in its position. Lose heart, little bean seedling, asshole. Why is Little Fool shivering? Bing was surprised. He was shivering just now too. Was it because I beat him up too fiercely just now? Tang Tian muttered. Little Fool is so adorable, why did you beat him? Bing retorted. If I don't, do you think he can speak? Tang Tian's thoughts were different from others, and said confidently, "It because I was beating him up just now, but I made him straighten up." So that's the case, but why is he shivering? Oh, is there anywhere else that is not straightened yet? Tang Tian muttered, and then quickly grabbing onto one of Little Fool's legs, and started to slam on the ground in berserk. Bang bang bang. Yaya watched in horror, and immediately disappeared. Although they would not die, but it looked to be extremely painful.
Little Fool had not recovered from the shock and realized his world was spinning, and then continuously touching the ground, flying up, then smashing into the ground again, causing dust to dissipate, and despair flooding his mind. What happened to the world?
Look, he isn't shivering anymore. Tang Tian showed off Little Fool proudly. Little Fool had already fainted. Well done.
Bing praised earnestly, and then started to leave, before saying, "You guys can continue playing."
After 3 seconds, Little Fool woke up.
His face was gloomy, as he struggled out of the sand.
Damn it, Dot.
Although he had been slumbering in the same body, to him, the fool was just a bit lucky, and slightly barbaric, and he was the true owner of the body. He had been in hibernation for the sake of their benefit, for the sake of their future arrangement, for the sake of not arousing the attention of the terrifying people. He had never felt that the fool would be stronger than him, but he never even thought that the fool would actually truly control the body.
He's so stupid, how can he be my opponent?
But when he woke up, everything that was unfolding in front of him caused him to be stupefied. He was in disbelief, and what happened after that was a series of nightmares. No, it was a series of increasingly terrifying nightmares.
Utter humiliation.
The noble, intelligent, cool, strong, and proud him. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? The killing intent in his chest soared. He wanted to kill all of them despicable assholes, to allow him to be cleansed of the humiliation. The intense killing intent already made him unable to care about the common origin of himself and the fool. It made him able to ignore the stretched long and profound plans set in the past, that made him able to ignore everything else. But when the killing intent in his chest came up,
Tang Tian immediately felt it. Now that you can speak, you want to betray me? You used to be so obedient.
Without saying a word, Tang Tian extended his hand out and caught Little Fool. The killing intent in Little Fool condensed. "You stupid fool, you think with your little bit of strength, you can fight against me? Go to hell. Asshole." But Little Fool found out in surprise, his body was completely out of control. He opened wide his eyes, the eyes filled with fear, as he looked at Tang Tian's sinister smile.
"You dare to resist, ha 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 ha, ...
Little Fool spun in the air, being raised up and smashed like a sandbag again. Bang bang bang, he was very quickly dunked into dust again.
After 10 minutes,
Little Fool struggled to stand up. His face was covered in dust and dirty, the little face revealing a disdainful smile, so valiant that he looked like a martyr dying for the sake of a good cause. With his childish voice, "You think you can make me yield just by doing that?
Damn it, this voice. You're really not yielding?" Tang Tian squatted down and asked curiously. "Definitely not yielding,"
Little Fool said with his childish voice.
"Then I can only let everyone see your little bean seedling."
Tang Tian smiled widely, revealing his set of white teeth. "Oh, we have female gangster, called Sai Lei, you definitely know her. She loves beautiful and adorable little boys the most." Little Fool looked at Tang Tian, as though he was acknowledging Tang Tian once again. This fool dares to this. Despicable. The childish yet enraged voice came out from his teeth. Little Fool was so angry he was trembling. He. Tang Tian was extremely pleased. He had realized that Little Fool had an intense reaction whenever talking about others looking at his little bean seedling. Since violence could not make him yield, he will try another. "I have many female gangsters. Oh, Han Tao has a little sister called Xiaoju Zi. You won't even forgive little children." Little Fool pointed at Tang Tian. He was trembling even more. Just that to condemn someone with such a childish voice was truly the worst. "That's right, I almost forgot about one more person," Tang Tian said happily. "Angelina. Andromeda constellation Angelina, she is a beauty." Angelina. Little Fool's mind thought of the beautiful figure, the bashful young girl. He was not stupid, and knew of Angelina's feelings for him, but it was just that he was a cold and cool person, and never put Angelina in his mind before, and treated her as a chess piece. But, when the thought of Angelina curiously looking at his little bean seedling appeared in his mind, he felt as though his world would crumble immediately. He trembled all over from fear. It was too scary. All of the resisting thoughts immediately disappeared without a trace. The anger in his body seemed to be poured by ice-cold water. There was only one thought in his mind. Absolutely must not allow that to happen. Little Fool's adorable fists were firmly clenched, his face angered to the point of whiteness, as he stared at Tang Tian fiercely. "Asshole. Scum. Rogue. Scoundrel. Little Fool had always felt in the past that he was someone who had no emotional baseline, no emotion, and would do anything to accomplish his own goals by hook or by crook, but only until today did he realize that the fool in front of him was worse than him. "Little Fool, you better think properly. When everyone knows that your little bean seedling is not as big as Yaya, that would definitely hurt your ego." Tang Tian had a pleased look on his face. To him, Little Fool was a 2 or 3 year old little kid. Little kids were that easily treated, there was no meaning to it, they were more sensitive to nonsensical things. He was completely oblivious that inside the cute little fool's body actually contained a dangerous and evil grown man's consciousness.
You win!
Little Fool cried out with its childish voice, like a little kid, for the sake of earning his toy or his sweet, he gave up fighting.
Ha ha!
Tang Tian was truly pleased now, little kids were the easiest to lie to, and for someone with my own intellect. Wrong, this godlike young lad's intellect is very powerful, oh, much more powerful than I am only. Tang Tian's brows were raised in delight as he kneaded Little Fool's hair into a messy state. Good Little Fool, wait till we finish training, I will let you play with Yaya. Under the big hand, Little Fool's delicate face cringed tightly, his pupils covered with a slight haze.
This is true humiliation. Asshole, just you wait, I will definitely take back the control of the body.
Little Fool swore in his heart. Tang Tian did not sense anything, but now that his mood was better, he felt as if he was too powerful. After settling Little Fool, he waved his hand in grandeur. Let's go.
Little Fool, we will go outside to train. In the snow, under the moonlight.
For fear of someone recognizing him, Tang Tian had transformed his body again and changed his appearance, and then quietly brought Little Fool out. Tang Tian was flying in the sea of clouds, which gave him an unspeakable carefree feeling. He was like a free swimming fish. He had never experienced flight before, and the feeling was too awesome.
Wah, here I come, watch me fly.
Listening to the Tang Tian shouting like a lunatic, Little Fool's face became extremely gloomy. Because he realized his body was unable to betray Tang Tian's will, whenever Tang Tian thought of something for Little Fool to do, his body would do it. Only fools and idiots like him would release such lunatic screams. Then thinking about how he was actually being forced by the fool, and having to suffer from the childish, stupid and crazy shouts. Little Fool's heart was bleeding.
This truly is too humiliating. D'Andrear, so I guess everyone has figured out that Little Fool is the loner Tang's second personality by now. This will be interesting to see what happens from here.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 494, The Secret of the Silver Transformation. Chapter 494, The Secret of the Silver Transformation. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and D'Andrear. We're not waiting for Ling Su and Crane?
Jing Hao was a little surprised.
Tang Zhou shook his head, nope.
So many days have passed, he had already finished replenishing and adjusting the army in Alcade City. Most of all, he had replenished his army by integrating the survivors from the 3 Cetus armies that had fully recovered. These people who withstood Tang Tian's whirlpool storm previously, in that critical moment, many of them had breakthroughs. Subsequently they were injured by the whirlpool sword storm, but after treatment, they have basically recovered. This was where Medicine Saint Ding Man had the biggest contribution. These people did not capture Ursa Major Constellation's attention, but Tang Zhou held them at quite a high value. Old soldiers who have encountered the cruel battle and survived, were not ordinary compared to what ordinary martial artists were capable of.
Moreover, having made breakthroughs during battle, showed that they have strong wills to survive, a quality that was rather rare.
The Cetus constellation today had long merged with Ursa Major Constellation. Gongcheng had escaped, yet Tang Tian did not massacre and cleanse Cetus constellation. Their families lived very well. All this caused the Cetus martial artists to have contradicting feelings. Since they were still alive, then naturally they have to consider a more realistic problem. Everyone had a family to feed. Tang Chao's enticing lure also allowed them to heave a sigh of relief and something to look forward to. The current Tang Tian today was like a sunny day. His reputation had flourished, although the time for his emergence of power was short, but it was enough for him to be a tyrant.
Almost every Cetus warrior who had recovered from their injuries chose to join in.
With the participation of the Cetus martial artists, it raised the army's capabilities. Their strengths were already quite good, also having gone through the war of cleansing, their personal strength had breakthroughs, their strengths were already very close to gold-ranked martial artists. Within them there were over 10 people who had already reached the standard of gold-ranked martial artists. In Tang Chao's plans, for the deployment of the army in the future, gold-ranked martial artists will become a sturdy core, the backbone of the army. Jing Hao was intelligent, his personal strength was powerful, but with regards to directing a battle, he was extremely naive.
He nodded and said, "What am I required to do?"
Tang Zhou took a look at Jing Hao, his heart had a little admiration for him, indeed a trustable person. His tone was still ice cold. "Magic flute will follow me along, Alcade City will be passed to you, sire."
"Good,"
Jing Hao said without bullshitting, "Hand Alcade City over to me." The big army advanced with a bang. Magic flute floated beside Tang Zhou. He asked in a gentle voice, "Why the rush?" Saint-level martial artists are not easy to go against. The road to become a famous general is also not to be rushed.
Do you think I am doing this for the fame of a famous general? Tang Chou sneered, I know the capabilities of saints, but we have to beat them.
Because all of our future enemies are fated to be saints. Magic Flute was extremely witty. He replied with a short grunt, but he clearly understood Tang Chou's opinion. He said, You wish to use these battles to look for ways to defeat saints?
That's right. Tang Chou replied coldly, The battle in Three Spirits City gave me quite an enlightenment, but I want to confirm my thoughts. Every battle strategy must have a real battle to experiment. Magic Flute sighed faintly, only that with this, the casualties. To find the way to battle against saints, no matter what sacrifice it requires, it is worth it. Tang Chou's tone was cold as ice, almost without any temperature. Magic Flute looked at Tang Chou and sighed, Ah Chou, you are too cruel. Tang Chou's expression remained cold as ice, not saying a single word. It was the best opportunity, without fear of the number of casualties, but with the current Ursa Major constellation, it could be sustained. If they could not finish upgrading of the army within this time, if they cannot find the way of defeating saints, then in the next phase of battles, Ursa Major constellation will fall into becoming completely passive, losing the will to fight. This is what Tang Chou could not tolerate. Master had created a startup with so much difficulty, how could they stop like that? The most direct method of upgrading the army was to battle, where the survivors of Cetus constellation were the perfect examples. Because only in the moment of life and death was the easiest to display potential, easier to fulfill the breakthroughs, as the will to survive is an instinct. If not for the Whirlpool Sword Storm, these Cetus constellation martial artists would have to spend an unknown amount of time to want a breakthrough, and the majority of them would not achieve the breakthrough in their whole lives. This was also why every time during big battles, the number of experts would not get lesser, but would increase rapidly. Tang Chou's eyes flashed with a hint of color. The limit of his next battle was only a quarter. As long as they are left with a quarter, the skeleton and core of the invincible army would then be able to form. All the real armies that left their names in history were not trained, but they were all hardened and baptized from battles, using every victory in battle and the piling of bones to be carved out. Tang Chou was even clearer. With such huge casualties, Master would definitely flare with rage. He would also lose the Master's trust, and might even be punished. However, mercy does not benefit soldiers. For Master, for the entire army, his own life was not important. He was an evil person himself. There was no one more suitable than him to serve as the cold-hearted murderer. Tang Chou did not speak these thoughts to Magic Flute. Magic Flute was different from him, and everyone had their own mission. Ling Su leaned on the tree trunk filled with moss and the humid air. His body was trembling, he was gasping for air with a pained expression, the corner of his mouth had remnants of blood, but his orange pupils continued to blaze with fire. The drilling pain in his right arm made his mind go blank. Wei Weiyan looked at Ling Su's state. She bit her lips tightly, without saying a word. That heroic spirited face was twisted and hideous, filled with sweat, his thick and heavy panting contained endless pain. She had asked Ling Su, but Ling Su did not tell her. The thoughtful and delicate Wei Weiyan noticed that the frequency of the breakout was getting higher. From the start every few days, to almost every day. Her heart filled with worry. Ling Su's body was deteriorating. She knew why. It is because of the battle that shook her spirit. She had never seen such a crazy and stubborn martial artist. The brave fighters in her clan, compared to Ling Su, were lacking greatly. Just in this forest, 7 battles had already occurred. 7 battles. In every battle Ling Su would take on 2 enemies. Wei Weiyan could not understand at the beginning, because fighting 2 enemies, Ling Su had no chance of winning. Moreover, as what she had expected of the battle, Ling Su was steadily suppressed, without any slight chance. He was always in a difficult and dangerous situation. Ling Su paid a hefty price, and escaped. Wei Weiyan thought that the battle would allow Ling Su to understand the difference in strength in the 2 parties, but unexpectedly, just resting for a day, Ling Su went back to fight again, lost again, injured himself and escaped again. The same mistake, made twice, that was stupidity. But the same mistake, made 7 times? Wei Weiyan could not say the word stupid no matter what, no matter how stupid the matter is, when it was so messed up, without hesitation and still without a care for anything. Hence, such as stupidity, was actually very strong and pulsating, it had a burning and crazy passion, it had an obstination that the world could not understand, it had prejudice and beliefs which was as sharp as a spear. Wei Weiyan's gentle heart was pierced through by this belief which was as sharp as a spear. This person is really a regiment of sharp burning flame. The panting gradually stopped, the twisted and hideous face gradually smoothened out, the trembling and rigid body gradually loosened and steadied itself, the orange pupils slowly began to regain its focus. How long has it been? Ling Su's voice sounded completely tired, the weight of his body completely pressed on the tree trunk, without moving, the sweat on his face flowed willfully. 1 hour. Wei Weiyan replied. Ling Su did not say a single word, he recovered his strength.
Through the battles from the past few days, he had greatly raised his strength. Other than having a greater understanding of the use of the spear techniques, the other biggest discovery was the secret of the silver transformation. Fighting wood will increase the frequency of the silver transformation. The pain from the silver transformation was increasing non-stop, but as long as he could pull through, his arms would produce a strand of clear flow. When it entered into his spirit domain, he could feel his spirit domain growing stronger. In the past, when he did not form his spirit domain, he had never realized the secret of the silver transformation. After an hour, his physical strength recovered completely. The wind blew on the young man's silver hair. That heroic and masculine face made Wei Weiyan lose focus. She suddenly asked, "Big brother Ling, why did you save me?" Ling Su looked at Wei Weiyan. This little lady's performance the past few days made him satisfied. She had quieted a lot, moreover she became more sensible. Ling Su did not reject her this time, he said. "I saw it from Master's diary. He was saved in his early years. That person had the same white color crescent imprint." Wei Weiyan was shocked. She pointed to the white crescent mark below her earlobe. "Big brother Ling, is it this?" Ling Su nodded his head. Wei Weiyan had an expression of thought, suddenly shouted, "Ah, could it be grandfather?" "Grandfather?" Ling Su froze. Wei Weiyan nodded his head strongly. "Grandfather left Big Dipper in his early years. We did not know where he had gone, but he came back after many years. He even brought Xiaobai's mother back. Grandfather once said, he saved a good friend, his friend let him bring back a mount, which is Xiaobai's mother." "Xiaobai's mother?" Ling Su's eyes were blank. This weird address immediately made his limited intelligence dizzy. "Xiaobao is a very handsome sword-horned snow sheep." Wei Weiyan explained, "I have not seen Xiaobai's mother, she died when Xiaobai was just born." "Sword-horned snow sheep?" Ling Su's mind was in shock, his pupils expanded rapidly. A sword-horned snow sheep was the perfect mount of Silver Frost mount. It had gone extinct a long time ago. Now the Black Feathers mounts had the black-feathered antelopes. Silver Frost mount. Master was indeed from the Silver Frost mounts. Ling Su could not help but grasp the silver spear tightly in his hands. He had such a guess in his heart in the past, but he never had evidence. But now, this guess has become a reality. Ling Su suddenly thought of something. His breathing suddenly became chaotic. He strongly withstood the excitement in his heart and asked Wei Weiyan, "When did your grandfather leave Big Dipper?" Grandfather is the person with the longest life in the clan. He is now already 330 years old. Wei Weiyan held up his fingers and counted. When grandfather left, he was about 30 years old. That should be 300 years ago. Ling Su's guess was once again confirmed. He calmed down. "Master, are you Gunan?" Roughly 300 years ago, the Silver Frost Mount had two spear geniuses that appeared, Gunan and Lian Yu. Gunan perished, his body never found. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 495, Enemies on a Narrow Road. Chapter 495, Enemies on a Narrow Road. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tang Tian landed with reluctance. The feeling of flying in the air was simply too excellent, as fast as lightning, under the clear cold moonlight with boundless clouds and ocean. If he had brought Xian Hui to this place to play at this time, she would definitely be very happy. When Tang Tian landed on the ice plane, he was immediately surprised. On the ice plane, there were many figures around. "I never expected that this cold wave could have such a magical effect. Song Yang Yu really has quietly gained a big fortune. Good is good, but it is a pity that it is a little too thin." Listening to the words that traveled into his ears, Tang Tian understood slightly. So it turns out that everyone was looking for the cold wave. He thought of the day Little Fool and the rest were eating, and Tang Tian started to laugh happily. Little Fool was not happy at all about this. He was scheming deeply with plots after plots. He was thinking about how he could seize back control over the body. Kill the fool? Impossible. The two people were in one body. The fool could only be suppressed and not erased. His heart could not wait for someone to beat up Tang Tian. If Tang Tian suffered from some severe injury, maybe he could have a little chance. However, the strength of the fool seemed to be improving pretty quickly. Little Fool's petite face was as gloomy as water, just like a kid who was having difficulty with his parents. A form spirit. An old man screamed out loud, causing Tang Tian to freeze. He turned. An old man and another martial artist who had a cold expression stood side by side. The old man looked at Little Fool, his eyes gleaming. But Tang Tian's gaze landed on the other martial artist who had an ice-cold expression. Tang Tian squinted his eyes and grinned. It truly was enemies on a narrow road, an inevitable clash. Yi Zhaogu. Yi Zhaoji's gaze also fell on Little Fool, his expression ice-cold as usual, but his pupil flashed a hint of astonishment. Form spirits, such an ancient spirit domain, someone was actually training in it? Many years ago, form spirits were already eliminated, and no one trained in it ever again.
The spirit domains in the current generation were more efficient, as there was a limit to a spirit domain's capacity. It also had a limit on the number of spirit techniques able to be contained. How to be more efficient was the ultimate goal of the current generation's spirit domains. Form spirits were the product from the ancient chaotic and messy ideas. The ancient saints felt that the sky and earth could join as one, felt that life was basically chaotic and dirty. The nurture of a form spirit was usually associated with a great random probability, because it could not be meticulously and directly controlled. These were two entirely different thoughts, but there were no comparisons between them. But to anyone, being bestowed as a saint was extremely difficult. Having stepped into the saint level with much difficulty, and having to gamble qualities, the saints were of course unwilling. They were more willing to choose, not necessarily more powerful, but a more obvious road that could be controlled. This was the current generation spirit domain's origin of development, and following the current generation's development of martial technique system to today's standards, streamlining was already at its peak. For example, to be able to quantify the size of the spirit domain, they suggested a concept on spirit value. Not only could the spirit domain be able to use spirit value as a measurement, every spirit value that each spirit technique needed was also laid out by them. With this, they could accurately determine the spirit technique that can be trained, and what they should train in. Such a spirit domain like the form spirit had long been eliminated. Hence Yi Zhaoge was a little surprised. At such an age, there were still people using such outdated methods to train? With regards to the surprise of the old man beside him, he was not surprised, as the old man had a strong ancient train of thoughts. Yi Zhaoge's heart scoffed at this point. Those things that were long ago eliminated, were all already proven to be outdated and useless, were totally not worth the effort and strength. But old Yu's status was very high, he had Elder Rong's trust, and he was always given guidance on a day-to-day basis, so Yi Zhaoge held down his feelings. Old Yu was very interested in the cold wave. Things that could nurture spirit generals are not extinct, but every piece had sky-high prices. Like the cold ancient Iceland, its value was extraordinary. The two people turned and stopped with a little disappointment. Song Yang Yu did not give anyone else a chance. The origin of the cold wave was deep in the ancient cold city. The cubes of ice and the cold wave in the air, in their opinion, were too thin and did not hold much value to saints. Unexpectedly, they had bumped into a form spirit here. Little Fool also noticed Yi Zhaoge. When everyone put it all on the line and fought irreconcilably that time, to meet once again, he was naturally angered by the appearance of Yi Zhaoge. However, he was even more curious about the fool's reaction. "Hey fellow, you actually trained out a form spirit, not bad not bad." Old Yu praised. "What about it? Are you interested to come to Honorable Martial Group? Honorable Martial Group." Tang Tian revealed an excited expression. "I heard that the people from Honorable Martial Group are all very powerful." Little Fool slanted his face, he could not bear to look. "Can your expression be even more fake?" Old Yu was on the contrary enjoying the praise. "Honorable Martial Group has had a long history, we have all sorts of ancient books, as long as you are willing to work hard, then you will definitely be better than the rest." Tang Tian put on an act and nodded his head, "But there is no proof just by talking. Everyone says Honorable Martial Group is very powerful, I don't believe it." Old Yu was completely engrossed with him. "Then what do you want to do, to believe it?" "Fight with him." Tang Tian pointed to Yi Zhaoge. "As long as he wins, I will join you guys." Old Yu laughed after a while. "You deserve praise for your courage, Zhaoge. Go give the young fellow a few strokes, do not be too ruthless." In Old Yu's eyes, the young fellow in front of his eyes definitely recognized Yi Zhaoge. The thought of displaying his strength through the fight with him, to be able to receive good treatment. It was a good thing that the young fellow had a competitive heart. Yi Zhaoge is a widely known genius, and naturally would be compared to other people. Old Yu had encountered plenty of such situations. As for the other party not willing to join Honorable Martial Group, he had absolutely not thought of it before. It was cool to stay under a tree, and Honorable Martial Group was fully deserving to be hailed as the biggest tree. Who could reject them? As for the young man, how powerful is he? Old Yu did not bother, he was only interested in the form spirit. If the form spirit was not a spirit domain of a saint, he would have snatched it earlier on. Even if it attracted the opponent, he was only an experiment. Yi Zhaoge remained unconcerned. He stood up, he had encountered plenty of such situations, it was already normal for him to be challenged. Tang Tian became famous after a battle with him, but with that battle, his limelight soared. For the strength of one person, he suppressed Tang Tian, Jinghao, and the rest. Today Tang Tian's reputation was on a sky high. Yi Zhaoge also had changed with the overall trend. Countless people had thought of stepping on him for fame, but none had succeeded. "Wait!" Tang Tian shouted, "If I lose to him, then I will leave. What if I win?" "You win?" Old Yu froze, he laughed involuntarily. He never thought of Yi Zhaoge losing before. He laughed and said, "Young fellow has great self-confidence."
Even so, I will place my bets. This saint bone is one of my kept collections. It is useless for others, but for your form spirit, it is considered very beneficial. You need not win, I only need you to sustain 20 strikes by him, but... A piece of unremarkable bone appeared in Old Yu's hands.
This item was only his collection and not worth any money.
The piece of bone was only as big as a finger, covered with dust. It looked to be a small pieces of mud, extremely unremarkable.
Little Fool's eyes suddenly brightened up, the smell that the piece of bone is giving off.
Tang Tian was said unhappily, "Hey, old man, don't take a piece of lousy bone and say it is some saint bone.
Are you really from Honorable Martial Group? Are you lying?
People from Honorable Martial Group are all extremely rich."
Lying.
Yi Zhaoji's expression became weird. Old Yu's expression turned a little ugly. He controlled the rage in his heart. If not for the extinction of form spirits, just by the words earlier, he will not hesitate to kill the boy. Wait till you fall into my hands, you will definitely become a dried specimen. In my collection, another piece. Form spirits in this generation is not a bad collection. Having thought to this point, Old Yu said patiently, "This is indeed a saint bone. When ancient saints pass away, there is another term called fade away. Their body and soul will be extinguished completely, not leaving a trace on earth. Only a very few saints will have their bones not completely vanished. These bones left behind are saint bones.
Legends say that the saint bones are the best nourishment for form spirits."
Tang Tian did not believe him. He muttered, "I can pick up a few bones at the cemetery which look better than that. Still saint bones. Who are you bluffing?
Where is the saint?"
Old Yu's face cramped up. He muttered through his gritted teeth,
"Then tell me how? If only there were not much people here."
"No. Just by hanging dry, it cannot get rid of the hate in my heart. Wait till you fall into my hands, see how I will brew you. Spirit technique cards, add on another spirit technique card." Tang Tian lifted his finger. "Hey, you are a big shot from Honorable Martial Group, don't take out all those trashy roadside stuff." At this point of time, many saints were attracted to their movements and conversation, and observed from afar.
Tang Tian used a suspicious look and judged Old Yu. "Hey, I truly am suspecting whether you are from Honorable Martial Group? Are you a cheater?"
"Cheater." Old Yu was so angry that the wrinkles on his face were trembling, like a layer of ripple. He was lazy to speak nonsense, and immediately took out a spirit technique card. This piece of spirit technique card, Dawn. Yi Zhaoge was moved. Dawn was one of the most famous spirit technique cards in Honorable Martial Group. It was regarded as the Bronze Saint level's strongest spirit technique card. He knew the value of the spirit technique card. Even when sold inside Honorable Martial Group itself, the price could reach 200 billion. It was not something that could be bought just because. For Old Yu to actually take out the spirit technique card, Yi Zhaoge knew that the situation was not as simple as he had thought. The stranger in front of him did not look to be worth 200 billion star coins. He immediately felt a strand of pressure. If he let Old Yu lose the spirit technique card, it was a loss of around 200 billion star coins. To Old Yu, it would definitely be painful. His eyes flashed with caution. The surrounding cries of alarm immediately let Tang Tian know that the spirit technique card was definitely something good. Without a second word, Tang Tian promised, "Okay. But, you give me the items first, in case you back out later on. Anyway, you guys won't be afraid about me running, but..." The killing intent flashed through Old Yu's heart. His face expression did not change. He threw the spirit technique card over. Fine. Young boy, you're quite clever, however, prove to us with your strength, there is now no more room for regret. He wanted to make it clear to the audience that the other party did not have any chance to regret. Honorable Martial Group's regret was not so easily given.
So what if we are in Sexton's constellation? As long as there is reason, killing till rivers of blood flow was not something he was afraid of. Tang Tian kept the items.
People who received the news increased. Yi Zhaoge was not some nameless person. Although he had the most shallow experience amongst the saints, but to step into the saint rank at such a young age, he was definitely a genius. The battle was definitely worth seeing.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 496, Onyx Soul Tongo. Chapter 496, Onyx Soul Tongo. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R.
In the past, among the geniuses in the Honorable Martial Group, Yi Zhaoge was definitely not the most dazzling individual. However, he was the earliest to be bestowed as a saint amongst them all. Also, he was the first martial artist to suppress Tang Tian. Xiao Shan was killed by Tang Tian. Zhang Ming he fell in 3 Spirit City. From these, being hailed as Honorable Grindstone was very apt for Tang Tian. After being bestowed as saint, Yi Zhaoji's temperament changed. His reservedness was like a crazy wild beast, although his temperament was as cold as before, but it was not to the point that people would find it difficult to get close to him. In many people's eyes, this behavior was due to Yi Zhaoge maturing. Excited because of Yi Zhaoge, the other people all headed to the front lines, joining the battle with Leo Constellation, to polish their own power. Yi Zhaoge was not complacent. He knew there was another stronger genius than him, the one who had trained out a sword spirit, Jing Hao. Jing Hao had a sword spirit, causing a huge wave to ripple in the top levels of Honorable Martial Group. Sword Saints were not mainstream in Honorable Martial Group. Within Honorable Martial Group, the top-grade spirit techniques were not for Sword Saints. In the history of Honorable Martial Group, this was the first time a sword spirit had appeared. What made them feel even more awkward was that it came from a traitor. Although Clan Eldarin kept trying to use his own power, trying to bring Jing Hao back into Honorable Martial Group, the majority of the other clan elders kept their silence. Honorable Martial Group's tradition was the ray and light related spirit technique. Honorable Martial Group's top spirit technique, the core essence was light. From the early start out of Honorable Martial Group, a genius in the techniques domain would appear in every generation. Generation after generation of perseverance formed a complete light-related set of spirit techniques. Hence in the internal department of the Honorable Martial Group, martial artists that trained in the light-related sets of spirit techniques were viewed as the orthodox and traditional way. Although sword spirits were rare, it was still unable to move the other Honorable Martial Clan elders. Honorable Martial Group had existed for so many years, and had seen countless disciples who had not enjoyed success in the group and left, and flourished by themselves. This was not strange, but Jing Hao's behavior was viewed as disgraceful and unloyal to majority of the Honorable Martial Clan elders. In the history of the disciples who left the Honorable Martial Group, although they would hold reign over their own area, their relationship with the Honorable Martial Group would always be well maintained. Honorable Martial Group viewed this action as spreading out and extending the branches. However, Jing Hao was different, because Jing Hao had joined the enemy of Honorable Martial Group. In comparison, Yi Zhaoge was more well liked by the elders in Honorable Martial Group. Although a sword spirit was strong, in the eyes of the elders of the group, it was rather limited. Compared to Honorable Martial Group's frightening intelligence and accumulated experience, how could a mere sword spirit compare to them? Yi Zhaoge kept his thoughts. Jing Hao was the opponent he was yearning for. The man in front of him was a stranger, and did not look like he was very imposing, and even trained in the ancient and extinct form spirit, Yi Zhaoge did not seem interested. If not for old Yu's order, he would not even be bothered to lay his eyes on such trash. Moreover, this fellow seemed a bit dazed. Yi Zhaoge puckered up his brows. The amateur performance made his heart feel even more contempt. This fellow can't be frightened silly, right? The young man who spoke was barefooted with long hair, his pupils were bright and black, giving off a vibe of a transvestite. He sighed, I want to see Yi Zhaoge's power, I hope the other fellow isn't too weak. The middle-aged man beside him had a slim figure with deep-set eye sockets, his expression dark. Yi Zhaoge is your main opponent. What about Leo Constellation? Why aren't they here? If not, we can still challenge them. The young man laughed. The spirit law kept in the treasure deposit is not very high-leveled, and is more alluring to bronze saints. This time, I think Rongbo is promoting it for Yi Zhaoge. The middle-aged man spoke in a moderate pace, but had a sinister hint to his speech. Why don't we go and snatch it? The young man raised his eyebrows. Given Master's power, it's enough to sweep this entire place. Rongbo can also sweep this place apart. The middle-aged man glanced at the young man. When no one takes action, that is a mutual understanding. Whoever breaks this mutual understanding will lead to an all-out war, and no one dares to open this box. Honorable Martial Group dares to fight Leo Constellation, but definitely does not dare incite an all-out war. Leo Constellation dares to fight Honorable Martial Group but also does not dare to incite an all-out war. We at Onyx Soul will not dare to either. Hence, San Yangyu is very smart. Actually, I feel that an all-out war is quite good. The young man said disapprovingly, we at Onyx Soul are already in the war, not showcasing our abilities. It is really disappointing. The middle-aged man glanced at the young man coldly. Tonggo, war is cruel. But, Master. Tongji's smile vanished. He said, without being baptized in the experience of warfare, our martial artists' growth will forever be slower than them. When the time comes, can we still catch up to them? The middle-aged man stared blankly. They grew up in blood and fire. We however are watching by the sidelines. Tonggu said, they are becoming vultures, but we are still domestic fowls, and we are still waiting for two vultures to fight each other to the point that both get injured, before we can go in and take in the rewards. However, Master, even for two injured vultures, can us domestic fowls still have a chance of beating them? The middle-aged man was speechless. In the area, Tang Tian was fighting with a celestial being. Wrong, it was a human fighting a spirit. Tang Tian and Little Fool could connect through the heart, and did not need to speak. Little Fool, prepare to dodge. Tang Tian said willfully. I can't escape even if I blink. Little fool whined, interrupting Tang Tian's imagination. He rolled his eyes in his heart. Apparently this fellow appeared big, slow and stupid, but in actual fact he was a black-hearted and cruel fellow.
The key point was, it was completely embarrassing. Under the eyes of the audience, it was as though they were trying to escape. Such a despicable behavior. You are a constellation master, don't you feel embarrassed? Really, don't you feel embarrassed? The proud little fool, how could he bear the humiliating situation? Tang Tian's heart of deceit didn't die off. You really cannot escape? There are so many saints. Again, do you feel that Honorable Martial Group will not have a way to fight against Blink? Little fool said coldly. The cold and childish voice felt like he was about to break down. Why do I sound like a little baby acting in anger? However, to prevent the fool from doing something embarrassing in front of so many people, little fool insisted, under the eyes of everyone, if you can withstand 20 strikes, these things are yours. Honorable Martial Group will definitely not go back on their words. Or, you don't even have confidence of withstanding 20 strikes from Yi Zhaogu? Nonsense. Tang Tian raged, don't speak of 20 strikes, there's no problem even with 200 strikes. Obviously, against the fool, he only needed the easiest method of provocation. Little fool rolled his eyes in his heart, his mouth continued to add fuel to the fire. You were beaten like a dog by him previously, there's a darkness in your heart, I can understand. Tang Tian suddenly had a new hatred in his heart. He said cruelly, just with these two rubbish, we are indeed being too nice to him. I want to beat him till he looks like a dog. Obviously, the provocation matched with awakening the hatred had caused the fool to explode. Little fool shut his mouth sensibly, his heart thought quietly, if only the enemies in the world were as easy to defeat as this fool, how good would it be? He suddenly forgot the experience of being in a difficult position. Yi Zhaogu did not attack when the opponent was distracted. He was one with status and was arrogant at heart, so he could not do such things. And if he represented Old Yu well today, Old Yu would gain some face. If he performed badly, Old Yu will be embarrassed. The key was, he did not put his opponent seriously in his eyes. The opponent was an amateur and was performing clumsily, making him disapprove even more. Hey, surname Ji, I want to beat you till you look like a dog. Suddenly the opponent screamed, shocking Yi Zhaoji. The opponent had suddenly become so ferocious, staring at him with red eyes. Yi Zhaogu had an indescribable feeling. The provoking method? So weird. Just at that moment, the opponent suddenly took a step out. When his footsteps came into contact, the ground trembled slightly, the dust surrounding of his soul scattering around. Yi Zhaoji's pupils shrunk. That leg strength was incredibly strong. Swoosh. The figure in front of him suddenly became blurry. The surrounding of the blurry figure suddenly erupted with a cloud of mist, breaking the speed of sound barrier. At almost the same time, that unfamiliar face charged in front of Yi Zhaogu. So fast. Yi Zhaoji's heart turned cold, his face did not change at all, a sword appeared in his hand, slowly raising it up. Dang, dot. The fist hit the sword, giving rise to a dull sound of impact. The surge of energy swept past Yi Zhaoji's face, his expression was calm all the way, his body slid a few steps as though it was on ice. Although Yi Zhaogu had expected the strength of the opponent, but he did not expect that the opponent's strength was strong to such an extent. Someone from Onyx Soul? The opponent's speed was unusually quick, the frequency of his strides was so fast it was simply unimaginable. His method was simple and straightforward, without any fancy moves, although it had more fundamental martial techniques, but his strength was supplemented and strong, full of wounding lethality. Yi Zhaogu was a little excited, he had not met such a strong opponent for a long time. His blood meridians were very special, and after going through the Saint Pistole, his blood meridians also underwent some changes. When comparing strength, he was not afraid of anyone. The sword in Yi Zhaoji's hand, in an extremely small width, fluctuated at very high speeds, a sword technique without any fanciful maneuvers, but every sword was filled with energy. Dang dang dang. The sound of impact grew louder extensively. Yi Zhaogu brandished out a screen of swords, under Tang Tian's barrage of attacks, it remained majestic and did not falter. No one had thought that when two saints battled each other, they were actually comparing strength. However, they could not help but admit, these type of simple and plain attacks were brimming with wound lethality. Everyone was not surprised at Yi Zhaoji's performance, but that ugly fellow's strength cannot be underestimated. Just at this time, Old Yu was already frowning. He said flatly, "Zhaogu, stop playing, quickly finish the battle." Yi Zhaogu suddenly awoke. Unconsciously, both parties had already parried 15 moves. A battle of purely using strength was indeed addictive. Could it be that this was the opponent's strategy? If it was like that, the opponent's research on him was unexpectedly deep. Yi Zhaogu stayed at a distance, he squinted his eyes again, the remaining 5 strikes were enough. In a saint's battle, the spirit techniques were the true show. His body started to shine with a gentle bright white light aura, the white light was like flowing water, flowing along his body, curling around the sword in his hands. The white light grew even brighter and a wave of tyrannical aura,
spread across the whole ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 497, Glimmer. Chapter 497, Glimmer. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. ZZZ, the ice below Yi Zhaoji's feet started to thaw, the rising thick fog dissipated around, the figure that was covered in basked in light was faintly discernible. The air surrounding around Yi Zhaogu started to give rise to countless bright specks of light. The lights were as thin as dust, it was floating, like a group of living things giving off light floating in the air. That was the energy being lit up in the air. The star-like dust floated in apertures and expanded non-stop, causing the saints who were watching to have a change in expression. All of them slowly started to retreat backwards. Glimmer! It's Glimmer! The crowd was shocked and flew into an uproar, as more of them started to have changes in their expressions, their gaze towards Yi Zhaogu showing traces of fear. Not everyone was familiar with spirit technique, but there would definitely not be a saint who did not know the name, Glimmer. Out of Honorable Martial Group's bronze-level light series of spirit techniques, the most famous spirit techniques were Glimmer, Dawn, and Starlight. Glimmer was the #1 Honorable Light Bronze spirit technique, and equally famous was its difficulty of learning. Glimmer's training had a high difficulty, far more difficult than the other 2 Honorable Light spirit techniques, even more so in the internal departments of Honorable Martial Group. Very few saints would directly practice Glimmer. The Glimmer light ray expanded to beyond 15 feet, then quieted down. Old Yu's eyes flashed a color of praise. Yi Zhaoji's talent was indeed very shocking. In such a short period of time, he had already started to comprehend Glimmer. This was also the origin of his confidence. Yi Zhaoji's attainments on Glimmer, although it was just an introduction, but it was already enough, because it is Glimmer. But Tang, who was in a distance, was filled with surprise. Yi Zhaogu actually learned Glimmer. Even the middle-aged man's expression was a little moved. Onyx Soul and Honorable Martial Group's hatred had been going on for very long, so they knew the meaning in what Glimmer represented. To Onyx Soul, all the saints that could learn Glimmer were all Onyx Soul's highly vigilant targets. In the history of Honorable Martial Group, every saint that had learned Glimmer were the truly strong people. To dare practice Glimmer was the symbolization of great ambitions of many honorable martial saints. The stronger the spirit technique, the higher the requirement of the saint. If forced to train, the result would be destructive. You could treat an injured meridian, but if the spirit domain was injured, it was equivalent to being handicapped. The promotion of a saint was very difficult. Every step was like walking on thin ice, slowly and carefully. Even a slight distraction could mean falling into a deep abyss. Yi Zhaogu actually comprehended Glimmer. Onyx Soul actually did not have any relevant intelligence on this. How could the two of them not be shocked? This meant that Honorable Martial Group will once again have another strong person under their ranks. When the light auras lit up, Tang Tian immediately had an intense surge of danger pouring out from his mind. The sense of danger was everywhere, even giving him a suffocating hallucination. This was a beautiful yet dangerous spirit technique. Tang Tian became dazzled. This unprecedented spirit technique he had never seen before. It gave him an eye-opener. His heart had an indescribable admiration. That dense light aura was like flowing water, and it could actually even set ablaze the energy in the air. Even the momentum of activating the skill was so strong and shocking. Tang Tian did not move. Once he entered the area of the densely clustered light, he will be like a moth that flies to a flame. The blurred illusion in the circle of Glimmer formed into another world. A world of tyrannical flames. To create. Yes, to create by itself is an extremely powerful energy. Tang Tian suddenly realized in his heart, creation was the strongest aspect of the spirit domain. However, his spirit domain was the form spirit. Even if he wanted to create something, it would be little fool doing it. Could it be he truly had no other way? Was he really useless? No. There must definitely be a way. Tang Tian was unreconciled. He squeezed his brain juices and thought of another idea. Create. Create. Slowly, a crazy idea formed in his head. Maybe. Little fool did not think of it. Yi Zhaogu was actually so violent, causing his expression to change. Tang Tian did not know how powerful Glimmer was. How would he know? Yi Zhaoji's level of strength was beyond his expectation. Why was he so unlucky lately? Randomly choosing a person, which turned out to be so strong. If it was him controlling the body, he admitted he had the power to defeat Yi Zhaogu. However, the body was now being controlled by the fool. Bastard! Little fool! Just when Little Fool was annoyed to the limit, Tang Tian's voice suddenly sounded in his heart. In that voice, there was not a little fear, but it was eagerness. Idiot, do you know what that Glimmer is? Gather energy to converge on my hands, as much as possible.
Tang Tian's tone was brimming of confidence. Little fool thought of telling him not to waste his energy, but as he opened his mouth, he did not say anything.
Surging energy gathered like flowing water on Tang Tian's fists.
Seeing the myriad of fine dust light regiments, just like pieces of colored planets, surrounded Tang Tian's fists and started rotating around it.
More. Tang Tian continued. This is the limit of your control.
Little fool said coldly, if I increase the energy again, the energy developed will harm your body. The little fool in the past was totally ignorant of the spirit domain, however the little fool now could already see through the mysteries of Ursa Major Star's umbrella. He only realized now why Ursa Major constellation was hailed as a tyrant no one dared to look down upon in the past. In the era of martial artists, Ursa Major Star's umbrella was like a door that helped martial artists step into the realm of saints. After entering the realm of saints, the Ursa Major Star's umbrella would be flipped into another world. Although the Ursa Major Star's umbrella did not contain any spirit technique, it contained a specific orthodox inheritance as the core of its origin. Ursa Major constellation passed down the most core of its origin, its stars. Ursa Major Star's umbrella's stars circled endlessly. It was the best target of comprehension. Saints needed to start their enlightenment from inside to attain their own spirit techniques. Little fool woke up too late. He had never enlightened his own set of spirit techniques, however, he did have some gains, which was the weight of the stars. The energy in his body already had a trace of the weight characteristics, which was why he was able to say that. No matter, continue, I have already thought of how to defeat him.
Tang Tian's tone was certain and excited. Impossible. Little fool originally did not believe it, even he did not know of how to defeat Yi Xiaogu. How did this fool think of it? Quickly. Tang Tian rushed him. Little fool set himself straight, adding a violent surge of energy that crazily charged at Tang Tian's fists. Having swallowed so many star rocks, the energy in Little Fool's bodies was shocking. Tang Tian only felt his fists getting a little tighter. The energy churning and surrounding his fists brought forth a frightening power. Tang Tian felt as though he was being stuffed into countless heavy objects and heartlessly crushed. He could even hear the sound of his fists getting crushed. Not enough, come again. Tang Tian's eyes flashed a crazy color. How could he not feel the opponent's power? But, Yi Xiaogu, I got beaten up by you so badly the last time, how could I bear to be beaten by you again? Such a matter was simply embarrassing. Enemy was on a narrow path is not just a saying. Even so, a crazy thought surfaced in his brain, making him tremble involuntarily. It's too crazy, but... Pa, his fists exploded, blood shot everywhere. Even Tang Tian's zero-energy body could not withstand such surging star power. Tang Tian suddenly had no feeling. His crazy, burning gaze stared at the glimmer of circle not too far away. Almost everyone's gaze was attracted to Yi Xiaogu, the renowned glimmer. To be able to witness it firsthand, there would be no other chance like this. No one could bear to take their gaze away. Comparatively, Tang Tian's aura was far lacking and extremely dim. The fog cleared. In the blurred flimmer, Yi Xiaogu, who glimmered in the thousand light rays, was like a battle god. Tang Tian licked his lips like a monster. Little fool, we are going to attack. Little fool who was inside the body had a face full of shock. This fool was shockingly crazy. Charge. Shush. Tang Tian's figure suddenly disappeared, teleported. Tang Tian suddenly appeared in the circle of glimmer, attracting shocked exclamations. Compared to glimmer, although blink was not cheap, it was considered as nothing. Only that everyone previously felt that the unfamiliar stranger definitely did not have any power to resist. But when he blinked, everyone knew that they had underestimated the unremarkable fellow. But, charging into the glimmer circle, is that not killing himself? A light flashed past Yi Xiaoji's eyes. The circle of light was his territory, so he could detect when Tang Tian barged in. Really stupid, in this circle of light, his battle capability was doubled. The sword in his hands was wrapped in the light. He suddenly raised it up, as if he had predicted earlier, slicing straight to Tang Tian's front. Countless specks of glimmer were stirred, needles as fine as hair entered the sword, causing the sword light to erupt. Tang Tian smiled. Without dodging, he punched towards the sword light and charged towards the light sword. The energy at his fists suddenly erupted, but Yi Xiaogu obviously underestimated the power of Tang Tian's fists. What was so unexpected was, the power of Tang Tian's fists suddenly exploded. It exploded right at his fists. Bang! The explosive energy made Tang Tian uncomfortable. Even with his zero-energy body, his fists were lacerated, fresh blood flowing everywhere. However, it was as if he could not feel it, as another fist came. Yi Xiaogu was caught off guard. His body moved back 5 steps uncontrollably. Until this point, he noticed Tang Tian's eyes had a gaze as crazy as a monster. This fellow. Yi Xiaogu reacted fast. Almost at the same time, he brandished and waved his sword. The glimmer in the surroundings was once again attracted, and entered the sword, causing the sword's light to erupt again. Boom, dot. Another explosion. Tang Tian's left fist was also lacerated. Yi Zhaoge moved back again. Little fool.
Tang Tian shouted angrily. He charged. His right fist's energy suddenly surged up violently. It was actually even more intense than before. There wasn't any change, only the purest of energy, once again exploding the moment both came into contact.
Suicidal attack?
Yi Zhaoge lifted his eyebrow. This type of attacks had no meaning at all.
This strike, the opponent's fists would be considered dead.
Obviously his right arm already had run out of energy to battle.
That means there is one more strike. Apparently the opponent's left strike was arrived at a scheduled time, again exploding without any technical quality. Let's see what other patterns you got. Wait.
Yi Zhaoge's facial expression changed. The glimmer around him had actually vanished. He lifted his head quickly, only to see the opponent smiling at him. Idiot, although I cannot create, but I can destroy.
What I am destroying is the space that your spirit domain has created. There was one more strike. Little fool.
Tang Tian's figure moved once more. Yi Zhaoge, who lost the glimmer circle, was extremely slow. A wave of energy fluctuation developed from his left. Yi Zhaoge did not think and immediately struck with his sword. Nothing was there.
Not good.
Yi Zhaoge's facial expression changed. Bang! A leg had quietly struck his back. The great force made him fly over 30 m before he steadied himself. It was dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the fresh blood on Tang Tian's fists. He smiled, portraying a harmless and honest look.
Hey, it's been 20 strikes. I'll take the items, thank you.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 498, Spirit Value. Chapter 498, Spirit Value. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. Tang Tian went in a big circle before returning to the camp.
In the camping ground, the martial artists were all in a frightened state. The energy ripples from the fight between the saints was terrifying, something martial artists beneath the saints could never imagine. The battle was at another level. Remnants of the aftermath still lingered in the air. Even these bit of remnants, to the martial artists who were not saints, felt uncomfortable. Only Ding Chen noticed Tang Tian's return. As long as there were movements now, Ding Chen would always notice if Tang Tian was there. Hence when he noticed Tang Tian appearing in the camp, Ding Chen involuntarily swallowed his saliva.
A daring idea came up with a daring thought. Were the noises and activities caused by Big Boss? This thought flashed past his mind. He laughed at his own craziness. Is it even possible that the rain and wind are made by the Big Boss? Tian, he is laughing at his own mentality.
Although Big Boss was capable, the saints were also very powerful. There was still the Honorable Martial Group, and Onyx Soul. Because of these big guns, Big Boss definitely went to join the fun. Once Tang Tian returned to the camp, he squeezed into the training chambers and said, "Do not disturb me." Tang Tian's hands were lacerated, his white bones were revealed, fresh blood splattered all over. Tang Tian grinned. He was in such pain he exhaled out cold air, but his face still flashed with excitement. The battle today finally solved the most important question, that was which direction he should head towards.
Of course, it was destruction. His spirit domain was Little Fool, and it was something he could not control. Since he could not create, then he shall destroy. Others would feel that the realm of destruction was not high, but Tang Tian felt it was nothing much, as one had to take one step at a time. He was not a world-class genius. Reaching the skies in one step was not what he would think of. To be able to battle and display his use was enough to make him very happy. The matter about creating will be left to Little Fool. As for himself, he will focus on being a destroyer. If he could destroy other people's spirit domains, then that would be powerful. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got, but the pain from both hands made him shift his attention. The injury looked extremely terrifying, but in truth, it was not as serious as one would think. He had a zero-energy body, so the injuries caused by energy would not be too strong on him, and furthermore, his self-healing capability was very strong. However, his self-healing capability also needed to be replenished, which was done by eating a huge amount of food. Not only was his body unable to heal with energy, but it also repelled energy, hence he needed huge amounts of food to replenish his body. Luckily Tang Tian had prepared for it early. Ding Man and the rest had done comprehensive research on his zero-energy body. Tang Tian extremely liked his zero-energy body, although he could not use spirit techniques. However, he need not worry about injuries too much. As long as it was not fatal, there would not be much problem. Thinking of back when Yi Zhaoge flaunted his undead body, Tang Tian's eyes got red thinking of it. Not needing to worry of getting injured could let him take more initiative during a battle. For a berserk offensive type fighter like him, it was simply the best. His attack can be even more daring. Godlike young lad, should be making a living through offense. TSK. Little Fool, I will hand over the defense to you, Io. Aha, it has been decided.
Little Fool floated in front of Tang Tian, looked at this fool in silence. The battle was still spiraling around his head. In truth, when talking of technicalities, it was not complicated concerning the battle. Only that, the courage and determination displayed by the fool in battle had impacted him greatly. According to strength, the fool completely had no margin of struggling. However, this fellow actually won. This fellow's will to survive was already so strong to such a state.
Little Fool kept silent. If it was him, could he win?
Little Fool felt the possibility was low. Just like then, he had already started thinking about retreating. Why did he not think of that? The fool will use such a method to resolve the battle.
Your thoughts are not bad. The path to destroy, it suits you.
The childish voice yet contained a complicated mood. While eating crazily, Tang Tian asked with a muffled voice, "What is the use of the Saint Bone?" His mind and Little Fool's were interlinked. When the old man from Honorable Martial Group took out the Saint Bone, he felt the fluctuation in Little Fool's mood.
To increase the spirit value.
Little Fool's mood returned to normal. You can dramatically increase my spirit value.
What is spirit value? Tang Tian asked while wolfing down his food.
It is the value of energy transformation of the spirit domain. Little Fool's childish voice was extremely adorable. You can treat the spirit domain as a special space. Spirit value is the size of this space. The bigger the space, the more spirit techniques you can train in.
My spirit value is not high, only 10.
This Saint Bone came at the right time.
The bigger the spirit value, the better?
Tang Tian continued to eat, asked without raising his head.
Yes.
Little Fool sat beside Tang Tian, took the Saint Bone and ate the bone like eating a biscuit. However, he ate it very slowly, with a serious expression. A big and small figure sat side by side, using the same posture. Even the expression of eating something was strikingly similar.
I'm satisfied. Tang Tian raised his arms and shouted. The taste is not bad.
Little Fool licked his lips. His eyes flashed a very special glare. It truly is a Saint Bone. My spirit value increased to 15. Even so, there is still a mark in it. I need some time to remove it. The mark in Saint Bones are very good things.
Good that it's useful for you. Tang Tian said, what about that spirit technique cards?
Little Fool lifted his eyebrows. It is better than Blink, but my spirit value is not high enough. Suddenly, Tang Tian's neck hung a necklace with the shape of a silver rabbit. It was shaking slightly. It was a bell. After a moment, Tang Tian smiled. Who knows, maybe we can sell it for a good price.
Tang Tian completely did not think about how big a wave the battle had created in ancient Cold City.
Yi Zhaoge, Glimmer, 20 strikes, and lost.
The news spread across ancient Cold City like a hurricane. Its sensation totally exceeded Tang Tian's expectation.
With the appearance of Glimmer, it had already shocked people.
Yi Zhaoji's talent and strength was much stronger than the rumors.
Compared to the matured bronze saints, Yi Zhaoji's spirit value was very low. His understanding of spirit technique were still very shallow. His attacking methods were very simple and showed many weaknesses. But even so, Yi Zhaoji's battle capabilities were shocking, totally unlike what the typical saints can be compared to. Saints that could win against Yi Zhaoge were definitely not nobodies. However, the unfamiliar face and the form spirit did not even leave a name behind before they left. A few people tried to follow secretly, but the other party used the sea of clouds to get rid of them. However, the heated debate caused by the battle did not end there. The power of this person, compared to Yi Zhaoge, did not have much of a difference. Yi Zhaoge was too careless. If he had used Glimmer from the start, the result of the battle would be another story. The mystery person was very smart. He knew that he was not Yi Zhaoji's match when comparing with creation power, hence he used another method, which was destroy. The difficulty of destroying is even lower than creation, although there is a huge difference in terms of boundaries, but in this level of battle, the difference was not that huge. He succeeded, by using a large quantity energy to explode directly, which damaged the opponent's Glimmer created by his spirit domain. Borrowing the opponent's change of mind, using the pressure from the sudden blink, the strike at the end was a small technique, using power fluctuations to entice Yi Zhaoge. In actual fact, he used his legs to resolve the battle. Also, we could tell that the form spirit's energy control was very proficient. To let the opponent control the rhythm of the battle was Yi Zhaoji's most careless move. Although there was a difference in terms of fighting ability, but Yi Zhaoge did not lose in injustice. The use of battle techniques by his opponent exceeded him. Most importantly, the opponent's fighting intent was more firm. To destroy Yi Zhaoji's Glimmer Circle, he did not even hesitate to sacrifice both his hands. This type of courage is not what the typical person has. On top of that, the opponent has a strong body. It was such an intense explosion, the price paid by the two injured hands could be seen. The saint's understanding of the battle, compared to usual people, was more in-depth, and very quickly, a professional decipher was made ready in the market.
How do you see it?
The middle-aged man asked Tong Gu.
Tang smiled slightly, very professional, the explanation was very clear.
Yi Zhao Ji's enlightenment of glimmer, his spirit value is over 25, he just stepped into saint level and is already so strong, that is already powerful. That would also mean the opponent was even stronger.
The middle-aged man declined to comment. If you had went against him, would you have the confidence? The smile on Tang Ji's face vanished. He revealed a very serious expression. He thought about it. His expression was complicated. Not definitely, the opponent was very crazy, and very capable of using his own advantages. These such people are the hardest to handle. Even so, it is very difficult to guess what trump cards he had. The opponent's form spirit almost did not display anything.
I have my own suspicions now, whether he conserved his strength or not. Although he sacrificed his hands, but I suspect that, to him, would possibly be just a type of choice.
The middle-aged man nodded his head. I feel consoled that you could see that. He came for the sexton's eye. I have a type of feeling, this person is not easy.
Tonga nodded his head seriously. I will be careful.
The middle-aged man said, I checked, the treasure deposit that Sexton's Eye has kept should not be the highest level treasure deposit. The spirit law is also more suited for bronze saints. If you do not get it, do not be discouraged. Master, you lost confidence in your disciples so quickly? Tang laughed. Not that I lost my confidence. The middle-aged man shook his head. Although we don't know the origin of the opponent, but to be so brave and ignore his life, I think he should not be any disciple from anywhere. Spirit laws are difficult to get, but you can still get it if you think of an idea. Tang did not retort. He turned and asked, he really will come?
You will know later.
The middle-aged man said. The appearance that Tang Tian used when fighting Yi Zhao strutted down the streets. Once he appeared, it attracted a slight uproar.
Tang Tian, who was victorious against Yi Zhao, had his reputation soar to sky high.
This brother, not sure where you came from. I am from Libra constellation. I'm from Cancer constellation. I am from.
The other powerhouses might still be afraid of Honorable Martial Group, but for powerhouses such as the 12 ecliptic palaces, they did not even care, all of them throwing a symbol of peace to Tang Tian. Such talent which could defeat Yi Zhao with his glimmer, such a talent, if they did not invite him, they must definitely be blind.
Tang Tian suddenly had difficulty walking forward.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.